Chapter 81. The first S rank in the Great Xia. Li Sanyi was wholly engrossed in thoughts of Bai Yuan, oblivious to the pair of eyes lurking in the shadows, fixated upon him. Bang! Li San pulled the trigger, the gunshot reverberating within the confines of the room. Bai Yuan reacted with remarkable swiftness, her hands sweeping forward as four scabbards transformed mid-motion. Coalescing into a shield, the bullet was a moment too late. Just as it was about to make contact with the shield, it abruptly halted. What? Bai Yuan's reaction speed, swifter than the bullet itself, left Li San bewildered and envious. Little did he know, the bullet had become ensnared in a state of suspension. Bang! 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 Li San, refusing to yield to this inexplicable phenomenon, emptied his entire magazine. Yet, a familiar scene unfolded once more. Astonishingly, the bullets, having barely traversed 2 or 3 meters, gradually altered their trajectory, locking onto Li San. No matter which direction he leaned, the bullets, as though endowed with sight, persistently followed. Damn it! This is insane. Terrified, Li San discarded his weapon and attempted to flee. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he turned. But Chen Ming would not grant him such an opportunity. With a mere flick of his fingers, he subtly manipulated the bullets. Whoosh! 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 The projectiles swiftly pierced through Li San's forehead and heart, delivering a fatal blow. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a wooden treasure chest 1. A wooden treasure chest was provided, which held some value. Upon extraction as a wraith, its combat prowess would not significantly differ from that of an ordinary zombie. When dealing with foes, one must never show mercy. Eradicate them entirely, lest they spring back to life. Chen Ming instilled his philosophy into Bai Yuan's mind. The malleability of the puppet was not confined solely to its appearance. Understood. Bai Yuan not only acquiesced verbally, but also inscribed Chen Ming's words into her core programming. If Bai Yuan were likened to a subject, then Chen Ming's words were undoubtedly the emperor's decree, to be obeyed without question. A faint rustling sound emanated from overhead. The matter was far from concluded. Chen Ming looked up to see a succession of mutated brain eaters emerging from the staircase leading to the second floor, and from the ceiling above that it was then that he realized the large dot on the resource map was constituted by these overlapping brain eaters. Despite this, each brain eater zombie's red that was still significantly larger than that of an ordinary zombie, placing them on par with the Titan zombies. The brain eaters collectively opened their mouths, their movements so synchronized they resembled a copy-paste operation, unleashing tongues that struck with lightning speed. Confronting their assault, Bai Yuan remained unperturbed. While wielding her shield for defense, she deftly brandished dual blades, flowing like water, as she severed their tongues into segments. Thwack! 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 Simultaneously, she manipulated 2 flying knives, catching them off guard, one stabbing from above and the other emerging from beneath the chin, delivering a lethal strike to the brain eater. Her movements were seamless, as if calculated by advanced data analytics, fluid and smooth. The disparity in strength between the two sides was as vast as heaven and earth. Though the brain eaters were formidable, they had unfortunately chosen the wrong adversary, destined only to be mercilessly slaughtered. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a black iron treasure chest 1. Kill successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a black iron treasure chest 1. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new wraith servant. Brain eater zombie 22. With all foes vanquished, Chen Ming not only gained a clear understanding of Bai Yuan's strength and combat style, but also acquired 22 new wraith servants along with black iron treasure chests. Before departing, he made sure to thoroughly loot the 4S dealership, placing all usable vehicles into his infinite storage space. He found the car keys in an office, and rather than meticulously sorting them, he tossed them in, intending to ponder over them later as a form of diversion. After all, there was no immediate need for them. Emerging from the 4S dealership, the sun had just set entirely. Surroundings were cloaked in darkness, with streetlights long deprived of power. In such times, the control and distribution of resources became all the more paramount. Chen Ming once again employed his telekinesis to borrow Bai Yuan's knife. Though her mind control abilities bore similarities to telekinesis, they could not elevate her to the heavens. On the return journey, his phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. Initially, Chen Ming presumed it was another message from Wang Wei. Upon opening it, he discovered a notification from a government-certified source. The content was straightforward. A certain special operations team captain had, through interdimensional fishing, acquired an S-rank skill, Sword Chi. This was duly noted. Chen Ming understood that the official announcement was aimed at stabilizing public sentiment, conveying to the populace that the authorities had acquired formidable skills, and, with one success, it was only a matter of time before another, then a third, and so forth followed. Yes, the first known S-rank skill possessor in Great Xia. Chen Ming could easily envision this individual's boundless future. Surely, they would not remain merely a team captain for long. Exiting the messaging feature, he opened the forum, and indeed, the top trending topic had already shifted. Specifically, the content pertaining to that captain had been manually pinned by the forum's officials to enhance visibility. Without such action, it would have been challenging to rise above the overwhelming volume of discussion surrounding Chen Ming. Pinned, the first S-rank skill possessor in Great Xia. Regarding the title's claim to first, Chen Ming felt no interest or desire to pursue such hollow accolades. Clicking on the entry revealed a video. He pressed play, eager to discern whether this S-rank skill, Sword Chi, differed from his own understanding of the concept. The footage displayed a shooting range. A massive boulder was positioned at the center, and a man clad in camouflage wielded a sword, facing the stone. He then swiftly drew his sword and, from a distance of 3 to 4 meters, cleaved the boulder in half, sending the two halves crashing to the ground, stirring up a considerable cloud of dust. The comments section buzzed with excitement. Incredible. Is this what an S-rank skill looks like? Look at how effortlessly he handles it. He likely hasn't exerted his full strength. What we see is probably just the tip of the iceberg. Wonderful. Such immense power should be wielded by the authorities. It puts my mind at ease. Is there a possibility that the stone was pre-sawed? A tactic to consolidate power? Cut the nonsense. Do you think the authorities have time for such frivolities? If discovered, they would be vilified. It's definitely not fake. If you slow it down 5 times, you'll see the space distorting after a sword strike. Chen Ming observed this aspect quite clearly. He didn't even need to slow down the playback to grasp it. His observational skills had ascended to levels unfathomable to the average person. In his eyes, bullets could be perceived as if they were in slow motion, allowing him to evade them effortlessly. Overall, while the comment section harbored some skepticism, the majority expressed enthusiasm, eager for the Great Xia Special Operations Forces to grow ever stronger, hastening the end of the calamity and the return to normalcy. Upon returning to the villa, Chen Ming set his phone aside, and as he descended from the blade, it automatically returned to its sheath. He did not believe that the current world could be easily transformed by a mere S-rank skill, thus deeming it unnecessary to dwell on excessively. Rather than others, he was more concerned with a sudden virtual window notification that appeared before him. Notification. The dragon egg is about to hatch. Chapter 82. Raising a Dragon. So soon? Chen Ming felt a twinge of surprise. Initially, he had anticipated a span of several weeks at the least, or even extending to months, perhaps half a year. Yet, it appeared that the fishing system was intent on abbreviating this process. Upon reflection, it made sense. After all, he had faced death repeatedly, wagering his life to finally procure a dragon egg. If it took too long to hatch the dragon, he would be unable to replenish his combat strength in a timely manner. What if an adversary seized the opportunity to ambush him? Furthermore, what would he feed the dragon once it hatched? Raw meat? Zombies? As Chen Ming ascended to the second floor, a cascade of questions flooded his mind. Before he could arrive at any conclusions, he was greeted by the sound of a baby's wail emanating from within the room. Grasping the doorknob, he pressed down and caught sight of a cerulean-hued dragonet, flapping its wings, struggling to emerge from a pile of eggshells. Upon sensing Chen Ming's presence, it immediately scuttled towards him, heedless of its surroundings, and tumbled off the bed. Just as it was about to crash onto the floor, Chen Ming swiftly intervened, using his telekinesis to suspend the dragonet gently in midair. However, he then pondered that as a dragon, even in its juvenile form, it should possess a robust constitution. Impervious to harm, its scaly hide resilient enough to withstand such a fall. As the dragonet finally managed to flutter its way to him, Chen Ming crouched down, observing this small creature, though not so small, as it was already larger than a medium-sized dog, not counting its wings. The dragonet desperately attempted to burrow into Chen Ming's embrace, and through his clothing, he felt a faint chill wafting towards him. Without needing to access the virtual interface, he inferred the elemental affinity of the dragonet's abilities. Rising to his feet, he casually unplugged a lamp from the bedside table and set it upon the floor. Pointing at the lamp, he instructed the dragonet, "Come, attack it." The dragonet opened its mouth, revealing teeth that had yet to fully sharpen, and prepared to charge at the lamp with great enthusiasm, ready for an epic battle. Chen Ming caught it mid-leap, shaking his head, "Not with your teeth, but with your abilities." The little creature seemed to comprehend, its gaze hardening as it focused on the lamp. It opened its mouth and, with a somewhat feeble roar, unleashed a blast of icy breath. The chill swiftly coated the floor, the lamp, and the adjacent wall in a thick layer of frost. Indeed, it was of the ice element. Chen Ming chuckled, delighted to have deduced the correct attribute. He opened the virtual panel and located a piece of frozen meat. Muttering softly, he mused, as a dragon with ice elemental skills, "It should be safe for you to eat this, right?" Upon seeing the substantial slab of frozen pork in Chen Ming's hand, the dragonet exhibited sheer excitement, emitting a series of affectionate whines akin to a dog as it rubbed its head against Chen Ming's thigh. With that, Chen Ming no longer hesitated, tossing the frozen meat. The dragonet snapped it up with precision, stretching its neck to the utmost, its mouth widening to the limit. Although it seemed to struggle, it managed to swallow it down. reminiscent of a snake consuming an egg. It appeared uncomfortable, yet utterly satisfied. After consuming the frozen meat, Ming distinctly felt the dragonet's body expand significantly. Goodness! It was growing at an astonishing rate. In astonishment, he validated his thoughts by tossing several more pieces of frozen meat towards the dragonet. The little one devoured each one without reservation, its form swelling even further. Ming contemplated continuing to feed it, but paused midway. Glancing at the window, and then at the door, he commanded, "You should exit from that side, lest you grow too large and become trapped in here. I would rather not dismantle the villa." He had no desire to lose his sanctuary needlessly. The dragonet complied, leaping from the balcony, still unskilled in flying. It clumsily flapped its wings. Ultimately, it landed face first on the ground, fortunately unharmed due to its robust defenses. Ming followed suit, leaping from the balcony and landing gracefully. Utilizing his telekinesis, he lifted the dragonet, transporting it to the broader expanse of the road for its growth. One piece of frozen meat after another was tossed to the dragonet, which consumed them with unbridled joy. Its size visibly surged before Ming's eyes. He could not help but remark, if one did not possess a stockpile, it would be quite the financial burden to raise you. The little one seemed to grasp his words, ceasing to open its mouth for more meat. Facing the city, it unfurled its wings with a resounding whoosh, flapping forcefully, and, to Ming's astonishment, actually lifted off the ground. What? Was the dragon throwing a tantrum? Was it seeking to abandon him for a new master? Ming's brow furrowed. This turn of events had genuinely taken him by surprise. Such audacity to betray its master. Just then, Bai Yuan, who had remained silent throughout, approached indignantly, preparing to draw her sword. Ming raised his hand to stop her. "Wait, let's observe what it intends to do." He had checked the attribute panel earlier. Confirming the dragonet's loyalty was at 100%, betrayal was not a possibility. Deciding to remain calm, he thought, should the dragonet indeed harbor thoughts of rebellion, he would have to employ alternative methods to ensure its eternal allegiance. In doing so, he might even acquire an additional treasure chest. There were numerous methods at his disposal, contingent on how he chose to play the game. Producing the high-tech telescope he had previously acquired while fishing, he set it up and closely monitored the dragonet's every move. From his elevated vantage point, he observed it land about a kilometer away. Shortly after touching down, it took to the skies again, veering back towards the villa. Ming adjusted the lens and captured a clear image of the dragonet gripping a mutated python. Over 10 meters long, evidently infected with the zombie virus. The python attempted to constrict the dragonet in a counterattack, but its efforts were utterly futile against the dragonet's strength. Moments later, a gust of wind rushed past, tousling Ming and Bai Yuan's hair. The dragonet effortlessly tore the mutated python from its leg and presented it to Ming. Reacting instinctively, he stepped back, raising his hand defensively, and forced a smile. "I appreciate the thought, but you can keep that for yourself." To his utter astonishment, the little creature treated the python as mere noodles, slurping it down with ease. It was a perfect demonstration of gluttony. More importantly, it had grown yet again. Ming stood frozen for half a second, unable to believe his eyes. His hypothesis had manifested before him. The dragonet could consume those infected by the zombie virus and monsters to bolster its own strength, all without succumbing to the virus itself. He was merely an unrefined player, not a scientist, and had no understanding of the underlying principles. All he knew was that this was undoubtedly fortuitous news for him. In this apocalypse, while resources were scarce, zombies and various monsters were in abundance. The familiar whirring of a drone's rotors filled the air. Instantly, the dragonet and Bai Yuan shifted into a combat-ready stance. Ming turned to see a drone of official make, distinguished by its size and the prominent red characters Eagle Falcon emblazoned on its body. He recognized that it was a drone only operable by authorities. They had likely noticed him due to the dragonet's appearance. Chapter 83, A Dragon as a Pet, drawing official attention. Meanwhile, at the control station, the operator piloting the drone sat before the computer, utterly dumbfounded. His original task was to monitor the monstrous occurrences in this region and compile relevant data. However, during his surveillance, he unexpectedly captured a glimpse of a dragon. He deftly maneuvered the drone to follow its trail. But upon noticing the presence of Ming and Bai Yuan, he was momentarily struck by the grim thought that these two individuals were destined for misfortune, likely to be devoured by the ferocious beast. He contemplated activating the microphone to urgently warn Ming and Bai Yuan to seek refuge in the villa. While the villa might not necessarily withstand the might of the dragon, it was worth attempting. Who knew? They might just survive. Yet, the subsequent scene left the operator utterly astounded. Had the dragon not been of such colossal proportions, he would have likened its demeanor before Ming to that of a pet dog. When Ming caressed it, the creature seemed to revel in the affection, rolling over to expose its belly. This was an astonishing contrast to the fierce image of dragons he had previously held. He had watched the footage of the earlier dragon duel numerous times, where the malevolent dragon's brutality was portrayed in vivid detail. He shook his head vigorously, wrapping his cheeks with his hands to regain focus. This was no time for such musings. He needed to report the dragon's sighting in the Fukuyama area immediately. Simultaneously, He commanded the drone to ascend, ensuring that the rotor's noise would not alert the dragon, which could unleash its fiery breath in retaliation. The Eagle Falcon drone was a valuable asset, and he could not afford the weight of such responsibility. What has happened? Xiao Xiao. Soon. Captain Yang Tian received the news and hurried from his office. Captain, during my patrol, I discovered a flying dragon in the Fukuyama area, Zhao Qingji reported. What? Another flying dragon? Yang Tian raised a hand to his forehead, his expression darkening. The devastation wrought by the previous disaster dragon still haunted him, and he feared Fukuyama would become the next region to succumb to calamity. Which fools are luring these monsters out? If they are unlucky, they should refrain from reckless actions. Yang Tian's frustration was palpable. Captain, this time is different. His luck is undoubtedly among the elite at this stage, Zhao Qingji interjected. Among the elite? What do you mean? Yang Tian relaxed his brow, intrigued. From my observations, that dragon has likely forged some sort of pact with the owner of this villa, becoming his pet, Zhao Qingji explained. A dragon? A pet to a human? You cannot be serious. Yang Tian's disbelief was evident. Noticing Yang Tian's skepticism, Zhao Qingji remained calm, swiftly tapping away at the keyboard to bring up the prior video footage. You can see for yourself. He pressed the spacebar, and the video began to play. Yang Tian leaned closer, and with each moment, his composure unraveled further, unable to maintain his calm. It was incredible, truly unbelievable. How had this been accomplished? Yang Tian's expression mirrored what Zhao Qingji was all too familiar with. It was akin to his own earlier astonishment. In any case, send me that video immediately. I need to consult with the higher-ups on how to proceed. Yang Tian clapped Zhao Qingji on the shoulder before turning to leave. Understood, Zhao Qingji responded, promptly compressing the video and sending it to Yang Tian. A few minutes later, Yang Tian arrived swiftly at the door of an office, knocking firmly. Knock, knock, knock. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart to avoid any missteps in conversation. Come in. Upon hearing the response from within, Yang Tian grasped the doorknob and entered with purpose. Yang Tian, what brings you here? Is there more bad news from the city? Someone inquired with concern. I have a video I wish to share with all the leaders, Yang Tian announced, believing that showing rather than telling would be more effective. All right, proceed. The elder with the most authority in the room gestured for Yang Tian to continue. Yes. Yang Tian stepped into the office, shutting the door behind him, and approached a computer. He retrieved a data cable, connecting his phone to the computer. After a few keystrokes, he confirmed the video playback. Another flying dragon. This coloration seems unprecedented. It hasn't been documented before? Indeed, this is its first appearance. Wait, is it attempting to attack the villa's owner? What are those two doing standing there? They should run. As he reached a crescendo of emotion, he abruptly leapt from his chair. Yet, the unfolding scene nearly left everyone agape. Wait, what is that dragon doing? Is it being affectionate? But it's a dragon. How can it show affection to a human? Surely, our comrade Yang isn't fabricating this. You know that's not what I meant. The incredulity was overwhelming. Who was this individual that could tame a dragon? If they could recruit him, many dangers in Jiangcheng would surely be mitigated. The room buzzed with discussion. They were already aware of the villa's presence in Fukuyama and admired Chen Ming's foresight. He had remained safe in the shelter, not relying on his formidable strength to intimidate or harm others. The authorities, preoccupied with the monsters, turned a blind eye to him and the weapons mounted on the walls. Little did they anticipate that he not only possessed profound insights regarding the apocalypse, but also extraordinary fortune. He had managed to catch a dragon as a pet. They believed they understood the dragon's combat prowess better than anyone else. While envious, they were determined to reach out to Chen Ming and persuade him to join the official ranks. They promptly escalated this information. To convince such an individual to serve the government, they needed to present suitable incentives. However, as local leaders, they could not make promises unilaterally, necessitating a report to obtain authorization. Even if they could not recruit Chen Ming, they aimed to stabilize their relationship with him. In their eyes, an individual wielding such immense power was far more intimidating than an equally powerful monster, as his future actions were unpredictable, a veritable ticking time bomb. Back with Chen Ming, he named the young dragon Qingyun and set it to carry by Yuan as they ventured out to hunt zombies and monsters. Their first objective was to gather loot and gain experience. Should they encounter a formidable creature, they would either leave behind a bone or bring back other bodily materials for extraction. If the quantity became excessive, he would personally go forth, select all, and summon a legion of the undead. While he could afford to relax, he doubted they could do the same. Remaining in the villa was, after all, an art form. Chapter 84, The Hunter. Watching Bai Yuan ride off on the dragon, disappearing beyond the horizon and engulfed by darkness, Chen Ming rubbed his exposed arms, gasping at the sudden drop in temperature during Jiangqing's nights. Upon returning to the villa, the chill dissipated. As he walked toward the sofa, he pulled out his phone to check the trajectory of the blood-colored giant. If all went as expected, it should enter Jiangqing around this time tomorrow, and within 2 to 3 hours, it would come into view. He wondered how the knight and the mech compared to the disaster dragon in terms of strength. Chen Ming had never feared the war against monsters. Rather, he began to anticipate the thrill of combat with them. Each fierce encounter bestowed upon him invaluable experience. In the midst of a post-apocalyptic world, experience, in Chen Ming's eyes, held paramount importance. One might even categorize it as SS level. Much like wilderness survival, without sufficient experience, even the finest tools would be rendered useless within mere days. Contemplating this, and seeking assurance, Chen Ming accessed the management page for dangerous wanderers, deciding to utilize several firearm upgrade modules to enhance the power of his shotgun. He noticed no stipulations regarding usage limits. With no restrictions in place, Chen Ming resolved to proceed boldly with his endeavors. Upon locating the firearm upgrade module, he clicked to use it, confirming the target as the dangerous wanderer. Upgrading in progress. Upgrade successful. Known enhancements. In flamethrower mode, flame attack range increased. In grenade mode, power increased. In shotgun mode, bullets gain armor-piercing capabilities and a continuous bleeding effect. Yet, Chen Ming was not content with this. He pressed on with further upgrades. Upgrading in progress. Upgrade successful. Known enhancements. In flamethrower mode, flame burn area increased. In grenade mode, can launch double grenades at once. In shotgun mode, the bleeding effect of bullets enhanced to level 2. He continued, with 7 firearm upgrade modules remaining. It was neither a surplus nor a deficit. Upgrading in progress. Upgrade successful. Known enhancements. In flamethrower mode, flame temperature increased. In grenade mode, can launch up to 5 grenades at once, enhancing lethality and range. In shotgun mode, bullet penetration effect doubled. However, what Chen Ming truly desired was to unlock another new attack mode akin to the flamethrower. Yet upon reflection, cramming too many functions into a single firearm would only complicate matters and render it unwieldy. After 3 consecutive upgrades, the shotgun's power, combined with the penetration effect, led Chen Ming to believe that the Blood Knight might not be able to withstand it. Coupled with the sustained high explosive output from the infinite ammunition skill, the scales of victory undoubtedly tilted in Chen Ming's favor. Just as Chen Ming was about to reinforce his weapon further, the voice of a female news anchor on the television caught his attention. More specifically, it was the content of her broadcast. The anchor stated, according to the latest report from the Gentleman's Kingdom's Land News Agency, a first-class Special Forces soldier, Yuga Vandik, has awakened an SS-level skill, Vampire. This skill allows him to strengthen himself by consuming the blood of others, simultaneously converting the victims into night minions, who, while gaining power, are cursed to fear sunlight. A vampire? Chen Ming fell into contemplation. Fortunately, the limitation of fearing sunlight, necessitating nocturnal activity, seemed to impose a restriction on the number of minions as well. Otherwise, citizens of the Gentleman's Kingdom could simply queue up, allowing him to feast on their blood without resistance. In such a scenario, the empire on which the sun never sets would vanish entirely from the annals of history. After all, how could these fanged beings operate in the daylight? As portrayed in numerous literary works, sunlight would reduce them to ashes. With vampires now emerging, it wouldn't be long before zombies made their entrance as well. Chen Ming mused, wondering if modern Maoshan sorcery would prove effective against them. At that moment, the female anchor finished her report on the situation in the Gentleman's Kingdom. The male anchor followed suit. In other news, retired General Su Jinshan has acquired an SS-level skill, Berserker Iron Fist. He has since restored his military rank and joined the army combating zombie monsters. Su Jinshan. Chen Ming pulled out his phone and typed in Su Jinshan's name. The elderly man was already 76 years old. However, as someone possessing multiple SS-level skills, Chen Ming was keenly aware that the moment one awakens a skill, their physical attributes significantly improve, and their lifespan extends accordingly. At 76, he could still be in his prime. Chen Ming suspected that the old general's acquisition of an SS-level skill must have occurred long ago, kept under stringent secrecy. Given Su Jinshan's past experiences, if he had awakened an SS-level skill, he certainly would not have idly waited for the authorities to approach him. He would be eager to participate in the war against monsters at the very next opportunity, even at the cost of his life. He would strive to protect the hard-won peace of the Great Xia, built upon mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Otherwise, he would have no face to meet the countless brothers, soldiers, and innocent civilians who had perished. The authorities likely chose to disclose the old general's situation primarily due to the emergence of the SS-level vampire skill. On one hand, they feared that individuals might seek refuge to gain strength, resulting in mass desertion. On the other, it served as a warning to the Gentleman's Kingdom that they were not the only ones possessing SS-level skills. If malice truly brewed within, it would be prudent not to cast covetous eyes upon the Great Xia. Perhaps there were far more secrets concealed than these. In Chen Ming's view, this was an age-old tradition. In the past, a saying had circulated on the internet: being overly backward can be displayed. Once something is revealed, there are bound to be better alternatives. In the ensuing days, reports of various nations acquiring S and SS-level skills flooded the internet in an explosive surge. Naturally, the majority of these were skills below SS level. Meanwhile, representatives from nearly 200 countries engaged in vigorous discussions regarding cooperation within the United Organization. As the most severely impacted hawks, they were compelled to lower their once proud heads and engage with others on equal footing. These individuals understood that those wielding extraordinary abilities could not be compared to Special Forces soldiers. Forcing a merger of the two would only lead to mutual detriment. One side adhered to strict organizational discipline, while the other consisted largely of ordinary individuals suddenly endowed with immense power. They needed a wholly new and distinct identity. They aimed to forge them into saviors of the world, enhancing their sense of honor and the public's trust in them. Throughout history, ordinary people have instinctively viewed those who are excessively powerful as anomalies, equating them with monsters. Without exception, all nations wish to prevent an adversarial dynamic from emerging between ordinary citizens and the awakened. Ultimately, after collective deliberation, it was unanimously decided to define these individuals as exceptional humans hunting monsters, simplifying the term to hunters. Chapter 85, Team Dungeon Hunters? Ming felt indifferent toward this designation. Neither did he harbor affection nor disdain for it. It was merely a label. As for whether he should join the hunter organization, that question was not on his agenda for the time being. The reason was simple. Joining an organization was to seek refuge, to have others lend a helping hand in times of peril, and to enjoy various conveniences. However, Ming could effortlessly achieve these things on his own. With the equipment and various survival resources stored in his space, he could easily establish a guild of his own if he so desired. With the qualifications and strength to rise above millions, why would he choose to be a pawn, subordinate to another, merely to be manipulated? Ming bore no masochistic tendencies. At present, he simply wished to grow stronger through interdimensional fishing. Feeling restless, he decided to cast a couple of lines. Meanwhile, the television news screen displayed a replay notification in the upper right corner, indicating that no significant news required special broadcasting, allowing more people to become aware of the previously shared content. In the vast realm of the Great Xia, it is implausible for everyone to remain glued to their television screens at all times. With a flick of the wrist, one opens the portal to the myriad of worlds and casts their fishing line. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Critical hit. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100 pieces of Spirit Field. S-Rank Item Spirit Field. A plot of land that can be placed with a single click. The soil is infused with abundant spiritual energy, which not only accelerates the germination and growth of seeds, but also completely wards off pests and diseases, while enhancing the size, flavor, and nutrition of the fruits. Is this a suggestion that I should transition to a farming life? Coincidentally, Ming had amassed a considerable collection of seeds from his previous scavenging in the marketplace. He retrieved a bag of tomato seeds, intending to test the efficacy of the Spirit Field. Rising from the sofa, he strolled towards the backyard, where ample idle space existed besides the swimming pool. Ming approached a vacant patch of grass, opened his backpack, and selected a piece of Spirit Field, square and symmetrical, measuring 3 meters in both length and width. He maneuvered it, adjusting until the designated area shifted from red to green, confirming the absence of obstacles, and clicked place. In a mere second, the original grassland transformed into a patch of dark soil. Ming produced a small shovel from his storage space, dug several holes, scattered the seeds within, and covered them up. Little did he anticipate that just as he buried them, the soil would rise, sprouting tender green shoots. Is this growth rate not indicative of some kind of cheat? With this thought, Ming felt an uncanny sensation. Upon reflection, had he not effectively been utilizing a cheat? At this rate, he surmised, it would not take a day for the vibrant red fruits to appear. With renewed vigor, Ming retrieved additional spirit fields, replacing all the non-edible plants. What use were they? It was far more prudent to convert everything into spirit fields, achieving self-sufficiency while indulging in the joy of farming. Cucumbers, pumpkins, watermelons, carrots, sweet potatoes, various seeds, all receiving their fair share. Ming's heart brimmed with anticipation for the forthcoming harvest. He jested to himself, indeed. The notion of farming is engraved in the very genes of the people of Great Xia, an immutable truth. He finally comprehended why so many were less concerned with the act of lunar exploration and more fixated on whether crops could thrive on the moon. Having completed his tasks, Ming closed the door and returned to the living room. Qingyun has successfully slain a zombie. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a wooden treasure chest. Qingyun has successfully slain a titan zombie. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a black iron treasure chest. Baiyuan has successfully slain a titan zombie. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a black iron treasure chest. Seizing a moment, Ming summoned the treasure chest panel he had previously concealed. Upon opening it, the rewards kept refreshing, their frequency only increasing. He decided to set it aside once again, allowing it to operate autonomously. Grasping his phone, he switched back to the background operation of the Myriad Worlds fishing button. His thumb pressed, start fishing. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an S-Rank skill, Sword Chi. Sword Chi, a skill that the officials had just fervently promoted. And now he reels it in as if it were a common catch. Ming accepted it with satisfaction. He bore no qualms about sharing skills with others. In fact, it was preferable. It effectively reduced the number of potential competitors. Under conditions of equal skill usage, Ming might not stand as the superior, yet fortuitously. He possessed numerous S-rank, even SS, and SSS-rank skills. His strategy hinged on possessing what others had, and what they did not. Continuously applying psychological pressure to achieve victory without a fight. Onward. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Critical hit. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 10,000 health potions. What a bounty. 10,000 health potions? This fishing endeavor rivaled the rewards from countless secret realm explorations. The extraordinary luck and critical hit effect were indeed remarkable. He accepted it all without hesitation, knowing no such thing as modesty. As Ming contemplated exploiting his success and utilizing the remaining enhanced fishing attempts, a line of text suddenly materialized before him. It was as if an unseen hand had inscribed it out of thin air, not displayed on a virtual panel. Fisher Yihuahua has struck immense luck, reeling in a team dungeon. You are within the radius and have been selected to participate in the secret realm activity. Teleportation will commence in 3 minutes. 002:49. Ming was genuinely taken aback. This was a novel twist. Anyone within the fixed radius would be forcibly teleported to join the dungeon. It was hard to fathom the feelings of those who had holed up at home, believing they had stockpiled ample resources to evade the impending apocalypse. Upon receiving this message, how might they react? They would likely curse the fisherman named Yihuahua with fervor. However, for Ming, the sentiment was entirely the opposite. Since such an opportunity to reap rewards had presented itself, he welcomed it with open arms. He eagerly anticipated the considerable gains this dungeon venture might yield. As the countdown reached its conclusion, portals opened above and below him, swiftly enveloping his form in a blinding light. When the two portals converged entirely, Ming vanished from the villa, leaving no trace behind. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by an entirely transformed scene, a complete metamorphosis. Almost immediately, a cacophony of curses reached his ears. Who the hell is that bastard Yihuahua? Chapter 86. Trust in Brother Wong. Damn it. I was minding my own business at home, just trying to develop quietly, and now I've been teleported to this godforsaken place. How disgusting. Just as I was about to finish my last bowl of instant noodles, not a single bite was taken. Those who are inexperienced with luck should not meddle. If misfortune befalls them, it is one thing, but to drag everyone else down with them? Who is Yihuahua? Are you Yihuahua? Huh. As events unfolded precisely as Ming had anticipated, the fisherman nicknamed Yihuahua had suddenly become the target of collective ire, facing a veritable onslaught. Some wielded kitchen knives. Others brandished steel rods, all poised to exact vengeance. Observing this, Ming was even less inclined to reveal the truth. Indeed, he had already deduced who was responsible for luring them into this team dungeon. He had keenly noted a certain individual discreetly retreating to the outskirts of the crowd, attempting to minimize detection. He found no inclination to expose him. After all, this unexpected surprise was a gift in itself, not to speak of gratitude or revenge. He simply thought, brothers, let us set aside this Yihuahua for now. We must remain calm and strategize on how to unite and conquer this dungeon together. The elder brother spoke wisely. To my knowledge, there exists but one method to escape this dungeon. What method? The question came forth immediately. To vanquish the ultimate boss within. Yet, as far as the eye can see, it is an endless expanse of golden sands. Where shall we seek it? Even if we were to find it, how could we hope to defeat such an adversary? To be candid, I am merely an E-rank hunter, possessing the ability to summon ice pillars. The middle-aged man, who initially stepped forward to unite us, confessed, no longer concealing his true strength. According to him, his name is Wang Chong. Has someone already begun to claim the title of hunter so soon? Ming remained silent, like an outsider. Wang Chong, concerned that the others might doubt his abilities, crystallized a diamond-shaped shard of ice at his fingertips. The shard was no larger than a single finger. This was primarily to minimize the consumption of mental energy, lest he find himself unable to unleash his skills against the boss, thus becoming mere prey. Upon witnessing the shard of ice, the crowd immediately accepted Wang Chong's identity as a hunter, filled with admiration, regarding him as their savior. My heavens, it is indeed a skill. How formidable. Great leader. Take me to victory. Wang Chong displayed his leadership qualities, inquiring whether any other brothers present had also acquired skills. In such a moment, there is no need for concealment. Uniting our efforts to conquer the dungeon and escape this wretched place is the optimal strategy, for the strength of one is ultimately limited. As he spoke, a chorus of agreement arose. I am an F-rank hunter, with the skill of basic healing. A young woman, appearing to be in her early 20s, slowly raised her hand. Her demeanor timid. Excellent. With a healer among us, we can charge forth boldly to battle the monsters. Wang Chong, perceiving her lack of confidence, encouraged her. Thank you. I will certainly strive to do my best. Inspired, the young woman's eyes sparkled with determination. My skill is E-rank thrust, and I have trained in swordsmanship for 3 years. Although I did not acquire a skill, I possess this. With that, a young man produced a firearm from behind him. Some recoiled in fright, but Wang Chong calmly asked, do you know how to use it? Absolutely. The young man nodded firmly, I often practice at the shooting range. Excellent. You will be responsible for providing ranged support against the monsters. Wang Chong made his arrangements. At present, he was the one with the highest known skill level and naturally exhibited leadership qualities, so no one objected to his directives. They all looked to him for guidance in their quest for survival. With no other options, this group of 100 needed a cornerstone of support. Aware of his own inadequacies, Ming prepared to depart alone when Wang Chong hastily pursued him, asking, "Where are you going? I am not skilled in collaboration. You need not count me in." Ming wished to avoid wasting time. He believed he could defeat the final boss on his own. In this unknown environment, venturing alone was perilously reckless. Remaining with the group would significantly increase the odds of survival. Wang Chong earnestly persuaded him, unwilling to lose a potentially valuable combatant. "There is no need for that. I appreciate your concern." With that, Ming strode away. Seeing Ming's resolve, Wang Chong could only shrug in resignation and return to the others, asking, "Is there anyone else who wishes to venture into the dungeon alone, like him? Brother Wang, we are resolutely following you." That fool is utterly deluded, thinking this is a picnic? This is a secret realm even special forces dare not tread. I have a feeling he will be the first to perish at the hands of the monsters. Naturally, if you were a monster, would you let a solitary individual go unchecked? Ignoring Brother Wang's advice will lead to dire consequences. Well, let him be. It's futile to reason with a fool. Returning to the matter at hand, how many of you have yet to utilize your fishing opportunities? Hurry and give it a try. Who knows what skills you might catch? With their survival instincts ignited, they eagerly sought every opportunity to secure their existence. Those who had never registered for the World Fishing event began to sign up under Wang Chong's guidance, starting to fish. Among the 30 or so individuals, 2 struck luck and acquired skills. Though they were both F rank, they undeniably enhanced the group's combat potential. Additionally, they managed to fish up a considerable amount of food and water resources. The significance of water in the desert, especially under the scorching sun, was self-evident. Wang Chong temporarily took charge of these resources, managing and distributing them strictly to ensure their survival for longer. Believe in yourselves. We shall endure this apocalyptic calamity and safely exit this dungeon. Wang Chong raised his arm high, aiming to bolster the morale of the group. Trust in Brother Wang. Trust in Brother Wang. One person responded, and soon a chorus of voices echoed, all joining in. At that moment, someone suddenly noticed the yellow sand at their feet was shifting slowly. Although he was no expert in this area, he was aware of the terrifying nature of quicksand. Fearing that the area where they all stood might be quicksand, he prepared to warn Wang Chong and the others, deciding to retreat to a safer distance first. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted as a colossal, bone-colored creature burst forth from the sand. The so-called quicksand was merely a consequence of its movements beneath the surface. It resembled a serpent, with scales overlapping like armor. It opened its gaping maw, filled with rows of sharp teeth, and lunged at Wang Chong, swallowing both him and the sand in one fell swoop. The sound of bones crunching echoed as blood gushed forth from the gaps in its unclosable jaws. The very individual who had just been elected as their leader, possessing an E-rank skill, was thus slaughtered. The 100 individuals present fell into a profound silence. Chapter 87. Do you enjoy moral coercion? Rather than being astonished that Wang Chong, as an E-rank hunter, had been consumed whole by the monster, the crowd was even more taken aback as they slowly lifted their gazes, overwhelmed by the monster's massive form. They felt it was entirely justified to describe its size as blinding and overshadowing. What in the world is this? Someone screamed, stepping back until losing balance and collapsing to the ground. With all attention fixed on the creature, none could spare a moment to watch their footing. The sand, scorched by the sun, was excruciatingly hot, sending a searing sensation through their pants, forcing one to leap up as if shocked. It resembled the sandworm monsters from movies, lurking underground and preying on humans. Hey, don't you all possess skills? Hurry up and attack it. What are you waiting for? Screw you. If you want me to die, just say so. A few F-rank hunters became increasingly agitated upon hearing someone suggest they sacrifice themselves, unwilling to lay down their lives to protect strangers. The only reason they had stepped forward earlier to admit their skills was due to Wang Chong's inspiring words and the prevailing atmosphere. They had relished the fleeting sensation of being revered as heroes. Now, faced with imminent danger, survival was their foremost concern, and they had no time to worry about the fates of others. You cowardly lot! How dare you call yourselves heroes or hunters? Seeing their reluctance to engage with the sandworm, discontentment brewed. Hey, don't try to play moral coercion on me. I never claimed to be a hero, nor has the country awarded me a certificate. I am merely a hunter, just an ordinary person like you all. Moreover, while I may be incapable of vanquishing the monsters, I possess more than enough prowess to eliminate you. It would be wise not to provoke me. As I observed the woman in business attire, who had been incessantly complaining, her eyes softened in an instant upon witnessing a fireball coalesce in the hands of her opponent. Stop dawdling. Run. Someone shouted in utter panic. The crowd, jolted from their stupor, beheld the gaping maw, as abyssal as the depths of despair, looming perilously close, threatening to engulf them whole. Terror gripped them, yet the soft, Yielding sand beneath their feet significantly hampered their escape. Even those among them who were athletes found themselves unable to gain any considerable lead. Help! Please, help me. Don't eat me. I haven't bathed in 3 days. I'm not appetizing. They cried. Have mercy. Anyone, please save me. The anguished pleas echoed in the air, spurring the athletes onward, their eyes tightly shut as they charged forward, instinctively fleeing, fully aware that their odds of survival were exceedingly slim, yet unwilling to surrender prematurely. Simply put, they were terrified of death. Just then, a fierce gust of wind surged from behind, causing one athlete to stumble and roll down the dune. As he attempted to rise and flee, he discovered that one of his legs had been fractured. At that moment, a sandworm erupted from the dune, sending a storm of yellow sand swirling into the air. Many were launched skyward, scattered like autumn leaves. The sandworm opened its massive maw, efficiently swallowing a dozen individuals whole in one swift motion, devouring them in one fell swoop, leaving nothing but remnants of their existence. Coughing and gasping, the athlete waved his hand in front of his face, desperately trying to clear the suffocating sand that had lodged itself in his throat, only to find himself buried beneath a mound of yellow sand. Wait, what is that? As his gaze sharpened, he and the others were seized by a fresh wave of terror at the sight before them. A colossal dragon, its scales aglow with a fiery black hue, dominated their field of vision. In comparison, the sandworm appeared almost diminutive. The dragon's claws seized the sandworm by its vulnerable underbelly, piercing through its scales and embedding deep within its flesh, anchoring it in place. No matter how the sandworm writhed and thrashed, it could not escape the dragon's grasp. I recognize that dragon. I saw it trending online, someone recalled. You mean the dragon from that video about the dual dragon battle? Yes. But how did it end up in this realm? As the realization dawned, the remaining individuals began to remember the truth of the matter. Look, there's someone standing atop the dragon's head. Someone. No way, exclaimed a young man as he hastily retrieved his smartphone, magnifying the image 50 times. What the? Isn't that the brother who left alone just now? It turned out he was the much-discussed Dragon Master, renowned across the internet. No wonder he had seemed so unfazed by this perilous realm. It was not arrogance, but confidence. If he possesses such capability, why didn't he reveal it sooner? Allowing so many to perish? It's infuriating. Indeed, with great power comes great responsibility. I can't comprehend how all the good fortune seems to gravitate towards such individuals. If you had acted sooner, my son would still be alive. Return my son to me. The cries for vengeance echoed, directed at Chen Ming, who had deliberately concealed his strength. Chen Ming raised his hand, halting the dragon of calamity as it prepared to sever the sandworm's head. Oh, you enjoy moral coercion, do you? Very well then, he mused, committing the faces of each accuser to memory, one of the many remarkable applications of his S-class supermemory. Chen Ming was a man of gratitude and retribution. The dozen or so who had not regarded their survival as an obligation remained silent, while he used his control over the sand to swiftly shape it into half-domed shelters without exits. As for the remaining 20 or 30 individuals, Chen Ming commanded the dragon of calamity to release the sandworm, granting it its freedom. With a resounding thud, the dragon, measuring over 50 meters in length, landed heavily, sending a plume of yellow sand soaring high into the air before crashing back down. The sandworm, however, bore no grudge against Chen Ming. Instinct drove it to attack those few who had managed to catch their breath. Hey, what is going on? Why is he releasing that monster? Don't just stand there. Save us. Save you? It's clear he intends to kill us. How can he stand by and do nothing? Doesn't he have a conscience? As the sandworm began to devour individuals one by one, Chen Ming felt no pangs of guilt. Rather, he experienced a sense of relief. In this apocalyptic world, there was no reason to endure unnecessary suffering. It's difficult to be a good person. Why not embrace the role of a living tyrant? Retribution for grievances. After the sandworm consumed its final victim, it was once again captured by the dragon of calamity, which crushed it beneath its claws. The sand shelters collapsed in succession, allowing a group of individuals to see daylight once more. They had no time to recover before a colossal tail swept overhead, sending a tempest of sand swirling, rendering their eyes unable to open. Once they adjusted, they followed the direction of the low growl and beheld the sandworm, pinned to the ground, desperately attempting to bite the dragon of calamity. Seizing the opportunity, the dragon clamped down with its claws, crushing the sandworm's upper jaw. With a powerful heave, it lifted the sandworm into the air. Grasping its underbelly and head, the dragon exerted force, tearing the creature asunder. Blood gushed forth in torrents, cascading like a waterfall. Chapter 88, Identity Revealed. For a being of the dragon of calamity's caliber, exterminating a sandworm was as effortless as squashing an ant. The sandworm posed no threat whatsoever. Is this a jest? Such a fearsome creature, obliterated in an instant? It seems perfectly reasonable to me. After all, it can slay dragons of equal rank without so much as a scratch. The saying comparison breeds contempt rings true. Look at the catch I've reeled in, and then observe the competition. It's impossible not to acknowledge my unfortunate luck. Incredible. That group had the audacity to challenge him. They were truly deluded and courting disaster. I fervently hoped to one day attain such formidable strength. At this moment, Chen Ming, the Dragon Master, undoubtedly became a divine figure in the eyes of the surviving individuals. His might rendered them awestruck. So, that sandworm must be the boss of this realm? Since it has been vanquished, can we not depart from this place? Before the words could fully escape, a series of explosive sounds erupted from all directions, sending clouds of yellow sand soaring dozens of meters into the air. Once the dust settled, the heinous sandworms hidden within became visible. In contrast to the previous sandworm, these were merely in their juvenile stage. Now, not only were there numerous sandworms, but many exceeded 100 meters in length. They opened their gaping maws, their fangs gleaming with a deadly sheen, eager to feast upon the dragon of calamity. Unfortunately, the undead possessed no flesh to devour. Faced with the onslaught of 7 or 8 sandworms, the dragon of calamity opened its mouth wide. A searing inferno erupted, easily overshadowing the blazing sun above, turning the already arid desert into an even more desolate wasteland. Many individuals hastily retrieved their phones, activating the universal fishing app, and pulled out bottles of water from their bags, unscrewing the caps, and drinking deeply. After consuming nearly half a bottle, they found some relief from the parched sensation in their throats, akin to a blade cutting through their insides. Such an exaggerated flame. It effortlessly reduced the majority of those wretched insects to charred remnants. If he so desired, we would undoubtedly be transformed into mere ashes in an instant, wouldn't we? Is this the prowess of a dragon master? How formidable! How wonderful it would be if I could one day become a dragon master myself. Time for a rest. Dreams encompass everything. Alas, such a plot is beyond the realm of dreams. You truly know how to strike at the heart, don't you? Chen Ming's overwhelming strength momentarily caused everyone to forget they were ensnared in a circle of monsters. Successfully slain the colossal sandworm. Congratulations, host. You have obtained bronze treasure chest 1. Successfully slain the colossal sandworm. Congratulations, host. You have obtained bronze treasure chest 2. After dispatching 6 sandworms that had launched an attack against him, along with the initial one, Chen Ming decisively selected all and extracted. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant, Colossal Sandworm 7. Bang, bang, bang. As several colossal sandworms erupted once more from the vast, ocean-like expanse of yellow sand, Chen Ming resolved to instigate a bout of mutual destruction. The clash of titans. The shadow gate opened from the ground, and one by one, the colossal sandworms emerged, standing upright like cobras. What is this? A mutated species? It appears even more perilous. Do you not find them reminiscent of that dragon? Indeed. Could it be? Before the thought could fully form, a massive undead sandworm surged past, viciously biting into one of the colossal sandworms that was preparing to launch an assault on Chen Ming. Hundreds of teeth, akin to a meat grinder, relentlessly tore through the colossal sandworm's armor and flesh. Blood sprayed forth like a torrential downpour, drenching everyone in a foul stench. Fortunately, the blood of the sandworms lacked corrosive properties. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to charred, smoking bones long ago. Returning to the struggle of titans, even after being bitten, the sandworm attempted to resist, yet the undead exhibited a clear superiority in collaboration. Another undead sandworm approached from the opposite side, biting into the sandworm and savagely severing its head, which fell heavily onto the sand. Throughout the ordeal, the remaining sandworms seemed oblivious, fixated solely on avenging the disaster dragon. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant, Catastrophe Sandworm 3. Regrettably, under the limitless extraction of undead, Chen Ming's army of sandworms continued to swell, rendering the prospect of revenge increasingly bleak. The abyssal maw appeared to be nearing the catastrophe dragon when it was suddenly thwarted by a collision with an undead sandworm. The stench of blood and chaos never ceased. The number of black creatures grew ever larger. Could it be that the Dragon Master and that necromancer are, in fact, one and the same? Can he truly resurrect the fallen beasts and bend them to his will? What manner of skill is this? S-rank, SS, or perhaps SSS? Though the precise rank of his abilities was unclear, I am unequivocally certain that his skills are, thus far, unrivaled. There is no equal. This assertion garnered unanimous agreement from all. The evidence lay bare before them, leaving no room for doubt. As sandworms continued to emerge in droves from below, someone lamented that, should this continue, his legion would inevitably outnumber the monsters. Though merely a casual remark, the shock it left on everyone lingered long after. Imagining a grand scene of Chen Ming leading billions of undead monsters, a profound sense of dread enveloped me, rendering me speechless. When I raised my gaze to Chen Ming once more, he loomed like a mountain shrouded in mist, seemingly limitless. Even the most elite climbers would be daunted at the prospect of challenging him. Successfully slain the colossal sandworm. Congratulations, host. You have obtained bronze treasure chest 3. Successfully slain the colossal sandworm. Congratulations, host. You have obtained bronze treasure chest 2. Extracting Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant, Undead Sandworm 9. Everything settled into a temporary calm. Chen Ming had amassed a total of 54 undead sandworms. In terms of both quantity and difficulty, this truly exemplified a team dungeon, yet the challenge was simply beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Not even 100, 1,000, or 10,000 could hope to slay a single colossal sandworm upon entering. Thunderous roars. Chen Ming's assertion of temporary tranquility was soon put to the test. The king of the colossal sandworms could no longer contain itself and decided to intervene personally. Chapter 89, Teleportation. The hue of this creature is more fittingly termed queen. Chen Ming mused with interest. Unlike the other colossal sandworms, this particular beast could be described as beautiful, according to his monstrous standards, of course. Its length appeared to exceed 200 meters, apart from its white abdomen. The rest of its body bore a gradient of cherry blossom pink. It possessed 6 long, spear-like appendages glimmering with razor-sharp edges, raised in a posture reminiscent of a mantis preparing for battle. Its diamond-shaped head, adorned with a pair of broad horns, resembled a soaring eagle. The specialized feeding pincers of this arthropod were capable of crushing anything in existence. With 6 eyes radiating a gem-like brilliance, the undead sandworms quickly encircled it upon sensing its presence. The sandworm queen remained remarkably composed, slicing through one of the undead sandworms with a semi-transparent wave of energy. A blade of energy? Chen Ming had not anticipated that even insects had evolved such capabilities. Realizing the undead sandworms were no match for the sandworm queen, Chen Ming promptly submerged them into the shadow realm. With a firm step, the catastrophe dragon understood the cue, opening its maw to unleash a torrent of dragon flames. The searing blaze surged forth towards the sandworm queen like a pillar. In response to the flames, the sandworm queen wielded her dual blades, unleashing a crosscut of energy that cleaved the fire into 4 segments. The 2 formidable energies ultimately negated each other. It seems this creature has indeed met the standards of a golden treasure chest, Chen Ming murmured softly. In terms of actual combat prowess, he firmly believed the catastrophe dragon surpassed it. However, he had no desire to squander time observing a duel between the two. The outcome would not be determined anytime soon. The sandworm queen, clad in pink armor, appeared to possess considerable defensive capabilities. Boom, boom. The winds howled as 2 blades of wind bore down upon him. Chen Ming raised his hand, palm upward, swiftly conjuring his own blade of wind. With a gentle wave, the wind blade shot forth. Silent, unseen. Faced with the S-Rank Skill wind blade, the sandworm queen's wind blade was palpably inferior, shattering upon contact. Chen Ming, utilizing his object manipulation technique, corrected the trajectory of the wind blade, targeting the sandworm queen for a dual strike. There was no need to squander an attack. A 2-for-1 was far more prudent. The sandworm queen's eyes seemed capable of perceiving things invisible to the human eye, for delicate and translucent wings, reminiscent of cicada wings, unfurled behind her. Realizing that escaping underground was no longer an option, she decided to alter her strategy and took to the skies to evade. However, despite her meticulous calculations, she failed to anticipate Chen Ming's wind blade, which possessed a remote control function. With a gentle flick of his fingers, the wind blade instantly changed direction, executing a dramatic turn and piercing straight up at a 90-degree angle. It struck with precision, slicing into the soft underbelly of the sandworm queen, eviscerating her. Subsequently, her head was cleaved as well. The wings ceased to flutter, and she plummeted from the sky. Boom. The impact of her colossal 100-meter form created a splash more astonishing than any prior. The cleanup is yours, Chen Ming instructed the Dragon of Calamity. The absence of a kill notification indicated that the sandworm queen still lived, likely possessing self-healing abilities. As a boss guarding the secret realm, this was entirely expected and not surprising. Boom. Following Chen Ming's command, the Dragon of Calamity unleashed flames, incinerating the queen's innards. A unique aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air, soon replaced by the acrid scent of charred flesh. Boom. The Dragon of Calamity intensified its fiery assault. Kill of the sandworm queen successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a golden chest. Observing the queen's shell beginning to warp and melt, Chen Ming could no longer remain seated. He quickly selected and initiated the extraction of her essence. He had no intention of missing out on such a formidable undead being. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead minion, Sandworm Queen. With the treasure chest and the undead in hand, Chen Ming smiled with satisfaction. Congratulations on successfully defeating the boss, completing the secret realm instance, and receiving the completion gift package. The others returned empty-handed, having not lifted a finger throughout the encounter. The system was strict in rewarding contributions, and they expressed no grievances. Preserving their lives was already a stroke of fortune, and they dared not seek more. Even now, they struggled to comprehend how Chen Ming had slain the Sandworm Queen. Everything about him seemed cloaked in mystery, filled with the unknown. Witnessing the portal before him open, Chen Ming stepped inside, summoning the Dragon of Calamity. There was no need for him to linger in this place. All that needed to be vanquished had been, and all that was to be claimed had been secured. He plopped down onto his sofa, retrieved a chilled beer, opened it, and drank heartily, exclaiming, "Ah, truly, there is no place as comfortable as home." However, he thought it would be beneficial to have more instances like this. Creatures of the Sandworm Queen's caliber were seldom seen in reality. Ming wished to extract more powerful apocalyptic monsters to enhance his own leverage. Setting down his beer, now less than a third full, he opened the virtual panel, accessed his storage space, and located the freshly acquired golden chest and completion gift package. After pondering for a few seconds, he decided to open the completion gift package first. Would you like to open the completion gift package? Open. Opening in progress. Opening successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Insect Wings X4, Queen's Gauntlets X2, Swift Boots X2, and Mega Mana Potion X5. Once donned, the gauntlets and boots could conceal their presence, allowing for normal daily life without disruption. The primary material of the Queen's gauntlets was derived from the Sandworm Queen's carapace, providing formidable protection against blades and bullets alike. The boots would enhance Chen Ming's agility. Yet, what captivated Chen Ming's attention most were the insect wings. The preview resembled those he had observed on the Sandworm Queen's back. Clicking to view the details, he read, "Insect wings. When equipped, you will gain the ability to fly. And when not in use, they can be completely concealed like other equipment, becoming visible at will." So, does this mean I can soar through the skies without controlling objects or wielding a sword? To equip such an extraordinary item, with wings sprouting from a human form, was remarkable indeed. Despite his verbal skepticism, upon understanding their utility, he promptly equipped them to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards the remaining golden chest. Opening in progress. Opening successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired an S-Rank skill, Teleportation. S-Rank skill Teleportation. You can teleport freely within a specified range on the map, completing the action in 1 second. Teleportation. Ming quickly opened the map to confirm that the designated range encompassed the entire territory of the Great Xia. As soon as he obtained this skill, his mind immediately drifted to the Blood Knight. Chapter 90. Harvesting ahead of time. It seemed he could gather resources ahead of schedule. A glint of greed flickered in Chen Ming's eyes. He had long coveted the Blood Knight. He was convinced he could transform him into a capable general within his undead army, a core force. Accessing the quick link saved on his desktop, he navigated to the browser and the Yangsher official website. He then clicked on the shortcut icon for the Blood Knight's route. The mobile screen displayed 2 segments. The upper half showed real-time footage from a drone, while the lower half displayed a satellite map with a red dot representing the Blood Knight. The convenience of the teleportation skill lay in its ability to select coordinates from any map, enabling Chen Ming to teleport at any time and place. Zooming in on the map, he clearly delineated the city streets and buildings. He selected a high-rise situated along the Blood Knight's path. Coordinates confirmed. Would you like to teleport? Faced with the prompt on the system panel, Chen Ming did not hesitate to confirm. Teleportation in progress. Teleportation successful. As Chen Ming opened his eyes, the scenery shifted dramatically. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy footsteps thundered in his ears like a rolling storm. Chen Ming looked up to see a knight clad in blood-red armor, towering far beyond his expectations, sweeping past him. Uncertain of his destination or purpose, Chen Ming mused, "Am I too small to be noticed?" With a self-deprecating smile, he quickly retrieved the dangerous wanderer mech from his storage space, checking the option, automatically enter cockpit upon retrieval. Confirming the extraction of the mech, it materialized before him, and he promptly donned his gear, finding himself in the cockpit in an instant. One could say this operating system was quite intuitive, always optimizing new features that Chen Ming desired. The Blood Knight seemed to sense the mech's presence, stopping for the first time in recorded history. As he turned, Chen Ming raised his shotgun and pulled the trigger. Bang! Sparks erupted as the bullets scattered. In the night, the flames illuminated a vast area. Chen Ming had expected the Blood Knight to be knocked back by his shot. However, the knight's reaction speed exceeded Chen Ming's expectations. Swiftly raising his great sword, he positioned it like a shield before him. The sword's material was exceptional. Despite taking a close-range shotgun blast, it only left behind a series of barely noticeable, densely packed holes. The tremendous force propelled the Blood Knight back 3 to 4 meters. As Chen Ming contemplated the continuation of his assault, the Blood Knight, with a single hand, swung his colossal sword upward, aiming to sever the weapon from Chen Ming's grasp. Quick as a flash, Chen Ming activated his S-grade skill, executing a short-range teleportation. In an instant, he vanished, only to reappear behind the Blood Knight. Aiming at the exposed back, he elevated the gun's muzzle. Bang, bang, bang. He unleashed a trio of shots in rapid succession. Flames erupted skyward, the sheer force propelling the Blood Knight several steps forward, nearly causing him to stumble. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, extending his leg and bracing himself with his foot to stabilize his stance. To Chen Ming's astonishment, the 3 shots left merely a few fissures on the knight's armor. Truly, this adversary was remarkably resilient. Rather than feeling anger, Chen Ming found himself amused. The stronger the Blood Knight appeared, the more delighted he became, for once he was extracted as a wraith, this formidable strength would be inherited without reservation. Confronted by the advancing Blood Knight wielding the immense sword, Chen Ming switched to grenade mode and pulled the trigger. A resounding bang echoed as a uniquely designed grenade, smoother than a soccer ball and composed of hexagonally arranged color blocks, was launched. What made it special? Upon exiting the barrel and identifying the enemy, it would automatically split into 5 grenades, precisely surrounding the target. The moment they impacted the ground, bang, 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 bang. The 5 grenades detonated simultaneously, flames surged forth, and thick smoke billowed, engulfing most of the Blood Knight's form. Triggering his S-grade execution skill, Chen Ming clearly saw the health bar hovering above the Blood Knight's head, indicating a remaining health of 92. After such a barrage, only 8 points of health were deducted. This armor was indeed capable of absorbing damage, much to Chen Ming's surprise. Were it not for the significant disparity in their sizes, he might have been reluctant to damage this exquisite armor. Wouldn't it be better to don it himself? Meanwhile, the dangerous wanderer mecha emerged, engaging in fierce combat with the Blood Knight, and this spectacle had become widely known throughout the Great Xia. The authorities did not conceal the news but chose instead to broadcast it live. Chen Ming's willingness to eliminate the Blood Knight was viewed as a boon with no drawbacks. The Knight's disappearance would alleviate public panic and aid in rescue operations. In the official live stream, the comments flowed rapidly. The Mecha Celestial? I thought he was in Jiang City. How did he end up facing the Blood Knight? He is truly a born hunter, managing to gain the upper hand against such a formidable monster. His weapon is absurdly powerful. It can serve as a shotgun, launch grenades, and even spew fire. If our special forces were equipped with such arms, how could the apocalypse persist? Could this person be recruited by the authorities? It's possible. There have been rumors online about forming a hunter alliance, right? He may have registered as one of the earliest professional hunters. Hunter? If I could collaborate with someone like him, I might consider joining. Did my brother just acquire a skill? I'm envious. If you have any extras, let us trade. And you can set your own terms. The online viewership surged past 1 million, 2 million, and continued to climb. The barrage of comments was so swift and dense that it was nearly impossible to discern their content without careful attention. Those with slightly inferior mobile devices found themselves frozen, requiring a restart. This level of attention was unprecedented, even surpassing that of top-tier celebrities. Previously, some stars had attempted to calm the masses through similar means, crafting their personas during live streams for several hours, yet the highest viewership had barely crossed 1 million. In contrast, the live stream showcasing the Mecha Celestial battling the Blood Knight had already exceeded 10 million viewers. The comments section was a cacophony of diverse languages: Chinese, English, Japanese, Korean, and a myriad of other tongues. Bang, bang, bang. Returning to Chen Ming, he persistently unleashed firepower, utilizing the shotgun's high explosive damage to whittle down the Blood Knight's health. At this point, the Knight's health had plummeted to 60%, with the execution threshold still 50% away. Once the health dipped to 10%, even the lightest tap from Chen Ming could spell the end for the Blood Knight. Conversely, the Blood Knight was evidently unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Gripping the sword hilt firmly, he split his sword into 2, revealing hidden mechanisms, an unexpected surprise for Chen Ming. The Wanderer Mecha could also wield dual chainsaw swords. However, Chen Ming was uncertain if the dual-wielding skill would apply to the 2 swords. Just as a question arose in his mind, a prompt appeared before him. Friendly reminder. The dual-wielding skill provides varying degrees of enhancement for dual-wielded weapons. This implied that while other weapons would receive a boost, the proficiency would double when combined with the dual-wielding skill. Chen Ming interpreted this as a tacit approval from the system. Seizing the opportunity to test the might of the dual chainsaw swords, Chen Ming decided to act. He secured his shotgun to his waist, raised both arms above his head, and grasped the hilts of the 2 chainsaw swords, drawing them forth. With his arms extended, the blades slanted beside him. In that instant, the excitement in the live stream surged by 5 million. Comments in various languages flooded in, necessitating the streaming platform to urgently upgrade its equipment to prevent server overload. Such a massive influx of viewers had never been witnessed before. The official account's follower count skyrocketed from a mere million to over 5 million, continuing its ascent toward 10 million, leaving the project team responsible for managing the account in utter shock. Many streamers, unable to compete for viewership, saw their own audiences dwindle from thousands to mere dozens. They hastily ended their streams and flocked to the official live channel to witness the epic conflict between the Mecha Celestial and the Blood Knight. The comments continued to flood in at an astonishing pace. Oh my, I have goosebumps. This feels incredibly intense. With both wielding greatswords, who do you think will emerge victorious? One side is technology, the other is mutation. It's hard to predict. The Mecha Celestial is surely the victor. Haven't you noticed he has been toying with his opponent? Such behavior only comes from an absolute advantage. I'm placing my bet on the Blood Knight. He seems to be pushed to the brink, entering a frenzied state. The mecha might not be able to handle it. By the way, Is the brother who summoned this creature in the chat? Debates over who would triumph raged on, with opinions divided. Bang, bang. The Blood Knight seized the initiative, taking heavy strides forward. Virum, virum. Ming tightened his grip on the sword hilts, the chainsaws reaching their maximum RPM within a second. Raising his gaze, the mecha's eyes illuminated with a yellow glow as it entered full power mode, with an arsenal of skills at his disposal. Just as the Blood Knight's great sword was about to descend upon him, Ming teleported behind the knight. Without hesitation, the dual swords descended with force. As the chainsaw blades met the armor, sparks flew in every direction, illuminating the battlefield. The cutting process proved to be far smoother than anticipated. As the blade threatened to pierce the back armor, the Crimson Knight was unwilling to succumb to Ming's impending strike. With a sudden pivot, he unleashed a powerful swing of his sword. This time, however, Ming did not opt for evasion. Instead, he manifested a chainsaw sword to meet the Crimson Knight's assault head-on. The clash of blades ignited a shower of sparks. A closer inspection revealed that the knight's sword was being relentlessly shattered by the chainsaw's teeth, fissures spreading across the blade. At that moment, Ming felt a distinct emptiness in the chainsaw, sword wielded in his other hand. Undoubtedly, the armor on the knight's back had been completely breached. Ming withdrew the blade, and, with a deft flick of his wrist, drove it deep into the gash he had created. The Crimson Knight continued to bleed profusely, hastening his retreat in an attempt to distance himself from the sword embedded within him. Seizing this opportunity, Ming raised his leg and propelled himself forward. A powerful kick landed on the knight's waist, sending him off balance. Taking advantage of his instability, Ming thrust another sword forward, using sheer force to force the knight to the ground. Observing the knight's unwillingness to yield, Ming delivered a brutal stomp, crashing him back down with a resounding thud. Following swiftly, he raised the chainsaw sword and aimed for the knight's neck. The chainsaw's whirring reached a fever pitch as it relentlessly sliced through the knight's throat, golden sparks erupting like a dazzling fountain. In mere moments, Ming could feel the armor around the knight's shoulder and neck yielding to his assault. Releasing one chainsaw sword, he concentrated all his might into severing the knight's head. The increase in power was evident from the width of the sparks and the distance they sprayed. The Crimson Knight attempted to resist, struggling to rise, but Ming's foot pushed him back down each time. The weight of the armor was not to be underestimated. As the spectators marveled, Ming summoned all his strength and finally beheaded the Crimson Knight, instantly reducing his health by 20 points. Leaving him just 1 point shy of the execution threshold. Ming stepped back, removing his foot from the knight's back. As the knight attempted to rise once more, Ming delivered a powerful kick to his waist, sending him crashing into several buildings, ultimately collapsing in front of a precariously swaying glass tower. Ming retrieved the shotgun from his waist, switching to grenade mode, and aimed at the Crimson Knight, determined to send him to the afterlife. Having played long enough, it was time to conclude this affair. With a resounding boom, the grenade was fired, splitting and landing beside the incapacitated knight. Boom, 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 boom. A series of 5 explosions erupted, flames and black smoke shooting skyward. Execution successful. Kill of the Crimson Knight successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a golden treasure chest. Ming was not surprised by this reward. The Crimson Knight possessed little in the way of combat finesse. His only notable attribute was his remarkable durability and defense. Ming selected the knight's helmet that had rolled to his feet for extraction. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, you have acquired a new undead servant, Crimson Knight. Next, he entered a state of complete invisibility, recalling the perilous wanderer mecha and designating the coordinates of his villa in Jianqing, Fushan's Dushan Villa. In an instant, he was transported back. Having achieved his objective, there was no reason to linger and waste time. The entire process unfolded with far greater ease than Ming had anticipated. Was there any danger? No, it was devoid of any peril. He had thoroughly suppressed the Crimson Knight, who never even had the chance to make contact with the mecha. Ming's actions were entirely perceptible to him due to his heightened sense of danger. Thus, while he vanished without a trace, he left behind a profound impression on the audience, one that only intensified. Chapter 92. They are actually the same person. Was that resolved? It appears so. Zooming in reveals a multitude of shattered armor pieces. Weren't we promised an evenly matched battle? This is a sheer massacre. He truly came and went like a shadow. Technology? This is clearly sorcery. Imagine if our nation had 7 or 8 mechas like that. How could we not quell the apocalypse? That's easier said than done. Not everyone possesses combat prowess like his. Indeed, the same equipment in different hands yields vastly different results. The Mecha Celestial, truly deserving of the title. Those strange letters, are they foreign? Indeed, if you click on their profile pictures, you'll find their IP locations aren't domestic. The news has lagged. The Mecha Celestial is currently a hot topic abroad, rivaled only by the undead sorcerer and dragon master. Ming paid little heed to the online discussions about himself. Upon returning to the villa, he found that Qin Yun and Baiyuan had yet to return. Ming settled onto the sofa, and as he opened and closed his eyes, his perception shifted dramatically. Before Qin Yun and Bai Yuan had departed, Chen Ming had discreetly left an eye upon them, concealed within their shadows. As the master of the undead, he could share the vision of his minions at will. He observed clearly as the duo, a dragon and a human, went on a rampage, completely unstoppable. Qin Yun unleashed a breath of icy air, freezing thousands of zombies in their tracks. The bloodthirsty, grotesque horde was rendered motionless. Bai Yuan, akin to a specter gliding through the night, nimbly navigated among the zombies, wielding dual daggers while simultaneously controlling 2 flying knives. With sheer tenacity, she carved through the throngs of the undead with an unstoppable momentum. Be it the zombie tide or elite undead, none could keep pace with her movements. By the time they realized what was happening, they either had their throats slit or heads severed, or they were pierced through the forehead, with the blade emerging from the back of their skulls, meeting an untimely demise. Undoubtedly, she was a born monster slayer. Closing his eyes, he returned to his own form, realizing that his concerns were entirely unfounded. At this stage, it was not merely those who harmed them. Even finding a worthy opponent would prove to be a challenge. Chen Ming chuckled at himself, recognizing the futility of his worries. Instead of dwelling on such thoughts, he resolved to consider his fishing endeavors, as others were currently engaged in the bloody work for him. The treasure chest rewards were ceaseless. Just as he picked up his phone to click on the fishing interface, he hesitated. Chen Ming recalled his second dragon, the gluttonous dragon, given its ability to devour and evolve. Allowing it to languish in the bottom of the box gathering dust seemed a waste. The more advanced the undead, the greater the range of action they possessed outside of Chen Ming's influence. He decided to unleash the gluttonous dragon to hunt zombies and monsters, continuously enhancing its attributes. Upon arriving outside the villa, a shadowy portal, exceeding 100 meters in diameter, was opened in midair. A pair of colossal wings unfurled, shrouding the moonlight and deepening the darkness, from which the devouring dragon soared forth. Chen Ming directly infused his desires into the creature's mind through telepathic communication. Upon receiving his command, the devouring dragon immediately commenced its task. As an undead being, it possessed an unwavering loyalty, incapable of defying the will of its sovereign. Initially, Chen Ming had contemplated unleashing the undead army to massacre the entire horde of zombies and monsters in Jiang City. However, upon further reflection, he deemed it unnecessary. The question remained whether the existing numbers were sufficient for Qin Yun, Bai Yuan, and the devouring dragon to carry out such slaughter. These formidable entities, with a mere flick of their power, could reap vast swathes of foes. After witnessing the devouring dragon vanish beyond the horizon, Chen Ming turned and returned to the villa. Yet, this unfolding spectacle had been meticulously observed by military satellites. Those in the office bore witness to how Chen Ming summoned the devouring dragon seemingly out of thin air. He could summon 2 dragons. Something felt amiss, far too amiss. Did anyone else feel that the dragon he summoned bore a striking resemblance to one they had seen before? A man nearly voiced his thought, but hesitated. He pulled out his phone, performed some operations, and forcefully slid it across the table to another individual. The elder picked up the phone, skepticism etched on his face, and pressed the play button, perplexed to see the earlier battle of the twin dragons. What purpose does this serve? He inquired. Do you not notice the striking similarities between the defeated dragon and the one he has summoned now? The man pointed out. Similarities? The elder shifted his gaze between the projection screen and the phone, and soon his expression transformed to one of astonishment. Aside from texture, they were indeed identical. However, this did not conclusively imply anything. Among billions, it was statistically plausible for multiple similar beings to exist, especially dragons. The elder maintained his stance. The man was prepared for this, asserting that beyond the defeated dragon, there were also remarkable similarities between the victorious dragon and the one currently summoned. Remarkable similarities? The elder resumed his comparisons, this time reaching a conclusion more swiftly, rising from his seat in shock. Wait, could it be that this so-called dragon master is none other than him? But why did the 2 summoned dragons appear entirely different? The deceased dragon seemed to have returned, he faltered. Revived? His expression shifted as if a realization dawned upon him. His eyes brightened. Could it be that not only the dragon master, but also the necromancer was the same individual? This conclusion garnered the consensus of most present. Beyond this, they could scarcely conceive a more plausible explanation. If the dragon master and the necromancer were indeed one and the same, then everything fell into place. He must have first acquired the necromancer's skills to resurrect the fallen dragon, subsequently commanding it to slay the other dragon, thus earning the title of Dragon Master. The ability to summon a dragon and bend it to one's will surpassed even the SS level skill of General Su Jinshan. Could it be he had snagged an SSS level skill from that software? SSS level. The declaration sent shockwaves throughout the room, leaving the atmosphere charged with disbelief and excitement. We must devise a method to contact him immediately and persuade him to join us. With his abilities, the Great Xia could very well become the first nation to quell and eradicate the apocalypse. Someone voiced with concern. Join us and be subservient? Such a powerful individual. Would he truly be willing to live under another's roof? Came the worried inquiry. Live under another's roof? Such arrogance. The elder chuckled. If he chooses to join us and save the great Xia from peril, I would gladly relinquish my position to him. Soon, the proposal to court Chen Ming received unanimous approval, escalating its priority to the highest level. Meanwhile, Chen Ming remained blissfully unaware, engrossed in his fishing endeavors. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained S-level skill, temporary theft. Temporary theft? Is this skill related to thievery? As an S-level skill, the term temporary made it seem rather trivial. Chen Ming couldn't help but scoff. He clicked, view skill description. S-level skill temporary theft. This skill allows you to temporarily steal an opponent's skill, retaining it for 24 hours. Note, each individual can only be stolen from once. Upon the expiration of the skill retention period, the original owner will regain their skill. Stealing skills. This skill enables me to usurp others' abilities? A glimmer of excitement sparked within Chen Ming. However, the stipulation of only retaining the skill for 24 hours slightly dampened his enthusiasm. Fortunately, he had an infinite number of fishing attempts. Chen Ming set a modest goal for himself. He must find a way to catch 2 more S-level temporary theft skills to fuse them into an SS. Of course, if he could synthesize an SSS-level skill, that would be even better. Perhaps he could permanently retain others' abilities. With that, he would no longer need to worry about others wielding powerful skills and turning them against him rather than the zombie monsters. Resolute, he cast his line. Alongside, he also claimed several task rewards, acquiring an epic-level pet and slaying a high-level monster, the Blood Knight. With the previously enhanced fishing attempts still unused, he now had a total of 30 additional attempts. S-level temporary theft. S-level temporary theft. S-level temporary theft. As Chen Ming pressed, start fishing. He repeated these words in his mind, hoping the fortune from the skills would bring him success once more. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Critical success. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,000 years of lifespan. He swiftly bypassed this, not pondering it further, and began his next fishing attempt. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 battleship. A battleship? Despite having mentally prepared himself to disregard everything aside from the temporary theft skill, upon seeing these 2 words, Chen Ming could not help but pause. With an S-level skill fully mastered in piloting, he could adeptly operate any vehicle, be it terrestrial, aquatic, aerial, or even cosmic. The emergence of a battleship hinted at the possibility of reeling in an aircraft carrier in the future. Upon reflection, it was not entirely implausible, especially since he had already caught nuclear weapons. He dismissed the notification and cast his line again. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 fully equipped aircraft carrier. Chen Ming froze, simultaneously wishing that this stroke of fortune could pertain to matters related to the temporary theft skill. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained S-level skill, linked damage. At the sight of the S-level skill, Chen Ming genuinely believed he was about to realize his wish. Little did he expect it to be an entirely different S-level skill. He checked the skill details. S-level skill linked damage. This skill will randomly link multiple target entities when you confront a group of enemies. When you attack one enemy, all linked enemies will suffer equal damage. Minimum link count, 10, maximum link count, 100. After reviewing the skill introduction, Chen Ming found himself less disheartened. He continued fishing. Moments passed, and half an hour slipped away. Despite more than 30 opportunities, he had yet to catch even a glimpse of the elusive temporary skill theft. To add to the absurdity, Chen Ming subsequently hooked an aircraft carrier and even triggered a critical hit effect, netting him a total of 10 carriers. Indeed, there are currently over 20 aircraft carriers in service globally, and Chen Ming's personal collection was approaching half that number. Furthermore, these carriers were fully equipped. The term fully equipped signifies that every conceivable weaponry, including armed helicopters, fighter jets, and various firepower devices, was present. In simpler terms, should Chen Ming wish to establish a nation, upon his successful founding of that nation, his current arsenal would catapult him into the ranks of the top 3 military powers among nearly 200 countries. Did 30 fishing attempts yield no results? Such luck, TSK. Thankfully, Chen Ming was alone in the villa. Otherwise, if others heard this, especially those who had eagerly awaited the midnight reset only to return empty-handed after their fishing attempts, they would undoubtedly be left in tears. He should stop boasting. It's infuriating, especially since they couldn't compete. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Chen Ming resolved to try a few more times. If luck continued to evade him, he could always step outside to slay a couple of zombies to vent his frustration. Currently fishing. Successful catch. Critical hit. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 SSS level skill upgrade cards. SSS level skill upgrade cards? Items for upgrading SSS level skills? Can one truly ascend beyond SSS? Upon inspecting the description, SSS level skill upgrade card. This item can elevate any skill below SSS to SSS with a single click. Upon reading this, Chen Ming leapt from the sofa, his scalp tingling with exhilaration. Indeed, his excitement was palpable. This effectively meant he had acquired 10 SSS level skills and could freely choose which skill to upgrade to SSS. How could one not be thrilled? How could one not be elated? Luck had responded to Chen Ming's expectations in an unexpectedly straightforward manner. Alas, had these cards possessed physical form, he would have surely showered them with affection and gratitude. Taking deep breaths to calm himself, Chen Ming selected one upgrade card. A myriad of upgradable skills appeared before him. It seemed that sometimes, having too many skills could be a burden, Chen Ming reflected. With no choice but to scroll down slowly in search of the S-level temporary theft skill, he noted the skills were arranged in descending order of rank. However, it was unfortunate that his higher-level skills outnumbered the lower ones. He nearly reached the end before finally locating the S-level temporary theft skill. Selected. Do you wish to upgrade the S-level skill temporary theft? Yes. Without hesitation. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the SSS level skill, permanent theft. As expected, upon reaching the SSS level, all limitations vanished. It aligned perfectly with Chen Ming's expectations. SSS level skill permanent theft. This skill allows you to permanently steal the skills of others, retaining ownership indefinitely. Note, a single target can only be stolen from once. Upon theft, the target will permanently lose ownership of the skill. Excellent. This was fantastic. Now, every individual among the billions globally would be compelled to become mere puppets for Chen Ming's skill acquisition. Not only was his scalp tingling, but he also felt a gentle current coursing through his entire body, invigorating his limbs and vital pathways. It felt utterly delightful. Rising, he made his way outside, eager to test this divine skill. Chapter 94, The Key to the Catastrophe. However, in such a vast sea of humanity, where would he find the skills to steal? Furthermore, to pilfer skills from those with whom he bore no grudge seemed unethical. As the chilly night breeze swept over him, Chen Ming took out his phone to search for negative news regarding hunters. In a situation where nothing was amiss, he sought to find peace of mind. Convincing others was unimportant. What mattered was convincing oneself. The system seemed to sense Chen Ming's predicament, prompting a notification. Note, the SSS level permanent theft can target not only humans, but any entity possessing skills. What? After reading the system's explanation of the SSS level permanent theft, even Chen Ming, who was usually composed, struggled to contain his astonishment. Every entity possessing skills could be targeted. The intensity of his excitement surpassed that of an AK-47, reaching Barrett levels. Should he feel empathy or guilt towards monsters? Nonsense. Chen Ming would rather eliminate them all for treasure chests and the extraction of souls. Summoning a virtual panel, he headed straight for the trading center. In his view, having reached this stage, there might be someone who could fish out the items he desired, such as a treasure map for a secret realm. The monsters in reality were still too low-level for him. The cost-benefit ratio simply did not align. Those creatures could be dealt with by Qingyun Ice Dragon and by Yuan. Chen Ming did not believe he could steal skills from low-level monsters like zombies, which were ubiquitous. Upon entering the trading center and browsing for a while, finding nothing of value, Chen Ming decided to post a bounty. He believed that as long as the stakes were high enough, those viewing items like secret realm treasure maps as treasures would surely be tempted. The reason was simple. Many were on the brink of starvation and had no thought for the future. Survival was paramount. Most individuals remained fixated on immediate gains. He titled his post, "A plethora of food and weapons in exchange for items related to secret realm dungeons." He listed the following items for trade: 2 bags of rice weighing 100 pounds, 3 bundles of noodles, a large vegetable gift pack, 12 cans of luncheon meat, 5 cans of beef, 3 bags of cocoa butter chocolate, 2 cans of peaches, 24 small bread rolls, 1 pistol, 50 bullets, and a military dagger included as a bonus. There were no limits on the exchange quantity. With the skill of a 100-fold return, the more they exchanged, the more Chen Ming's supply would grow. After confirming all details were accurate, he clicked to publish. Excellent. The post was successfully made. Now all that remained was to patiently wait. Chen Ming was not in a rush. Who would have thought? Just as he finished speaking, a little red dot appeared on the mailbox icon beside him. Fisher Tang Jifei has successfully completed a trade with you. You have lost 2 bags of rice and 3 bundles of noodles. And you have received 1 key to the catastrophe dungeon. So quick? This efficiency truly astonished Chen Ming. It appeared that the urgency for supplies among the populace was far greater than he had imagined. Just as he finished contemplating, the notification of his 100-fold return rapidly refreshed before his eyes. Trade successful. The 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations, you have received 200 bags of rice, 300 bundles of noodles, 100 large vegetable gift packs, and 1,200 cans of luncheon meat. This must be what it feels like to have an overwhelming supply of resources. Chen Ming discreetly withdrew his presence, allowing the surroundings to refresh themselves, ensuring that he remained undisturbed while he ventured into the next dungeon, delving into hidden realms and appropriating skills. Upon acquiring the SSS grade permanent theft skill, his rapport with the formidable bosses of various secret realms underwent a complete metamorphosis. The challengers? Surviving? No. These matters were to be contemplated by the secret realm bosses. What relevance did they hold for Chen Ming? bereft of skills. The remaining basic attributes of the bosses rendered any confrontation with Ming akin to an F-grade hunter daring to tackle an S-grade dungeon. He opened his storage space and retrieved the key that unlocked the cataclysmic secret realm. This key was several times larger than a standard one, reminiscent of those used to unlock warehouse locks of yore. Inspecting the details revealed, cataclysmic key. This key can unlock a cataclysmic secret realm, fraught with peril, yet often accompanied by bountiful rewards. Usage instructions. Proceed to the designated location, follow the guidance, insert the key, and turn it. He extracted the key, its entirety a dark crimson hue, appearing rusty yet devoid of actual rust. Its weight rivaled that of a revolver. The designated location? Ming noticed a newly added map function on the virtual panel, clearly marking the coordinates of the secret realm's gate. Should he summon his flying sword or ride a dragon? Such complications were unnecessary. He had not forgotten that he possessed an S-grade teleportation skill. Clicking the coordinates, an immediate prompt appeared. Would you like to teleport? Confirm. Teleportation in progress. Teleportation successful. In the blink of an eye, Ming found himself amidst a scene marred by the remnants of intense artillery combat. Collapsed buildings and ruins were scattered everywhere. Craters of various sizes dotted the ground, left behind by missiles. It was not difficult to imagine the fierce battle that had transpired here. Moreover, it appeared that the conflict had only recently concluded, as the ground was littered with mangled, indistinguishable bodies, human or zombie, amidst the bloodied remnants, serving as undeniable proof. Unexpectedly, there were further gains to be had. A faint smile graced Ming's lips. Select all, extract. If there were spoils to be had, he would seize them. Even the legs of a fly, though meager, still constituted flesh. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant. Zombie 888. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant. Armored Zombie 15. Armored Zombie? Did someone strike gold in their fishing endeavors? Or had a regular zombie undergone a mutation? Ming mused to himself. Shaking his head, he recalled his primary objective for being here. 158 meters. His gaze followed the inverted triangle coordinates leading to the subway entrance. Indeed, the gate to the secret realm lay concealed underground. With the escalator long out of service, Ming opted for the stairs to mitigate any potential risks. The deeper he descended, the more he could sense the stark transformation of what was once a bustling subway station. It was now damp and chillingly desolate. Blood, white claw marks, and bullet holes were evident on the walls and floor, in the far reaches from the entrance. The darkness was so profound that one could not see their hand in front of their face. Ming activated his night vision skill. In an instant, the surroundings illuminated as if bathed in daylight. With clarity restored, he noticed a figure hiding behind a pillar, armed and wearing night vision goggles. The man seemed to perceive himself as the predator, plotting an ambush. Most of his gear likely scavenged from fallen Special Forces soldiers, or perhaps acquired through interdimensional fishing. Ming was certain this individual was no ordinary person. What sane individual would adorn themselves with a collection of severed fingers akin to a keychain at their waist? Chapter 95, The Eerie Space. Wait. After a careful examination, Ming noted 2 silver wristbands on the man's wrist. Initially mistaking them for mere accessories, he soon realized, through the sight of a dangling and slightly swaying broken chain, that the 2 items combined formed a complete pair of handcuffs. He then recalled seeing a police car that had collided with a power pole while surveying the subway entrance. It was likely that during the transport of prisoners, they had encountered a sudden zombie outbreak. In a panic, the driver lost control, crashing into the concrete pole. The prisoners likely seized the chance to escape, fearing recapture. One had presumably taken refuge in the subway, scavenging gear left behind by others in the chaos, furtively growing stronger. From the peculiar habits of this individual, Ming deduced that capture would not be unwarranted. How many sane individuals would engage in such behavior, using human fingers as adornments? This man's hands were likely stained with more than one life. Unlike Ming, he had taken lives during a time of peace, before order collapsed. The danger was self-evident. If he behaved this way prior to the fall of order, the implications of his actions once freed from restraint were chilling to contemplate. Ming did not approach the man as he had anticipated. After all, the door lay in the opposite direction. He would not allow such a minor character to disrupt his plans. Damn it, could that fellow have noticed me? Through the night vision goggles, the man was acutely aware of Ming's every move. Observing him turn and walk away, the man's mind began to spiral with paranoid thoughts. He shook his head in denial. It was impossible. In this impenetrable darkness, devoid of any equipment, how could anyone see him? Clearing his mind of unnecessary thoughts, the man slung his rifle onto his back, bent his knees, and drew a special operations dagger from a leather sheath strapped to his calf. He decided to inch closer to Ming, awaiting the opportune moment to plunge the blade into his neck. Why commit such an act? Simply for the thrill of the kill. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, he had fully embraced his most primal desires for bloodshed. Once tasted, that feeling had rendered him utterly addicted. 0 meters. Before long, Chen Ming arrived at the designated location, yet the door remained elusive. However, the coordinates before him assured he had not erred. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck. Chen Ming retrieved the key from his storage space. Upon grasping it, a translucent lock hole and a distorted space materialized before him. What is this? The man, maintaining a wary distance of 20 to 30 meters, sensed something amiss and halted. Ignoring his presence, Chen Ming inserted the key into the lock and turned it. With a resounding click, the sound of the lock disengaging reverberated throughout the underground passage. Boom. Immediately, an unseen yet palpable wave of energy surged through their bodies. Not only Chen Ming, but also the man felt its clarity. In an instant, the man froze, startled, collapsing onto the ground, involuntarily exclaiming, "Where is this?" He glanced around, alarmed and bewildered, his demeanor that of someone unaccustomed to such circumstances. The subway remained unchanged. Yet the environment had grown increasingly dire, the ground around him a quagmire, thick and sticky. Without needing to draw near, an overwhelming stench of blood assailed his nostrils. It felt as though someone were punching him in the sinuses, a jarring sensation. Anyone with even a modicum of psychological fortitude would likely succumb to the overwhelming nausea. Once a pristine subway, it has now become dilapidated, scattered with numerous stark white bones. Whether they are human remains uncertain. Chen Ming advanced a few steps, observing that the subway station a few dozen meters ahead appeared to be normal. It seemed that only this segment had been rendered bizarre. After taking a few more steps, a sudden flash of red light flickered before him, revealing a wall of air with a warning message. Active area ahead prohibited. From this information, Chen Ming swiftly deduced his understanding. The key of calamity would directly distort a region of the real world, creating a layered separation from reality, transforming it into what appeared to be a dimension, yet was in fact an independent world existing in a different space. Within this realm, one could see the outside, yet the outside could not perceive what lay within. Furthermore, this calamity space bore some similarities to team instances. The moment the key turned, anyone within the designated area would find themselves unable to escape, forcibly drawn into the hidden realm. A startled scream shattered Chen Ming's thoughts. He realized that he was alone in the calamity space, accompanied only by a man. Turning around, he saw the man sprinting desperately, attempting to evade a massive centipede. Measuring 20 to 30 meters, that was pursuing him. As the distance closed in, the man began to weave between the supporting pillars and piles of rubble, hoping to utilize his agility to slow the centipede's advance and shake it off completely. It was incomprehensible how a creature he had managed to survive alongside for so long had gone unnoticed until now. Had it not been for the man's quick reflexes and heightened instincts, he would have likely already been devoured by the giant centipede attacking from behind. Dog of a creature. Crash into something and split your skull. The man evaded a nearby pillar, convinced that at this distance, combined with the centipede's speed, a collision was inevitable. Bang. Boom. In the next moment, he was left dumbfounded as the giant centipede crashed into and shattered a reinforced concrete pillar. Hiss. A small rock, propelled by the impact, struck the man's right shoulder, causing him excruciating pain. Uncertain if it was broken, he found it impossible to lift his arm, and even the slightest movement sent waves of agony coursing through him. The giant centipede executed a U-turn, its antennae writhing, as it opened its cavernous maw, drooling viscous saliva that dripped to the ground, sizzling and emitting acrid smoke. The stone tiles melted away, creating a deepening pit. Was this creature's saliva corrosive like sulfuric acid? No, it was even more potent. Despite the pain, the man gritted his teeth, retrieving the rifle slung across his back, bracing it under his arm for stability. He then raised the weapon, aiming at the centipede's head, and pulled the trigger, unwilling to relent. Unfortunately, the bullets failed to penetrate the centipede's armored exterior. The impact felt akin to striking synthetic metal, leaving not even a scratch. A crimson glow ignited in the centipede's eyes as it opened its mouth wider, lunging toward the man, swallowing the bullets whole. The gunfire ceased abruptly, and an eerie stillness enveloped the scene. The giant centipede, evidently unsatisfied, reared up, its menacing gaze locking onto Chen Ming. Chapter 96. Unlimited. Skill Theft. The giant centipede lowered its upper body, its hundreds of red legs moving in unison, charging towards Chen Ming with alarming speed, covering the 100-meter distance in mere seconds. Yet, upon reaching its target, it found nothing but emptiness. It straightened up, glancing around in confusion, unable to locate Chen Ming's presence. Unbeknownst to it, Chen Ming stood directly before it, having not moved an inch, merely entering a state of complete invisibility. Chen Ming had not come here to engage in a battle with the giant centipede. He had chosen it to trigger an SSS-level permanent theft. In the next moment, a virtual panel appeared before him, presenting several options. B-level skill, Corpse Corrosive Venom. Exhales a copious amount of highly corrosive venom that can dissolve flesh and bone in an instant. B-level skill, Defense Enhancement. Instantly boosts defense. B-level skill, Speed Enhancement. Instantly increases movement speed. B-level skill, Charge Strike. By continuously charging, the next attack's damage is increased by at least tenfold. For skills in total, all classified as B-level. Was he meant to select one for theft? Chen Ming experimentally chose the B-level skill, Corpse Corrosive Venom. He had anticipated that after making his selection, a confirmation window would pop up, asking if he wished to proceed with the theft. However, after waiting for several seconds, there was no response. Could it be stuck? Would high technology really experience lag? Chen Ming tentatively raised his hand and tapped the screen a few times, only to inadvertently select all the other skills as well. His hand froze mid-air, contemplating the 4 skill options that had changed color upon selection. So, it was possible to select both individually and collectively. Realizing he had underestimated the effects of the SSS level skill, he understood he could not afford to reject this opportunity. Select all, steal. Initiating theft. Theft successful. Congratulations, you have acquired B-level skills, Corpse Corrosive Venom, Defense Enhancement, Speed Enhancement, and Charge Strike. 4 B-level skills were effortlessly obtained. In stark contrast, the giant centipede remained oblivious, having lost all its skills, now reduced to an imposing but hollow shell. Of course, this imposing facade was only intimidating in comparison to Chen Ming. To an ordinary person, even without skills, a giant centipede measuring several dozen meters could easily claim their life. As it continued to sniff around, its antennae swaying in a futile attempt to locate Chen Ming, he conjured a fireball with a diameter exceeding half a meter, thrusting it toward the giant centipede. Though unseen, the attack was undeniably real, striking the centipede squarely. The force of the impact elongated the flames, engulfing most of its body. The dark space was illuminated by the orange-red glow, adding an eerie ambience. As the flames subsided, the centipede's exterior was charred black, collapsing with a thunderous crash. Its incinerated upper body lay in tatters. Successfully defeated the giant centipede. Congratulations, host, you have received a silver treasure chest. Just as Chen Ming prepared to follow the usual procedure of summoning the giant centipede as an undead minion, a question arose in his mind. Having stolen its skills, would they not vanish after he extracted it as an undead, significantly diminishing its power? Upon reconsideration, he realized that even if this were the case, he could still bestow excess skills upon his shadow wolf and other undead minions. While a portion of the undead strength would indeed be reduced, he could bolster their combat effectiveness through sheer numbers. Moreover, he could synthesize higher-level skills, continuously creating one formidable undead general after another. 3 S-level skills can be synthesized into a single SS-level skill. However, this does not imply that the combat prowess of 3 S-level hunters is equivalent to that of 1 SS-level hunter. The disparity between the two is vast. The ability to achieve fusion and upgrade without the need for additional synthesis skills has alleviated a considerable amount of trouble for Chen Ming. After all, he has been fishing for so long that he has yet to encounter even the faintest shadow of an F-level synthesis skill, let alone an S-level one. To this day, synthesis skills still hold significant importance in Chen Ming's mind. Although skill synthesis does not require auxiliary skills, other tools may be utilized, such as firearms. Chen Ming is intrigued by the prospect of combining 3 AKs. What kind of weapon could they yield? And what astonishing effects might result from merging 3 grenades? He eagerly anticipates the day he can finally reel in a synthesis skill. Perhaps he could then consider acquiring a low-level synthesis skill from the trading market and subsequently upgrading it to SSS level using an upgrade card. Chen Ming deems this idea highly feasible. As for whether anyone can fish out surplus synthesis skills for trade, that remains a matter of luck, both the luck of others and his own. Lost in thought, a prompt appeared before him. To ensure the host's rights, skills will not be lost upon becoming undead. Upon reading this, Chen Ming could only express his admiration. The statement was impeccably articulated. Without further ado, he selected and extracted. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, the host has acquired a new undead servant, giant centipede. However, is it truly the case that a dungeon opened by a single key to the catastrophe realm contains only one monster with a B-level skill? That seems a tad meager. Chen Ming surveyed his surroundings, which were vast and silent, so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Yet, upon the death of the giant centipede, the eerie scene did not vanish but persisted. At that moment, a flash of insight struck Chen Ming. It was highly likely that he remained in a state of complete invisibility, leaving the catastrophes with no target to attack, thus rendering them motionless. However, the rules of the realm could not be altered. The monsters lurking in the shadows would not perish, and even if Chen Ming were to completely disappear, the portal would still not open. Upon realizing this possibility, Chen Ming voluntarily emerged from his concealment, ending his state of complete invisibility. Immediately, the previously silent underground station erupted with a cacophony of sounds, as if countless centipede legs were striking the walls and ground from all directions. It was bizarre and sent shivers down his spine. Without needing to see, the sounds alone hinted at the sheer number of these formidable creatures. It appeared that a fierce battle loomed ahead. Chen Ming remained remarkably composed. Having faced numerous powerful monsters before, coupled with his indestructibility, he had no reason to fear. The emotion of fear had long been expunged from the lexicon of his life. His crisis perception ability activated. Chen Ming looked up to see the giant centipedes crawling across the ceiling, their bodies writhing in a dense mass, overlapping and leaving no space to spare. The visual impact of this scene was nothing short of overwhelming, particularly when they twisted their forms, directing dozens of gem-red gazes at a single individual. Fortunately, they were confined within the catastrophe realm. Otherwise, allowing these giant centipedes to escape into the outside world would undoubtedly unleash a wave of bloodshed and chaos. As he observed them opening their mouths, preparing to collectively expel their corpse-corroding venom, Chen Ming swiftly activated his SSS-level permanent theft skill. He selected all the giant centipedes, stealing every skill without exception. Later, he would extract them as undead and manually create several giant centipede kings by synthesizing A-level skills. Theft in progress. Theft successful. Congratulations. The host has acquired B-level skills: Corpse Corroding Venom 38, Defense Enhancement 38, Speed Enhancement 38, and Charge Strike 38. Including the previous giant centipede, he now possessed a total of 39, perfectly enabling him to synthesize 13 A-level skills. Quite satisfactory indeed. Chen Ming felt a sense of fulfillment. However, the giant centipede swarm only opened their foul mouths, huffing for breath. Alas, they could not expel a single drop of corpse-corroding venom. After several attempts to no avail, Chen Ming decided not to waste any more time on them. The giant centipedes now held no value for him. Their true worth would only manifest in death. Even though Chen Ming had covertly stolen their skills, the giant centipedes did not develop a sense of fear toward him, as they could no longer utilize their abilities. They all descended simultaneously, springing forth like springs, their gaping maws lunging towards him, eager to devour him as if he were mere sustenance. With a snap of his fingers, Chen Ming calmly raised his hand. The SSS-level skill, Icebound Expanse, was triggered. As the giant centipedes drew near, their venomous antennae almost brushing against him, they were suddenly encased in ice at a visibly rapid pace, freezing their entire heads. The ice then spread like a living entity, swiftly enveloping the entire area, freezing all 38 giant centipedes. No, not just them. The entirety of the catastrophe realm was blanketed in frost, save for a small area around Chen Ming's feet and himself. Next, he raised his hand, lightly touching the ice-encased, now thicker centipede antennae. Using his S-level skill, Thunderlance, he released a thread of golden lightning, which surged forth and rapidly spread beneath the icy ceiling overhead, exploding into hundreds upon thousands of bolts. Boom! The frozen giant centipedes, along with their flesh, shattered, collapsing into countless shards of ice scattered everywhere. Giant centipede slain successfully. Congratulations, the host has obtained 1 silver treasure chest. Giant centipede slain successfully. Congratulations. The host has obtained 1 silver treasure chest. What Chen Ming needed to do next was to extract the last vestiges of value from these monsters. Subsequently, they would undergo a complete transformation, becoming his eternally loyal servants. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, the host has acquired 38 new undead servants, giant centipedes. Seizing the moment before the big boss awakened, Chen Ming swiftly opened the virtual panel and selected the 39 freshly acquired B-level skills for batch fusion. Fusion in progress. Fusion successful. Congratulations, you have obtained A-level skills: Corpse Corroding Venom 13, Defense Enhancement 13, Speed Enhancement 13, and Charge Strike 13. He decided to first apply these 4 A-level skills to himself, knowing they would surely prove useful in the future. After all, one could never have too many skills. For the remaining 12 A-level skills, he randomly selected 12 giant centipedes to enhance. The level of his undead would instantly experience a qualitative leap. Suddenly, an energy wave surged towards Chen Ming, akin to an invisible tide crashing upon him, fleeting yet palpable. With a wave of his hand, he closed the virtual panel. From a distance of several dozen meters, he clearly observed a spatial portal opening. A passage to success? An avenue to escape? He did not perceive it that way. The overwhelming pressure enveloping him and the goosebumps rising on his skin were undeniable. In terms of size, this portal was somewhat excessive for a mere gateway. Just to accentuate the power of the victors? Chen Ming had never perceived it that way. Rather, he believed it was to facilitate the passage of some colossal being emerging from within. As a secret realm dungeon, it was inevitable that there would be minor monsters alongside the boss, a principle as ancient as time itself. Concerned? There was nothing to worry about. In the absence of a boss, Chen Ming would be genuinely apprehensive. After all, that would mean a significant loss of potential gains. Nowadays, with the augmentation of multiple skills, the benefits he could extract from the boss-like creature were exponentially enhanced. The completion of the kill tasks increased his fishing attempts, granted him treasure chests, and allowed him to harvest the undead, and now, he could also add a thieving skill to his repertoire. Boom. In the next moment, Chen Ming beheld a colossal figure emerging from the blood-red portal, much like a train in motion, encircling him layer upon layer. The entire disaster zone was rapidly shrinking in terms of available space. Chen Ming felt akin to a hapless prey ensnared in a spider's web. If it were anyone else, they would likely find themselves utterly at the mercy of the situation. The Centipede King was astonishingly immense, at least 100 meters long by Chen Ming's estimation. Its black carapace adorned with a crimson underbelly gleamed with a metallic sheen, exuding an aura of formidable resilience, while its tightly packed legs numbered in the hundreds. Once its entire body had fully emerged, the portal snapped shut behind it. The Centipede King reared its upper body, its silver, grid-patterned eyes scrutinizing Chen Ming from above as it opened its cavernous maw, exuding an intimidating presence. From Chen Ming's perspective, the creature indeed possessed an air of majesty, evoking visions of riding it to wreak havoc in a post-apocalyptic world, its allure rivaling that of a dragon. Trigger skill. A multiple-choice prompt reappeared. A-rank skill. Unbreakable iron armor. A-rank skill. Corpse venom. A-rank skill. Precision strike. A-rank skill. Tail whip. A-rank skill. Murderous intent enhancement. Truly, as a boss, it boasted an additional skill, and all were of A rank. Well then, I shall not hold back. Currently stealing. The theft was successful. Congratulations. You have obtained A-rank skill. Unbreakable iron armor. A-rank skill. Corpse venom. A-rank skill. Precision strike. A-rank skill. Tail whip. A-rank skill. Murderous intent enhancement. Unlike skills acquired through phishing, stolen skills do not bind him forcibly. Chen Ming is free to decide their application. After a brief selection, he opted to integrate the unbreakable iron armor and murderous intent enhancement skills for himself. A-rank skill. Unbreakable iron armor. Upon use, it can transform the exterior into steel, greatly enhancing defense. Note: when used by individuals without an exterior shell or other summoned beasts, it will automatically conform to their bodies, generating a complete suit of iron armor. A-rank skill. Murderous intent enhancement. Once this skill is activated, each layer of slaughter accumulated will grant an increase in all attributes, maximum of 50 layers. He then assigned the remaining 3 skills to a giant centipede. Even with 2 skills diminished, the enhancement provided by the 3 A-rank skills, combined with its existing abilities, rendered its combat capability formidable. What to do after acquiring the skills? As per custom, it was time for a merciless disposal. Chapter 98, Revealing Divine Power Before Others. The Centipede King, oblivious to Chen Ming's terrifying prowess, opened its foul, abyssal maw, reeking with an overpowering stench. Without hesitation, it lunged toward Chen Ming, with fingers splayed wide. A golden spear composed entirely of lightning rapidly formed in his hands, completing the assembly of its tip and tail. Tiny electric patterns danced erratically around him, crackling and popping violently. In an instant, Chen Ming aimed directly at the gaping maw of the Centipede King and hurled the spear with all his might. Boom! The boundless power of thunder was unleashed in that moment. Bang! The spear pierced through the Centipede King's head, scattering blood and flesh in all directions. The lightning spear remained embedded within the creature, transforming into a torrent of electric fury that coursed through its body from head to tail. When its massive form collapsed, sending up a crimson spray of blood, a panel notification appeared before Chen Ming. Successfully killed the giant Centipede King. Congratulations, host. You have received 5 silver treasure chests. As expected, it didn't meet the criteria for a gold treasure chest. Chen Ming had anticipated this, so he felt no significant disappointment. Sniff. What was that aroma of roasted meat? Turning his head, he noticed wisps of white smoke escaping from the seams of the Centipede King's carapace, the mouth-watering scent emanating from within. This was a testament to the sheer might of that lightning spear. Currently extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant, Giant Centipede King 1. Just as he completed the extraction of the undead, the portal materialized once more. This time, Chen Ming was convinced that the portal led back to the human realm. The size was just right, and its color transformed into the azure of the sea and sky. Unlike the imposing blood-red portal that initially instilled a sense of dread, this one appeared far less oppressive. Having taken all that was to be taken and dealt with those to be dealt with, lingering here served no purpose. Without any sentimentality, Chen Ming strode confidently into the portal. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the subway station. The scenery remained unchanged, yet the atmosphere felt considerably more normal. The only corpse left behind was that of the well-equipped fugitive who had attempted to ambush him earlier. Would the corpses from the disaster dungeon return to reality after clearing it? Chen Ming proceeded without concern. His interest did not lie in whether the man was dead or alive, but rather in the equipment he possessed, which should not go to waste. After a quick examination, he confirmed the man was indeed lifeless. Chen Ming retrieved the gun, ammunition, and, most importantly, the night vision goggles. Such advanced technology was something he had yet to encounter in his current state. Subsequently, Chen Ming ascended the steps and returned to the surface world. The sound of brakes resonated from his right. Hey, are you a survivor? Hurry over here, we'll take you to the safe zone. A horde of corpses is approaching. Turning to look, Chen Ming saw a fully armed Special Forces soldier calling out to him. He appreciated the gesture. However, a safe zone? There was no need for that. Chen Ming had his own refuge. Boom. With a thunderous roar, Chen Ming summoned the Dragon of Calamity from the Shadow Realm. The dragon, The Special Forces soldier was taken aback, his voice turning notably high-pitched. What astonished him further was that the dragon lowered its head, seemingly expressing submission to Chen Ming. Without hesitation, Chen Ming leapt onto the dragon's head, just as he was about to command the Dragon of Calamity to take flight back to the Fushan residence. The sound of chaotic footsteps and the familiar low growls of zombies reached his ears. Turning to look, he was met with a horde of zombies, numbering in the thousands, their eyes glowing crimson, having entered a frenzied state under the cover of night. The sheer number and the overwhelming atmosphere instilled a sense of dread. If Chen Ming's intuition was correct, the target of the zombie horde's pursuit was likely those few Special Forces soldiers. Recognizing their willingness to risk stopping to assist him, despite the dire circumstances they faced for their country and people, Chen Ming resolved to repay their kindness. He signaled to the Dragon of Calamity. Burn. Boom. The Dragon of Calamity complied obediently, opening its maw to unleash a torrent of fierce flames. The blaze instantly illuminated the entire street, igniting a searing inferno. The zombies have become the finest kindling. Zombie extermination successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a wooden treasure chest. Zombie extermination successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a wooden treasure chest. The disparity in strength between the two sides is insurmountable. After all, one is worth a golden treasure chest, while the other is merely a wooden one. Thousands of zombies were incinerated within mere seconds. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant, Zombie 1344. After dispatching all the zombies, the Dragon of Calamity unfurled its wings, soared into the sky, pierced through the clouds, and vanished from sight. Several Special Forces soldiers disembarked from their vehicle, gazing at the remnants of the still-burning zombies before looking up at the gaping hole in the clouds. Gulp. They instinctively swallowed hard. If I am not mistaken, that dragon seemed to have been following his orders. Have some confidence. Omit the word seemed. Haven't you read the news? There exists a profession known as dragon tamers. We are either engaged in rescue operations or on our way to conduct rescues. I hardly have time to keep up with such matters, but those hunters truly possess formidable strength. When will we? Words left unspoken. Rest assured. Since the Hunter Alliance has been established, nationwide fishing is merely a matter of time. Haven't some places already begun experimenting? Oh, if only we could avoid reeling in monsters from the depths. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. You wouldn't want to keep catching a heap of worthless junk, would you? Indeed. Concluding their discussion and expressing gratitude for Chen Ming's gallant intervention, the Special Forces soldiers returned to their vehicle, continuing towards the next coordinate point for rescue and evacuation of trapped individuals. Upon completing this mission, they would be rewarded with 3 hours of much-needed rest. Without complaint, for their hearts are devoted to the nation, and their mission is paramount. In the blink of an eye, the colossal dragon landed. Chen Ming's figure flickered as his feet touched the ground. This short-distance displacement not only enhances Chen Ming's ability to evade attacks during battles with monsters, but also proves to be immensely useful in everyday life. Upon returning to the villa and collapsing onto the sofa, he felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, both mentally and physically, after the day's endeavors. Once he confirmed that neither the Qing Yun Ice Dragon nor the White Kite exhibited any abnormalities, contrary to the public's concerns, and continued to pursue and annihilate zombies, Chen Ming felt a sense of relief. After a quick wash, he returned to bed. Judging by their demeanor, if he remained silent, it was highly likely they would not return on their own. A born killing machine. Chen Ming retrieved his phone, not intending to go fishing. Instead, he thought to occupy his time with something, to cultivate a sense of drowsiness, and there was no need to keep himself perpetually on edge. For instance, live streaming. He had previously seen news on forums indicating that it had recently become popular to live stream the entire fishing process following the update of fishing opportunities at midnight. The hype seemed substantial. Chen Ming was curious about how others fared in their interdimensional fishing after the novice period concluded. Chapter 99. Streamer, why aren't you smiling anymore? He felt a twinge of curiosity regarding this question. He opened the App Store and downloaded the most popular, well-known live streaming software named Dosha. With a single click, he registered, and the username was generated randomly. Before this, Chen Ming seldom watched live streams. However, several of his roommates frequently indulged in watching attractive female streamers play games. Yet, Chen Ming always sensed that, in their eyes, the allure of these female streamers eclipsed the games themselves. Chen Ming believed that, instead of spending time on that, it would be better to engage in a wilderness survival game. Entering the Dosha platform, he directly clicked on the rankings. At the top, prominently displayed, were the words, Official Sheep Vision, boasting a viewership of millions. In contrast, the second place barely scraped together 1 million views. The chasm between the two was striking. Chen Ming could not suppress his curiosity about what content the official live stream was showcasing to attract such attention. Could it be that they had manipulated the data for the sake of appearances? Upon clicking in, he discovered that the stream featured footage of himself battling various monsters, all captured from an aerial perspective. So cool. This guy is absolutely amazing. One strike, and he completely conquers me. Supporting my husband's popularity, firmly seated on the throne. Ladies, let us go? By the way, with so many gifts being sent, does the original host receive any? Regardless, money doesn't hold much value at the moment. Whether it will be useful in the future remains uncertain. Damn, could it be that the money won't be spent if the person is gone? Swipe. I just drained my entire savings. Feeling trapped, I give up. In response to the audience's concerns, the official announcement stated that all proceeds from the live stream would be allocated for the purchase of rescue supplies and post-disaster reconstruction, assuring everyone that there would be no embezzlement, urging them to rest assured and oversee the process. Exiting the live stream, Chen Ming had no inclination to seek out the official sources for that money. Enjoying the spectacle of his own battles felt rather peculiar, especially accompanied by the barrage of comments declaring him handsome and amazing. He rolled up his sleeves, goosebumps rising along his arms. Glancing at the time, he noted that only 10 minutes remained until midnight, the moment when fishing opportunities would refresh. After exiting the Sheep Vision livestream, Chen Ming noticed several new faces emerging on the leaderboard. Old Lu's Apocalypse Fishing, popularity 550,000. Zhang Lao C's Apocalypse Fishing, popularity 480,000. By Ming Jiang's Apocalypse Fishing, popularity 390,000. So, they had begun warming up in advance. Chen Ming selected the top-ranked Old Lu's Apocalypse Fishing and entered the live stream. Welcome, brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts. The opportunities for apocalypse fishing are about to refresh. I won't waste any time. I'll reel them all in at once. So please, if you can, support me with gifts. If you don't have gifts, kindly tap the little heart in the upper right corner. As soon as he entered the live stream, he saw the streamer named Old Lu launching into a series of pre-prepared speeches, soliciting support. In the comment section, supporting Old Lu. When it comes to apocalypse fishing, Old Lu is the best. He reels them in directly. No nonsense. Unlike that by Ming Jiang next door who can ramble for hours just to garner gifts. I hope to fish alongside the streamer and share some good luck. I want to join the official ranks and become a professional hunter. Are you out of your mind? You want to become a professional hunter at this stage? Aren't you afraid of being cannon fodder and losing your life for nothing? What do you know? Without everyone, where would we be? If everyone thought like you, who would stand up to restore order in the apocalypse? I missed 2 fishing opportunities yesterday. Once I was too slow and failed, and once I caught a pack of sanitary napkins. What does a big man like me need that for? You have sanitary napkins? What is your nickname? I'll contact you to trade for food. The crowd engaged in lively banter as time flew by. Before long, midnight arrived. The fishing opportunities for billions of people in the apocalypse refreshed simultaneously, except for Chen Ming. Of course, after all, his fishing opportunities did not require refreshing. They were perpetually unlimited. Following this, the voice of streamer Old Lu resonated as he pointed his phone screen towards the camera. Brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts. The fishing opportunities have refreshed. Including the one I received from completing a task by slaying zombies yesterday, I have a total of 4 chances. As soon as he spoke, a chorus of envy and admiration erupted from the audience. As the possessor of an SSS-level infinite fishing attempts, Chen Ming found it difficult to empathize. As Old Lu had previously mentioned, he wasted no time and, following a brief introduction, commenced his first fishing expedition. Splendid. A successful catch. However, this time, it appeared unlikely to be something of great value. Chen Ming was entirely justified in making such a statement. No one understood this better than he did. After all, his fishing attempts alone equated to those of a multitude of others. Alas, Old Lu seemed to be having a stroke of bad luck today, as his first catch yielded nothing but a wrench. Smacking his forehead, Old Lu once again presented the fishing results on his phone screen for all to see. No worries. There are 4 more chances, he declared. I can personally attest that using this large wrench against zombies is quite exhilarating, truly powerful. Indeed, it can be considered a rather handy weapon. Keep going. Keep going. All right. He promptly initiated the second fishing attempt. The speed at which the QT minigame appeared remained impressively swift. This time, fortune favored the family, as they drew a box of instant noodles, albeit in a bucket with a smaller quantity. Yes, if only they were in bags, a whole box like that would last quite a while. I envy you. My luck is simply abysmal. Catching a gold ingot. What use is that? Perhaps you could use it to bribe the zombies to let you escape? Woe is me. Does anyone understand? 2 fishing attempts and all I got was a slow response. Taking a deep breath, Old Lu hurriedly began the 3rd fishing attempt. This time, the duration of the fishing was slightly extended. Goodness. The astonishment he displayed seemed genuine and not merely for the sake of entertainment, appearing exceedingly authentic to Chen Ming. Ladies and gentlemen, you might not believe this, but I, realizing the precariousness of the situation, he quickly swallowed the words that had almost escaped his lips. Fearing a ban from the moderators, they had not relaxed their content guidelines simply because the apocalypse had arrived. You may find this hard to believe, but Old Lu actually drew a skill, and it's a D-grade skill. Chen Ming leaned closer to his phone, zooming in with his fingers to clearly see the screen, which read, Fishing successful. Congratulations, you have obtained D-grade skill, Triple punch. Impressive. 666. Congratulations, streamer. I believe it 1 TB long before the officials come knocking to make you a hunter. I envy you, truly. With one fishing attempt remaining. Let us strike while the iron is hot. Good. The streamer, Old Lou, was eager to capitalize on his luck and fish once more. Who knows? He might just reel in another skill. Without further ado, he pressed the start fishing button. Fishing underway. Fishing successful. You have attracted the attention of a calamity. Catching an ancient giant serpent that seeks to crush your bones. At this moment, Old Lou was met with an ill-timed comment floating by. Streamer, why aren't you smiling? Chapter 100, The Ancient Giant Serpent. Smile? How could Old Lou possibly smile? He never anticipated that just a moment ago, he was in paradise. And now he found himself plunged into hell. Specifically, the 18 levels of hell from which there was no escape. If he had caught an ordinary giant python measuring a mere 10 meters, he might have had the confidence to confront it, potentially using the excitement to draw in a wave of viewers. However, what in the world was an ancient giant serpent? As the countdown approached its end, Old Lou's lips twitched, and with a grim expression, he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I fear this may very well be my last live stream." Huh. What does the streamer mean by that? Could it be that he caught a monster? Given his expression, it's highly likely. What is there to fear? Use your degrade skill and crush it. After that, you'll become famous, and the officials might assign you a significant role, allowing you to lead thousands of soldiers as a general against the monsters. Indeed, streamer, don't hesitate. Just do it. Observing the comments, which seemed to either encourage him or revel in the chaos, Old Lou felt the words rise to his lips, but swallowed them back down. Silently, he flipped the phone screen to face the camera. Ancient, giant serpent. Upon seeing that word giant, I must admit, my heart skipped a beat. Ancient creatures. One might say they belong to the dinosaur category, massive and ferocious. I can somewhat understand the streamer's despair now. No wonder the safe zone prohibits ordinary people from fishing. Reeling in such a creature would spell doom for the entire safe zone. Streamer, don't worry. You bear the responsibility alone. Who would have thought our first meeting would be our last? I shall always remember this follow. Some people live on, yet they are already dead. Before long, the minute countdown concluded. The form of the ancient giant serpent filled the entire screen of the live stream. Through the blurry patterns of its scales, one could easily discern how swiftly it moved. The sounds of buildings collapsing echoed incessantly, clouds of dust swirling in the frame, obscuring all visibility. Look at those patterns. They bear some resemblance to a reticulated python. Hiss. Those densely packed, reflective scales are enough to make my skin crawl. Where's the streamer? It seems he was thrown out. At this point, he is probably already in the belly of the giant serpent, soon to be digested into nothing but bones. On Chen Ming's end, separated by a mere screen, he too could not see what was happening over there. He made his way to the study on the second floor and powered on his computer. While the live stream remained active, he opened it in a web format. Utilizing his S-grade skill, Super Hacker, he effortlessly hacked into the backend data of the Dosha live stream to retrieve the IP address. Summoning a virtual panel, he searched for the coordinates and successfully pinpointed their location. With a single click, he teleported. Chen Ming intended to join in this commotion, to seize the treasure chest and extract the undead. It was impossible to ignore what he had just witnessed. Perched atop a 30-story hotel rooftop, he had a broad view. At that moment, he was less than 100 meters away from the building where the streamer resided. The height of that building was comparable to the one beneath Chen Ming's feet. However, it was currently being constricted by the enormous serpent, which was tightening its grip and causing it to collapse, sending down a cascade of debris, including steel bars, bricks, and variously sized concrete blocks. Upon closer inspection, it indeed resembled the reticulated python Chen Ming recalled, particularly with its characteristic triangular patterns and brownish-yellow scales, alongside a significant area covered in white and yellowish-white scales. The markings around its eyes, reminiscent of claw marks, added to its ferocity. Estimating its length, Chen Ming gauged it to be around 150 meters. Truly deserving of the title Ancient Giant Serpent, Chen Ming crouched down, unwilling to engage the serpent directly. Instead, he would utilize it to test the giant centipede he had previously extracted. The shadow gate opened on the road in front of the hotel. A swarm of giant centipedes, including the Centipede King, emerged, filling the entire road. Under Chen Ming's command, they surged forth like a tide of darkness towards the ancient giant serpent. After undergoing necromancy, they appeared even more intimidating visually. The horde of centipedes swiftly ascended the building, and the serpent's massive body, beginning to gnaw at the scales that resembled formidable shields, and subsequently tearing into its flesh. With a forceful tug, tender strips of crimson flesh were wrenched from the depths, swallowed repeatedly. The ancient colossal serpent, sensing the agony, constricted its grip even tighter. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the thunderous cacophony, the building could no longer withstand the strain and ultimately collapsed. The swirling dust and debris rose to such heights and volumes that an unsuspecting observer might mistake the scene for the aftermath of a missile explosion, a truly astonishing sight. Chen Ming glanced at his phone. The live stream appeared to have been interrupted due to equipment damage, displaying a notification. The broadcaster is unavailable. Why not check out someone else? Is it over? Given the recent commotion, unless one is Superman, a normal person would not survive. I've been watching old Lou's livestream for 3 years. This is quite sudden. In any case, one must be more cautious. It truly is a moment of paradise followed by a moment of hell. I just want to know, how will that ancient serpent be dealt with? It might perish, but will it still pose a threat to us? Even if it truly intends harm, would it be able to target you? Apologies. I am a citizen of Jiangqing, thank you. Uninterested in their petty bickering and verbal sparring, Ming heard a distant rumble. Raising his gaze, he spotted several armed helicopters approaching. To avoid unnecessary complications, Ming decisively activated his skill, entering a state of complete invisibility. Noticing the cabin doors opening, he saw someone holding a camera, aiming it at the smoke-filled scene. Ming reopened the Do Sha livestream, entering the official Sheep Vision channel. The imagery displayed was precisely what Ming beheld, albeit from a different angle. From their broadcast perspective, Ming observed with clarity as the Centipede King led dozens of gigantic centipedes in a fierce battle against the ancient serpent. Both sides were locked in a life-or-death struggle, neither willing to yield. One party comprised fiercely loyal undead, while the other consisted of bloodthirsty monsters, neither capable of retreating voluntarily. Meanwhile, the war between the aberrant beasts and the undead further propelled Sheep Vision's already soaring viewership. What an exaggerated size. A serpent of this magnitude could easily reign supreme during the dinosaur era, purely based on its size. Absolutely. The serpent's length is astonishing, but I never expected the centipedes to be so massive as well. Even from behind a screen, I feel a chill. If I were there in person, I might very well soil my pants. To catch a monster of this caliber, one could argue it is a stroke of luck, wouldn't you agree? If such luck were bestowed upon you, would you accept it? Currently, the probability of catching a monster is quite low. Otherwise, if everyone were to possess one, there would be over 1 billion in our great Xia alone. Everyone, if you lack confidence in yourselves, do not attempt to fish. It could spell disaster for both yourselves and others. Just fish, drive you mad. By the way, don't you think these centipedes have a strangely familiar appearance? Chapter 101. He is the great demon king of the mortal realm. Familiar? In what way? Thanks to your reminder, I recall that these resemble the dragons summoned by that necromancer, identical in appearance. Indeed, they look remarkably alike, and apart from the undead, I haven't seen the monsters turn on each other. Their objective must be unified, targeting humans instead. What? My idol, the necromancer, is nearby? Cameraman, what are you waiting for? Hurry, find him. If you do, I'll treat you to chicken legs. Extra meals. Find rice inside the chicken legs. News travels so fast. Do you think the necromancer has become a professional hunter? Collaborating with the authorities, becoming one of Great Xia's aces? It's possible. Unlikely. Ming shook his head. He had never contemplated joining the authorities. Collaboration implies mutual benefit, and Ming did not believe the authorities offered anything he lacked or urgently needed. A gust of wind, seemingly from nowhere, swept through, dispersing the clouds of dust and debris. Now, without the aid of the livestream's perspective, Ming could see everything clearly. The massive serpent opened its jaw wide, exposing a mouthful of curved, snow-white teeth. The two venomous fangs at the front were longer, thicker, and sharper. Locking onto a gigantic centipede, it swiftly slithered closer. Then, at an optimal distance, it lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the creature. As it bit down, it injected a copious amount of deadly venom. Though the gigantic centipede was undead, it could not escape the effects of poisoning, possessing an invisible health bar of its own. It thrashed violently, attempting to resist, yet could not alter its fate of imminent demise. In the next moment, it disintegrated into black smoke, leaving no trace behind, utterly clean. Ming remained unfazed. Snap! With a finger snap, the shadow gate reopened, and the recently slain gigantic centipede reappeared, whole once more. The gigantic centipede was part of the undead extraction, and as long as his mental energy was sufficient and the cooldown had not been reached, it could be resurrected infinitely. The ancient serpent killed one gigantic centipede, and Ming revived another immediately. He was eager to see which side would outlast the other. However, judging by the serpent's demeanor, it likely lacked the qualifications to confront Ming head-on in a battle of endurance. Whoosh! The centipede king first reared up, its gaping maw unleashing a torrent of cadaverous venom. The instant the venom contacted the serpent's scales, it sizzled and began to corrode and dissolve, emitting a cloud of noxious smoke. Although the ancient serpent's scales could withstand bullets and shells, they were utterly defenseless against this venom, which was dozens or even hundreds of times more potent than sulfuric acid. When the scales were breached and the venom touched its flesh, the serpent writhed in agony, twisting and turning in a frantic 360-degree spin. Its tail lashed out uncontrollably, demolishing towering human structures as if they were mere tofu. Following this, more and more gigantic centipedes, mimicking the centipede king, surrounded the ancient serpent, continuously spewing cadaverous venom. The area engulfed in venom saw its scales dissolve first, followed by the flesh. turning into a viscous black liquid that flowed freely. The stark white bones of the serpent lay exposed beneath the camera's gaze, leaving onlookers in awe. How terrifying. Not even an army of hundreds of thousands could contend with these creatures, while they can kill hundreds or thousands with a mere spray of venom. If possible, I hope to never encounter them in my lifetime. I still have much to live for. If they truly are summoned by that necromancer, I cannot fathom the catastrophic consequences he could unleash upon this world, should he operate outside the bounds of national power. To be frank, if you possessed such power, would you willingly submit to others and be at their beck and call? Impossible. The desire to reign supreme is ingrained in every one of us from Great Xia. Who wouldn't want to command vast territories? With the previous flying dragon and this swarm of gigantic centipedes, if he were to declare the establishment of a new dynasty, the authorities might very well have to turn a blind eye. You make it sound as if our Great Xia has no other talents apart from him? Today he may catch formidable skills, but tomorrow others could do the same. Why overthink it? At least he is still on our side for now. Unbeknownst to many, the SSS level skill of extracting undead had long been monopolized by Chen Ming, with only a solitary opportunity available in the reward pool. Unless he were to meet his demise, no one else could ever hope to acquire it. Before long, the serpent's bones crashed heavily to the ground, its flesh entirely dissolved, leaving behind but a mere skeleton. Blood and venom mingled, corroding the road, the manhole covers, and seeping into the sewer system. Ancient giant serpent slain successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining silver treasure, chest X5. After securing the treasure, Chen Ming swiftly traversed the floors with remarkable agility, landing just 3 or 4 meters away from the serpent's skull. Without hesitation, he selected and extracted. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new, undead minion, Ancient Giant Serpent. Accompanied by a surge of black winds, the shadowy serpent's form melded seamlessly with the bones. Rising majestically from the ground, transformed into an undead, it appeared considerably more palatable in Chen Ming's eyes. In stark contrast, the audience in the live stream remained in shock from the death of the Ancient Giant Serpent, only to witness yet another astonishing spectacle. It has been resurrected? It's normal. High-level monsters often possess 2 lives. Those upstairs are merely pretending to understand. This is clearly a case of summoning after death, akin to those centipedes. He truly can summon fallen creatures. Of course, or else what would be the point? This is utterly outrageous. This skill must unequivocally be SSS level, otherwise, I shall eat my words. Is he back to swindling us? It is undoubtedly SSS level. Otherwise, summoning a colossal creature like the Ancient Giant Serpent would be impossible. If this trend continues, could it not lead to a future where all monsters globally become his summoned beasts? Thus, his willingness to act is not out of a desire to end the apocalypse and save innocent lives, but rather simply to kill monsters and convert them into his subordinates? Is it still possible to invest in immigration to Mars? In that moment, it was clear that Chen Ming's existence, in the eyes of the masses, was more fearsome than that of the monsters themselves. After verifying his spoils, Chen Ming recalled all his undead and opened the virtual panel, selecting Fushan residence as his coordinates. He teleported back to his bed, dismissing the online chatter that portrayed him as a demonic overlord. His diligent development of an undead army was not aimed at confronting humanity. If he truly harbored apocalyptic ambitions, he had long possessed sufficient leverage. There was no need to wait until now. Turning off the screen, he set his phone aside. It was time to rest and replenish his energy. Chen Ming did not wish for a few hours of sleep to hinder his actions throughout the day. He would allow the White Kite and Qingyun Ice Dragon to massacre through the night. Upon awakening, he would reap the rewards, extracting without leaving a single one behind. He would expand his undead army. Chapter 102, Star Alliance. As dawn broke, the night slipped away in an instant. Chen Ming naturally awoke, glancing out the window at the pale light of dawn. After sitting up and pausing for a few seconds, he regained his senses, slipped on his slippers, and left his bed. He poured himself a glass of water to moisten his throat before heading straight to the bathroom. Lifting the toilet seat, he sat down and picked up his phone to log onto the forum. This was undoubtedly the most convenient and expedient channel for acquiring information at present. Although Chen Ming had only slept for 7 hours, that time was ample for events to unfold, especially after the fishing updates at midnight. One could never be sure when someone might catch a creature larger than the Blood Knight. The hot search list was no longer dominated solely by Chen Ming. Numerous fresh headlines had emerged. However, most were still related to him, with over half concerning his exploits. The discussions regarding the undead Archmage were particularly fervent, creating a chasm of interest compared to the second most discussed topic. As he engaged with the trending conversations, Chen Ming sought to discern what had captivated the audience to such a degree that it garnered over 100 million views. A skill capable of summoning the undead is exceedingly unfair. I suggest the officials either ban it or nerf it. Nerf what? The data? Do you think this is just a game? Isn't life merely a game? It's just that the game mode has changed to a forced hard mode. If there are no limits to the number of summons, wouldn't that mean the more monsters there are, the stronger they become, thus benefiting him? Indeed, as long as this skill exists, his undead army can continually expand, snowballing into an ever stronger force. He has essentially achieved the impossible. One person commanding an army of tens of thousands of undead, hundreds of thousands, millions. Imagine the scale once it begins to snowball. I just hope he doesn't stand in opposition to humanity. Otherwise what? Do you genuinely wish to treat him as a monster to be vanquished? You overestimate me and humanity. If he truly stood against us, it is undeniable that everyone but him would face annihilation. No worries. Being summoned as an undead after death is still a form of escape, right? By the way, do undead possess consciousness? If they do, wouldn't that equate to immortality? Who knows? You could always try it. Do you truly believe we are worth his expenditure of mental energy to summon compared to those giant pythons, centipedes, and dragons? That statement struck a chord with many. However, Chen Ming, the subject of this discourse, held a markedly different perspective, with no limits on quantity. All were within his grasp, and there was no reason not to extract. Exiting that thread, he perused other content. One person caught 100,000 zombies, leading to the nation's demise overnight. Could a mere 100,000 zombies bring about the downfall of a nation? Driven by curiosity, Chen Ming clicked on the link and was enlightened. The nation known as Afria was established on an island, with a total population not exceeding 100,000. Consequently, a hapless individual managed to catch 100,000 zombies, surpassing their total population, resulting in the overnight collapse of Afria. Aside from a few wealthy individuals who escaped by boat, the majority became zombies, forever trapped on the island. Hunter Alliance officially established. Over 90% of nations declare their membership. The first hunter organization of the Great Xia founded. Chen Ming decisively clicked on the second headline. The first was predictable. As one of the 5 great nations, Great Xia would undoubtedly be involved. The Star Alliance, aptly named for its celestial connotation, offered Chen Ming insight into its inception. Initially, anyone who caught a skill could apply to join the Star Alliance, thereby becoming an officially recognized professional hunter participating in monster hunting missions. Naturally, the officials would not allow these individuals to work for free. Rewards and penalties were clearly defined. The greater the contributions, the more resources one could access. Unlike other nations that aligned the highest skill levels with hunter ranks, the Star Alliance maintained its own independent ranking system, consisting of 9 stars. The higher the star level, the greater the hunter status. Advancement in hunter rank considered not only skill level, but also emphasized practical combat capabilities. The most effective way to demonstrate practical ability was through combat with monsters. After thoroughly reviewing the information, Chen Ming found it quite agreeable. The formalization and acknowledgement of the multiverse phishing software was not a negative development. Since eradication was impossible, coexistence was the only alternative. In the comments section, brothers, the documents have arrived. Starting today, we are officially professional hunters, certified with a seal. This comment garnered the highest number of likes, reaching a staggering 100,000, accompanied by a photo of the certificate, with certain sensitive information obscured. F-level skills, currently awaiting approval. D-level. I just received news that they will send someone to pick me up in 2 hours. I hope everything goes smoothly. Wah, have so many people already acquired skills? Why am I the only one left out? Don't cry, brother. The most valuable thing I've caught so far is a pair of Hermes underwear. Is there anyone with A-level or S-level skills? Come forth and enlighten me. Haha, those who can fish for A-level or S-level skills wouldn't waste their time idly chatting with you here. After browsing through the comments, Chen Ming instantly grasped the advantages of having a large population. Many individuals indeed managed to acquire skills. Although most were E-level or F-level, they were quite commendable at this stage. Exiting, he continued to the next trending topic. A fisherman from Sakura Country, Handazong-san, caught a mutated giant squid, with casualties exceeding 10,000. The death toll from the hawkish faction has reached an all-time high. The number of victims who succumbed to the virus and turned into zombies has surpassed 1 million. In India, the K335 zombie serum caused the deaths of 35 volunteers. With a mortality rate of 100%, it has now been forcibly suspended. In India, over 100,000 people believe that bathing in and drinking holy water will grant them divine protection. Currently, more than 100,000 have mutated after consuming holy water contaminated with the zombie virus. In India, a wizard was infected during an exorcism and has since been eliminated. The representation of a certain country was exceedingly high, aligning perfectly with Chen Ming's preconceived notions about them. They never failed to astonish with their bizarre antics, consistently producing a series of peculiar actions. He had previously come across their attempt to drive away zombies using burning cow dung. Following that, the top 50 rankings were predominantly associated with the undead and mechas. Many in the comment section expressed their intent to follow Chen Ming. However, he felt no interest in this. Possessing the skill to extract the undead and accepting living followers seemed rather meaningless. What advantage did they possess? Were they stronger? Or could they surpass the loyalty of the undead? The answer was evident. With a splash, he flushed, cleaned himself up, and pulled up his pants. After a simple wash, Chen Ming stepped outside the villa and summoned the Dragon of Calamity. He instantly teleported onto the dragon's back, one hand clutching breakfast milk and the other holding bread. He directed the Dragon of Calamity to advance along the slaughter routes of the White Kite and the Azure Cloud Ice Dragon, while enjoying his breakfast to replenish his energy. He fervently harvested, striving to increase the number of summons for the undead. Chapter 103, The Nuclear Equilibrium Plan. Chen Ming's understanding of the 4 words undead army was quite straightforward. While maintaining quality, quantity must also keep pace, without any discrepancies. There was still some time left before the 24-hour mark since the initial batch of monsters was slain by the White Kite and Azure Cloud Ice Dragon last night. Standing high, he could see far, and, correspondingly, the targets available for selection had greatly increased. The ice had long melted, and the bodies of the zombies, swollen and pale from soaking, emitted a horrid stench. Upon a glance, not a single intact corpse could be found. They had all been severed in an instant by sharp blades, the cuts remarkably smooth and even. Select all, extract. Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant. Zombie 2345. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant. Titan Zombie 29. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant. Brain Eater 50. Observing the extraction of undead numbering in the thousands, Chen Ming couldn't help but reflect. What he initially thought would be a daunting task of amassing 100,000 undead seemed less formidable than anticipated. Perhaps he could set his sights even higher, 1 million? 10 million? As the Dragon of Calamity soared towards the next battlefield, Chen Ming suddenly recalled that island nation which had been obliterated by 100,000 zombies. Perhaps. An audacious thought emerged in Chen Ming's mind. Instead of allowing the zombies to wander aimlessly on the deserted island, devoid of any value, why not eradicate them all? Extract them as undead servants, and directly achieve the milestone of summoning 100,000? As for how to reach overseas? Quite simple. Chen Ming had plenty of unused SSS-level skill upgrade cards at his disposal. An S-level teleportation skill could transport him anywhere within the vast realm of Daxia. And if his assumptions were correct, the SS or SSS level might lift restrictions, enabling global teleportation. Without hesitation, he decided to employ the teleportation skill, believing it to be highly practical and worth spending an upgrade card. After all, should a monster capable of yielding high-grade treasure chests appear overseas? By the time he rode his dragon there, it would be too late. Would you like to use an upgrade card on the S-level teleportation skill? Confirm. Without a moment's hesitation. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. You have successfully upgraded your S-level teleportation skill to SSS-level teleportation. View details. SSS-level skill teleportation. You can teleport freely to any coordinates you desire. Teleport at will. While seemingly succinct, this phrase encapsulated boundless freedom. Entirely breaking the shackles, a skill Chen Ming undoubtedly coveted. Noticing the black dragon hovering in place, he closed the virtual panel and began his extraction work, ensuring he did not neglect his primary task. Meanwhile, at the Global Hunter Alliance, representatives from various countries were gathered, over 200 individuals intently focused on a large screen. What was being broadcast was a real-time transmission from drones over the islands of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. In the urban streets, throngs of people surged, appearing peaceful at first glance. However, a closer inspection revealed the truth. Those individuals had long since succumbed to the virus, becoming puppets of the undead. A staggering 100,000 zombies congregated, a sight both magnificent and terrifying. With just a slight commotion, their murderous instincts could be ignited, plunging them into chaos. It was evident that this island had become a death trap. Whoever dared to venture there would meet their demise. Should we dispatch troops or organize hunters to collectively eradicate these fiends? Someone raised their hand to speak. There's no need for that. Surrounded by the sea, they cannot escape. Wouldn't it be better to let them remain quietly on that island, entertaining themselves? Why waste ammunition when we are in dire need of weapons and supplies? However, the virus carries too much uncertainty. What if they leap into the sea and ride the waves to our country and cities? How should we handle that? I advocate for exterminating the horde. Our experts have conducted experiments, and even submerging zombies in water for hours does not kill them. They do not require oxygen to breathe. I propose deploying nuclear weapons. Let us obliterate the island along with those 100,000 zombies. We should not waste too much time on this matter. The hawkish representative spoke first. As the voice of the United Five Rogues, their influence within the Hunter Alliance remained consistent. Crucially, these 5 rogues held 5 of the 9 nuclear-armed nation seats. At this stage, even with the emergence of the myriad worlds phishing software altering the global landscape, the deterrent power of nuclear weapons had never diminished. Even those fortunate hunters who had snagged SSS-level skills did not believe they could contend with nuclear power. What difference would it make, even if the game were to succeed just once? The global stockpile of nuclear weapons exceeds an astounding 10,000. Not to mention, there lurks a hidden behemoth, whose numbers remain shrouded in secrecy. A saying circulates online, suggesting it could be 5,000 or perhaps 400. When the need arises for the Great Xia, they could manufacture more than the total global stock in a mere month. Ultimately, through a vote, a unanimous decision was reached to execute the plan to nuke the islands of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, a plan that was subsequently announced to the world. At the inception of the Hunter Alliance, it was imperative to achieve tangible results, ensuring that the global populace understood that the Hunter Alliance was not merely a name, but a formidable entity. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant. Zombie 3666. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant. Zombie Dog 99. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant. Rock Monster 5. In contrast, Chen Ming continued to revel in the aftermath of the battlefield, extracting the undead. Bai Yuan and Qin Yun Ice Dragon seemed to comprehend Chen Ming's need to gather the undead. Thus, despite their ruthless methods, they refrained from leaving the corpses of the zombie creatures in utter desolation. Their understanding was a source of great comfort for Chen Ming. That night, the number of zombies provided by Chen Ming surpassed 30,000. Not to mention the scattered titan zombies, brain eaters, zombie dogs, and rock monsters. By the end of this excursion, the quantity of undead he had amassed was nearing 40,000, clearly forming the nascent shape of an undead army. With this legion of the undead at his disposal, Chen Ming could thrive independently in the apocalypse, not merely surviving, but living with flair. He opened the virtual panel to gauge the distance between himself and Bai Yuan, Qin Yun Ice Dragon, feeling that he could afford to let them roam a bit longer. Gathering a small amount of resources seemed far less enjoyable than collecting a substantial bounty. Buzz, buzz, buzz. More importantly, a message was disseminated to billions across the globe, causing Chen Ming to feel antsy. If he delayed for just a few more hours, he would miss the opportunity to acquire 100,000 undead. While the zombies paled in comparison to the Centipede King or the Dragon of Calamity, their sheer number, exceeding 100,000, could still yield a significant advantage, warranting respect. 3 hours later, the plan to nuke the islands of Asia, Africa, and Latin America? There was still time. Chen Ming seized this opportunity to deploy all of his undead, commencing the first battle in history. While he could not achieve numerical superiority, he certainly possessed an overwhelming qualitative advantage. Chapter 104, Sensation. 5 billion online. The Hunter Alliance not only prepared to inform the global population of 10 billion via text about their intention to obliterate the entire island of Asia, Africa, and Latin America from Blue Star, but also planned to broadcast the historic explosion live, thanks to the Great Xia satellite, for all of humanity to witness. This was to ensure that everyone comprehended the might of the Hunter Alliance, and that humans were not as feeble in the face of zombie monstrosities as many believed. Major streaming platforms were granted the authority to broadcast the nuclear eradication of the island, aiming to maximize witness participation. Prior arrangements with telecommunications providers ensured that everyone received notifications, without exception. Thus, once the satellite was connected and the exclusive live stream room established, a multitude of viewers surged in without fail. The vast majority had never even downloaded or watched a live stream before, leading to an explosive increase in viewership. Fortunately, a nation was backing the operation, providing cloud servers. Otherwise, they might not have been able to handle the surge, risking everything from laggy visuals to complete system crashes. Wow, wow, wow. Alas, I lack education. My only expression is wow to convey my astonishment. Is this truly the nuclear eradication I am interpreting? Are they really going to annihilate an entire country? Haven't you seen the news? There are no countries left. Everyone has turned into zombies. That person is incredible, single-handedly leading to the downfall of their own nation. Haha, that will certainly go down in history. I never imagined I would witness a nuclear explosion in my lifetime. So, which of the 5 major ruffians is responsible for this nuclear weapon? It seems to be the Great Xia. The hawkish faction contributed a portion, given their proximity and superior quality. Indeed, should the nuclear weapon misfire, it would be no laughing matter. It is best to entrust the handling entirely to us, to prevent the hawks from sabotaging. Personally, I cannot trust that group. They are truly ambitious wolves. Indeed, the hawks excel at profiting in chaotic times. If there is no chaos, they will create it. I believe they should temporarily refrain from causing trouble, as every living person may one day seek to help solidify the hawks' authority after acquiring advanced skills. Nonsense. Whoever wishes to go may do so. I was born a citizen of the Great Xia and shall die as a ghost of the Great Xia. Support. Even though it was known that the nuclear eradication plan would not commence for over 3 hours, no one in the live stream departed. The popularity only surged. Everyone wished to experience and witness history. After all, no one could ascertain whether they would still be alive in the next moment. Even if they sheltered at home, food would inevitably run out. Acknowledging the significant risks of fishing, they felt compelled to do so, for it was their only chance at a turnaround in life. If they did not seize this opportunity, who knew when the next would arise? A classic case of once this village is passed, there is no shop. Hunter Alliance. Currently, among the 160 countries connected to satellite streaming, over 3 billion people were online. Technicians announced the data. 3 billion. So soon? This revelation startled many. It appeared that the plan was indeed astute. Even if only half the global population witnessed the destruction of the islands of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, our objectives would be successfully realized. Yes, enhancing the Hunter Alliance's trustworthiness in the eyes of the public, ensuring they would choose us, was crucial. May everything continue to progress smoothly. Hands clasped in prayer. Wait, what is that? Suddenly, the astonished voice of a technician resonated in everyone's ears. Their hearts tightened, swallowing nervously. Without uttering a word, they exchanged glances, anticipating someone to step forward and investigate. Their hearts could scarcely bear the weight of anxiety, fearing an unforeseen incident. What transpired? A representative from the Great Xia proactively inquired. A strange portal had opened above the island. The technician replied, trembling. A portal? How could such a thing appear in that location? Could it be that there were survivors on the island? This was hardly good news, if even one person existed. Should we launch the nuclear weapon or not? Quickly, synchronize the footage. Understood. Upon receiving the command, the technician's fingers flew across the keyboard, executing the operation. The room dimmed, and the screen displayed footage related to the portal, with the dragon's head first emerging from within. A dragon? A dragon would not simply appear in the skies above the island. A strategy must be devised to downplay this incident and ensure that one individual did not jeopardize the entire operation. Perhaps dispatching a special forces team for rescue? Are you mad? There are over 100,000 zombies poised on the ground, and now a dragon reigns in the sky. Special forces are merely humans, not deities. Wait. Zoom in on the dragon's head. Is there not a figure standing atop it? How could a person possibly be in such a place? I suspect you must have seen it incorrectly. The technician immediately engaged in his work, incessantly zooming in on the footage. Just a moment ago, those who were skeptical now stood agape, exclaiming, my goodness, there truly is someone. Is there no way to enhance the clarity of the image? It's impossible to discern the facial features, but it appears to be an Asian individual. Unfortunately, this is already the highest resolution available, the technician lamented, shaking his head in resignation. I recognize that person. He has recently gained immense popularity online, being referred to as the necromancer. Upon hearing this, I recalled that the dragon in the video matched the one we were observing with at least a 90% similarity. Without needing any prompting, the technician pulled up the video he had saved, splitting the screen to play both simultaneously. The comparison instantly escalated the similarity from 90 to a perfect 100. They could hardly believe that such a coincidence could occur. It seems he has set his sights on that horde of zombies, intending to eliminate them and subsequently convert them into summoned undead. Summoning over 100,000 zombies? I doubt he possesses such capability. Perhaps not. SSS-level abilities can be far more extraordinary than we can imagine. Perhaps he merely seeks to satiate his bloodlust through that colossal dragon? Allowing him to command such a vast army of undead would pose a significant threat to us. What? Do you wish to obliterate him along with the entire island? Is that not an option? No matter how formidable he may be, can he withstand a nuclear weapon? I fear that is unlikely. There are billions of eyes focused on him and his dragon. Given his current level of notoriety, if we were to take action, we would only draw the ire of the entire Hunter Alliance. Therefore, esteemed representatives of Daxia, have you indeed formed a collaboration with him, as rumored, granting him the status of a hunter? The hawkish representative, fingers interlaced, turned to the Daxia representative with keen interest. In response, the Daxia representative offered a strained smile, admitting, to be candid, we have been attempting to contact him. However, to this day, we have yet to ascertain his true identity. I see, the hawkish representative remarked, feigning ignorance while smiling. You must expedite your efforts. If you can persuade him to join your Star Alliance, he alone would be worth an army. I shall convey that message. The Hunter Alliance's reaction to Chen Ming's appearance was overwhelmingly enthusiastic. Not to mention the major streaming platforms, boasting over 50 billion users online, were equally tumultuous. Chapter 105. The Lord of the Undead. A dragon. Did it not destroy nations? Are there still people secretly fishing atop it? The annihilation of a nation does not imply the absence of survivors. Perhaps he views this as his last hope, attempting to catch skills and fight his way out, unaware that this very act has significantly diminished his chances of survival. It can only be said that when misfortune strikes, even drinking cold water can lead to toothaches. So, does this mean the nuclear obliteration plan will proceed despite knowing there are survivors? Why not? Should we allow a few scattered individuals to dictate the fate of the entire world? I support the execution of the nuclear obliteration plan. I once saw a video where zombies were forcibly submerged in water for hours, and upon emerging, they were still lively. If those hundreds of thousands of zombies were to leap into the sea, the ocean would eventually wash them ashore. Wait, take a closer look at that dragon. Does it not seem familiar? Oh my, isn't that the mount of the dragon tamer? Dragon tamer? I thought he was the necromancer. Are they the same person? Indeed, the very same. What? Could it be that he intends to slaughter the horde of over 100,000 zombies before the Hunter Alliance can intervene and then summon them all as undead? Setting aside whether one person can truly eliminate such a vast number of zombies and summon them all as undead, surely, that is too outrageous to even dream of. One person has strength? You still lack a clear understanding of necromancers. The crowd engaged in a fervent debate, dividing into three factions, one strongly supportive, another vehemently opposed, and a third merely enjoying the spectacle, the passive onlookers. Returning to Chen Ming, he was utterly unconcerned about whether satellites or drones were capturing his image. His mind was singularly focused on one objective: to seize nearly 200,000 zombies and incorporate them into his undead army. Wasting no time. As the Cataclysm Dragon fully emerged from the portal, Chen Ming raised his arm, activating his skill. Two colossal portals unfolded, effortlessly covering the entire Afro-Asian island and the aerial domain. The technicians controlling the satellites were compelled to adjust their angles to capture the scene from the side. Goodness, what on earth is this? A one-man army. A true one-man army. Just those zombies alone must number no less than 50,000. What enormous creatures. They bear a striking resemblance to the sandworms from movies. The sizes of those centipedes and giant snakes are utterly exaggerated. Those flying creatures, are they lizard men? Does your lizard man have horns and fly? Those are dragon men. The disparity between the two is astronomical. Incredible. The numbers must exceed 100,000. We are all human. All fishing. Why is there such a vast disparity? Could it be that, like fishing, there are special techniques involved? I would spend my entire fortune to acquire such experience. Is that the national husband Wang Sikong? Is that for real? Beyond the Cataclysm Dragon, which was still out in the wilderness, Chen Ming unleashed every single undead from the Shadow Realm. The sandworms burrowed underground, lying in wait. The dragon men stood ready with their long spears. The Goblin Legion exuded an imposing presence, brimming with battle fervor. The giant centipedes and centipede kings stood tall, poised like arrows drawn back, ready to be released. Brain eaters, titan zombies, corpse dogs, and a multitude of undead zombies brought forth an aesthetic of sheer quantity. The ancient giant serpent coiled like a dragon, radiating overwhelming intimidation. The effect was undeniably far beyond Chen Ming's expectations, especially when combined with the unique shadowy ambience of the undead, even without making a move. The visual impression alone conveyed an overwhelming sense of victory, an unreserved belief in their formidable power. As the summoner of these beings, Chen Ming undeniably became the focal point, an object of fascination. Words spread rapidly, with knowledge of this event expanding exponentially. The number of viewers downloading and entering the streaming room surged as well. The online count had already reached an astonishing 8 billion. The dropout rate compared to the massive audience was merely a handful, and this, perhaps, was likely due to the monsters in the real world discovering their presence and causing havoc. Is this the necromancer? How exaggerated. How absurd. SSS level. He has undoubtedly acquired an SSS level skill, the world's #1. Give me that skill. I would willingly trade 10 years off my life for it. Necromancer? Those 5 characters no longer suit him. A name change is in order. He must be called the Lord of the Undead. Lord of the Undead? Indeed. That title fits him much better. Will the Hunter Alliance truly allow him to monopolize power? Are they not concerned about their own standing? What? Do you truly intend to use nuclear weapons against him? No matter how formidable he may be, can he withstand such might? You all, having finally encountered someone capable of standing toe-to-toe with the monstrous undead, instead of seeking a path of collaboration and mutual benefit, contemplate his demise simply because of his overwhelming strength? Such thoughts are indeed petty-minded. The voices of those harboring murderous intent towards Chen Ming, due to his exceptional prowess, were swiftly drowned out by the overwhelming disapproval of the majority. Private messages flooded in, reaching an astonishing 99.99. In truth, after issuing the command to annihilate the undead, Chen Ming had already contemplated this issue. Historically, those who overshadow their leaders have often been viewed as threats, and the lessons of betrayal, akin to killing the donkey after the grinding is done, are far too numerous to count. Chen Ming did not believe that such a fate would not befall him. On a sudden impulse, he resolved to infiltrate the back-end management system of the nuclear weapons, ensuring that even if they harbored thoughts of rebellion, they would be incapable of executing any actions against him. Would you like to use a one-click upgrade card to enhance the S-Class Skill Super Hacker? Yes. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. You have successfully upgraded the S-Class Skill Super Hacker to the SSS-Class Skill Super Hacker. In the context of the current situation, merely upgrading the S-Class skill to SSS Class could hardly be deemed cost-effective. It simply accelerated the acquisition of permissions and diminished the likelihood of a counterattack to reclaim control. This probability was nearing zero, or rather, it was indeed zero. However, casting a gaze toward the future, once the skill transitioned from S to SSS, all high-tech systems composed of data in this world would become inescapably vulnerable to Chen Ming's invasion and plunder, as long as he desired. Although he could not manipulate the software known as phishing in all realms, since all rewards were derived from it, and there would undoubtedly be safeguards in place, he could still directly sabotage mobile devices and computers, reducing them to mere bricks. Alternatively, he might opt for a more gentle approach, altering multiple passwords to render the tools for using phishing in all realms inaccessible to the populace, enslaving all of humanity. Should one wish to fish, they must first pledge their allegiance to him. The time for fantasies had come to an end. Chen Ming retrieved his phone and hacked into the official website. Using the official network as a springboard, he navigated through the labyrinthine and intricately woven pathways to identify the true target for his assault. Chapter 106, Total Annihilation. Extraction of 100,000 zombies. At this moment, within the Hunter Alliance, the discourse regarding whether to launch a nuclear strike against Chen Ming had softened under the influence of public opinion. The voices of the radicals were entirely suppressed. They understood that, in such circumstances, forcefully relying on nuclear weapons to eliminate Chen Ming would yield nothing but detriment to themselves and the entire Hunter Alliance. Exhibiting distrust and hostility towards the strong would only diminish the inclination of those possessing formidable skills to become hunters and join the alliance. After all, individuals sought to join the Hunter Alliance for organization, support, and stability. Yet, instead of merely serving them, they must remain perpetually vigilant against potential betrayal from behind. Who would willingly accept such a fate? It appeared that the opportunity to win hearts and minds was inescapable. One must look toward the long term. There was no need to discard the watermelon for the sake of picking up sesame seeds. The apocalypse would not conclude in just a day or two. If a way could be found to entice him to join the Hunter Alliance, his presence would undoubtedly serve as the best advertisement, attracting countless powerful individuals to join. This proposition received unanimous agreement from all present. However, facing a mysterious individual capable of teleporting across the globe, the challenge of locating and persuading him became an unavoidable dilemma. Everyone, it's bad. I have received news that the authority to launch nuclear weapons has been forcibly sealed off and plundered by unknown individuals. Same here. The program has been hacked, and we have completely lost control. Indian representatives, what is the situation on your end? The equipment has completely frozen. We are unable to perform any operations. Just after hanging up, the tone was one of resignation. After all, this was the control authority for nuclear weapons. Were they not taking this matter seriously? The only remaining hawkish representative, with chest puffed out and head held high, adjusted his attire, exuding an air of pride. But within 3 seconds, his phone began to buzz incessantly in his pocket. Upon checking, the moment he saw the name attached to the message, a chill coursed through him, accompanied by an ominous premonition. Initially, he had no intention of answering the call, yet he feared it might pertain to something critical. The thought of missing it could lead to consequences too grave to bear. After a moment of steeling himself, he pressed the answer key. What is going on? Following that, there was a long silence. Slowly lowering his phone, he needn't speak. The others already grasped the situation. The control authority over nuclear weapons possessed by the 9 nuclear-armed nations had been clandestinely seized by an unknown force. Thousands of nuclear warheads were now under the command of someone whose identity was utterly ambiguous. Whether male or female was a mystery. What could be done? Was humanity truly on the brink of annihilation this time? Was there still time to destroy them? Difficult, exceedingly difficult. Who exactly was that individual? How could they achieve such a feat? Could it be that they possessed an SSS-class skill akin to the figure on screen? Was there a possibility that the one who hacked the nuclear control authority was a companion of his? Or perhaps it was he himself? Upon hearing this, the conference room filled with hundreds fell into an eerie silence. It was so quiet that one could hear their own heartbeat. The thoughts swirling in their minds were clearly written on their faces. The fate of tens of thousands of undead soldiers, coupled with the decision to launch nuclear weapons, now rested solely on his whim. It left everyone astounded, compelling them to acknowledge that Chen Ming's strength transcended their understanding. One might wish to exclaim, one SSS-class skill is already terrifying enough. How could one possess 2? Meanwhile, after the shadow portal closed, the viewers in the live-streaming room were once again able to survey the entire battlefield in detail. The clash between over 100,000 zombies and tens of thousands of undead soldiers resembled 2 raging torrents colliding, with a clear demarcation between them. The Undead Legion, despite being numerically inferior to the zombies, triumphed in quality, utterly overwhelming them in combat prowess. To describe it as one-sided slaughter would not be an exaggeration. Moreover, Chen Ming was relentless in extracting those zombies that had been truly vanquished, thereby augmenting the ranks of the Undead Legion. The black tide of the undead surged forth, manifesting an unstoppable momentum. I am summoning, truly summoning. How fierce. The more the enemies are slain, the more they multiply. How is this possible? No. How can zombies play like this? Are you sure they are multiplying? Aren't the zombies being slaughtered unilaterally? If I could acquire a skill similar to that, I would willingly trade 10 years off my lifespan. 10 years. Who do you think you're looking down on? I would trade 20. I would trade 30. I would trade 40. Is this really happening? Are you all going mad? This is not the workplace. It's the apocalypse. I'm going all in. Just give me a one-day experience card. Is that too much to ask? In the live-streaming room, an array of bizarre comments made it difficult to discern reality from fiction. The voices of envy were countless. Zombie kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a wooden treasure chest worth 800. Zombie kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a wooden treasure chest worth 2,300. Zombie kill successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a wooden treasure chest containing 4,000. In contrast, Chen Ming's situation was quite different. due to the sheer volume of kills. The system opted to display the quantity of treasure chests dropped over a specified period for ease of viewing. Each refresh occurred at intervals of merely 3 to 4 seconds, during which the kill count surged by a minimum of 7 to 800, and at times, even reached 4 to 5,000. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new undead servant, Zombie 5000. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new undead servant, Zombie 2333. Each time he selected all undead for extraction, the number summoned was consistently impressive, never falling below 4 digits. Initially, Ming believed that 100,000 zombies was a significant number, requiring considerable time to eliminate. However, reality delivered a harsh blow to his assumptions. Indeed, 100,000 zombies was hardly a substantial figure, at least not for him. The zombies could not withstand the onslaught of the undead legion, nor could they endure Ming's ever-accelerating tactics, which swiftly surpassed them in numbers. This culminated in a dual pressure of quantity and quality. Just as swathes of zombies were being harvested, in the blink of an eye, they would rise again in undead form, joining the very army that sought to vanquish them. In response, Ming could only express his desire for this face-slapping phenomenon to continue unabated. He welcomed the prospect of being thwarted daily. Thanks to this, the number of undead he could summon had already surpassed the monumental threshold of 100,000. Whether in terms of quantity or the formidable commanders such as the Calamity Dragon, the Ancient Giant Serpent, and the Centipede King, the strength of these undead was undeniably worthy of the title Undead Legion. Ming firmly donned the crown of the Undead Monarch, recognized by billions as the unparalleled sovereign of the undead, the strongest force globally. Without question, the last of the zombies was swept away by the Ancient Giant Serpent's colossal tail, crushed and obliterated, leaving behind only a mass of severely decayed, now even more tattered and withered husks. Ming took charge of the conclusion, selecting all for extraction. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new undead servant, Zombie 1288. A moment of calculation revealed, if Ming's memory served him correctly, that during this island harvesting operation, his side had suffered 0 casualties. The undead legion had increased by a staggering 179,666. Chapter 107. The hidden dragon emerges from the abyss, awakening the entire world. Indeed, he was merely a few hundred short of reaching a total of 180,000 undead from his expedition to the islands of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. The practical value of the SSS-grade undead extraction skill had once more soared, continually rising. Within the Hunter Alliance, in stark contrast to Ming's display of composure and tranquility, those who fancied themselves seasoned veterans of adversity found their emotions to be complex and difficult to articulate. At that moment, someone pulled out their phone to check the time. They were the first to speak, attempting to shatter the grave silence that enveloped the meeting room. It had taken Ming less than 5 minutes to eliminate the hundreds of thousands of zombies. Less than 5 minutes. Surely you jest? Indeed, it was under 5 minutes. From the moment he summoned the undead, I began my calculations. After confirming with a glance, the man continued, asserting that if pressed to provide an exact time frame, he had resolved the matter in just 3 minutes and 54 seconds, dispatching the entire horde of over 100,000 zombies. After a brief pause, taking a deep breath, he emphasized that most importantly, he had successfully transferred all those zombies to his own faction, bending them to his will. Upon hearing this, many faces wore expressions of shock, wide-eyed and speechless. The grand spectacles they had witnessed in the past paled in comparison to the astonishment Ming had instigated. Even the so-called technologically superior hawks, when not resorting to nuclear weaponry, would not dare to claim with absolute certainty that they could neutralize a horde of over 100,000 zombies in under 5 minutes. Preposterous. Truly, it was absurd. At this rate, it would not be long before the number of troops at his command breached 1 million, or even 10 million. A 10 million-strong undead army? Who could possibly rival such a force? As if you could contend with him at this moment. Ugh, there is no rebuttal. The representative from the Great Xia was fixated on the imagery displayed on the screen. Though Ming had long since departed with over 200,000 undead, leaving no trace as if he had never been there, the astonishment and paradigm shift he had instilled remained palpable. Unlike others, he was acutely aware of Ming's true identity, knowing that he resided in Jiangcheng and had constructed an impregnable sanctuary while commanding several dragons. The confidentiality of this information had reached an unprecedented level, SSS grade. He refrained from disclosing it publicly, fearing that the Hawks and those from the Bear Nation might succumb to temptation. Dispatching agents to the Great Xia to launch various covert operations, attempting to undermine and seize control of this unequivocal behemoth. Here, the term behemoth is intended as a compliment. After witnessing the entire slaughter operation against the zombies, the representative from the Great Xia felt that Ming was 100-fold, even 1,000-fold, more terrifying than any monster. His potential for growth was far more elusive and unpredictable than the mutation rate of the zombie virus itself. He resolved to persuade the Great Xia to take Ming seriously, as well as the software known as fishing across worlds. The scope of its application could not be confined to a mere special operations team. Speed must be prioritized, for time waits for no one. He had a premonition that the phenomenon of 10,000 zombies being hooked would only become more common, never less so. Allowing the conservative voices to proliferate within would inevitably lead to trouble. They could not control over 1 billion people. Merely managing a few million or tens of millions was meaningless, since they could not resolve the issue at its root. Coexisting with fishing across worlds and optimizing its utilization to enhance the overall combat effectiveness of the Star Alliance was of utmost importance. Risks? Pray tell. What worthwhile endeavor in this world comes without risk? To paraphrase a popular saying, the most lucrative methods are all documented in a single book. While restrictions are indeed crucial, they must not be absolute. News arrived from our military headquarters that control over nuclear weapons had been restored, and everything was back to normal. We in India are also fine. The gentleman's nation has no issues. Gradually, all 9 nuclear powers have expressed their stance. Without exception, they have regained their control. Could this be a tad too coincidental? He had barely departed, and the control over nuclear weapons was reinstated. Indeed, it seems someone was right. He possesses more than one SSS-grade skill, even if it is not SSS-grade. Being able to so effortlessly infiltrate the security networks of the 9 major nations at the very least qualifies him as an S-grade. Such luck is truly enviable. If only I could receive even a fraction of it. A fraction? Even 1/100th would suffice. Do not be overly greedy. Now, this individual can simply take away nuclear control at will. Do we stand a chance against him? Be confident. The likelihood is infinitesimal. No, it is 0. Unless one were to be mentally impaired, I have no desire to make an enemy of him. This sentiment was largely echoed by the majority. The remaining few abstained from expressing their opinions. As being a small nation, they did not believe they had the authority to voice their concerns. Even if they did speak up, no one would pay them any heed. Being present here was already a testament to their national commitment. They wished more than anyone for their citizens to acquire advanced skills through fishing, yet they were equally apprehensive that the fate of the nations in Asia, Africa, and Latin America would one day befall them as well. In the live broadcast room, as the collective number of participants across hundreds of platforms surpassed 9 billion, a palpable sense of fatigue began to manifest. Following the complete disappearance of Ming and his army, who had mounted dragons and entered the portal, the online user count experienced an unprecedented plummet. Nevertheless, even after several rounds of decline, the figures remained above 50 billion. With tens of thousands of undead already at his disposal, how could he summon over 100,000 more? Is there no limitation on this skill? An SSS rank, the highest level attainable. Isn't it only natural for there to be no constraints? Apart from him, I have yet to hear of anyone else who has managed to reel in an SSS level. The highest has only reached SS. If only I could reel in such a skill, commanding 1,000,000 undead would be exhilarating beyond compare. Stop dreaming. SSS level skills possess uniqueness. The skill of summoning the undead has already been caught by him. Even if we were to fish until our dying day, we could never duplicate it. Damn, hearing you say that only deepens my envy. In terms of attention and traffic, Ming undoubtedly emerged as the foremost figure in history. The combined influence of all global top-tier streamers pales in comparison to his. The title of Undead Sovereign resonates worldwide. On forums, trending posts that once garnered hundreds of millions of views have now long surpassed the billion mark, with the volume of posts setting a historical record for the platform. A plethora of screenshots and expressions of admiration for his charisma and dominance, as well as fervent desires for marriage, proliferate endlessly. At this juncture, within the Great Xia, intense discussions erupted regarding the indomitable rule exhibited by Ming in the face of a national crisis. The discourse centered around his persona and the software known as fishing across realms. Chapter 108. Ascending to 9-star hunter? I decline. Bang. What? You wish to publicly endorse and open up fishing to the masses? Absolutely not. I vehemently oppose this. Such a course of action is fraught with peril. Should the Great Xia become the next African Asian island, who among you present could bear the repercussions? An elderly man slammed his hand on the table, rising in indignation. Elder Wu, while the African Asian islands indeed serve as a grave lesson, you must acknowledge the enhancements brought by skills. In less than 5 minutes, he effortlessly resolved the plight of over 100,000 zombies and simultaneously seized our control over nuclear weaponry. Fishing is undoubtedly a high-stakes gamble, yet it remains the swiftest avenue to elevate the overall strength of the Great Xia, bar none. Following this, we merely need to proliferate across major cities to bolster the influence of the Star Alliance and strategically deploy personnel, continuously absorbing the exceptional talents who acquire skills. Once the Star Alliance and the professional hunter system are fully established, even if we were to fish up terrifying beasts or face hundreds of thousands of zombies, we would be able to dispatch hunters promptly to suppress them, minimizing losses. Continuing to seek stability while maintaining an ambiguous stance will not alter the burgeoning reality of increasing beasts and zombies. The man's words resonated with conviction, as he endeavored to sway Wu Zhongtian, a core figure of the conservative faction, through facts. If he could persuade him, all issues would unravel effortlessly. If that is the case, why not first consider how to convince that individual to join the Star Alliance? Wu Zhongtian interjected, diverting the topic. Rest assured, Elder Wu. We are already devising ways to contact him. However, based on what I have gathered, he is unlikely to agree to collaborate with us. He commands a staggering 20,000 undead, if not more, and countless formidable monstrous undead. We cannot ascertain whether, in the future, when the number of summoned undead reaches millions, or even billions, he might seek to usurp decision-making authority and replace us. Only by establishing the Star Alliance can we earn a place at the negotiation table. Hence, I implore you, Elder Wu, to weigh the pros and cons thoroughly. Procrastination is not the attitude with which to address this problem. The man laid out his thoughts in one breath, silently praying that the others would absorb his words. If all else fails, he could only hope that the increasingly dire domestic situation would enable his faction to gain as much leverage as possible. A little progress is certainly preferable to regression. Wu Zhongtian fell into silence, glancing at those aligned with him. They all bore expressions that conveyed unwavering support for his decisions. With a sigh, he stood and prepared to leave. Wu. Before the man could finish, Wu Zhongtian waved his hand and said, I am old. It is time for me to rest. These matters are for you young people to decide. Should you fail, do not expect this retired old man to clean up after you. Thank you, Elder Wu. We will not disappoint you. The man and his colleagues displayed expressions of relief. At last, they were free of lingering concerns and resolved to fully advance the Star Alliance. Soon, Ming found relevant reports in the news. Have they finally made a decisive resolution? The pace was swifter than Ming had anticipated. Furthermore, they had devised a plan to establish Star Alliance branches in over 700 cities within 3 months, distributing invitations to heroes and crafting a hunter combat system to gradually replace the traditional Special Forces model. Special Forces would not be entirely abolished, as certain zombie monsters could still be dispatched using firearms. Those unfortunate enough to fail in acquiring powerful skills could opt to join the Special Forces first to cultivate their strength. Once they reel in skills, they could seamlessly transition to participate in missions targeting zombie monsters. The Star Alliance's role in this endeavor is that of a resource and information provider. To this end, they even revealed a second trump card, aside from the veteran General Su Jinshan, an SS-level skill forger, crafting weapons and armor from the scales, hides, claws, and teeth of monsters to facilitate their slaughter is indeed a commendable professional skill, Ming remarked. He believed that with specialized weapons for hunting zombie monsters, a stable food supply, and clear rules of reward and punishment, the number of those willing to join the Star Alliance and become part of the Hunter Guild would only grow. After all, there are no alternatives. The lone wolf approach is not a sustainable strategy. Not everyone possesses the capability to summon hundreds of thousands of undead, as Ming does. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, Ming keenly detected a resounding noise akin to helicopter rotors from outside. He knew full well that the revelation of his undead summoning skill had already surfaced at the official level. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He no longer needed to hide or develop in obscurity. His negotiating leverage was already substantial. He fully trusted that those individuals possessed the intelligence to refrain from engaging in foolishly adversarial actions against him. Upon exiting the villa, he discovered an enormous drone far surpassing its counterparts hovering before him, which then descended to reveal a soft screen. The screen illuminated, displaying a man seated at a desk, a bookshelf laden with various tomes in the background. Greetings, Mr. Chen. Can you hear me clearly? The man initiated the conversation. I can hear you. Ming affirmed with a nod. Initially, he had anticipated these individuals would directly arrive via helicopter to the sanctuary, attempting to persuade him to join the Star Alliance. It now appeared that they feared him far more than he had imagined and were quite protective of their lives. Excellent. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Qian, one of the primary initiators of the Star Alliance. I have come today to extend a formal invitation for you to join the Star Alliance as a professional hunter. The man hastily completed his introduction, clearly anxious that Ming might lose patience. What advantages would joining the Star Alliance and becoming a hunter offer me? Ming inquired. With your strength and historical achievements, you could be promoted directly to a 9-star hunter, enjoying the highest level of privileges. We shall provide you with all the assistance the Star Alliance can offer, without reservation. Zhao Qian pledged. Not interested. You may seek others, Ming declined. Such terms were insufficient to sway him, to prevent Zhao Qian from persisting in his entreaties. Ming added, however, should you encounter formidable beasts that you cannot handle, feel free to notify me. I am willing to assist in their extermination free of charge. By free of charge, he meant that apart from the spoils and the acquisition of souls, he would not demand any recompense. Although he did not intend to join the Star Alliance or become their pawn, Ming was convinced that, with the resilience and faith of the people of the Great Xia, the Star Alliance would inevitably become the world's preeminent hunter guild. Establishing a cordial relationship with them in the early stages could only benefit him. It would allow him to call upon them for assistance when necessary. fostering a mutually advantageous relationship. Even if they could not become friends, there was no need to become adversaries. Chapter 109. Exceptional rewards abound. A bountiful harvest. Very well. Since you have made your decision, Mr. Chen, I shall not press further. When it comes to dealing with the aberrant beasts, I will count on your assistance. Zhao Qian remarked, fully aware that Chen Ming's willingness to help was primarily to harvest souls and augment his own power. Nevertheless, his intervention could indeed resolve many unnecessary troubles and significantly reduce casualties. Rather than fearing Chen Ming's rapid ascension in strength, Zhao Qian was more concerned about those uncontrollable monsters. At least for now, Chen Ming had not resorted to wantonly slaughtering humans, even with an army of hundreds of thousands of souls at his command. He had intervened several times to eliminate formidable foes such as the Blood Knights, the gluttonous dragon, and the ancient giant serpent, monsters they were powerless to confront. All right, Chen Ming replied, then bid farewell to Zhao Qian. As the screen dimmed and automatically rolled up, the helicopter ascended rapidly, turning back to its point of origin. Glancing at the blazing sun on the horizon, Chen Ming patted his abdomen, aware that it was time to satiate his hunger. On his way back to the living room, he activated the virtual panel, perusing the dazzling array of 5-star dishes. Ultimately, he settled on a bowl of white rice, a serving of chopped chili fish head, braised sea cucumber, and a bowl of kelp and pork rib soup. This simple life was indeed delightful. While dining, he could not resist casting a few lines. After all, idleness bred restlessness, and Chen Ming was the type who needed to engage in some activity while eating. Even if he did not play on his phone or scroll through short videos, he had to turn on the television for some background noise. He opened the World Fishing application and clicked Start Fishing. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a fishing process optimization card X1. A fishing process optimization card? What might that be? Chen Ming mumbled to himself as he mixed the chopped chili fish with rice and brought it to his mouth. Delicious. Upon reviewing the description, Chen Ming learned that this optimization card could accelerate the fishing process and eliminate the QT, the minigame testing hand speed, reducing the likelihood of losing a catch to 0 with a catch rate of 100%. Without hesitation, he used it, despite his quick reflexes making the minigame a mere trifle. However, any opportunity to conserve energy was welcome. He cast again. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Critical hit. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 1,000 years of lifespan. This time, under the same reward tier, the fishing speed had indeed seen a substantial increase, and he had not encountered the minigame. Exceptional rewards came effortlessly. Another cast. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining S-Class skill, Grim Reaper's Scythe. S-Class skill Grim Reaper's Scythe. You can summon a Reaper visible only to you, who silently wields a deadly scythe against the target, unnoticed. Drawing an S-Class skill had become a commonplace occurrence for Chen Ming, and he felt no surge of excitement within, unless the skill was particularly intriguing. His emotions remained unchanged before and after the acquisition. Another throw. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining SSS-Class skill, Plague of Swarming Worms. SSS class. The S-Class had become familiar, but the SSS class was still a novelty for Chen Ming. He hastily checked the skill description. SSS-Class skill Plague of Swarming Worms. A growth-based skill that can summon vast swarms of mutated locusts capable of devouring everything and rapidly multiplying without limit. At first glance, this skill might not seem particularly impressive, perhaps even unworthy of the SSS classification. However, as time progressed, this army of mutated locusts would prove formidable. With a mere gesture, it could unleash an unprecedented plague of locusts. It is essential to recognize that even in this era of peak human technological advancement, the threat of locusts to food security remained unresolved. They not only consumed rapidly, but also reproduced in abundance. Now, as an SSS class skill, its potential for devastation would be unparalleled. Eager to test it out, Chen Ming regrettably realized he had not yet finished his meal. Suppressing his curiosity, he decided to eat first. The skills wouldn't run away on their own. He hastened his eating while continuing to fish. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining S-Class skill, Whale Tail Slap. S-Class skill Whale Tail Slap summons a floating giant whale to deliver a massive strike over a vast area with its colossal tail. Critical hit. Another cast. The increasing frequency of fishing was becoming addictive. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 10 forced plunder cards. Plunder cards? The literal interpretation was straightforward. Chen Ming mused that they were likely rewards similar to permanent theft skills, albeit one was a skill and the other an item. If one had to compare, the former was undoubtedly less advantageous, as there were only 10 cards, and once used, they would be gone. The skill, however, could last a lifetime, provided one had sufficient mental energy. He examined the details. Forced plunder card. Upon using this item on any target, you can forcibly access their system inventory, allowing for the theft of various items, including but not limited to lifespan, attributes, properties, and bank balances. After reading the description, Ming immediately comprehended why this opportunity for enhanced fishing appeared in the form of 10 cards. The potential for theft was not limited to skills. It included everything. Indeed, everything. Even the affection and loyalty of others towards the target could be plundered. If this were a skill, humanity would truly become his laborers. Ming couldn't help but fantasize, spitting out a piece of bone. Moments later, after over 20 minutes, Ming felt satisfied. Just as he finished tidying up the dishes, an air raid siren echoed outside. Despite having closed all doors and windows, the sound penetrated through. It was likely that someone had caught an extraordinary monster once again. He vividly recalls that the last time the Blood Knight appeared in the neighboring city, the air raid sirens were also sounded. This served a dual purpose. First, to alert the populace of impending danger, and second, the blaring of the sirens would attract zombies and monsters, thereby clearing a retreat route. It was indeed a twofold strategy. Ming was deeply intrigued by the misfortune of the poor soul who had hooked such a creature. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to test the SSS-Rank Skill he had just acquired, Plague of Locusts. With this skill, the potential utility of the zombie monsters would increase significantly. He intended to first steal the skill, kill the creature, obtain the treasure chest, complete his quest, and enhance his fishing frequency. Subsequently, he would convert the remains into undead, ultimately using those corpses to nourish the locusts, thereby elevating their levels and enabling them to split. He aimed to extract every last bit, leaving not even a fragment of bone behind. As he opened the door to his villa and stepped outside, his gaze was immediately drawn to the treetops rising above the height of the surrounding walls. The tree was situated quite far away, at least several kilometers distant. Moreover, the villa he resided in was perched atop a mountain. Chapter 110, Tree Demon. The very fact that he could see that tree from such a distance and elevation spoke volumes. Ming exited the courtyard and gazed towards the towering tree located in the city center, which currently appeared quite tranquil, showing no signs of any disturbance. He summoned the panel function, switched to the world chat channel, and selected the regional chat channel. This would allow him to gain a quicker understanding of the unfolding events. Damn it, who on earth managed to catch that thing? Criminal, you shall forever be remembered as the vile sinner of Jiang City, destined to be nailed to the pillar of historical disgrace. I must have drawn 8 generations of bad luck to encounter this fellow. Thank goodness the special forces arrived quickly, otherwise I would have been done for. What good does it do to curse so fiercely? Perhaps the guy is already dead. Seeing that no one was clarifying the situation, Ming took the initiative to compose a message and sent it. What is happening? Is it related to that tree? Living in the suburbs? Hurry and run while you still can. That is no ordinary tree. It can move. A mere swing of its roots could topple several buildings. A tree demon? Ming had faced such creatures numerous times in the game. They were classic, essential elements. However, a specimen of such colossal size was exceedingly rare. Even within the game, the size of this entity would certainly warrant a golden treasure chest, if not a platinum level drop standard, Ming mused. He remained unperturbed. No one would dare compete with him for the monster, nor would they risk such danger to do so. They lacked the skills to kill enemies, obtain treasure chests, or extract undead. Beneath him, the shadow gate opened. As the Dragon of Calamity emerged, Ming's vantage point elevated dramatically. He mounted the dragon. Boom. The Dragon of Calamity unfurled its immense black wings, soaring into the sky, carrying Ming towards the direction of the tree demon. He intended to claim the treasure chest and the undead of the tree demon as well. He resolved to plant it beside his villa at Dushan, a guardian far superior in security than any stationary machine gun. As he drew nearer, elevated above the ground with an excellent field of vision, Ming clearly observed thousands of roots breaking through the surface, snaking outwards like giant serpents, ensnaring various buildings. It was evident that the tree demon sought to take deep root in Jiang City. Bang! Boom! The sound of an explosion reached his ears. Ming turned his gaze to witness an off-road vehicle, pursued by the roots, entangled and grotesquely crushed. This not only resulted in the driver and passengers being suffocated to death, but also ruptured the fuel tank, igniting a catastrophic explosion that obliterated any chance of survival. In stark contrast, the root remained unscathed. Such power, leaving not a trace behind. It truly was resilient, Ming muttered to himself. The Dragon of Calamity halted, maintaining a safe distance, as it feared that getting too close might subject Ming to the peril of the tree demon's thrashing, tentacle-like vines and roots. Clearly, the Dragon of Calamity had underestimated the attack range of the tree demon. Thick vines and roots, akin to long spears, shot towards them like a rain of arrows. Upon witnessing this, the Dragon of Calamity immediately opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of black dragon fire, shaking its head from side to side, erecting a barrier of flames to fiercely incinerate and neutralize the demon's assault. It was evident that the tree demon had an aversion to fire. As some of the vines and roots were reduced to ash, they quickly retreated, thrashing the ground in an attempt to extinguish the flames. Seeing that the fire showed no signs of extinguishing, rather it blazed more fiercely due to the wind. The roots and vines had no choice but to retract and bury themselves underground, successfully quelling the dragon's fire. That was the undead sovereign. It turned out the internet wasn't joking. He truly was one of us from Jiang City. Jiang City was indeed a place of exceptional talent. It was said that several centuries ago, numerous great generals had commanded tens of thousands. Tens of thousands? That paled in comparison to his hundreds of thousands of undead. So, should we still flee? Flee. Do you really think that Tree can rival him? Chen Ming's earlier performance on the islands of Afra was nothing short of astonishing. Thus, when the moment arrived for him to manifest atop his dragon, the collective anxiety that had gripped the onlookers was instantly quelled, replaced by a profound stillness. They recognized that the savior had arrived. Their admiration and reverence for Chen Ming were palpable, with many viewing him as a life goal to follow. They yearned for the chance to attain even a fraction of his power at the moment of their demise. The Jiang City authorities were also monitoring Chen Ming's every move via drones. In the office, a group of individuals sat gathered around a table. What should we do? Should we intervene? Intervene? Just look at the size of that monster. Is that something we can meddle with? Indeed, a single armor-piercing round would barely graze its skin. I knew that promoting universal fishing would lead to trouble. Look how little time has passed, Sai. The Star Alliance has already dispatched orders for us to focus on rescue efforts, evacuating the civilians in the vicinity, while leaving that monster entirely to him. Star Alliance? Does that mean he has decided to join us? No, he has declined. Declined. Were the terms not enticing enough? Commander Zhao has indicated that with his strength, he could be elevated directly to a 9-star hunter, enjoying the highest level of treatment, becoming a national-level hunter, directly ascending to 9-star. At this, the room fell silent, the pressure mounting exponentially. They understood that Chen Ming's refusal to become a 9-star hunter was not out of arrogance, but rather a testament to his overwhelming confidence. He was certain that his strength far surpassed what they had witnessed. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to become a national-level hunter. The significance of those 3 words carried immense weight, regardless of location. It meant that should Chen Ming consent, he would not only receive top-tier treatment, but also wield a portion of national authority. Could anyone with the fortitude to refuse such an offer truly lack confidence? In the present day, the Star Alliance wields considerable influence within the realm of the Great Xia, securing prominent positions of authority. Given that their commands have been issued, those of a more conservative disposition have no choice but to remain silent, lest they invite disaster upon themselves. With relentless urgency, personnel are dispatched to conduct search and rescue operations, alongside evacuation plans, all to enable Chen Ming to engage in combat with the monstrous foes without being encumbered by trivialities. Should Chen Ming become aware of their intentions, he would merely deem them overly ambitious. He would never allow himself to be indecisive or trapped in a dilemma for the sake of a few lives or the judgment of others. At this moment, nothing holds greater significance for him than vanquishing the tree demon, claiming the treasure it drops, and extracting the souls of the fallen. Without hesitation, as the Calamity Dragon relentlessly spews forth dragon flames to shield him from the frequent assaults of the tree demon, he triggers his SSS level skill, Plague of the Devouring Insects. Chapter 111, Plague of the Devouring Insects. Unlike the initial skill obtained from the extraction of souls, which relies solely on his own efforts, this SSS level skill, Plague of the Devouring Insects, begins with a staggering army of 100,000 mutated locusts. Their bodies glisten in a dark azure hue, imbued with a metallic sheen and hints of iridescence, their eyes blood-red like precious gems. Compared to ordinary locusts, they are 2 to 3 times larger. The sheer magnitude of 100,000 resembles an impenetrable cloud of darkness, so vast that none can ignore its presence. As the tree demon attempts to breach the fiery barrier, twisting together several stout roots resembling drill bits, Chen Ming merely thinks, and the locust horde swiftly takes flight, effortlessly traversing the dragon flames, suffering no harm whatsoever. While this is partly due to a protective mechanism from his comrades, the mutated locusts inherently possess a high resistance to fire. Should they encounter foes akin to the Calamity Dragon, they could sacrifice a portion of themselves to break through, only to swarm and devour the enemy, splitting and replenishing their numbers. In a relentless tide, their efficiency far surpasses that of a lawnmower, swiftly consuming the roots. The tree demon's attempts to retreat are utterly outpaced by the voracious onslaught of the locust swarm. During this time, the number of insects continues to swell. The more formidable the adversary, the greater the experience points gained, leading to an increase in their numbers through division. In mere moments, the swarm closes in on the tree demon, swarming its trunk in masses. They gnaw, they devour frantically. In the blink of an eye, they carve a massive hole in the tree demon's torso. The pain forces the tree demon to retract its sprawling roots and vines, striving to concentrate its strength. With the vines no longer ensnaring them, the once stable structures crumble one after another with a resounding crash. The speed of their collapse surpasses that of any demolition crew. Entire sections of the city are being reduced to ruins, and the civilization that humanity painstakingly built crumbles before these monsters, proving far more fragile than they had anticipated. However, on the side of humanity, they are not entirely at a disadvantage. As the stars shine brightly, Chen Ming undoubtedly stands as the largest and brightest silver moon among them. Are those locusts also his summoned spirits? Remarkable. He is actually using monsters to consume other monsters. An SSS level hunter, indeed, is extraordinary. What SSS level? In the Great Xia? There are only 9-star hunters. Is he a 9-star hunter? Who else, apart from him, could possibly attain such a level? In this matter, there has been no significant contention. The opinions of the assembly are astonishingly unified. Thousands of roots and vines thrash about in the air, rendering this area a veritable no-man's land for humanity. Chen Ming, perched atop the dragon's head, appears as an outsider, yet he serves as the mastermind behind the locust swarm, meticulously directing the operation. Which batches are to continue devouring the main trunk, and which squads should split off to intercept the tree demon's vine assaults. Each decision is imbued with profound strategy. The tree demon is undoubtedly powerful, yet when confronted with an SSS-level skill, it is woefully outmatched. An insurmountable chasm exists between them. It becomes a mere source of nourishment for the plague of the devouring insects. Such a straightforward and brutal method of attack leaves those in the office of Jiangqing astonished, swallowing hard more times than they can count. The conflict between these monsters is clearly beyond the realm of ordinary human involvement. You ask, if the Great Xia were to introduce a 10-star hunter status solely for him, would it entice him? At the very least, it would be a grand gesture. A grand gesture? Huh. Do you think he would place any value on such trivialities? Right now, I merely wish to know how many more trump cards he possesses. Deep as the ocean, it is no exaggeration to assert that all monsters in existence could potentially become his trump cards. It is merely a matter of time. It is truly enviable. Did he perhaps save the galaxy in a past life? How else could he acquire such formidable skills? Such a person, even if one cannot befriend him, must never be made an enemy. This sentiment resonates with everyone present. Rather than concern ourselves with him, we should contemplate how to recruit that dragon-riding maiden into our ranks. You mean the girl wielding 4 floating blades, accompanied by an ice dragon? Yes. You may find it hard to believe, but I just received word that she is still engaged in slaughtering zombies and those monsters. What? Still killing? Someone exclaimed, rising from their seat in disbelief, unable to mask their astonishment. Is she a machine? Hasn't she grown weary after a whole night of fighting? It can only be said that the enhancement provided by her skills far exceeds our imagination. Perhaps she too possesses an SSS-level skill. Excellent. I support the plan to recruit her. If we can secure her allegiance, many of our challenges will be effortlessly resolved. Following a unanimous vote, the assembly wholeheartedly endorsed the initiative to recruit the dragon-riding maiden. Unbeknownst to them, this dragon-riding maiden is, in fact, a creation of Chen Ming. And even the name Bai Yuan was bestowed by him. Returning to Chen Ming's side, the situation is now entirely under his control, tipping the scales of victory decidedly in his favor. Sitting cross-legged atop the dragon's head, feeling rather idle, he even takes out his phone and opens the universal fishing app, deciding to cast a few lines. Fishing, whether in leisure or in earnest, not only benefits one's physical and mental health, but also enhances one's competitive edge in this post-apocalyptic world. Survival rate? There is no need for concern. With his super divine regeneration combined with the immortality he has already attained, how could he possibly perish? It is simply impossible. Currently fishing. Successful catch. Congratulations, host. You have acquired S-level skill, touchstone to gold. S-level skill touchstone to gold. You can transform any inanimate object you touch into a lifeless golden sculpture. It seems that gold is a valuable commodity, whether in a post-apocalyptic world or a time of peace. As it is an S-level skill, the shackles are not entirely lifted. For instance, the range of touchstone to gold and the high toxicity resistance of certain objects may result in only partial transmutation to gold. A slight degree of toxicity resistance is insufficient. After all, it is still an S-level skill. Strictly speaking, one could consider the effects of touchstone to gold as a form of toxin. Healing spells may alleviate the effects, but once the target is fully transformed into gold, no healing spell can remedy the situation. Next line. Currently fishing. Successful catch. Congratulations, host. You have acquired S-level skill, gravitational super control. S-class skill, gravity manipulation. By utilizing this skill, you shall possess the authority to freely adjust the gravitational force between 0 and 10,000 times, along with an expansive range of application. Manipulating gravity? Could it be that I can, without uttering a sound, crush an individual or an entire horde of zombies and monsters to oblivion merely by amplifying gravity? Nodding repeatedly, he regarded this as an exceptionally remarkable skill. However, amidst his elation, the distant tree demon's condition appeared rather peculiar. Chapter 112, SSS Class Decapitation. The swarm seemed to sense impending danger and instinctively retreated, relaying this signal back to Chen Ming, the mastermind. In the next instant, a resounding explosion echoed as the tree demon spontaneously ignited. Realizing it was no match for the swarm, did it opt for a swift self-termination? This notion was soon dismissed by Chen Ming. It was not that he underestimated the tree demon. Rather, monsters could not possess such intricate thoughts, at least not at this stage. Should a monster attain intelligence and transcend its obsession with slaughter, humanity's space for survival would dwindle drastically. By contrast, Chen Ming leaned towards the belief that the tree demon had reached a critical health threshold, triggering its berserk state. The decapitation skill was activated, revealing the health bar. Indeed, unbeknownst to him, its health had precipitously fallen below 30%. At this threshold, a prompt exclamation mark appeared. Chen Ming clicked to inspect. When health drops below 30%, the monster will enter phase 2, evolving into a flame tree demon. Attack power increases. Defense power increases. Self-healing ability enhances. Possesses fire attributes. To his astonishment, the decapitation skill unveiled hidden prompts. An S-class skill, indeed. Opening his storage space, he swiftly transformed his intention into reality, upgrading the S-class skill of decapitation to SSS class using an upgrade card. In Chen Ming's estimation, once the decapitation skill was elevated to SSS class, the health requirement for decapitation would undoubtedly diminish significantly. The decapitation skill, when confronting the current minions, proved ineffective. For as long as Chen Ming desired, he could eliminate them all in an instant, without waiting for the 10% health threshold to trigger the decapitation effect. However, should a creature far surpassing the flame tree demon emerge in the future, the existence of the decapitation skill would become exceedingly vital. It must be enhanced, without question. Chen Ming was also convinced that this would not be his final opportunity to fish out an SSS class skill upgrade card. Would you like to upgrade the S-class skill decapitation to SSS class skill decapitation? Upgrade. Upgrading in progress. Upgrade successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the SSS class skill, decapitation. SSS class skill decapitation. When the opponent's health drops to 30%, a one-hit decapitation effect can be triggered. As anticipated, the S-class decapitation line was set at 10, the SS class at 20, and the SSS class at 30. Now, with the tree demon's health plummeting below 30%, it met the criteria for decapitation. With a mere flick of his finger, Chen Ming could annihilate it without any skill assistance. Indeed, a true instant kill. Unbeknownst to those in the office and the spectators atop distant skyscrapers, they collectively held their breath for Chen Ming, the already imposing tree demon. Upon entering phase 2 and transforming into a flame tree demon, appeared even more terrifying, worrying that such a formidable hunter, who had finally emerged among humanity, might fall. Yet, Chen Ming demonstrated through his actions that they were overthinking it. Drawing a dagger, he pinched the hilt between his thumb and forefinger and hurled it forth. The flame tree demon, perceiving the imminent threat, lashed out with its fiery vines like a whip towards the blade. The speed was astounding, producing a near-sonic boom effect. Unbeknownst to it, this very action hastened its demise. As the vine made contact with the dagger, it was sliced open by the keen edge. This minor damage, previously inconsequential, could not keep pace with the self-restoration of the flame tree demon. However, this time, the decapitation skill was triggered. Crack! The lifeline of the flame tree demon tightened, snapping. Simultaneously, Chen Ming acted with remarkable speed, selecting the option to permanently siphon skills. Siphoning in progress. Siphoning successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired B-class skill, Flame Whip. Siphoning successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired B-class skill, Savage Parasitism. Siphoning successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired B-class skill, Fury. In an instant, the flames enveloping the tree demon rapidly receded and extinguished. The withered yellow leaves, upon the gentlest breeze, fluttered away, leaving scarcely a remnant. The visible decline of life was evident, with the entire entity wilting. Flame tree demon slain successfully. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 3 golden treasure chests. This creature was worth as much as 3 of yours? Chen Ming gazed down at the dragon of calamity beneath him, somewhat incredulous. It seemed he had dispatched it too swiftly to witness its full potential. After feigning sympathy, Chen Ming promptly initiated the standard procedure. Extracting in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new spiritual servant, Flame Tree Demon 1. Oh, extracting according to phase 2? Splendid. He had not anticipated that the necromantic extraction skill would yield such a delightful surprise. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new undead servant, Zombie 336. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new undead servant, Zombie Dog 77. Moreover, he did not overlook those who had inadvertently fallen to the flame tree demon, such as those crushed by its roots or buried under collapsing buildings. Chen Ming ensured none were omitted, incorporating them all into his undead legion, garnering a modest profit. Having completed these tasks and verified their accuracy, Chen Ming finally commanded the swarm to clear the carcass of the flame tree demon. The speed of consumption and the swarm's expansion were both conspicuously observable. While his mindset remained tranquil and as still as water, the others were tumultuous and unable to find peace. Little did they anticipate that what they believed to be an evenly matched opponent would be instantaneously vanquished by Chen Ming upon entering its berserk state. Insufficient storage space. Please clear unnecessary files to avoid affecting normal usage. It was only after receiving a notification about insufficient memory on his phone that someone realized he was recording. Hastily, he opened his album to confirm that the video was saved properly before finally feeling at ease. Using the built-in editing software on his phone, he trimmed the excess footage and uploaded it to the forum. Unable to restrain himself, he yearned to share this epic battle footage with both domestic and international audiences, demonstrating that the flame of humanity is not so easily extinguished. The video of Ming commanding the dragon and the swarm to instantaneously slay the flame tree demon went viral upon its upload, undoubtedly igniting another wave of fervor. The phrase undead sovereign became a sensation not only in the Great Xia, but also across the globe. Internationally, many eager individuals rushed to the Great Xia to register forum accounts, impatient to obtain first-hand information. Though the text translated by a translator may appear somewhat awkward, it does not impede the understanding of its meaning. In the comments section, within mere minutes, the discussion effortlessly surpassed 10,000. What phone are you using? How can you capture such a distant shot? The face seems visible, looking quite youthful. If only it were clearer. I wish to have a wolf-dog younger brother like that. In broad daylight, why are you daydreaming? If I had that ability, would I even glance at you? Among these individuals is Zhao Ya's close friend, Lin Wei. With a pinch gesture, the image is magnified, transforming into a mosaic of tiny squares. However, Lin Wei feels that this face seems somewhat familiar, as if she has encountered it before. What are you looking at? Are you preparing to venture out for supplies? Our food is dwindling. Zhao Ya appears behind Lin Wei. Startled from her intense focus, Lin Wei jumps. Lightly patting her chest, she exclaims, Zhao Ya, you nearly scared me to death. Just as Zhao Ya opens her mouth, she suddenly notices the image on Lin Wei's phone, squinting her eyes for better focus. What are you looking at Chen Ming's photo for? Chen Ming? Are you certain this person is Chen Ming? Chapter 113, Luring Out an Ancient Tomb. He does resemble him a bit. Pull it back a little and squint your eyes for better focus. Upon Lin Wei's inquiry, Zhao Ya's previous confidence wavers. Let's allow her to try it her way. All right, I'll give it a shot, Lin Wei replies. Holding her phone with both hands, she pulls it back, narrowing her eyes into a slit. Wow, you wouldn't believe it, but it does look about 70 to 80% similar. Lin Wei gasps, instinctively straightening her posture. So, why were you secretly looking at his photo? Have you developed a crush on him? As a well-meaning friend, Zhao Ya cautions, there are zombies everywhere. Even if he is wealthy, he won't find a place to spend it. A rich second generation? Nonsense. Thank goodness I didn't agree to be his girlfriend earlier, otherwise, I would have suffered a great loss. Hearing this, Lin Wei outwardly says nothing. Yet inwardly she cannot help but scoff. Isn't it you who stubbornly pursued someone only to be rejected, and then became infuriated? Bound by their friendship and Zhao Ya's remarkable luck in obtaining a D-level skill, such thoughts must remain unspoken. She must rely on Zhao Ya's abilities to survive in this chaotic world. He was unworthy of me before, and now he is even less so. Zhao Ya clenches her fist, her expression radiating confidence. Now, as long as she can gather sufficient supplies, burst forth and meet with the officials. She will have them introduce her to the Star Alliance, allowing her to join as a professional hunter. Zhao Ya's future life will undoubtedly shine brightly, full of promise. By the way, Zhao Ya, have you heard of the Lord of the Undead? Lin Wei subtly probes. Of course. Zhao Ya nods vigorously, excitement evident in her voice. He is my idol. If he desires, I would willingly devote myself to him, becoming his woman. Just imagining the scene of him embracing me, with me leaning against him, leading millions of undead troops behind us. So majestic. Absolutely majestic. Seeing Zhao Ya lost in admiration, Lin Wei hesitates, pondering whether to reveal that Chen Ming and the Lord of the Undead might be the same person. However, after careful consideration, Lin Wei decides it is best to disclose this matter. The reasoning is straightforward. At this stage, she no longer fears that Zhao Ya will become an obstacle in her pursuit of Chen Ming. If he truly is the much-talked-about Lord of the Undead online, Lin Wei is acutely aware of her own limitations and self-awareness. Why would someone of his caliber take notice of an ordinary girl like her? If he were willing, countless top-tier beauties and leading stars would surely fall at his feet with just a glance. More than that, Lin Wei is concerned about the potential rift that might form between herself and Zhao Ya once she reveals this information. Unlike Zhao Ya, Lin Wei has not been fortunate enough to acquire a skill. She must continue to rely on her friend for survival. For the sake of a better future, Lin Wei chooses to be forthright. Zhao Ya, the person in the photo, is actually the Lord of the Undead himself. What? You mean he is the Lord of the Undead? Chen Ming? Upon hearing this, the smug expression on Zhao Ya's face dissipates entirely. Yes, Lin Wei affirms with a nod. There is no way the Lord of the Undead could be Chen Ming. You must be mistaken. Zhao Ya waves her hand dismissively, a forced smile on her face, eager to deny such claims. The individual in the photo bears at least 70 to 80% resemblance to Chen Ming, and moreover, the Lord of the Undead made his first appearance in Jiang City. In Zhao Ya's eyes, the likelihood that Chen Ming and the Lord of the Undead are the same person exceeds 50%, but it doesn't necessarily mean they are one and the same. The photo is so blurry, who could tell? In any case, we need to hurry and gather supplies. Stop wasting time on that useless person. Zhao Ya turns away, unwilling to discuss the topic further, fearing she might make a regrettable decision. Lin Wei, understanding her friend's reluctance, wisely chooses to remain silent. Such matters are best left alone. Should she provoke Xiaoya, the only one to suffer would be herself. Lin Wei holds considerable confidence in her ability to read the room. Little does she know that Xiaoya's heart is already in turmoil due to her words, repeatedly questioning, how could he possibly be the lord of the undead? How could he possibly be? Unwilling to accept this reality, she forces herself to remain composed, focusing on the task at hand. Once she gathers enough resources to break through, she will leave immediately, joining the Star Alliance to become a professional hunter. She is resolute in her desire to elevate her life, to rise above, and to make Chen Ming, who once publicly rejected her and humiliated her, regret his actions profoundly. Yet, how could she foresee that the chasm between herself and Chen Ming could not merely be bridged by effort alone? Even if luck were to favor her repeatedly, the disparity would remain vast. Meanwhile, on Chen Ming's side, his memories of Lin Wei and Xiaoya have faded considerably. If no one mentions them, he wouldn't even think of them. At this moment, Chen Ming is riding the Dragon of Calamity, hastening towards the direction whereby Yuan is located. By shifting the perspective of the undead, Chen Ming learns that she has encountered an intriguingly formidable opponent alongside the Qin Yunai's dragon. It is worth his while to venture forth, seize skills, and extract the undead. Chen Ming had not anticipated that his earlier conjecture would manifest so swiftly. Indeed, someone has managed to fish out a zombie, an entity that should have been a mere figment of imagination. A single zombie would hardly pique Chen Ming's interest. What truly intrigues him is that this unfortunate soul managed to lure out an epic-level ancient tomb. In terms of scale, it is beyond comparison, even to the legendary 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Chen Ming observes as a mountain rises from the ground, the ancient tomb concealed within. Has the scene from the secret realm been entirely transposed into reality? Before even reaching his destination, Chen Ming's mind begins to whirl with visions of commanding a legion of undead zombies to serve him. As a devoted fan of zombie films and a loyal admirer of Uncle Nine, Chen Ming yearns to experience the thrill of controlling zombies firsthand. Unlike other survivors, Chen Ming no longer needs to rack his brain to stay alive. The only thing he must consider is how to live more joyfully and splendidly. He is all about pursuing freedom and ease. He conveys orders for Bai Yuan and the Qin Yunai's dragon to guard the entrance of the ancient tomb, ensuring that no one approaches. If they were to take the initiative, Chen Ming harbored concerns that by the time he arrived, everything might already be concluded, with one individual and one dragon effortlessly annihilating the horde of zombies. Given the short distance, there was no need for teleportation. Seizing this moment, Chen Ming conceived an alternative plan. Previously, he had pilfered a plethora of skills from the Flame Tree Demon, among which several were of A and B grades. As he had no use for them himself, he resolved to bestow them upon the Calamity Dragon, hoping for a wondrous chemical reaction to unfold. Chapter 114 Master. The dilemma of possessing an abundance of skills became starkly apparent. However, Chen Ming was far from discontent. Such a conundrum was welcomed, the more the merrier. He first selected the B-grade skill Rage to augment the Calamity Dragon. Once activated, this skill would amplify the dragon's fury against its foes during battle, thereby significantly enhancing its attributes and attack power. Next, he chose the B-grade skill Flame Whip. The original effect allowed roots to ignite upon contact, spreading flames at a rapid pace. Yet, as the Calamity Dragon's corporeal form could not conjure roots, the skill underwent a transformation upon application, shifting its attack mechanism to the dragon's robust tail. With a single sweep of its colossal tail, already formidable in strength, augmented by the fire attribute damage from the Flame Whip, the resulting devastation would be truly terrifying. One swipe capable of conjuring a raging inferno. Subsequently, he confirmed that certain skills, seemingly ill-suited for the Calamity Dragon, would automatically adapt and transform their attack methods. Chen Ming, undeterred, proceeded to endow the dragon with all the skills he had pilfered from the Flame Tree Demon. The undead had not imposed any restrictions on the number of skills that could be added, be it a handful, dozens, or beyond. There were no limits. As an SSS-grade skill, it would be rather disappointing if such trivial constraints could not be surpassed. Upon acquiring all these skills, the Calamity Dragon's overall combat prowess surged almost vertically. Chen Ming was thoroughly pleased with this outcome and continued to diligently sift through the lower-tier skills he was unlikely to employ in the future, bestowing them upon the undead to bolster their combat capabilities. Skills that remained and used were of little value, merely gathering dust. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the ancient mountain tomb, dozens of armored vehicles arrived, carrying hundreds of fully armed elite special forces soldiers. Leading this elite contingent was Captain Li Tianliang. His mission was to staunchly resist any monsters emerging from the tomb, buying time for the surrounding populace to evacuate. However, he soon received a change of orders. His sole task now was to convey the official desire to recruit Bai Yuan clearly and succinctly. If persuasion failed, he was to refrain from pushing too hard, as angering her could jeopardize their position. Instead, he might assist Bai Yuan and the Azure Ice Dragon in dispatching the lesser foes to foster goodwill for future negotiations. Everyone was acutely aware that those with power were not easily swayed. Captain Li Tianliang raised his hand to halt the Special Forces soldier who attempted to follow him. Rest assured, I am fine. Even if I were not, there is no need for rash action. His intent was straightforward. He could perish. But he would not drag everyone down with him. On the other hand, Bai Yuan and the Azure Ice Dragon were indifferent to the arrival of Li Tianliang and his men, recognizing them as non-hostile. They would not act until hostility was displayed or Chen Ming issued a command. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Tianliang, the captain of the 17th Special Forces team in the East District of Jiang City. I have come to extend an invitation for you to join the Star Alliance as a professional hunter. May I inquire about your thoughts on this? Li Tianliang addressed her directly. The tactical camera affixed to his chest transmitted visuals in real time to several old-timers seated in an office. Do you think she will agree? It's hard to say. We can only hope she does. Indeed, if such a powerful hunter were to join, our Jiang City branch of the Star Alliance would undoubtedly secure a significant position in the impending turmoil of the Great Xia. All of them awaited Bai Yuan's response with bated breath. Miss. Noticing Bai Yuan's prolonged silence, Li Tianliang cautiously called out. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Bai Yuan astounded them all by declaring, I cannot answer any of your questions in the absence of my master. Master. The shock in Li Tianliang's voice mirrored that of the old-timers who had heard Bai Yuan's words through the tactical camera. Wait. Is she jesting? Does she truly need to acknowledge someone as her master with such fighting prowess? How formidable must that individual be? Don't look at me. I have no idea. Perhaps this is merely a tactic to decline our offer. We should let Li Tianliang's side reconsider. Such matters cannot be rushed. Do you think it's possible that this individual is the undead sovereign? In Jiang City, aside from him, it is hard to find anyone more powerful than this girl. The silence among the others was not born from doubt in Chen Ming's capabilities, but rather from the weight of his mastery over formidable skills, monsters, and individuals, which left them feeling somewhat suffocated. The emergence of such an unstable element, one capable of casually slaughtering and obliterating an entire city within their jurisdiction, was cause for alarm. The pressure was immense. It was becoming increasingly hard to maintain composure, as if a mountain were pressing down upon them, growing heavier by the moment. I think it's unlikely. I believe what Elder Yin said makes more sense. She likely seeks a simple excuse to reject us. Yes, that must be it. Given her strength, coupled with that dragon, she had no reason to submit to another, even if that individual was indeed powerful. They reassured one another. Whether others believed or not was unimportant. The crucial matter was that they had convinced themselves. Miss, to be candid, the Great Xia places immense importance on the Star Alliance. You can absolutely trust us. With your strength, should you join, you will undoubtedly achieve great success, becoming an esteemed figure with absolute authority, securing the hearts and minds of people, power, and influence firmly in your grasp. Li Tianliang earnestly endeavored to persuade Bai Yuan. Regrettably, Bai Yuan remained as cold as ice, treating his presence as though he were air, utterly disregarding his words or offering a response. She had no desire to repeat herself. Meanwhile, the Azure Ice Dragon lay coiled behind Bai Yuan, its massive form nearly sealing off the entrance to the tomb. With its eyes shut, it showed no interest in Li Tianliang or his companions, only awaiting the arrival of its master, Chen Ming. The warmth between it and Bai Yuan was reserved for but one soul, and that soul was undoubtedly Chen Ming. 30 seconds elapsed. A minute passed. 3 minutes went by. Just as Li Tianliang opened his mouth to say something further, a commanding voice crackled through his earpiece, firmly instructing him to retreat and cease his pursuit of Bai Yuan to avoid provoking her and inciting uncontrollable consequences. As a soldier, he had no choice but to obey orders. The words he had prepared to speak were swallowed back down, unvoiced. He did not fear death, but he could not endanger those who stood behind him. Just as he was about to take his leave, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look! ISNT that the undead sovereign's exclusive mount." Chapter 115, Coffin. The moment the phrase Lord of the Undead was uttered, it immediately captured the attention of countless onlookers. It was inconceivable that the speaker could be jesting. Such a jest at this juncture would undoubtedly invite severe repercussions. As the crowd focused their gaze, they indeed beheld the formidable dragon of calamity, a sight that left an indelible impression. Could it be mere coincidence? Absolutely not. The only individual known to summon the undead was unequivocally him. Only him. Some observers hastily produced telescopes, adjusting them with palpable excitement, exclaiming that there was a figure atop the dragon's head, unmistakably the true lord of the undead. What could possibly bring him here? Without a doubt, it was for this grand tomb. One could surmise that it harbored formidable bosses within, and upon their defeat, he could resurrect them as undead to significantly bolster his army's strength. The ability to extract the souls of the deceased was undeniably a grotesque power. It was no wonder the Star Alliance sought to persuade him to join their ranks. Might that dragon and the woman become targets for his extraction? After all, their prowess was equally formidable, capable of contributing considerable combat strength as undead. At this point, the crowd sensed that an unparalleled battle was imminent. Their eyes instinctively returned to Captain Li Tianliang, hoping he would swiftly order a retreat. They had often heard the adage that when gods clash, mortals suffer. Li Tianliang, too, awaited further directives from his superiors. The office was in disarray, with palpable concern that Bai Yuan and the Azure Cloud Ice Dragon might engage in conflict with Chen Ming. Whichever side emerged victorious or defeated would not be a scenario they wished to witness. If feasible, they fervently hoped for a powerful alliance between Bai Yuan and Chen Ming to serve the Star Alliance. With such combat prowess, their position and influence within the Hunter Alliance would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. With an army of hundreds of thousands of undead, alongside the prior incident involving the super hacking of nuclear weapon control, even the hawkish factions would be compelled to lower their proud heads. To resist would only lead to an obvious downfall. Boom. The Dragon of Calamity landed gracefully, dust swirling around as it folded its wings. It then lowered its head, forming a staircase for Chen Ming to descend. Chen Ming accepted the dragon's graciousness, stepping steadily down its neck and head. This spectacle left a profound and unforgettable impression on the hundreds present. It was a display of sheer magnificence. As Bai Yuan approached, long swords floated behind her, advancing towards Chen Ming. Gulping nervously, the onlookers felt beads of cold sweat accumulate in their palms. Although they were reluctant to witness a confrontation between these two titans, curiosity gnawed at them. Who would prove stronger, Chen Ming or Bai Yuan, the Dragon of Calamity or the Azure Cloud Ice Dragon? They pondered whether Chen Ming would unleash a horde of undead by opening a portal to the shadows, and if Bai Yuan and the Azure Cloud Ice Dragon possessed any hidden trump cards to counter such an onslaught. A multitude of questions plagued their minds. Li Tianliang was consumed by unease, overshadowed by the formidable aura emanating from Chen Ming and Bai Yuan. He found himself at a loss for words or actions. Master. The utterance of this term left Li Tianliang and the hundreds of special forces feeling as though their minds had shrunk. Despite having anticipated such a possibility, the reality unfolding before them sent a shiver through their bodies. After acknowledging Chen Ming, Li Tianliang's attention shifted to him and his comrades. Had the military set its sights on the Grand Tomb, seeking treasures within? To be candid, although their equipment was superior, Chen Ming perceived that venturing into the tomb in this manner would likely result in a high fatality rate. Firearms proved nearly ineffective against gatekeeping bosses of this caliber. Do not misunderstand. We have no intention of competing for treasures. We were merely dispatched to prevent monsters from escaping and disrupting the evacuation of civilians, Li Tianliang hastily clarified. Since you are here, I believe we need not linger, lest we hinder your efforts. After receiving the retreat order, Li Tianliang instructed his team not to obstruct the duo of Chen Ming and Bai Yuan. An astonishing yet undeniable reality had been established. Having spoken, Li Tianliang turned, preparing to command everyone back to their vehicles for a swift departure to assist the civilians. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. The intensity was such that many struggled to maintain their balance. Yet, Chen Ming and Bai Yuan remained as steadfast as mountains. The earthquake arrived abruptly and subsided just as quickly. Just when the crowd thought the chaos had ceased, their eyes widened as they noticed cracks spiderwebbing across the ground, rapidly expanding. Relying on his foresight, Chen Ming teleported back to the Dragon of Calamity mere seconds before disaster struck, commanding Bai Yuan to leap onto the back of the Azure Cloud Ice Dragon and ascend into the sky to avoid being swallowed by the collapsing earth. Boom. The ground fractured violently, massive chunks crumbling away, taking with them people and armored vehicles alike. The casualties exceeded half of those present. As Chen Ming surveyed the numerous gaping pits before him, he initially believed the tomb to lie within the mountains, only to discover that even the outer perimeter was compromised. Inside the massive pits lay neatly arranged, dust-covered redwood coffins. The contents were all too clear. Damn it! Li Tianliang, roused from a brief stupor, attempted to rise, only to find one of his legs fractured in the calamity. Just a few meters away lay a coffin, so dark it was almost black. While coffins were not inherently terrifying, the appearance of one in such a context sent a chill racing through Li Tianliang's heart, causing it to race as if it might leap from his throat at any moment. What manner of place was this, that so many coffins could be found? Shoo! Keep your voice down, lest we rouse those within, someone cautioned. There's no need to frighten ourselves, it's likely just a coincidence. The earlier tremor destabilized the tomb's structure, leading to its collapse. He sought solace in this rationalization, hoping against hope that his assumption was correct, that the tomb was unrelated to monsters, merely an ordinary ancient burial site. For now, they needed to assist the injured and regroup. Another faction would check whether any armored vehicles remained operational, ensuring they were prepared for any eventuality. As the vice captain approached the injured Li Tianliang, he offered, "Captain, allow me to assist you." "All right." Li Tianliang raised his arm, reaching for the vice captain's outstretched hand, which was tantalizingly close. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed nearby. The heavy coffin lid came crashing down upon the vice captain, pinning him to the ground. Blood erupted from the edges of the coffin lid, splattering Li Tianliang in a gruesome display. Chapter 116, Zombies. From Li Tianliang's vantage point on the ground, The heavy coffin lid appeared to be in almost intimate contact with the earth, lacking the expected height that would suggest it encased a body. Coupled with the gruesome splatters of blood, one could easily envision the ghastly state of the vice-captain beneath the coffin board. Before Li Tianliang could fully process this, an ominous sound of low, labored breathing emanated from behind him. This unsettling noise was far from ordinary, at least not within the realm of what Li Tianliang considered typical human sounds. Gulping, he felt as though his neck, a machine long deprived of oil, slowly turned to investigate. As he lifted his gaze and discerned the nature of the entity before him, his pupils constricted in sheer horror. A figure clad in an ancient, dust-laden black official robe stood rigidly within the coffin. The insignia on its chest was indistinct, shrouded in obscurity, leaving its rank indeterminate. Around its neck hung a string of multicolored beads, now bereft of their former luster, appearing dull and lifeless. Adorning the official's hat was a tattered yellow talisman, riddled with holes that swayed with each breath, revealing only flecks of vermilion. The visage was a tapestry of wrinkles, epitomizing a body that had long since been reduced to mere skin stretched over bone, dark and desiccated. Was it a zombie? Li Tianliang was uncertain. His comprehension of the term was solely derived from cinematic portrayals. A creature that, upon death, lingered in a state of unrest, propelled by resentment, feared the light of day, and operated under the cover of night, thriving on the life essence of others. Those who fell victim to its bloodlust would inevitably succumb to the same fate, only to be vanquished by Taoist sorcery. The zombie's gaze gradually fell, its narrowed eyes glowing with an eerie, green luminescence beneath the talisman. Suddenly, it thrust its arms upward, baring its fangs and letting out a fearsome roar, lunging toward Li Tianliang. With wide eyes and no time to hesitate, he forced himself to endure the pain. Swiftly retrieving his fallen weapon, loading a bullet, he raised the gun, aiming at the oncoming monster, and pulled the trigger. The rapid succession of gunfire echoed in the air, but the bullets struck the zombie as though they were ricocheting off steel, producing a dull thud and scattering sparks, along with a cloud of white powder from its decaying attire. Though the fabric of its robe was torn and tattered, the bullets failed to inflict any substantial harm. As the gunfire intensified, Li Tianliang realized with dread that the number of these creatures far exceeded his initial estimations. Get away, die, save me. I don't want to become one of them. The frantic cries echoed in his mind. What to do? The bullets seemed utterly ineffective, as if they were striking iron. He contemplated luring them into a corner and detonating a grenade. But just then, he cursed under his breath. How could he be out of ammunition at such a critical moment? As the zombies drew nearer, he hastily discarded his gun and retrieved a sidearm from his waist. Yet, just as he aimed it, the zombie lunged, its blackened, claw-like fingers piercing through his flesh. Li Tianliang was lifted off the ground, the excruciating pain contorting his features. Desperately, he aimed for the creature's head, hoping to replicate the method used against the undead in films, seeking to eliminate the threat with a clean shot. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets were expended, leaving only faint traces on the zombie-esque skin. As the creature opened its mouth to reveal sharp, ivory fangs, drawing him inexorably closer, Li Tianliang struggled in vain. The zombie-esque grip was like a vice, rendering him immobile. When the searing pain of its bite pierced his neck, he understood with chilling clarity that his life was drawing to a catastrophic close. The spread of the zombie toxin was alarmingly swift, far outpacing any viral infection. After siphoning a sufficient amount of his life essence, the zombie cast Li Tianliang aside. In the process of falling, his body began to stiffen, succumbing to the effects of the toxin. His arms shot up rigidly, his entire being taut, as if an invisible force had compelled him to rise from the ground. Now a vessel for the invading poison. Such occurrences were becoming increasingly frequent. Even elite soldiers equipped with modern weaponry found themselves at a distinct disadvantage against the zombies. Heavy artillery was rendered useless, as they feared that firing could lead to a collapse of the tomb, inadvertently entombing themselves along with the undead. Upon receiving word of the dire situation, authorities dispatched helicopters for immediate support and rescue. Damn it, die already, someone shouted, luring several zombies into a corner, whereupon an agile individual swiftly pulled the pin from a grenade and hurled it into the fray. Run, they cried, almost as soon as it hit the ground. The horde surged upward. Boom. The explosion sent flames and black smoke billowing forth, propelling the zombies in all directions. They crashed against the walls and fell to the ground, their emaciated forms exposed as their tattered clothing was shredded. Yet, astonishingly, they sprang back to their feet as if unfazed. What makes these creatures so resilient? As the horde encircled them, instinctively, they pulled their triggers, only to realize that their ammunition had long been depleted. Drawing out combat knives strapped to their calves, they clenched their jaws, resolute. Brothers, let us fight to the death. Can blades even pierce these monstrosities? They pondered. What then? Stand here and let them feast upon us. We're dead either way. We might as well fight with all we have. This rallying cry galvanized the group, and they brandished their knives, ready to charge into battle against the zombies. Just then, a fierce gust of wind whistled past their ears, moving with remarkable speed. They instinctively turned to see a flying dagger pierce through the head of a leaping zombie, sending it hurtling 7 to 8 meters away, pinned against the earthen wall. Swaying precariously, after dispatching that foe, the blade returned, executing a swift horizontal strike that decapitated several zombies effortlessly, as if slicing through butter. As they beheld the effortless demise of creatures they had struggled against, disbelief washed over the group. The one wielding the knives was none other than Bai Yuan. Demonstrating unparalleled skill, wielding 4 blades simultaneously to subdue 4 separate zombies with finesse that had been honed through the night. Meanwhile, Chen Ming merely needed to focus on extracting the long-anticipated souls of the fallen. Chapter 117, Entering the Tomb. Select all. Extract. Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired new undead minions. Low-level zombie X16. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired new undead minions. Low-level zombie X22. Upon encountering the phrase low-level zombies, Chen Ming's curiosity intensified. He mused to himself, if the low-level zombie assigned to guard the entrance possesses such strength, what might the combat prowess of the intermediate and advanced zombies be? Surely, it must be astonishing. In addition to the undead he had harvested, Chen Ming had also collected an ample supply of black iron chests. The unparalleled killing speed of Bai Yuan, who had all 4 lines activated, made it impossible for Chen Ming to collect less, even if he wished to. It is no wonder that she is perceived as a killing machine online. A machine, indeed, but not entirely inaccurate. For Chen Ming, having such a formidable aid was undoubtedly beneficial. In a mere few minutes, dozens of tomb chambers and thousands of zombie sentinels, which should have constituted a team battle dungeon, were ruthlessly decimated by Bai Yuan alone, accompanied by a dragon. Chen Ming had initially contemplated summoning a few undead to assist in the fight. However, it soon became evident that such a notion was utterly superfluous. The scant number of zombies were insufficient to satisfy their thirst for carnage. The surviving Special Forces soldiers felt an immense gratitude towards Chen Ming and Bai Yuan. Yet, the words that lingered on their lips remained unspoken, stifled by the overwhelming disparity in power, leaving them in a state of profound shock. They had anticipated a gap between themselves and the skillful hunters, yet they never imagined it would be so vast. The sheer might they witnessed loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain, rendering them breathless. Although they had received permission to fish, the majority harbored trepidation about pulling forth an uncontrollable beast from the depths. Should such a creature possess the strength to obliterate a city, their psychological capacity to shoulder that burden was woefully inadequate. Nevertheless, the display of Bai Yuan's prowess deeply stirred their resolve. They were determined to take a gamble. If they failed, they would embrace their fate. They no longer wished to remain mere cannon fodder, hindering their comrades. Especially in a day when the monsters they might fish up were growing increasingly terrifying. Even if they steadfastly refrained from fishing, they could not alter the reality that the monsters were becoming ever stronger and more numerous. Chen Ming, however, remained indifferent to their internal struggles. The dragon of calamity descended into the shadow gate, his feet touching the ground. After gently caressing the head of the azure cloud ice dragon and offering words of praise, his gaze shifted to Bai Yuan, who had sheathed her blade and returned to his side. Chen Ming instructed the azure cloud ice dragon to venture elsewhere to continue hunting monsters, consuming them to gain experience and grow stronger. The entrance to the tomb was simply too small to accommodate its massive form. Should it attempt to enter, even the slightest commotion could result in catastrophic chaos. The azure cloud ice dragon did not overly cling to Chen Ming. Instead, it gracefully unfurled its wings and soared into the clouds. This left Chen Ming and Bai Yuan standing before the entrance of the tomb, which towered several meters high. Scattered haphazardly at the entrance were numerous open coffins, emerging from the earth like mountains. The zombies that had slumbered within had already been slain by Bai Yuan long before Chen Ming's arrival. As he approached the heavy stone door, Chen Ming raised his hand, preparing to push it open. Suddenly, a sense of imminent danger surged through him. In his mind, he envisioned the scene that would unfold upon opening the stone door. A plume of purple mist would erupt forth, highly toxic, capable of dissolving a living being into a pool of blood within a minute, leaving only a bleached skeleton behind. Was it truly this perilous even before entering? Chen Ming instructed Bai Yuan to step back, uncertain whether her resistance to toxins would hold. In a swift motion, he conjured a massive fireball, flames twisting and coiling around it until it reached a diameter of 2 to 3 meters. With a gentle flick of his finger, he sent the fireball hurtling towards the stone door with the force of a wild stallion. Despite the door's rigidity, it could not withstand the damage, and a gaping hole was melted into it. A surge of purple mist erupted forth. Although its potency was significantly diminished due to the fireball, it remained lethally dangerous to any living being. Chen Ming, having anticipated this, waved his hand to activate his S-Rank skill, Poison Mist. He would retaliate with poison. The green mist clashed with the purple, their battle fierce and tumultuous. However, the equilibrium did not last long before it was shattered. The green quickly gained the upper hand, gradually consuming the purple. It was evident that the mechanism could not match the strength of an S-Rank skill. Chen Ming emerged victorious. The existence of this mechanism was fortuitous news for Chen Ming. The more intricate and perilous the defenses, the more it indicated the potential presence of hidden treasures. Even in the absence of such treasures, as long as he retained control of the SSS-Rank Skill of undead extraction, he could never truly suffer a loss. The stronger the minions and the boss guarding the entrance, the greater the rewards he would reap. He could only hope to reach the level necessary to slay and obtain a king-level or mythical treasure chest. This was not arrogance, but rather absolute confidence. With a multitude of godlike skills at his disposal, how could Chen Ming not be self-assured? Once the green mist entirely replaced the last vestiges of purple, Chen Ming and Bai Yuan strode boldly into the fray. The poison mist he had unleashed posed no threat to them. They traversed through the molten hole created by the fireball, stepping into a shroud of darkness. Activating his night vision, the surroundings illuminated as bright as day. There was no need for Bai Yuan to worry. She possessed her own night vision skill, a necessity for her relentless night of slaughter. Boom, boom. As they entered the tomb, helicopters arrived from outside, tasked with the rescue mission. They lowered ropes to extract the remaining Special Forces soldiers from the pit. Previously, hundreds had arrived with great fervor, yet now only 20 or 30 remained alive, casting a heavy atmosphere over the scene where silence reigned. Subsequently, they boarded the armored vehicles sent for their retrieval, intending to return and gather their thoughts, perhaps even consult a psychologist. Some of the quicker-minded individuals took out their phones in the vehicle, deciding to register and embark on their first fishing expedition, hoping for a stroke of luck. They sought to discover whether they possessed the fate of a professional hunter. Not only them, but even Chen Ming had to concede that, in the context of this era, luck was indeed a significant component of strength, wielding considerable influence. It was necessary to have luck to unlock the shackles of one's genes. Relying solely on one's rate of evolution made it exceedingly difficult, if not utterly impossible, to break through the ceiling. Returning to Chen Ming. After meandering through the labyrinthine passageway laden with various traps for approximately 7 to 8 minutes, he and Bai Yuan finally arrived at the first tomb chamber. Yet, it was evident that this was not the primary chamber. There were no coffins, only rectangular pits the size of coffins carved into the walls. Beneath an old, sticky spider web, the silhouettes of numerous zombies could be discerned, standing rigidly within. Upon surveying the area, he counted more than 30. They remained eerily quiet. But the atmosphere of the moment sent chills down his spine. In the blink of an eye, a pair of glowing green eyes snapped open. For reasons unknown, they were suddenly awakened. Their arms stiffly swayed left and right, casting aside the webs that enveloped them. Even more astonishingly, adorned with cobwebs, the figure lunged towards Chen Ming and Bai Yuan with great strides. Unlike the lowly zombies outside the tomb, these undead beings possessed a far greater discernibility. Their ceremonial garb, though shrouded in dust, appeared remarkably new. Their long, blackened nails extended several inches beyond their fingers, sharp enough to rival a blade. A single scratch would surely rend flesh and unleash a torrent of blood. The emblem on their chests depicted a rhinoceros. If Chen Ming's memory served him correctly, this attire was reserved for those holding the rank of 8th grade military officials. He had encountered such records in a historical tome. The hierarchy was as follows. The 9th grade donned seahorses, the 7th and 8th grades wore rhinoceroses, the 6th grade adorned tigers, the 5th grade represented bears. The 4th grade donned leopards, the 2nd grade wore lions, and the 1st grade was reserved for the Qilin. The figures before him were of 7th and 8th grade military officials, while those outside appeared to be of the 9th grade. Chen Ming surmised logically. Unperturbed, one of the 8th grade military zombie officials, leading the charge, leapt towards Chen Ming. Before it could even land, Bai Yuan deftly manipulated her flying daggers, swiftly severing its limbs and head, rendering its body lifeless. For daggers flew forth, repeatedly intercepting any zombies that dared to assault Chen Ming. The zombies, clearly unwilling to be slaughtered without resistance, swung their arms, creating sparks as their claws clashed with the blades. Although the undead's rigid and uncorrupted flesh granted them formidable defense, their attack patterns were severely limited, lacking the versatility of Bai Yuan's techniques. When a zombie managed to fend off an attack, Bai Yuan instantly directed her daggers to circle behind it, denying any chance of retaliation, and pierced through its chest. With a powerful upward thrust, she split the zombie's upper body asunder, causing it to fall apart and perish on the spot. Successfully defeated the 8th grade military zombie. Congratulations, host, you have received a black iron chest 3. Successfully defeated the 8th grade military zombie. Congratulations, host, you have received a black iron chest 3. The rewards from the chests refreshed rapidly. Compared to her telekinetic control of the daggers, Bai Yuan seemed to take greater pleasure in wielding the blade herself, savoring the feedback from each kill. As the 3 daggers danced gracefully before her, delivering precise strikes one after another, Chen Ming observed Bai Yuan, fully engrossed in the battle, her expression devoid of emotion, betraying neither joy nor sorrow. He silently lowered his arms, realizing that his intervention was entirely unnecessary. This formidable bodyguard was utterly invincible, capable of standing alone against any foe. Her strength was undeniable, and most importantly, she exhibited remarkable potential for growth. Each battle and each kill brought significant enhancement. Chen Ming had a premonition that it would not be long before he could cultivate a true overlord. Reflecting on the present stage, Bai Yuan's presence was akin to that of a demonic sovereign. He could hardly conceive of anyone, aside from himself, who could stand as her equal. Perhaps those possessing SS-level skills? As her master, Chen Ming undoubtedly wished for Bai Yuan to grow ever stronger. Ideally, she would become an undefeated force, allowing him to remain worry-free and simply reap the rewards. With such thoughts in mind, he resolved to seek out a few more formidable zombies to appropriate advanced skills for Bai Yuan. Master, I have slain all the enemies without exception. Bai Yuan reported upon her return, having sheathed her blades. Well done. Chen Ming instinctively raised his hand to gently stroke her head in praise. Bai Yuan lowered her head, remaining silent. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead minion, 7th grade military zombie 32. Without lingering, Chen Ming noticed that one of the coffin pits was not sealed, revealing a hidden passageway. This was the only passage within the entire tomb. Bai Yuan took the lead, while Chen Ming remained vigilant, attuned to any sense of danger. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for their breathing and footsteps, devoid of any other sounds. After an indeterminate amount of time, the narrow passageway suddenly expanded dramatically. It opened up to an astonishing vista, allowing Chen Ming to experience the wonder of a hidden paradise. Stepping forward, he peered down, dislodging fragments of stone. Just a step away lay an unfathomable abyss, shrouded in mist, its depths obscured from view. At that moment, Chen Ming and Bai Yuan found themselves on the edge of a precipice. Before them stood an iron chain bridge, approximately 100 meters long. On the opposite side of the bridge lay what appeared to be the entrance to the main tomb chamber. The ornate and grandiose carvings adorning the tomb's door, along with the golden lions and cheilants guarding either side, proclaimed the noble status of the tomb's occupant. As Chen Ming approached the iron chain bridge, recalling the countless hidden traps encountered along the way, he surmised that the bridge would likely collapse the moment he reached its midpoint. There was no reason to recklessly advance. Fully aware of the potential danger, in a previous encounter within the secret realm of the Sandworm Queen, he had obtained the insect wings that had been concealed until now. Wrapping his arms around Bai Yuan from behind, he activated the wings, and with a sound reminiscent of flapping, the two ascended swiftly and safely to the other side of the chasm, effortlessly bypassing the trap. Releasing his grip on Bai Yuan's slender waist, Chen Ming took a few steps back and folded away the iridescent wings, hiding them once more. A sidelong glance at Bai Yuan revealed that she seemed to be observing him discreetly. When he turned to meet her gaze, she immediately averted her eyes. Adopting a serious demeanor, Chen Ming began to question whether he was merely imagining things, wondering if a puppet could simulate emotions. He recalled that when he had previously crafted her, he had whimsically selected a personality trait for her, seemingly labeled as cold on the outside, warm on the inside, loyal and steadfast. Chen Ming had always assumed that this was merely a feature to enhance the realism of the creation process. He had never anticipated it would manifest so vividly. His eyes fixated on Bai Yuan, searching for any flaw, but in his mind, he could find no one more fitting to embody the phrase "I see beauty." Shaking his head, he stifled his wandering thoughts. There would be ample time to ponder such matters later. For now, the pressing concern was to confront the master of this grand tomb. Drawing near, the opulence before him only solidified his belief that he stood at the entrance to the main tomb chamber. Such a burial site was far beyond the reach of lesser figures, who would never merit such an honor. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ming steeled himself for the summoning of the undead, prepared for a swift resolution. He lifted his foot to ascend the steps. But before his foot could touch the ground, his danger sense was triggered once again. Chapter 119, The Stone Emperor's Palace. This time, Chen Ming's mind foresaw the activation of the Qilin and Golden Lion statues, which would unleash scorching pillars of flame from their stone mouths. The speed of activation was astonishing, and the temperature so high that it would undoubtedly haunt grave robbers in their nightmares. The flames were laced with a highly flammable liquid that could seep through clothing. Once contaminated, even shedding clothes and plunging into water would be futile. The flames would continue to burn until they reduced the victim to a charred remains, unable to continue burning. Furthermore, the steps beneath Chen Ming's feet, yet untouched, were part of the mechanism's activation. Skipping the first step? Futile. As the countless steps ahead are laden with peril, the tomb's master never entertained the notion of allowing anyone to evade the traps. To gain entry into the burial chamber, a portion of lives must be sacrificed to deplete the fuel stored within the statue. Upon realizing this, Chen Ming retreated, understanding there was no sense in knowingly traversing a treacherous path. Backwards he stepped. Bai Yuan received the command, mirroring Chen Ming's retreat. Her arms spread wide, fingers splayed upward. She swiftly conjured two massive fireballs. Boom, boom. With a grand sweep of his hand, Chen Ming hurled the fireballs toward the statue. The fireballs melted through the stone figure, igniting the fuel upon contact. Bang! The explosion erupted, flames and thick, black smoke soaring upwards, surpassing the archway. A noxious fuel, concocted from a blend of pharmaceuticals and animal fats, cascaded down the steps, while flames danced upon the surface, continually consuming it. A water orb spiraled beside him. With a mere thought, Chen Ming transformed it into a serpentine stream, its fangs bared, aiming for the inferno. As the flames were enveloped, they ceased to burn. But once the fuel met the air again, it reignited immediately. The old wretch truly possesses a wicked heart, Chen Ming scoffed. Realizing the futility of water, he summoned more flames to swiftly eradicate the remaining fuel. Once the fire extinguished, a charred scar remained on the ground, the acrid odor undiminished. Let us proceed inside and discover the grandeur of the one who enjoys such an opulent burial. Chen Ming expressed his curiosity. Indeed, Bai Yuan nodded in agreement. With all 4 blades unsheathed, they stood guard, poised for any unforeseen danger. They ascended the steps, arriving before the stone door. Chen Ming raised his hand, pressing his palm firmly against the massive stone portal. This time, however, he did not trigger any sense of danger. With a rumble, Chen Ming exerted a slight pressure with his fingers, gradually pushing the door open. He opened it wide enough for a single person to pass through, conserving his energy. With Bai Yuan following closely behind, they entered the pitch-black tomb chamber. Boom! The sound of flames crackling erupted suddenly. Chen Ming raised his gaze. Flames surged from the grooves in the wall, as if animated, rapidly spreading outward in concentric circles until illuminating the entire ceiling. A familiar, pungent odor of corpse oil assailed his senses once more. Similar to the stone lions, once air permeated the tomb, the embers rekindled, displaying remarkable craftsmanship. He turned off his night vision. With such a plethora of light, skills were unnecessary. Lowering his gaze, the scene before him was nothing short of breathtaking. It starkly contrasted the tombs Chen Ming had previously encountered, resembling a hidden stone palace beneath the earth. Its luxury and intricacy rivaled, if not surpassed, that of ancient palaces. And it was far more expansive, perhaps to accommodate the multitude of coffins scattered about. Chen Ming couldn't shake the feeling that the arrangement of these coffins bore resemblance to the positions of officials during a morning court. As his gaze drifted further, atop a high platform rested a golden coffin, adorned with dragon carvings at both ends. Chen Ming chuckled. Even in death, he refuses to relinquish authority, yearning to continue commanding his subjects, as if he were an emperor. Bang! Just as Chen Ming's thoughts wandered, the coffin to his right suddenly swung open, revealing a pair of arms rising first. Following that, a freshly attired zombie in official garb, its gleaming hat adorned with blood-red plumes, stood up. Without uttering a word, it slowly turned its head, casting a malevolent glare at Chen Ming and Bai Yuan. Bai Xian, noting the insignia on the zombie's chest, Chen Ming recalled that only a 5th-rank military official could don such an emblem. Civil officials stood to the right, military officials to the left. Coupled with Bai Xian's insignia, Chen Ming concluded that only officials of 5th rank or above had the privilege to attend court and be interred alongside the Stone Emperor. A low growl escaped the zombie as it leaped 3 to 4 meters into the air, lunging toward Chen Ming, driven mad by the scent of his blood. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bai Yuan would not allow it to harm Chen Ming. All 4 blades were unleashed, dismembering the civil official zombie before it could even land. Successfully killed the 5th-rank civil official zombie. Congratulations, host, for receiving 3 bronze treasure chests. Bang, 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 bang. As the civil official zombie fell, it was as if a mechanism had been triggered. The coffin lids began to fly open in rapid succession, crashing to the ground. On either side, military and civil zombies from 5th rank to 1st rank simultaneously rose, standing erect, arms raised high. They leaped from their coffins, facing the silent emperor's coffin on the high platform, lifting their arms before lowering them. Each motion, though stiff, was filled with a profound reverence for their emperor. Qilin and cranes, it seemed that officials from 5th rank to 1st rank were all present. Chen Ming remained remarkably composed, unperturbed. The zombies, after performing a symbolic 3 bows and 9 prostrations, suddenly turned in unison, their fingers pointed and their ethereal green eyes trained solely upon Chen Ming. Bai Yuan elicited no interest from them. Her lack of blood rendered her insignificant as food in their eyes. Unless Bai Yuan initiated an offensive to draw their ire, the horde would always prioritize Chen Ming, the living man radiating abundant vital energy. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of their leaps and landings was not only heavy but also possessed astonishing force, leaving deep imprints in the stone tiles beneath their feet. Dozens of high-ranking zombies converged upon Chen Ming, fixating on him as their sole target. Master, may I take care of these? Bai Yuan inquired before springing into action. Yes, they are yours to handle. Chen Ming assented with a nod. Understood, Bai Yuan replied, gripping her returning dual blades and charging forward. The other 2 long knives levitated beside her, manipulated by her will to enhance her lethality. The scabbards fused into a shield, ready to defend against any zombies leaping to pounce on Chen Ming. Bang, boom. The shield collided with the zombie, sending it flying several meters away, crashing into the pillars supporting the grand hall, leaving a spiderweb of shattered stone in its wake. Following that, as the zombie began to rise, a long knife descended from above, piercing its brow and pinning it to the ground, rendering it immobile. Simultaneously, the scabbard, now a shield, revealed its edges, glinting dangerously. In the same instant, it cleaved through the struggling 5th-rank military official zombie, severing it in two. Chapter 120, The Puppeteer's Hand. Successfully killed the 5th-rank military official zombie. Congratulations, host, for receiving 4 bronze treasure chests. 4 bronze treasure chests? Despite both being 5th rank, this reward seemed to exceed the previous one. After a moment's contemplation, Ming found this arrangement quite reasonable. In terms of raw combat prowess, military officials inherently surpass civil officials, and post-mortem, some of their prior abilities were retained, such as fighting techniques. Thus, it was understandable that military official zombies would yield 1 additional treasure chest compared to their civil counterparts. Ceasing his overthinking, he selected and extracted the remains. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a new undead servant. 5th-rank military official zombie 2. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new undead servant, a 3rd-grade bureaucratic zombie. With the white kite leading the way, Ming felt no anxiety, adopting a laissez-faire attitude. The thought of skill theft had crossed Ming's mind. However, he realized that the potency of these zombies was entirely reliant on their inherent attributes, not on skills. Unless he could lure another entity capable of extracting attributes, his only recourse was to slaughter, loot treasure chests, and subsequently extract the undead. The only glimmer of hope lay with the Emperor zombie resting in the golden coffin. As Ming refocused his gaze upon the intricately carved dragon motif at the head of the coffin, he discerned something peculiar. 1, 2, 3, 4. Were emperors not typically depicted as 5-clawed dragons? Why then, was this one a 4-clawed dragon? The 4-clawed dragon was traditionally reserved for royal family members. A sense of unease enveloped Ming's mind. Could it be that a certain royal, having failed to seize the throne in life, commissioned a 1-to-1 replica of a stone palace posthumously, in a futile attempt to experience the privileges of an emperor? If that were the case, why choose a 4-clawed dragon for such a crucial representation? Ming was baffled by the underlying reasoning. Be cautious, master. The sudden voice of the white kite pulled Ming from his reverie. He noticed a prime minister zombie, clad in a crane-patterned robe, with hair, beard, and eyebrows all a striking white, and eyes that glowed with a bright light, had broken free from the white kite's control and was leaping towards him. Meanwhile, the white kite was entangled in a fierce melee with several high-ranking zombies. The higher the rank of the zombie, the greater its attributes, and thus the more formidable it became. The white kite's blade, when swung, could no longer sever limbs with the ease it had before. The foes were now harder than synthesized metal. Despite a flurry of strikes that sent sparks flying, only shallow gashes remained on the opponent. Moreover, like their higher undead counterparts, these advanced zombies possessed formidable self-healing capabilities. Before the white kite's blade could descend, the wounds from the previous strike had already mended, making them exceedingly troublesome. The white kite found herself unable to dispatch the 1st-grade warrior zombie, and similarly, the warrior zombie could not contend with the white kite. Both parties found themselves locked in a stalemate. Whenever the white kite attempted to intercept the prime minister zombie, the warrior zombie would seize the opportunity to strike, leaving her no respite. Ming did not blame the white kite against such a multitude of high-ranking zombies. Her ability to hold her ground and retaliate was already beyond the prowess of countless professional hunters. Returning his attention to the advancing prime minister zombie, Ming did not flinch, facing it with unwavering courage. His fingers spread, half-clenched, as he felt an invisible thread wrap around his fingertips. The other end of this thread was connected to the prime minister zombie. This skill, known as Puppet's Grasp, was of S rank. As the name implies, upon activating the skill and linking the manipulation thread to the target, Ming could command their every action, rendering them incapable of resistance. As the prime minister zombie landed, it stood merely half a step away from Ming, motionless and devoid of control over its own body. The threads from Ming's fingers allowed him to dictate its limbs and head. For more intricate maneuvers, like the opening and closing of jaws, he could utilize another hand to extend the puppet threads. With a subtle motion of his right hand's pinky and ring fingers, the prime minister zombie complied instantly, leaping and turning in place. A quick inward flick of his fingers sent the prime minister zombie soaring several meters high towards the 1st-grade warrior zombie, aiding the white kite. Boom. With a powerful leap and a thrust of both palms, he sent the unsuspecting 1st-grade warrior zombie flying 10 meters away, crashing into a supporting pillar. The strength was astonishing. Just as the white kite was pondering this turn of events, she noticed the movements of Ming's fingertips. Realizing that this strangely behaving zombie was under her master's control, she abandoned her attack. Deal with the others. I'll handle these 2 troublesome fellows, Ming declared, reactivating Puppet's Grasp to connect with the 1st-grade warrior zombie. 2 formidable zombies, both of high rank, were now under his command. His fingers danced through the air like a pianist, orchestrating their fierce confrontation, neither yielding an inch. There was no room for mercy. Every strike was aimed at claiming the other's life. After several exchanges, neither side could gain the upper hand. Unlike a master and apprentice dynamic, the reason these two zombies maintained their equilibrium was due to their similar attributes. Even though the warrior zombie could execute a wider array of attacks, it still failed to breach the defense of the bureaucratic zombie. Growing increasingly impatient, Ming decided to summon the Centipede King through the Shadow Gate. Raising its upper body, the abyssal maw hovered above the two zombies, preparing to strike. With a thunderous roar, it engulfed them in a single gulp, slamming them into the ground and kicking up considerable dust and debris. After being steeped in the corpse's corrosive venom, when it opened its mouth again, only two eerie white skeletons remained. The Centipede King could indeed corrode and digest the bones as well, but Ming aimed to extract the undead. He was unwilling to let these two first-grade zombies slip away without benefit. In terms of power, he was quite satisfied. Successfully defeated the first-grade bureaucratic zombie. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 golden treasure chest. Successfully defeated the first-grade warrior zombie. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 golden treasure chest. This time, the treasure chests dropped by both the bureaucratic and warrior zombies were identical in number. The subtle differences in martial prowess were insufficient to bridge the significant gap. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new undead servant. First-grade bureaucratic zombie. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new undead servant. First-grade warrior zombie. At this juncture, the white kite also relayed good news. Having annihilated all zombies ranging from 5th grade to 2nd grade, accumulating a vast number of treasure chests, Ming, without discrimination, chose to extract them all as undead. He continued to fortify his undead legion, significantly augmenting the variety by adding these zombies. As a collector, this was truly gratifying. Having completed all these tasks, Ming raised his gaze toward the high platform. Now, only that individual remained. Was there no intention to open the coffin? Did it require his assistance to awaken? Chapter 121, The Guardian Boss? Raising his arm, fingers pointing at the golden coffin, he clenched his fist tightly and then abruptly opened it. The S-Rank Skill, Object Manipulation, was activated. The heavy golden coffin trembled violently, producing a cacophony of clanging sounds. Suddenly, cracks began to appear on its surface, growing longer and wider. Bang! Ultimately, the golden coffin could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered into countless fragments. It revealed a zombie lying quietly within, its hands folded before it. A figure far more robust than any Ming had previously encountered. The attire was exponentially more opulent. A deep black robe adorned with dim golden threads intricately embroidered with vivid dragon motifs. It appeared as though this zombie had been interred in a different season altogether. With thicker fabric and a collar lined with fur. Suddenly, the zombie's eyes snapped open, and without any external assistance, it rose straight up from the ground. Its corpulent belly, which stretched the robe to its limits, bore a striking pattern reminiscent of a golden cicada, intricately assembled from fragmented wood grain. Despite this, the flesh on its face remained desiccated and lifeless as dead wood. The yellow talisman affixed to its forehead, at least 3 times longer than those of ordinary zombies, seemed to serve as a stark reminder to the approaching individual. This creature was fundamentally different from the previous zombies, a force not to be underestimated. With a ghastly, desiccated grin, its skin continued to flake away, devoid of moisture. As it let out a low growl, a puff of mist emerged from its mouth. Its eyes, resembling blood-red rubies, were clear and unblemished, glaring with an intensity that seemed to inscribe the word ferocity directly onto its visage. The sound of metal scraping caught Ming's attention. From the wide sleeves, 8 elongated blades, resembling beastly claws and curving menacingly, fell forth. Compared to eagles' and tigers' claws, these weapons exuded an even greater sense of aggression. Each blade was as long as Ming's arm. A single strike would surely cleave him into several pieces, rendering even the thickest armor useless. Rather than engaging in combat, Ming was more intrigued by the possibility of extracting skills from this creature. He was poised to trigger the SSS-level skill of permanent theft when he perceived the ominous sound of chains rattling. Anticipating the zombie's attack, he realized it could engage in both melee and ranged combat. Bai Yuan, quick to react, raised a massive shield formed from knife sheaths, positioning herself to brace against the impending assault. Bang! Upon collision, sparks erupted as the flying claw struck the shield, forcing Bai Yuan back a step. The sheer power of the zombie was evident. The claw was repelled and retracted, slipping back into the depths of the zombie's sleeve, save for the thumb. With Bai Yuan continuing to shield the front, Ming planned to select the zombie as a target for skill theft, maximizing his benefits. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the creature vanished once more, proving to be quite restless. Noticing an unusual sound, he quickly lifted his gaze, only to find the zombie leaping several meters into the air, undeterred and intent on seizing the initiative to eliminate Ming. Can't you be a bit more settled? Ming thought, his expression cold. Bai Yuan, with 4 blades poised to launch, prepared to manipulate them to intercept and repel the zombie. A sudden, Chilling gust enveloped them from behind without warning. Bai Yuan glanced back, realizing the source of the cold was Chen Ming himself. Boom. With a firm stomp, he initiated a frigid wave that swiftly spread outward in a fan shape from his position. The surging tide formed an enormous wave that would not recede, ensnaring the fiercely aggressive zombie within, immobilizing it while keeping its attack posture intact. Clearly, its strength was not sufficient to contend with an SSS-level skill, falling woefully short. Master! How formidable! Bai Yuan exclaimed, her face a mixture of surprise and admiration. How splendid it would have been to coordinate like this from the start. Chen Ming, taking his time, selected the zombie as his target. Subsequently, the system panel displayed the skills he had acquired. A-level skill 1 cut slash. When the opponent's health drops to 5, it triggers an instant kill effect, unavoidable. A-level skill Killing Claw summons a pair of killing artifacts. Upon seeing this skill, Chen Ming realized that the two peculiar weapons were not his own, but rather a manifestation of a skill. A-level skill Flying Hook of Death launches the Killing Claw, doubling the attack. Critical damage doubled. Penetration doubled. Successfully killing an enemy with this skill permanently enhances skill effects randomly. A-level skill Swallowing and Gathering Monsters. After using this skill, a small black hole is generated, forcibly condensing visible enemies within a 50-meter radius for annihilation. B-level skill Taishan Drop leaps several meters high and descends upon the enemy, increasing attack damage. If the target is within the skill's coverage, they will be stunned for 0.5 seconds and unable to act. The remaining skills were rather mediocre, lacking in distinction. Chen Ming was undeterred and proceeded to steal all of them. Stealing in progress. Theft successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring A-level skills 1 cut slash, Killing Claw, Flying Hook of Death, Swallowing and Gathering Monsters, and B-level skill Taishan Drop. Having obtained the skills, he transferred them all to Bai Yuan without exception. A glance revealed that these skills suited her quite well. The Killing Claw and Flying Hook of Death, both possessing growth attributes, combined with the speed enhancement from Swallowing and Gathering Monsters, held significant value for Bai Yuan. With the Killing Claw as a weapon, her hands were no longer idle, allowing her to fully channel her will into the remaining 4 flying knives. Engaging in both ranged and melee combat, she would leave no opportunity for the enemy to exploit. Surely, you must feel the enhancement of your power now, Chen Ming inquired, noting Bai Yuan's perplexed expression. These skills, are they bestowed upon me by you, master? Bai Yuan realized, astonished as she gazed at him. Indeed, Chen Ming affirmed with a nod. Try them out and see how they suit you. If they don't align with your fighting style, we can always switch later. In a world teeming with monsters, Chen Ming felt no anxiety over skills as long as he possessed the SSS level skill of permanent theft. Alright. With a swift motion, Bai Yuan sheathed her 4 knives. Following Chen Ming's instructions, she activated the Killing Claw skill. In an instant, the weapon, identical in texture and adorned with blood-red accents at the tips, perfectly fit her fingers as she donned it. Considering Bai Yuan's physique, the size had been optimized to half its original dimensions. If it were too large, it would hinder her combat speed. Bai Yuan focused intently, flexing her fingers to savor the sensation. Without needing to ask, Chen Ming could easily discern from her expression that she was thoroughly pleased with this weapon. Grateful for the opportunity, he decided to assign the trial of this weapon to the zombie, which had lost its skills and was merely a hulking mass of attributes and ironclad resilience. With a snap of his fingers, the ice shattered, and the zombie fell heavily to the ground, still dazed from the moment before being frozen. It retained its initial intent to attack Chen Ming. Just as it began to rise on its toes, a sudden realization struck. Something felt amiss. Chapter 122. The Double-Layered Tomb. As a gatekeeper boss, the zombie possessed a modicum of intelligence, far surpassing that of ordinary zombies and ghouls. It was inconceivable that it would simply stand idly by after having its skills stripped and its weapons vanished without a trace. With its heel raised, it landed heavily. Lifting its empty arms, devoid of the support from the Killing Claw, they drooped lethargically. The zombie was engulfed in confusion. However, Bai Yuan had no intention of granting it the time to comprehend the intricacies of its predicament. With a sweeping gesture, she unfastened the clasp, releasing the 4 long blades from her fingers, which were tethered to the chains extending from her palms, slashing toward the zombie. Sensing danger, the zombie attempted to leap away. But Bai Yuan would not allow it that chance. Grasping the chains firmly, she swung them with sheer force, altering their trajectory. Her arm descended abruptly, and the 4 blades cleaved the zombie from head to toe. In an instant, it was severed into 5 pieces. Annihilated. Instant kill. Successfully killed the prince zombie. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 golden treasure chests. The prince, upon seeing the notification of the kill, Chen Ming firmly believed that his earlier suspicions were not without foundation. Generally, a prince is a direct sibling or cousin of the emperor. It appears that this prince harbored nefarious intentions, aiming to usurp the throne. Unfortunately for him, the emperor's strategies were far more adept, and his plans had failed, leaving him to satisfy his lust for power through such means. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the millennia of history that Chen Ming was familiar with regarding the Great Xia. Having clarified his thoughts, he promptly focused on the task at hand. He selected the corpse that had been cleaved into 5 segments by Bai Yuan and confirmed the extraction. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new undead servant, Prince Zombie 1. Upon extraction, all skills that had been plundered during his lifetime would return to this configuration, coupled with the Prince Zombie's notable combat prowess. Chen Ming found it difficult to justify not extracting him. After becoming an undead, the Prince Zombie underwent a transformation, adorned in shades of spectral black, while his previously vibrant patterns and adornments shifted to a sanguine red. For instance, the golden mouth of the toad emblazoned upon his abdomen. When the skill, Absorb and Gather Monsters, was activated, the toad would open its mouth to the utmost limit, swallowing all beings within its vicinity into the expansive belly of the Prince Zombie, devouring them to enhance its attributes. Why does it feel as though this skill has weakened after adaptation? Has it merely increased the area of monster gathering? Chen Ming pondered softly. Continuing to indulge in such thoughts seemed futile. It was unreasonable to demand the system to modify the skill binding after Bai Yuan had been optimized for normal usage. Was it? Rather than concern himself with these matters, Chen Ming was more interested in when the rewards for successfully defeating the boss would be bestowed upon him. Glancing around, he saw no sign of treasure chests or any activated mechanisms. Could it be that, unlike the Secret Realm dungeons, this Grand Tomb offered no rewards upon completion? In such a case, for an ordinary person, apart from the exhilarating and thrilling descent into the tomb, would there be no gains at all? Or perhaps, Chen Ming's thoughts rapidly crystallized into a notion. Had he truly not completed the quest in this Grand Tomb realm? Aside from this, he could think of no other explanation that held more weight. He turned to the Prince Zombie, who stood beside him with an honest and unassuming demeanor, and inquired, "Do you know where the hidden entrance lies?" What had begun as a casual remark unexpectedly prompted the Prince Zombie to lift his arm and point with his drooping sleeve towards the throne. Chen Ming instantly teleported forward. Noticing the outline of a passage at the base of a slightly relocated coffin, he ensnared the exceptionally heavy coffin base with his telekinesis and flicked his fingers. Boom. Bang. It was effortlessly propelled away. Indeed, there was. Once the coffin was completely moved aside, a stone door leading underground appeared before Chen Ming. Utilizing his telekinesis, he grasped the rings on either side of the door, tightening the iron chains. With a flick of his fingers upwards, the heavy stone door swung open with a resounding rumble. Whoosh. Immediately, a mechanism activated, and a massive crossbow bolt was launched from within. The size of this bolt, if it struck, could cleave a person in two instantly. Chen Ming, through his skills, foresaw the presence of such a mechanism behind the stone door. At the moment the bolt was fired, he altered its trajectory with his telekinesis. Bang! It lodged itself into a decorative stone pillar, the arrowhead embedded deeply, while the shaft vibrated violently, emitting a resonant hum. "You, lead the charge." Chen Ming extended his arm backward, drawing the Prince Zombie from several dozen meters away and casting him into the passage. Bai Yuan followed closely, positioning herself beside Chen Ming. As Chen Ming advanced, Bai Yuan took up the rear, guarding against any ambush from behind. With one corpse and one puppet, Chen Ming felt well protected. They traversed over 1,000 steps, finally arriving at level ground. Throughout the journey, devoid of any protective measures, the surrounding mist was dense. A moment's inattention could lead to a perilous fall into an abyss. Before long, a pair of intricately carved double dragon relief stone doors, far grander than the previous stone palace, came into view. A dual-layered tomb? It seemed that this was indeed the main burial chamber. Chen Ming glanced at the Prince Zombie, deducing that he was merely a gatekeeper. Unable to compete with his brothers in life, he was reduced to a powerless, idle prince, and now, in death, he was relegated to guarding his emperor brother's tomb. It was rather a lamentable fate. Chen Ming felt no inclination to delve into their entangled emotions. He only wished to comprehend one matter. What rewards would the main burial chamber bring him? Just as he was about to approach and push open the wooden door, a sense of crisis triggered a warning. Chen Ming swiftly retreated half a step. A drop of green liquid plummeted, landing nearly an arm's length away from him. Upon contact with the ground, the liquid hissed ominously, beginning to corrode and releasing a noxious white smoke. Raising his gaze, Chen Ming beheld the ceiling of the stone chamber, teeming with blood-red eyes, mouths agape, revealing sharp fangs, continuously dripping a saliva more corrosive than sulfuric acid. Vampiric bats. They descended upon Chen Ming, Bai Yuan, and the Prince Zombie like a torrential downpour. Just as Chen Ming intended to unleash his skill, evaporating the toxic rain and incinerating the bats to ash, the Prince Zombie preemptively spread his arms wide, leaning back. The toad upon his abdomen opened its cavernous mouth. Within, a red energy swirled like a vortex from the depths of the ocean, exuding an astonishing pull. All toxic liquid and vampiric bats were drawn in, rendered powerless against the force, transforming into a dark tide, forcibly consumed and refined into growth experience. The bat's meager corrosive venom was of little consequence to him. The Prince Zombie's actions validated that Chen Ming had not erred in his choice of undead, confirming that no hidden threats remained. Ming approached the stone door. As per custom, he placed his palm against the door. No crisis alert was triggered, confirming that there were no concealed traps or mechanisms behind it. With a thunderous rumble, Ming pushed open the stone door. As the familiar flames ignited rapidly, illuminating the entire field of vision, he suddenly understood why the main burial chamber had the confidence not to set traps. Chapter 123, Ascending to SSS Rank. The scene before him inevitably reminded Ming of the terracotta warriors he had seen in historical texts. Both were burial companions, one crafted from clay, the other a living human. More accurately, when they appeared in such a place, their identities as humans had been forcibly stripped away. Towering at 7 feet, clad in jet-black heavy armor, wielding swords and sabers that glimmered with the same ferocity as in their prime, and some brandished long spears and shields, there was a variety. Adorned with metallic masks that not only safeguarded them from harm, but also instilled dread in the hearts of their foes. To stand before just one of them would evoke a profound sense of pressure, not to mention the thousands present. Indeed, within this true stone palace, there were at least 5,000 armored zombies accompanying the deceased. Thus, the scale was far grander than the superficial stone palace above. Everywhere, one could see intricate carvings and lacquer paintings brimming with draconic elements. The burial chamber was impeccably preserved, rendering many of its features appearing remarkably new, as if untouched by the passage of time. However, in comparison to those trivial matters, Ming was far more concerned with the figure seated upon the dragon throne, a desiccated corpse clad in a blood-red imperial robe. Though its emaciated form barely filled the regal garment, sagging and loose, the hands resting on the armrests and the legs splayed wide exuded an undeniable majesty, a commanding presence that asserted its imperial authority over all. The instant Ming and Bai Yuan fully entered the stone imperial palace, the stone doors behind them slammed shut with a resounding thud, as if to seal their fates and bind them eternally to this place, to slumber alongside the dead. Before Ming and Bai Yuan could take any action, the once quiet stone imperial palace erupted with the sound of blades being drawn, echoing ominously in succession. Thousands of imperial guards began to shift, turning their attention towards Ming, their gazes converging upon him. Beneath the metallic masks, crimson light flickered in their eyes as they raised their long spears, the sharp points aimed directly at Ming. Bai Yuan, unwilling to be outdone, unsheathed her blade. Donning her lethal claws, Ming surveyed his surroundings, nodding in approval as an effective strategy formed in his mind. Confronting such a vast number of imperial guards, whose strength rivaled that of the Princess Undead, with just Bai Yuan and the Princess Zombie would be an utter waste of time. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend against 4 hands, and this was compounded by the thousands of hands now arrayed against him. In the stone imperial palace, Ming found it difficult to remain an outsider. Seizing the opportunity, he resolved to test a skill he had yet to utilize, a formidable S-rank ability capable of linking damage dealt to one enemy to multiple others, with a minimum of 10 and a maximum of 100 foes. This skill was particularly suited for dealing with enemies that outnumbered him. Recognizing its substantial practicality, there was no reason not to upgrade it to an SSS rank. Upgrading in progress. Upgrade successful. The S-rank skill link damage has been elevated to SSS rank link damage. He promptly reviewed the skill description to confirm the enhanced effects. SSS rank link damage. This skill, when facing a group of enemies, will randomly link multiple targets. When you attack one enemy, all linked enemies will receive equivalent damage. Minimum link count, 100, maximum link count, 1000. With a minimum of 100 and a maximum of 1000 linked targets, this implied that if fortune smiled upon him, he could potentially eliminate all 5,000 undead guards with merely 5 strikes. After contemplating, Ming found no other term more fitting than perverse to describe such an ability. It was indeed monstrous. Determined not to miss this opportune moment to amass a plethora of skills for synthesizing advanced abilities and enhancing his other undead minions, he selected all the guards. Selecting all undead guards. Stealing in progress. Theft successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the B-rank skills. Severe injury 5688. B-rank skill. War Fury 5688. B-rank skill. Bloodthirst 5688. B-rank skill. Indomitable Heart 5688. The skills predominantly enhanced his combat prowess, boosting damage, inflicting continuous bleeding effects, improving armor penetration, uplifting morale, and augmenting overall attributes. With nearly 6,000 newly acquired undead, Ming's gaze drifted through the throng of corpses towards the high and mighty figure of the zombie emperor. With a faint smile, he remarked, "Your guards are impressive. However, they now belong to me." Utilizing the recently obtained S-rank skill, Whale-tail Strike, he unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the stone imperial palace. A massive whale apparition materialized in the air, its tail raised high, crashing down upon the center of the undead horde. The impact was cataclysmic, shaking the very ground beneath. A tempest of sand and powerful gusts, infused with the stench of blood and fragments of corpses and armor, surged violently in all directions. Successful kill of the Imperial Guard zombies. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2,889 golden treasure chests. Successful kill of the Imperial Guard zombies. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2,562 golden treasure chests. Successful kill of the Imperial Guard zombies. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 4,444 golden treasure chests. The force of a single strike, combined with the linked damage, annihilated all 688 guard zombies without exception. Ming calculated that each guard zombie yielded 3 golden treasure chests. Thus, with 688 guards, he had amassed a staggering total of 17,064 golden treasure chests from this single attack. Given the skill levels obtainable from these chests, he would not need to concern himself with B-rank skills for quite some time. Over 17,000 golden treasure chests equated to over 17,000 B-rank skills. In reality, it would be somewhat less, as golden treasure chests could yield not only skills but also other rewards such as lifespan, potions, weapons, and more. In short, Ming had truly struck gold. With a wave of his hand, he dispersed the blood mist and dust that enveloped him. Yet, he remained vigilant. He understood that the figure seated on the dragon throne was the true guardian boss. The princess zombie and those undead guards he had just dispatched were mere appetizers. Ordinary individuals would never have the chance to trigger the storyline upon his awakening. Ming was in no hurry. He had time to wait. Seizing this moment, he selected to extract the undead. Though not as terrifying as the hundreds of thousands of zombies on the island, the quality of the guard zombies was sufficiently high. 5,000 guard zombies, when pitted against 150,000 ordinary zombies, would not necessarily falter. Rather, they would undoubtedly prevail. Extracting in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained new undead minions. 688 Imperial Guard zombies. As soon as the extraction concluded, Ming noticed the large pool of blood on the ground beginning to stir. Chapter 124, The Zombie Emperor. People aspire to rise, like water flowing downward. Yet, at this moment, the blood shed by the shattered guard zombies surged against the current towards the zombie emperor seated upon the dragon throne. As if endowed with life, it coalesced from all directions, climbing the steps. Then, all the blood transformed into a blood dragon, its maw agape. With a resounding roar, it charged at the zombie emperor. The blood dragon penetrated his chest, infusing him with a continuous stream of sanguine power, causing the once emaciated corpse of the zombie emperor to swell with vitality. His visage, no longer gaunt, yet still, as a zombie, even after receiving an abundance of blood power, he bore no trace of color. The pallid, desiccated beard and hair darkened and became lustrous at an observable speed. The imperial robe billowed as it filled, and with the hairstyle in place, he transformed in an instant, radiating an imposing aura without needing to display anger. The zombie emperor slowly opened his eyes, 2 crimson beams piercing the soul. The imperceptible yet palpable imperial might stirred even Ming's heart, a man accustomed to grand spectacles. This emperor zombie, regardless of the millions or tens of millions of zombies, could not bridge the gap in strength. With an unwavering presence, a surge of blood energy arose behind him. The blood chi manifested into a dragon, vividly alive, coiling behind the zombie emperor, augmenting his formidable aura. Indeed, this was the quintessential appearance and power befitting a gatekeeper boss. Ming mused approvingly. Shortly thereafter, he observed a continuous stream of blood energy emanating from beneath the zombie emperor, spreading across the ground in all directions. Subsequently, portals resembling shadowy passages opened, through which blood demon guards, previously vanquished by Ming, reappeared in a different form, resurrected anew. The number was precisely 688. With Ming's current cognitive speed, he calculated this rapidly. Was this a skill? He pondered uncertainly. If it were indeed a skill, then he would no longer be troubled. He swiftly selected and opened the theft panel. Never before had Ming yearned so fervently to comprehend a singular matter. The myriad skills possessed by the zombie emperor unfurled upon the system panel before him. S-class skill, Blood Demon Technique. Absorb the power of blood sources. Infinitely augment your own strength, acquire all attributes of the Blood Master, or transform the blood source power into a blood demon to fight for you. A-class skill, Emperor's Manipulation. Forcibly conquer enemies, compelling them to obey your commands. The weaker their mental fortitude, the higher the success rate and the longer the control time. A-class skill, 8-armed war god. Unlock 8 arms, wielding 8 divine weapons, doubling your combat prowess. A-class skill, Blood Dragon Summoning. Summon a blood dragon that will obey you unconditionally. A-class skill, Blood Demon Seed. When your blood enters the target's body through wounds or orifices, you can plant a blood demon seed within their heart chamber, which, when activated, will instantly drain their lifeblood, blossoming into blood fruits that enhance your strength. After perusing these skills, even Ming had to concede that the zombie emperor's abilities were exceedingly monstrous, particularly the S-class blood demon technique. which not only allowed the consumption of an opponent's blood to inherit all attributes, but also enabled the division of this blood source power to summon a blood demon of equal strength. Were it not for the quantitative limitation, Ming would undoubtedly suspect that this tier should have included 2 additional SS ranks. Like most S-class skills, the blood demon technique could absorb and summon a maximum of 10,000 blood demons. Once this limit was reached, what should one do when encountering a desirable blood source? It was simple: expel a weaker blood source to free up a new slot. Frankly, this supplementary stipulation struck Ming as rather absurd, evoking a sense that perhaps there was a deliberate intent to restrict this skill. The thousands of blood demon guards regrouped, raising their weapons in preparation to launch an assault on Ming. He ceased his examination of skills. Only children make choices. Adults must possess all. Stealing in progress. Theft successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the S-class skill, Blood Demon Technique. A-class skill, Emperor's Manipulation. A-class skill, 8-Armed War God. A-class skill, Blood Dragon Summoning. A-class skill, Blood Demon Seed. Having obtained all the skills, the blood demons and blood dragons dissipated like smoke, as though they had never existed. The zombie emperor's form shriveled once more, bereft of the blood source's sustenance. In an instant, Ming appeared before him, smiling as he declared, "Embrace death and become mine." As he spoke, he extended his hand, fingers curling around the zombie emperor's head as if grasping a soccer ball, twisting it with a crack that echoed clearly. With a sudden motion, he wrenched the entire head, along with the spine, from the zombie emperor's body as if extracting a sword. Zombie emperor slain successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received Diamond Treasure Chest X2. Concealing the prompt panel, Ming selected the zombie emperor for summoning. He was eager to add another formidable warrior to his undead legion. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant, Zombie Emperor. At the moment the treasure chest and the undead were secured, Ming felt as if his life had attained a certain elevation. It was a wondrous sensation, one that could only be internally comprehended but not articulated. Thus, could this be deemed a successful completion of the level? After enduring such tumultuous trials, Ming chuckled at himself. With a resounding crash, the throne collapsed, revealing the treasure chest concealed within. Without hesitation, he opened it, opening the completion treasure chest. Completion treasure chest opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Emperor's headband, Sword of Authority, 9 Dragon Seal, Dragon Emperor's Robe, Resurrection Elixir X1, Great Restoration Potion X10. Aside from a plethora of high-tier equipment, Ming was particularly intrigued by the Resurrection Elixir. He examined its details. Resurrection Elixir. Upon consumption, it can bring the dead back to life. If taken while on the brink of death, it not only completely heals, but also grants a rebirth enhancement aura for 24 hours, allowing immediate resurrection upon death. Not realizing the extent of its efficacy, Ming was astounded. The resurrection elixir was far more exaggerated than he had imagined. After accepting everything, he found the grand tomb devoid of anything further worth his remembrance and resolved to depart. First, he would recall Bai Yuan and the Prince Zombie, for convenience's sake. With a resounding rumble, the grand tomb, as anticipated, initiated its self-destruction sequence. Ming strode confidently toward the temporarily opened portal leading to the ground. As he stepped through the portal, the grand tomb did not collapse, but rather receded back underground. The extensive devastation wrought upon the city had not yet reverted to its former state. Just as everything seemed resolved, and Ming prepared to make his exit, an aged voice called out to him, "Are you the famed 9-star hunter?" Chapter 125, The Old General. I beseech you to lend your hand. Upon hearing this, Ming's foot, which had just opened a shadowy portal the size of a palm, halted. Turning to face the newcomer, he felt a peculiar familiarity despite this being their first encounter. Recently, this elderly gentleman had frequently appeared on television news. Su Jinshan, a retired general who, due to fishing, had awakened the S-class skill, Berserker Iron Fist, had rejoined the ranks to live a second life. Ming noted that Su Jinshan was clad in a lightweight, dark golden portable combat armor that conformed seamlessly to his form, appearing far from the capabilities of modern craftsmanship. The material resembled not metal but rather the exoskeleton of some unknown creature, leaving a traceable origin. At this moment, Ming suddenly recalled that aside from Su Jinshan, another official who had awakened an SS-class talent had, if memory served, awakened the skill known as Master Blacksmith. Ming was about 70% certain that this portable combat armor was crafted by him, with a 30% chance that Su Jinshan had drawn it as a reward from fishing. Sensing Su Jinshan's scrutinizing gaze upon him, Ming dispelled his musings and replied, "Old General, you are mistaken. I have not joined the Star Alliance to become a professional hunter." "Is that so? What a pity. If someone of your caliber were to join the Star Alliance, our great Xia's standing and influence on the international stage would be significantly enhanced," Su Jinshan sincerely remarked. "You overestimate me, Old General. I merely possess a modicum more luck than others," Ming humbly responded, then inquired, "Might I ask what brings you to seek me?" If there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. He did not intend to linger here for long. In fact, my arrival is motivated by a request for your assistance. I have heard from the Star Alliance that when faced with formidable monsters, one might seek your aid. Is that correct? Su Jinshan spoke candidly, cutting straight to the chase. A request for my help? Su Jinshan's words piqued Chen Ming's curiosity. It was evident that an SS-level veteran general would not traverse vast distances without a significant purpose, undoubtedly related to the emergence of monsters. Furthermore, the challenge of vanquishing this creature far surpassed Su Jinshan's combat capabilities. In a remote town by the North Sea, someone had fished out a portal leading to at least an A-level, possibly even S-level dungeon. The mention of this matter caused Su Jinshan's brow to furrow in concern. Chen Ming could surmise without asking that he had ventured inside and barely escaped with his life. Possessing SS-level skills does not guarantee success in S-level dungeons, especially in solo endeavors. Moreover, during the onset of the apocalypse, mere skills without adequate foundational attributes, coupled with a lack of combat experience against monsters, significantly escalated the difficulty of solo runs. Within the Star Alliance, the quality of hunters varied greatly, primarily consisting of ordinary individuals who, by sheer luck, had acquired skills, lacking organization, discipline, and cooperation. Even with skills, high skill levels amounted to little more than a disorganized mob. Forcing entry into a secret realm would be of no assistance. Rather, it might prove to be a liability. What is the specific location? Chen Ming inquired, eager to bypass unnecessary dialogue. He wished to conclude the matter swiftly. Extract the undead, and return home for dinner. It's in Xinghuan Town, North Sea. If you are interested, I can use my authority to arrange a helicopter for you. Su Jinshan began to explain when he was unexpectedly interrupted by the appearance of a vast azure portal that opened before them. It was somewhat smaller than the dungeon entrance. Su Jinshan recalled witnessing Chen Ming riding a colossal undead dragon, emerging from a portal to a distant island, leading an army of the undead to slaughter hundreds of thousands of zombies. It turned out that this was not a one-time artifact, but rather a skill. How many other formidable skills could this young man possibly conceal? Su Jinshan felt both curious and envious. After acquiring the SS-level skill Berserker Iron Fist, he had fished repeatedly, yielding results, though none could be deemed extraordinary, merely ordinary supplies. Thus, he yearned for Chen Ming's ability to acquire multiple skills, each more potent than the last. Having experienced the enhancement brought by the SS-level skill, Su Jinshan became increasingly obsessed with obtaining skills. The more elusive they became, the more determined he was to fish for them, for this was, without a doubt, the fastest way to augment his strength. To avoid misunderstandings and conflicts, I kindly asked the esteemed general to accompany me, Chen Ming said just before their departure. He was certain that a substantial number of special forces soldiers were stationed at the dungeon entrance, guarding against the potential chaos of monsters breaching the realm. While most dungeons would not pose any consequences if left unchallenged, certain realms were different. If left untouched for too long, monsters would lose patience and surge forth, wreaking havoc upon the city. Oh, very well. Hearing Chen Ming's words, Su Jinshan snapped back to attention and hurried to follow. Witnessing such an SS-level veteran general yield his formidable demeanor before Chen Ming, he appeared more like a benign grandfather, devoid of any threat. The special forces soldiers present were further impressed by Chen Ming's strength, eagerly anticipating the updates on fishing attempts past midnight. Chen Ming and Su Jinshan had already stepped through the portal. Had they truly arrived at the North Sea? Despite having understood the practical implications of skills, Su Jinshan could not suppress his astonishment upon arriving in a mere second. This skill was far more powerful and convenient than he had imagined. Could it possibly be an S-level skill? Just how many S-level skills did he possess? Curiosity consumed him. Chen Ming, unfazed by Su Jinshan's unabashed observation, focused his gaze on the massive dungeon portal 100 meters away. 8:53:25. Was that a countdown? Chen Ming was certain he was not mistaken. Yes, a countdown. If he was not mistaken, once it concluded, the monsters within would pour out and invade Daxia. Su Jinshan, without reservation, articulated his understanding. The likelihood was indeed high. At last, Chen Ming grasped why Su Jinshan had taken the risk to seek his aid in addressing the dungeon crisis. The impending threat posed by this dungeon far outweighed the uncertainties stemming from the growing undead army. The urgency of the present crisis left no room for contemplating preventive measures. Should the monsters emerge en masse and Su Jinshan and his comrades be unable to contain them, the death toll could easily reach tens or even hundreds of thousands. Such a scenario, relatively speaking, would still be a preferable outcome. Ordinary individuals, when faced with even a typical monster, would find their combat capabilities woefully inadequate. Has the old general ventured inside? Chen Ming inquired. Indeed. Su Jinshan's expression darkened, haunted by the nightmarish experience. Had it not been for the time limit for exiting the dungeon, I would likely have remained trapped inside, much like others. Chapter 126. Is it safe in numbers? From Su Jinshan's words, Chen Ming inferred that once one entered the dungeon, the ability to leave would be forfeited. One must either defeat the boss guarding the entrance to clear the dungeon or survive for a specified duration before being permitted to exit. As for the latter, Thus far, no monster had been able to compel Chen Ming to that extent, so his understanding remained limited. Furthermore, from Su Jinshan's remarks, Chen Ming learned that the first group of special forces and hunters who had followed Su Jinshan into the portal had mostly perished, with only Su Jinshan surviving by the skin of his teeth, biding his time to escape. Chen Ming refrained from mentioning these sorrowful matters as he strode purposefully toward the portal, mentally preparing for another wave of harvesting after the ancient tomb. The act of opening treasure chests and expanding his undead army was something Chen Ming relished, for it yielded tangible rewards and enhanced his strength. He could distinctly feel the sensation of his increasing power, an addictive experience. Military area, unauthorized personnel are not permitted entry. As Chen Ming approached, a special forces soldier swiftly grasped his weapon with one hand while raising the other, palm facing Chen Ming, to signal a warning. This is absurd. Upon witnessing this, Su Jinshan quickly stepped forward and shouted. The special forces soldier, previously focused solely on Chen Ming, finally noticed Su Jinshan's presence and instinctively raised his guard. However, upon turning to see Su Jinshan's face, the soldier promptly relaxed his grip on his weapon and respectfully exclaimed, "Greetings, General Su. He is the hunter I specifically invited to tackle the dungeon." Su Jinshan did not berate the soldier, recognizing the urgency of the situation. Moreover, the soldier was merely fulfilling his duty, unaware of Chen Ming's identity. Thus, it was unreasonable to hold any grievance. Understood. Please, do come in, the soldier replied. Stepping back and lifting the barrier, Chen Ming and Su Jinshan entered, one after the other. The special forces soldier gazed intently at the receding figures of the two individuals, his raised hand lingering in the air, refusing to fall. In hushed tones, he pondered, who could this enigmatic person be, capable of walking ahead of General Su? Before long, Chen Ming and Su Jinshan had reached the portal, now merely a stone's throw away. General Su, do you plan to once again challenge the Secret Realm instance? Should I contact the Star Alliance to dispatch additional personnel? An officer named Wang Cheng, responsible for the scene, hurriedly approached to inquire about Su Jinshan's intentions. There's no need for that, Su Jinshan replied, shaking his head in refusal. He was acutely aware, more than anyone present, of the formidable warriors and the undead legions that Chen Ming had amassed in unseen corners. Alone, he was a veritable army, invincible in his own right. This cannot be. You don't intend to face the Secret Realm instance alone, do you? Wang Cheng's mind raced, contemplating how to dissuade Su Jinshan from this outrageous notion. The significance of an SS-level individual at this stage for a nation's fortune was self-evident. If Su Jinshan were to perish within, the blame would inevitably fall upon him. A burden he could scarcely bear. The fear of the information leaking out, revealing that he was responsible for managing this place, would brand him with an indelible mark of disgrace in the annals of history. Do not worry. This time, I have invited a master, Su Jinshan confidently asserted. A master? Wang Cheng glanced around, noticing only the young Chen Ming, who appeared inexperienced. Confusion clouded his thoughts. Could it possibly be him? Shaking his head, he wore a resolute expression. It was still too perilous with just the two of them. Thus, I will immediately contact the Star Alliance and request 100 hunters of C-grade skill and above to assist you in tackling the Secret Realm instance. A united group is undoubtedly stronger than a lone individual, Wang Cheng insisted, convinced that Su Jinshan, anxious as the countdown neared its end, was resorting to desperate measures. It was not difficult to empathize with his feelings, for it was their generation that had forged the current peace through the sacrifice of many lives. They could not bear to witness monsters ravaging freely, treating human lives as mere fodder for slaughter. So, does that mean having more people resolves everything? Chen Ming's words had barely left his lips when a vast shadow unfolded beneath him. Instinctively, he lifted his foot, a flustered expression on his face as he stumbled backward. Suddenly, he collided with someone behind him. Turning around to apologize, his expression shifted in an instant, and he quickly turned to retreat once more. This time, however, he failed to watch his step, losing his balance and crashing down onto the ground. Monsters! The monsters have escaped. Wang Cheng's face turned pale with fright. He swiftly commanded his subordinate beside him, "Quick, sound the alarm and gather every available personnel and firepower. Little Wang, do not panic, they are our own." Su Jinshan reassured him, deliberately emphasizing the phrase "our own." Although his words conveyed calmness, Su Jinshan's heart was anything but at ease. Like many present, he had heard numerous tales of Chen Ming and the undead legions he commanded. Yet, this was the first time he had encountered him face to face. And maintaining composure proved to be a daunting task. Our own. Wang Cheng's brow furrowed deeply. He glanced at the multitude of undead emerging from the ground, hundreds in total, and then back at Su Jinshan, disbelief etched across his face. Indeed, these undead obey him completely. Su Jinshan signaled towards Chen Ming. They obey him. When Wang Cheng's gaze returned to Chen Ming, his entire perspective shifted dramatically. Wait, could it be that he is the very one invited by the Star Alliance to become a 9-star hunter, only to decline the offer, the Lord of the Undead? Precisely. Su Jinshan confirmed with a nod. No wonder, Wang Cheng muttered, brushing off the dust from his pants as he awkwardly rose to his feet. Enlightenment dawned upon him. It was clear now that Su Jinshan's earlier expression was not one of resignation to sacrifice himself against the monsters of the secret realm, but rather one of absolute trust in Chen Ming's capabilities. In fact, Su Jinshan's confidence in Chen Ming's ability to perfectly conquer the secret realm instance surpassed even Chen Ming's own. Titan zombies, giant goblin warriors, zombie dogs, brain eaters, draconians. Observing the staggering number of undead, each more formidable than the last, marching forth under Chen Ming's command and entering the portal, Wang Cheng had long abandoned any thoughts of stopping them. He took a deep breath, then bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle towards the direction Chen Ming had departed, proclaiming, "I entrust everything to you." Chapter 127. The terrifying suppression of the undead legion. Ah, how sore. At the entrance, he finally lowered his arm, which had grown numb from being raised, and stretched it out, the joints cracking in protest. The Special Forces soldier snapped back to reality from his musings about Chen Ming's identity. Regrettably, he had yet to arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. In terms of status, how could a young man in his 20s compare to General Su, a seasoned commander? In terms of skill, Su Jinshan wielded SS-level abilities, second only to SSS. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind, prompting the Special Forces soldier to straighten his back, assuming it was a superior conducting an inspection. Then, a hand landed on his shoulder. A familiar figure leaned in from the side, saying, "Don't be alarmed. It's me, here to relieve you." "Good grief. You nearly scared me to death." The Special Forces soldier retorted, casting an irritated glance at him. "I saw you deep in thought, and didn't want to interrupt." The man stepped back, evading the soldier's hand as it reached for his collar. After dodging, he chuckled and asked, "So, what weighty national matters occupy your mind? Did you not see? Just moments ago, a young man commanded even General Su to treat him with utmost respect, walking behind him. I've been pondering who he truly is and what extraordinary prowess he possesses." The Special Forces soldier candidly expressed his curiosity. "Oh, you mean him?" It's no surprise that General Su would act that way towards him, the man replied with an air of certainty. "No surprise? Do you know who he is?" The soldier's thirst for knowledge was reignited. Seeing his eagerness, the man ceased to play coy and revealed, "The Lord of the Undead." He believed that in this world, nothing could more convincingly affirm Chen Ming's identity than those 4 words. What? He is the Lord of the Undead? The Special Forces soldier's excitement surged at this revelation. Indeed, just moments ago, someone else shared your skepticism regarding his identity. And he summoned hundreds of undead before my very eyes, nearly causing me to soil myself. The man recounted, still feeling the residual shock of the encounter. No wonder, no wonder. He repeated in a hushed tone. The Special Forces soldier finally grasped why an SS-level general like Su Jinshan would give Chen Ming such deference, treating him with 7 or even 9 parts respect. It was solely due to Chen Ming's SSS-level prowess, and quite possibly, he possessed more than one such skill, truly deserving. There was no question about it. Returning to Chen Ming, he was currently braving the biting cold winds alongside Su Jinshan. Surrounding them was a monotonous expanse of ice and snow. Beneath their feet, Chen Ming had accurately deduced they were standing on a frozen lake. The ice layer is exceedingly thick, obscuring the view beneath. In the distance, the icy winds and snow shroud the landscape, allowing only the faintest outlines of the mountains to be discerned. Before Chen Ming could voice his inquiries, Su Jinshan, who had previously traversed this realm, began to describe the monstrous entities that inhabit this secret world. Suddenly, a billowing wave of snow and fog, akin to an avalanche, surged forth from afar. In that moment, a multitude of ice-blue eyes flickered ominously within, their numbers staggering. Exercise utmost caution. These creatures can expel a chilling breath capable of freezing a person solid. Should one sustain even a scratch, the frostbite will seep into their very being, leading to rigidity and the freezing of blood within minutes. Su Jinshan shared his wisdom. "I understand." Chen Ming nodded in acknowledgement. "If we come into contact with their blood, will we be frozen as well?" He extrapolated. "Indeed. But these creatures possess bodies that are remarkably fragile, akin to walking explosives. This is precisely why I have chosen to evade confrontation and prolong our time here." Su Jinshan candidly admitted. Soon enough, a cadre of ice zombies emerged from the swirling frost. Ice corpses? Snow corpses? Chen Ming pondered, uncertain which appellation would be more fitting for the grotesque beings before him. He raised a hand to halt Su Jinshan, who intended to advance, and smiled. "Let them handle this." As he spoke, a vast shadow spread beneath him, enveloping a significant portion of the ice lake. A multitude of undead rose from the depths, numbering over 100,000. It was sheer numerical superiority. Why not seize such an overwhelming advantage? Su Jinshan, struck dumb by the spectacle, readily accepted Chen Ming's counsel. Realizing that this battle had transcended into a realm beyond their comprehension, an insurmountable height. With a wave of his hand, Chen Ming commanded his legion of 100,000 undead to surge forth like a tidal wave, charging toward the ice zombies. They galloped fiercely. Upon closing the distance, they pounced with ferocity, bringing the snow corpse to the ground, sinking their teeth into its neck. Even as the frigid air invaded and rapidly encased their bodies in ice, The frenzy of the undead remained undiminished. Attack. Smash the snow corpses. Snow corpse vanquished. Congratulations, host. You have received a black iron treasure chest X5. Snow corpse vanquished. Congratulations, host. You have received a black iron treasure chest X5. Snow corpse vanquished. Congratulations, host. You have received a black iron treasure chest X5. The strategy of slaying one for the gain of two was indeed profitable. Ming, with his ample mental fortitude, could summon and resurrect infinitely. Moreover, an army of over 100,000 undead dwarfed the paltry few hundred or thousand snow corpses. Witnessing the once ferocious horde that had ruthlessly claimed the lives of hundreds, now being utterly overwhelmed by the weakest of Ming's undead army, Su Jinshan felt a surge of admiration for him. No wonder they call you the Lord of the Undead. You truly deserve the title. Nay, the term Lord is indeed fitting for your prowess. Su Jinshan expressed his thoughts candidly. Such flattery from the esteemed general, Ming humbly replied. He believed in the virtue of humility, which fosters progress, while arrogance leads to decline. Furthermore, Ming held profound respect for Su Jinshan's generation, who had sacrificed their lives and youth to restore the broken backbone of the Xia dynasty. Ming's indifference towards the officialdom did not necessitate hostility. As the saying goes, business is not about righteousness, but about profit. Who knows when he might need their assistance in the future? In no time, within a mere 3 minutes, Ming's legion of undead had overrun the snow corpses. Now, it was Ming's turn to take center stage. He raised his hand, selecting all, and extracted. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained a new, undead servant. Snow Corpse X8977. Stealing in progress. Theft successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired E-grade skills. Frost Breath X8977. Ice Explosion X8977. Ming had only recently discovered that the skills he stole, whether from the living or the deceased, remained usable. However, similar to extracting from the undead, he could not siphon from corpses that had been deceased for too long. Nearly 10,000 snow corpses? No wonder it took so long, Ming remarked, somewhat surprised. The snow and fog had obscured his count. Close to 10,000 snow corpses. Su Jinshan, upon hearing Ming's nonchalant tone and witnessing the throng of undead rise from the fallen bodies, could not suppress his curiosity. Little Chen, how many undead can your skill summon? As it stands, there are no limitations, Ming replied. There was no need for concealment. Sharing this information could serve to intimidate those who might harbor ulterior motives against him, making them realize that what they had witnessed was merely the tip of the iceberg. The legion of the undead was far more extensive than they could fathom. As he spoke, he also allocated the 2 E-grade skills, each amounting to 8977 to 17,954 zombies, bestowing each a share. Ming had considered continuously synthesizing to eventually obtain A-grade skills, but upon reflection, boosting the combat prowess of over 10,000 undead was also a substantial gain. After all, he could always remove the skills later if they proved unsuitable. Wait, you mean unlimited summoning? Su Jinshan was momentarily rendered speechless before exclaiming in astonishment. Fortunately, Ming had a solid mental constitution, otherwise, he might have been frightened by the revelation. Indeed, unlimited summoning, Ming confirmed once more. That's incredible. It's truly astounding. I can hardly fathom how much you will grow in the future. No wonder you are unwilling to join the Star Alliance. You alone are the strongest alliance. Su Jinshan bestowed upon Ming the highest praise he could conceive. Just as Ming was about to respond, a deafening roar echoed, accompanied by a gust of wind that surged toward them. Be cautious. That gigantic creature is emerging. Su Jinshan warned urgently. A tiger? Ming speculated, unable to conjure any other creature that would emit such a sound. Indeed, a colossal white tiger. Su Jinshan retreated cautiously, tightening his fists, ready to engage in battle at a moment's notice. Unfazed, Ming fixed his gaze on the direction from which the icy fog approached. In the next instant, a shadow rapidly expanded, becoming visible to the naked eye. Boom! A massive tiger burst forth from the ice mist, its claws leaving deep gashes in the frozen surface with every powerful stride, scattering shards of ice in its wake. The beast's fur was unkempt and uneven, contrasting sharply with the meticulously cared-for tigers of a zoo, exuding a wildness that was several times more untamed. Its ferocity was palpable, especially with its elongated saber teeth, which were nearly as long as half its face, instilling a sense of dread. Without hesitation, Ming summoned the Dragon of Calamity, intending to counterbalance the white tiger with his dragon's might. As the Dragon of Calamity sensed the saber-toothed tiger's hostility toward Ming, it immediately unfurled its wings and soared low, ready to engage, suddenly ascending to a great height with the swiftness of a bamboo shoot piercing through the earth. Evading the onslaught of the saber-toothed tiger while seizing its nape with dragon claws, it lifted and hurled the beast away. Thud! 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 The massive form of the saber-toothed tiger tumbled away like a pebble skipping across water, rolling over 100 meters before sliding several meters upon the icy surface. The commotion was considerable. Chen Ming gently tapped his foot on the thick ice layer, murmuring, "How thick it is! How can it not crack?" The saber-toothed tiger slowly rose. One of its teeth having broken during the fall, its white fur stained crimson with blood, enhancing its ferocity. Clearly unwilling to concede defeat, it charged. Then with a leap, it attempted to snatch the calamity dragon from the air, as a cat would catch a bird. This was indeed a specialty of felines. Yet, the dragon was not a mere bird. As the saber-toothed tiger opened its gaping maw, revealing its fangs and brandishing its sharp claws, it unleashed a torrent of crimson dragon fire, starkly contrasting with the icy realm. Boom! The fiery column thickened, the temperature soaring as it impacted the saber-toothed tiger. Saber-toothed tiger slain successfully. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a bronze treasure chest X5. Just as the news of the successful kill reached Chen Ming, the calamity dragon closed its mouth, forcibly ceasing the output of dragon fire, causing the searing heat to retreat back into its fire pouch. Akin to certain insects that store venom within their bodies, the flames were continuously accumulated. When battle was unnecessary, they were stored, ensuring that when the time for combat arrived, a greater mental prowess could be summoned. In a fleeting moment, through the eyes of the calamity dragon, Chen Ming clearly observed amidst the evaporating steam the charred remains of a gigantic tiger still ablaze. Subsequently, alongside Su Jinshan, they approached the sinkhole that had been melted by the calamity dragon, gazing at the saber-toothed tiger that lay at the bottom. Su Jinshan gained a renewed understanding of Chen Ming's prowess, as if he had been forcibly refreshed. This ice layer is indeed thick. It hasn't melted through even 3 to 4 meters, Su Jinshan marveled. Boom. No sooner had he spoken than the once tranquil icy mist began to stir once more, thickening dramatically. Within it seemed to be the relentless surge of 1,000 troops galloping forth. Whether there were truly 1,000, Su Jinshan could not say, but he was certain that dozens, if not hundreds, of saber-toothed tigers were indeed present. Their silhouettes rapidly expanded within the icy fog, their forms becoming increasingly distinct. Suddenly, they burst forth from the mist. The wildness coupled with their sheer numbers created an oppressive aura that caused even Su Jinshan, a man who had weathered countless storms, to feel his heart race and swallow hard. How can there be so many? Just as Su Jinshan contemplated persuading Chen Ming to avoid confrontation, he turned to see massive creatures emerging one after another around him. Sandworms, sandworm queens, blood knights, ancient serpents, and colossal centipede kings. Su Jinshan's gaze quickly returned to the blood knight. If his memory served correctly, the individual who had vanquished this creature, once heralded as the world's strongest monster, was reputedly the one known as the Mecha Sovereign among netizens. Could it be? A bold notion germinated in Su Jinshan's mind. He glanced at Chen Ming, wondering if he was indeed the one piloting the mecha that had annihilated the Blood Knight, or had he hunted down a similar monster elsewhere. Su Jinshan was acutely aware that the Star Alliance had been tirelessly seeking the Mecha Sovereign, attempting to persuade him to join their ranks to bolster their overall combat effectiveness. The mecha's overall evaluation in their eyes, combined with the pilot's operating skills, equated to an S, perhaps even an SS-level capability. Su Jinshan could hardly fathom the despair that would ensue should it be revealed that Chen Ming and the Mecha Sovereign were one and the same. On one hand, they would lose a potential ally. On the other, their perception of Chen Ming's strength would be forcibly redefined. Anyone would have to marvel at the disparity in their fortunes. Why was it that his fishing expedition yielded nothing but exquisite, god-tier rewards? Even Su Jinshan could not suppress his envy towards Chen Ming's luck. He mused about how wonderful it would be if he could share even a fraction of that fortune. Old General, I am joining the battle as well. Take care of yourself. Before Su Jinshan could respond, he witnessed an immensely gigantic mecha materializing before him. It was indeed the dangerous wanderer. Chapter 129, Tipping the Scales of Victory. One-sided carnage. Perhaps anticipating this very possibility, Su Jinshan demonstrated a remarkable composure upon the arrival of the dangerous wanderer. Far beyond what he had envisioned. Rather than astonishment or surprise, his mind was flooded with envy, indescribable envy. Su Jinshan even found himself pondering whether Chen Ming had saved the galaxy in a past life. Otherwise, how could he reel in such an abundance of exquisite, god-tier equipment in this one? Each piece was capable of easily establishing dominance and altering the very fabric of the world, especially the SSS-level skill of necromantic extraction. Su Jinshan had resolved that upon completing this secret realm expedition, he would return to the Star Alliance and sternly advise everyone to cease their attempts at manipulating Chen Ming. Even if they could not befriend him or enlist him for their own purposes, they should refrain from making him an enemy. The modern special forces and the dominance of conventional weaponry had been utterly upended by Chen Ming alone. Su Jinshan, having fought for nearly a lifetime, felt entitled to express such sentiments. Reflecting on history, even the most formidable adversaries he had faced were rated no higher than AC. Yet at this moment, in Su Jinshan's mind, Chen Ming's power and the threat he posed undoubtedly exceeded SSS, reaching a level beyond comprehension. To oppose such a demonic figure? In Su Jinshan's eyes, it would be more straightforward to end his own life. Meanwhile, Chen Ming, confronted by the surging and thickening icy mist from all directions. Alongside the seemingly endless emergence of saber-toothed tigers, felt not the slightest hint of panic. Instead, an exhilarating thrill coursed through him. Such a rare opportunity to engage in a satisfying slaughter. The monsters were not only colossal but numerous, possessing a degree of strength that far surpassed the mere extermination of zombies, providing a far greater sense of achievement and fulfillment. Chen Ming unfastened the shotgun hanging at his waist, angled the barrel at a 45-degree ascent, and pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. 5 spherical grenades were launched in rapid succession, which then split into 5 upon descending, totaling 25 fragments. It was as if a net had been cast over a vast expanse. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sounds echoed in succession, resonating clearly even several kilometers away. Boom. As the scorching shockwave, laden with vapor, surged toward him like a tidal wave, Su Jinshan's pupils constricted, and he hastily raised his hands, crossing them before him. The ferocity of the force was such that when Su Jinshan lowered his arms and glanced down, he discovered half-meter-long skid marks left upon the ice. Is this the essence of a powerful battle? In the past, such remarks had been directed at Su Jinshan in awe, but he felt that this phrase was far more suited to describe Chen Ming. Without a doubt, the term powerful was tailored for him at this moment. Before him stood a formidable ice tiger, a creature capable of effortlessly slaughtering hundreds of elite soldiers. Yet now, it was being confronted by Chen Ming, who, piloting his mechanized armor, wielded an eerily powerful weapon with both hands, dispatching the beast as if it were merely harvesting chives. Su Jinshan was struck by disbelief, tempered with immense excitement. The very existence of Chen Ming illuminated a critical truth. Humanity was not entirely defenseless against these monstrous foes, whose numbers and strength seemed grotesquely overwhelming. If they continued to bide their time, a day would inevitably come when humanity would reclaim its voice upon this blue planet. Of course, this ambition did not include Chen Ming, for had his voice ever been stripped away? Bang, bang, bang. The ground trembled under a relentless barrage of explosions. Chen Ming continued to unleash grenades, the fiery blasts and billowing black smoke engorging the landscape as they laid waste to the ice tigers. The intoxicating thrill of indiscriminate slaughter, fulfilling his bloodlust, ensnared Chen Ming, ensconcing him in a euphoric haze. Meanwhile, an ice tiger sought to launch a surprise attack from behind. Just as Su Jinshan prepared to issue a warning, he witnessed Chen Ming, aided by his foreboding sense of danger, pivot effortlessly. Switching his weapon to shotgun mode in a heartbeat, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The flash of light was blinding. Yet more dazzling was the sight of the ice tiger exploding into a cloud of crimson mist from a single shot. Su Jinshan was left speechless, stunned into silence. He yearned to assist, but found himself without an opportunity. It felt as though he had unwittingly become a mere ornament, perhaps even less than that. At least a vase had its decorative purpose. Surveying his surroundings, Su Jinshan noted that he was well protected by the undead legion, with no ice tiger daring to approach him. The blood-soaked scene. No, it was more apt to call it the legion of the undead. Easily dismembered the ice tigers with a single swing of their swords. The centipede king, spitting venom like a torrential downpour, rained down upon the charging ice tigers. By the time they reached him, intent on attack, their bodies had already begun to corrode, reduced to nothing but heaps of melted flesh. The ancient giant serpent employed a far more straightforward strategy, utilizing its immense length to ensnare the ice tigers within a constricting circle. Once sufficient prey had been captured, it would tighten its grip with brutal force, crushing them mercilessly. Splatter, splatter, splatter. The raw power of the serpent reduced the ice tigers to pulp, their blood spraying forth, staining the ice beneath them. Above, the calamity dragon soared through the icy mists, its silhouette barely discernible. Yet the fiery columns it unleashed upon the ground were a sight to behold, like a beacon of hope amidst the darkness, impossible to ignore. Such instances were innumerable. The entire secret realm had transformed into a battlefield dominated by Chen Ming and his undead legion, unilaterally asserting control, crushing the scales of victory beneath their feet. No entity, no creature could hope to challenge this overwhelming force. As Su Jinshan absorbed the magnitude of Chen Ming's power, he patted his chest and exhaled in relief, realizing that the crisis facing the Great Xia was, indeed, utterly resolved. These monsters would never have the chance to survive until the time limit of the dungeon expired, much less escape into the outside world to perpetrate a massacre upon humanity. The dread that had lodged in his throat settled comfortably, secure as could be. Bang! Ice Tiger killed successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received 5 bronze treasure chests. Ice Tiger killed successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received 5 bronze treasure chests. Ice Tiger killed successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received 5 bronze treasure chests. With another shot, Chen Ming dispatched 5 or 6 ice tigers, either obliterated into mush or rendered half-destroyed, the remaining fragments barely escaping destruction. Yet, it was all for naught. Lives would be lost. Salvation was impossible. He set down the smoking shotgun upon the ice, causing the melted water to bubble violently. Was this the end? Chen Ming was far from satisfied. Select all. Skill theft. Extract undead. Stealing in progress. Theft successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired D-grade skill. Slaughter 3888. D-grade skill. Frost breath 3888. D-grade skill. Claw strike 3888. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have summoned new undead minions. Ice Tigers 3888. Chen Ming summoned an additional nearly 4,000 ice tigers to his undead army. Su Jinshan stood frozen in place, overwhelmed by the spectacle. Chen Ming showed no urgency to retract his mechanized suit or the undead. Although the icy mist began to dissipate, he did not observe the portal opening, indicating that the true boss had yet to reveal itself. The snow corpses and ice tigers were merely appetizers. Chapter 130. The Great Beast Beneath the Lake. A howl pierced the heavens, resonating throughout the secret realm, heralding the arrival of the hidden ice werewolves as the mist cleared. Their thick, somewhat unkempt fur was adapted to the frigid climate. Long, rabbit-like ears and elongated fangs protruded from their jaws, creating a peculiar juxtaposition that blurred the line between ferocity and cuteness. One arm was normal, while the other was formed from opaque blue ice, sharp and angular. Exuding an aura of chill, Chen Ming could easily deduce that a mere scratch from such a claw would likely result in frostbite, freezing his meridians and internal organs, leading to a slow and agonizing demise. There were slightly over 1,000 of them, their size dwarfed by that of the ice tigers. If Chen Ming were to speculate, their delayed appearance after the ice tigers was likely due to a disparity in skills. Though they were werewolves, they approached their prey on all fours. With a mere thought, the freshly summoned ice tigers encircled the werewolves in an instant, two opposing forces converging, each vying for dominance. As Chen Ming had anticipated, the ice werewolves primarily attacked with their icy claws. A single strike, if it landed, would leave a gaping wound that could not heal due to the spreading frost. However, like the monsters, the undead were driven by an insatiable thirst for slaughter, oblivious to the concept of retreat. More bluntly put, they knew only to kill. Or, under Chen Ming's command, to kill. Yet, unlike the monsters, the undead had no fear of death, able to resurrect endlessly. This alone placed them beyond the reach of the ice werewolves. In the previous moment, an ice werewolf had just frozen the head of an ice tiger with one claw. And before it could revel in its victory, it was tackled to the ground by 3 or 4 ice tigers, which viciously tore at its limbs, subjecting the werewolf to the historical torture of being drawn and quartered. Ice werewolf killed successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 silver treasure chests. Ice werewolf killed successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 silver treasure chests. Ice werewolf killed successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 silver treasure chests. While there exists a discernible disparity in skill levels, this minor gap can be entirely compensated by a considerable numerical advantage, as Chen Ming persistently summoned forth his minions. This difference in prowess only widened. The numbers of the ice wolves dwindled, whereas the undead ice tigers remained constant. Stealing in progress. The theft was successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring C-Rank Skill Ice Claw 135, C-Rank Skill Wild Bite, and C-Rank Skill Quick Evasion. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new undead minion, Ice Wolf 135. In Chen Ming's eyes, victory was the sole focus. Notions of martial ethics held no significance. He augmented the ice tigers with the stolen skills, and furthermore, incorporated the extracted ice wolves into their ranks. The undead forces grew ever stronger, their numbers swelling with each skirmish. After bestowing the C-Rank Skill Ice Claw, a portion of the ice tiger's right claws transformed into blue ice, significantly amplifying their attack power. Su Jinshan stood beside him, utterly astonished. Though he lacked the skill of undead extraction, he was nonetheless deeply captivated by the allure of necromancy. Regardless of how many monsters there were or how formidable their skills became, ultimately, they would all belong to him. This sentiment filled Su Jinshan with yearning. Before long, 1,000 ice wolves had been brutally vanquished, all conscripted into Chen Ming's undead horde. The entirety of the visible area was dominated by the undead. While the icy mist retreated beyond the lake's edge, was it not over yet? Su Jinshan spun around, searching for the portal, but to no avail. He suddenly found it rather amusing, not because he mocked Chen Ming, but rather, he reflected on how naive and laughable it was for him to have once aspired to conquer this dungeon single-handedly, having witnessed Chen Ming's combat prowess firsthand. Even with an SS-Rank skill, Su Jinshan felt little confidence in successfully navigating the secret realm. He understood that merely dealing with the first wave of snow corpses would deplete his mental energy. Having experienced the debilitating effects of mental exhaustion, he felt utterly powerless, incapable of action. The sensation was one he wished to avoid experiencing again. To exhaust one's mental faculties in such a place could only lead to grim consequences, hardly sufficient to satiate the hunger of the ferocious beasts. Amidst these musings, Su Jinshan caught a glimpse of Chen Ming releasing his mech. His gaze fixed intently on the ground. He approached, curiosity piqued, and inquired, "Little Chen, is there something amiss? I believe I see something moving within this icy lake." Chen Ming replied, his eyes transfixed on the deep crater left by the grenade explosion. As the massive silhouette departed, the shadow vanished, and the color of the ice became less pronounced. Drawing upon his gaming expertise, Chen Ming had a premonition that the icy lake was not merely a backdrop. Crack! The sound of fissures caught Chen Ming's keen attention. "Little Chen, I think I hear." Before Su Jinshan could finish his thought, he beheld Chen Ming unfurling a pair of iridescent insect-like wings from his back. Wings? As Su Jinshan gaped in astonishment, Chen Ming had already teleported behind him, his hands clasping tightly under his arms. In an instant, he flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Boom! A thunderous explosion shattered the ice surface, obliterated by a colossal force. Indeed, it was shattered by an enormous maw, a true abyssal gullet that filled Su Jinshan's field of vision. Chen Ming continued to ascend rapidly, akin to a fighter jet taking off from solid ground. Su Jinshan watched as the great mouth threatened to engulf both himself and Chen Ming. Howl! The creature fell back, thrashing its legs in a display of defiance. Observing this, Chen Ming ceased his ascent, hovering midair. He clearly witnessed countless undead tumbling down as the ice fractured, plunging into the icy lake, retreating back to the shadow realm, awaiting the next summoning. What on earth is this creature? Its size is utterly staggering. Su Jinshan's gaze was glazed over. At that moment, Chen Ming released his grip, allowing Su Jinshan to land upon the back of the approaching disaster dragon. The colossal beast before him ignited an intense curiosity. Its body resembled a tortoise without a shell, with skin texture akin to calloused palms, devoid of any discernible pattern. Its head bore resemblance to that of a yak, thickly coated with fur, with one set of horns curving upwards while another pair jutted downwards, creating a strikingly discordant appearance. Notably, it possessed a single dark brown eye situated directly above its nose, immense in size, larger than Chen Ming himself, reflecting like a polished mirror even from a distance. Chen Ming selected the mech, Sun Eater Raven, from his interface, confirming the equipment. He unfurled a pair of expansive mechanical wings that obscured the sun and began to gather energy. Su Jinshan instinctively shielded his eyes from the sudden darkness that enveloped his view. Another mech? Compared to the dangerous drifter, Su Jinshan was entirely unfamiliar with the Sun Eater Raven, lacking any knowledge of it. After all, in this world no longer at peace, the occurrences in a single day were far too numerous for him to keep track of every event. Not only skills, but he also had more than one mech. Su Jinshan was left in awe, both in heart and mind. Soon, as Chen Ming completed his energy charge, the disaster dragon, along with Su Jinshan, retreated from the battlefield. Avoiding the impending chaos, Chen Ming did not particularly care for Su Jinshan's life or death. He merely found that having more individuals like him would alleviate many unnecessary troubles. Boom! With a sudden surge of force, he swung his mechanical wings forward. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Countless metallic feathers were unleashed in a dense volley toward the colossal beast. The sight of 136,800 feathers being discharged in an instant was nothing short of breathtaking. Thud, thud, thud. The feathers, imbued with formidable penetrating power, pierced through the beast's tough hide, embedding deeply. In comparison to the beast's massive form, this depth might seem negligible. However, Chen Ming had previously upgraded the Sun Eater Raven's feathers to include explosive capabilities. Each feather arrow could trigger an individual explosion. Roar! As more and more feathers struck, the pain accumulated, ultimately exceeding the creature's threshold for endurance. It opened its mouth and let out a deafening roar, generating shockwaves that rippled through the snowstorm. Visible to the naked eye, noticing a strange light emanating from the beast's throat, Chen Ming sensed impending danger and swiftly activated the feather's explosive function. Boom, 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 boom. The air was filled with the sound of detonations as fiery blasts and thick smoke billowed from the beast's body, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. The sheer force of the explosions, coupled with the uneven terrain, caused the beast to lose its balance and topple over, sending water splashing up to 100 meters high. Boom! Before the water wall could descend, a beam of blue light shot forth, sweeping across the area. As the water cascaded down, it was struck by the laser, rapidly freezing, resulting in a breathtakingly surreal scene. The disaster dragon, witnessing the hundreds of meters-long frozen laser barreling toward it, immediately flapped its wings, altering its course to evade. Should it be struck by that laser, it could endure, but Su Jinshan on its back would not. The beast closed its mouth, ceasing the laser's output. Shaking his head, he resolved to rise from where he had fallen. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of feathers had completely merged into his being. Chen Ming chose to activate the secondary blade, resembling a claw. In the process of withdrawing from the enemy's body, or during retraction, it could inflict even greater damage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flesh, already reduced to a bloody pulp from the explosions, was further torn apart by the feathers, large chunks being excavated. blood gushing forth like torrents from a mountain stream. The immense beast, in excruciating pain, let out mournful roars and turned to flee, desperately attempting to evade the harm. Yet all in vain. How could it hope to escape those feathers that lay hidden within its body? One cannot expect the colossal creature to comprehend this truth. If it truly possessed such understanding, its formidable power combined with extraordinary wisdom would only serve to erode the living space of humanity until it was entirely obliterated. Ming initially intended to employ the same tactic, continuing to utilize the feathers of the sun-eclipsing raven to incessantly dismantle the beast's flesh. However, a new sense of danger surged within his mind. The creature's eyes exuded a mesmerizing allure. They could not command Ming, but instead ensnared him in a realm of illusions, rendering him helpless. In the tangible world, he stood utterly still, allowing the beast to unleash its icy laser with devastating intent. Upon witnessing this, Ming altered his assault strategy. He retracted the sun-eclipsing raven mech and unfurled his insect wings. Simultaneously, above the beast's head, he opened a portal to the shadow realm. Countless undead zombies erupted from within, cascading like vomit onto the beast, crawling toward its eyes. They clung tightly, accumulating at a rapid pace, completely sealing the creature's vision, rendering it ineffective. At this moment, Ming landed upon one of the beast's horns. Roar! The beast, deprived of sight, became increasingly frantic, rampaging in all directions. Fortunately, Ming possessed absolute balance. He raised his hand, fingers splayed wide. His palm quickly transformed into a brilliant golden hue. This was the S-class skill he had previously acquired, transmutation. Seizing this opportunity, he sought to test its efficacy against such a colossal creature. Crouching down, he firmly placed his palm upon the horn. Instantly, from the center of his hand, the noble, resplendent golden color surged forth with wild abandon. What was that? From a distance, hovering in the air atop the dragon's back, Su Jinshan observed everything with clarity. First, one horn turned to gold. Then the ear, the eye, the fur, the entire head, the back, the body, the belly, the legs, the tail. The entire transformation occurred in a flash, within mere seconds. Amidst the beast's frantic charging and roaring, it was transformed into a statue of gold. Its lifelike appearance would lead any unsuspecting observer to believe it was an unparalleled masterpiece of art, rare in this world. The weight of such gold, even if hollow, would astonish the entire globe, let alone the fact that it was solid. Is this truly a manifestation of his skill? As Su Jinshan uttered these words, he began to question his very existence. Ming leapt backward, his feet leaving the ground once more, suspended in the air. He gazed at the artwork he had crafted with his own hands, filled with immense satisfaction. He had anticipated usefulness, but never expected such efficacy, nor such rapid activation. Successfully slain the Icefield Demon Bull. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a diamond treasure chest. Upon witnessing the diamond treasure chest, Ming was certain that this Icefield Demon Bull possessed an S-class skill. Without hesitation, he initiated a savage theft. Theft in progress. Theft successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring S-class skill Ice Beam Cannon, A-class skill Hallucinatory Mystic Eye, A-class skill Intimidating Roar, A-class skill Ultimate Defense. Though it was an S-class skill, Ming had better alternatives for similar abilities. The S-class Ice Beam Cannon could easily be compared to the SSS-class Ice Ceiling of 1,000 miles. The superiority was evident. Ming resolved to bestow this S-class skill, along with the A-class skill Intimidating Roar, upon the Qingyun Ice Dragon, which also wielded ice attributes. A-class skill Hallucinatory Mystic Eye, upon activation. This skill will ensnare the target in a realm of illusions, rendering their body immobile for a duration of 15 seconds. A-class skill Ultimate Defense. This skill can enhance defensive attributes in all dimensions, with a certain probability of absorbing attacks, continuously increasing defensive attributes for a duration of 24 hours. Ming believed these two skills were well suited for Bai Yuan, seeking to enhance her combat prowess. He hoped that the stronger they became, the less he would need to intervene. Wouldn't it be prudent to avoid delivering a fatal blow? What if the confinement state were to be lifted? Su Jinshan couldn't help but worry. In his view, the transmutation skill was more of a temporary restraining ability. Little did he know, the Icefield Demon Bull had long since succumbed. Ming commenced the final extraction. Extraction in progress. Chapter 132. Unrivaled in this era. Extraction successful. Congratulations. You have gained a new undead servant, Icefield Demon Bull. The undead emerged from the golden form, becoming significantly calmer, no longer easily ignitable or irritable, or perhaps, before Ming, it dared not display anger. Upon landing, he retracted his insect wings, and from the perspective of an ordinary human, the Icefield Demon Bull loomed like a towering mountain. It was astonishingly massive, terrifyingly so. Should such a creature escape into the realm beyond the secret territory, it could easily flatten the cities on which humanity relies for survival in mere moments. Concrete skyscrapers would be no match for its might. At this very moment, Su Jinshan finally comprehended that the battle had concluded without his awareness. Chen Ming had obliterated what he had believed to be an epic beast, one that even a nuclear bomb might struggle to vanquish, with a single technique of transmutation. Su Jinshan was rendered speechless as he dismounted from the dragon's back. Just as he gathered his thoughts, he witnessed Chen Ming wave his hand, summoning the golden bull into his storage space, causing it to vanish in an instant. Su Jinshan was flabbergasted. Despite not having participated in the battle against the monster, he felt an unprecedented exhaustion, both physically and mentally. He wished to conclude this day and retire to bed. Chen Ming's power was truly overwhelming. Su Jinshan felt confident that even if Chen Ming stood still, waiting for a century, he would never be able to catch up. Suddenly, a bone-chilling gust of wind and snow swept through, and in the next moment, a treasure chest appeared out of thin air before Chen Ming. Sensing Chen Ming's gaze, Su Jinshan hastily declared, "This chest is yours, Xiao Chen. Please, take it." Hearing this, Chen Ming graciously approached and opened the chest. The completion treasure chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Icefield Mage set, Ice Soul Pearl, Extreme Cold Ice Heart Stone, Skill Chest 2, 20 Major Recovery Potions, and 20 Life Healing Potions. The Icefield Mage set, as the name implies, is specialized equipment for mages. When donned, it not only amplifies the damage of ice attribute skills, but also provides considerable additional attribute enhancements. The Ice Soul Pearl is a tool for enhancing the quality of ice attribute skills, capable of directly elevating ice attribute skills below SS class to S class. The Extreme Cold Ice Heart Stone is a premium material for forging ice wands. The skill chest is more straightforward. Upon opening, it guarantees at least one A-class skill, with the possibility of obtaining an S-class skill. Major recovery potions and life healing potions, as their names suggest, are self-explanatory. Outside the secret realm, someone inadvertently glanced up and exclaimed, "Look, the countdown has vanished." Vanished? How could it disappear? Why else would it? It must surely be because the secret realm has been conquered. It has already been conquered? How little time have they spent inside? Could it be that, like a computer, there are display bugs occurring? You would rather believe in bugs than the prowess of the necromancer? I have told you repeatedly. He is invincible in this era. Just as the discussion heated up, someone shouted, "Look, the necromancer and General Su are emerging from within." My goodness. It has truly been conquered. Incredible. Truly incredible. I have never bowed to anyone before. He is the first. The necromancer possesses the strongest skills in the world. I say this. Who agrees, who disagrees? Currently? Now, and in the future, no one shall surpass him. The crowd's recognition and evaluation of Chen Ming soared continuously. The title of invincible in this era was becoming increasingly entrenched. Since there was nothing for me to do here, I shall take my leave. As Chen Ming's words faded, the dragon of calamity emerged from beneath him, elevating him to a position of authority, like a king surveying his subjects. Even though many special forces soldiers had battled monsters numerous times, the sight of the dragon of calamity still tightened their hearts. Speechless? No. It was rather that they dared not even breathe, fearing to provoke the colossal dragon into wrath and chaos. Boom. Spreading its wings, it soared. Su Jinshan slightly bowed in gratitude and respect as he faced the departing Chen Ming. The portal behind him subsequently closed. At that moment, the hearts of all, which had been suspended in their throats, finally found peace. It was a certainty that this dungeon had been conquered by Chen Ming and his legion of the undead. Subsequently, leaving the scene to the special forces soldiers, Su Jinshan removed the miniature camera from his chest, ejected the storage card, and carefully placed it into a small box. Boarding the helicopter departing Jiangqing, he resolved to return to the capital. The immediate priority was undoubtedly to present the footage recorded on the storage card to everyone, so they could confront reality and cease indulging in unrealistic notions. Controlling Chen Ming, not being enslaved by him, was already fortunate enough. It was evident that, should Chen Ming desire it, humanity had no choice but to join the legion of the undead. Initially, upon hearing of the gentleman nation awakening the SS level skill of vampirism and understanding its effects, Su Jinshan had unhesitatingly concluded that it was the most perverse skill imaginable. Little did he expect to be so soundly slapped in the face by Chen Ming so soon. It was a resounding slap, one that left Su Jinshan immensely satisfied. Do not misunderstand. He harbored no peculiar inclinations, but merely believed that such a formidable skill in the hands of the people of Daxiao was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. If the SSS level skill of undead extraction were to fall into the hands of hawkish elements from the Sakura or Stick nations, Su Jinshan dared not imagine the calamity that would befall humanity. At present, it was imperative to stand united against external threats, just as Chen Ming had done. Su Jinshan was resolute in becoming an unwavering support for Chen Ming within the official ranks, to repay his life-saving grace. Without Chen Ming's intervention, one could easily imagine the fate that awaited Su Jinshan had he entered the secret realm alone. Even with 100 lives, it would not suffice to stave off death. In this matter, Su Jinshan believed he possessed more authority than anyone else. Now, the successful resolution of the Icefield secret realm dungeon was entirely due to Chen Ming's efforts. His ability to return unscathed on the helicopter to the capital was similarly reliant on Chen Ming's might. Thus, Su Zhinshan firmly believed that Chen Ming was his savior and that he must repay him. The first thing he intended to do was to use the combat footage at his disposal to awaken those still lost in their daydreams. In contrast, Chen Ming's situation was far less complicated than he had anticipated. At this moment, he was seated cross-legged upon the back of the dragon. Opening the virtual panel, he retrieved the diamond treasure chest and 2 skill chests obtained from hunting the Icefield Demon Bull. Let us first open the skill chests in succession. Opening skill chest. Successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have acquired S-level skill, Master of Hidden Weapons. Successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have acquired S-level skill, Devouring Shield. 2 S-level skills. Having already been pleasantly surprised to obtain one, Chen Ming did not anticipate receiving another. What a double treat. He quickly examined the skill descriptions. The Master of Hidden Weapons was understandable, but the Devouring Shield was somewhat perplexing. Chapter 133. Acquiring the Satellite-Level Weapon. The Master of Hidden Weapons, as the name implies, grants Chen Ming mastery over various hidden weapons, achieving a proficiency of 100%, no 1000%. He could wield them with unparalleled finesse. Otherwise, how could it possibly merit the evaluation of an S-level skill alongside the title of Master of Hidden Weapons? As for the Devouring Shield, he clicked to view Skill Introduction. S-level skill Devouring Shield summons a massive shield that, upon receiving an attack, can absorb 30 of the attack power and convert it into defense value, permanently stored. When directed at a single target, it can devour the opponent's attack, temporarily storing it for 24 hours, ready for release at any time. To absorb an attack's power, converting 30 into permanent defense value? How outrageous. Observing the similarities between this and the A-level skill Ultimate Defense extracted from the Icefield Demon Bull, the S-level skill was evidently superior. One retains for 24 hours, the other permanently. It could even convert an opponent's attack into a one-time skill, preserved for 24 hours. In under 100 words of skill description, Chen Ming's mind was already racing with various possibilities. For instance, exploiting a bug to summon the strongest undead to unleash a continuous barrage against the Devouring Shield for 24 hours, rapidly boosting its defense. He was confident that, before long, this shield would become an indomitable fortress, unbreakable and unrivaled. However, the system quickly added an additional note. Note: the Devouring Shield can only absorb and convert the enemy's attacks. Maintaining its use requires the expenditure of mental energy, so please carefully consider allocation to avoid impacting subsequent battles. TSK, remarkably swift in its response. After comprehending the functions of the Devouring Shield and Master of Hidden Weapons, Chen Ming's attention swiftly shifted to the remaining Diamond Treasure Chest. The Diamond Treasure Chest would undoubtedly yield an S-level skill, S-level weapon, or item reward. Opening Diamond Treasure Chest. Successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a satellite beam cannon. A satellite beam cannon? Chen Ming was certain that such a thing did not exist in the real world. Does this imply that I am prepared to launch a satellite into the sky? As it turned out, Chen Ming's speculation was correct. The moment the system notified him of acquiring the satellite beam cannon, a new, independent satellite appeared in the distant cosmos, unaligned with any nation or faction. The control rights were in Chen Ming's hands. With a mere thought, he could activate the satellite and unleash a vertical laser cannon from outer space. Its power was so formidable that it could obliterate Jiangsheng in less than an hour. In the case of that previous island in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, it could reduce the entire landmass to a smooth expanse in under a minute. Following the emergence of the satellite nuclear weapon, the satellite beam cannon suggested that preparations were underway for battles in the realms of stars and the universe beyond, Chen Ming joked. To summarize, although it was not an S-level skill, it was even more practical than that. Chen Ming, while comfortably at home, could manipulate the satellite to strike any corner of the world with pinpoint accuracy, extremely convenient. Although the events transpired in the vast cosmos, the sudden emergence of a satellite, one that modern science and technology could not possibly have achieved, drew the attention of several technologically advanced nations, including the Great Xia. Coincidentally, Su Zhinshan had just returned to the imperial capital, the headquarters of the Star Alliance. Old Su, you have truly accomplished a remarkable feat, exclaimed an old friend, his face alight with joy as he approached. You actually collaborated with the Lord of the Undead to resolve that S-level dungeon entrance. Collaborated? Do not misunderstand. I had no opportunity to engage at all, Su Zhinshan replied. He had always regarded fame and fortune as inconsequential and would never usurp credit that was not rightfully his. He wished to preserve his relationship with Chen Ming, concerned that if this reached Chen's ears, it might create a rift between them. Old Su, surely you jest. While the Lord of the Undead is formidable, you possess SS-level skills. How could you not have had a chance to strike? His friend remained skeptical, convinced that Su was merely making light of the situation. Rest assured, you shall soon come to believe my words, Su Zhinshan said, raising his hand to indicate the camera from which he had already extracted the memory card. The old friend's curiosity was piqued. Eager to uncover the means by which Ming and Su Jinshan had managed to conquer and close the teleportation entrance unscathed in such a brief span of time. I'll contact those fellows and have them gather in the conference room, the old friend volunteered, taking it upon himself to relay the message. Given their deep bond forged through battle, Su Jinshan felt no need for formality. He proceeded alone to the conference room to prepare. Drawing the curtains, lowering the projector, inserting the storage card, and locating the video, he confirmed that everything was in order. Gradually, several individuals clad in military attire arrived and took their seats. In total, there were more than a dozen, all possessing significant influence and authority within the Star Alliance. Among them was Zhao Qian, who had previously sought to invite Chen Ming to join the Star Alliance as its inaugural 9-star hunter. Upon seeing Su Jinshan, Zhao immediately inquired, "General Su, is it true that the S-level dungeon was conquered solely by him?" "Indeed," Su Jinshan affirmed with a nod. "His strength surpasses our wildest imaginations by dozens, if not hundreds of times." This statement elicited skepticism among the attendees. "Surpass our imaginations by dozens, if not hundreds of times? General Su, are you not exaggerating?" If it were not for the names Chen and Su, they might have suspected that Su Jinshan's lavish praise of Chen Ming was a ploy to pave the way for his entry into politics. However, upon reflection, they wondered why Chen Ming would refuse such an opportunity if that were his intention. After all, the privileges and power enjoyed by 9-star hunters in Great Xia were nothing short of exalted, second only to the highest echelons of authority. The more they pondered, the more confused they became, feeling that the fog surrounding their understanding of Chen Ming had only thickened, obscuring the truth in a shroud of mystery and uncertainty. In any case, let us take our seats. After watching the video I brought, clarity will surely emerge, Su Jinshan reassured, not rushing to counter their doubts. After all, he possessed irrefutable evidence, proof as solid as iron. Having made his point, the attendees ceased their chatter and settled down, eager to see what Su Jinshan would present as evidence to convince them. Su Jinshan glanced at the junior officer standing by the door, who understood the cue and promptly closed the door and dimmed the lights. Su Jinshan then took his place beside the computer, clicked the play button, and the video began to unfold. For ease of viewing, he had meticulously edited the footage to showcase the most thrilling moments where Chen Ming demonstrated his prowess in dispatching monsters with brutal efficiency. With resolute conviction, Su Jinshan anticipated that, after viewing the video, his audience would share his profound reverence for Chen Ming, perhaps even revering him as a deity. As the video continued, a voice interjected, "Are those zombies? They appear somewhat different." Su Jinshan swiftly clarified, "This creature is called a snow corpse. It differs from a regular zombie and is far more perilous. While it does not infect humans, any scratch, bite, or contact with its blood will result in a gruesome death, freezing one's flesh and blood. Indeed, that is quite dangerous," the questioner replied, tension tightening his nerves despite knowing it was merely footage. It was hard to fathom the calamity that would ensue if such creatures were to breach the teleportation gate. However, this acute sense of danger was soon eclipsed by the next shocking scene that unfolded. In the video, Chen Ming summoned no fewer than 100,000 undead zombies to besiege the snow corpses, ruthlessly slaughtering them with ease. No matter how formidable the snow corpses were, they stood no chance against such overwhelming numbers. The frenzy exhibited by the undead was far beyond what they had encountered in their usual skirmishes with zombies. They could only imagine the sheer helplessness the snow corpses must have felt facing this legion of undead, while they struggled against hundreds or even thousands of zombies. The thought of 100,000 undead was simply unfathomable. "Continue playing," someone urged. "Is that the white tiger you mentioned, General Su? The one responsible for the deaths of hundreds of special forces and hunters?" "Indeed," Su Jinshan confirmed. "Only a small fraction fell to the snow corpses. The majority were slain by its vicious claws. The icy realm is ill-suited for human combat. The bitter cold severely impairs physical capabilities and mobility. Coupled with the overwhelming numbers of snow corpses, it was an unrelenting onslaught. Were it not for the limitation on the teleportation gate's activation time, I would likely not have had the opportunity to speak with you all today." To this day, that harrowing experience remained a nightmarish memory for Su Jinshan. All he could express was the hardship he endured. He could only blame his misfortune for failing to acquire high-level skills and thus not being able to participate in the battle, leaving him with little authority to speak on the matter. The video pressed on. The Calamity Dragon annihilates the Icefield Tiger, while aware that the dragon was his servant. Su Jinshan could not help but marvel at the sheer absurdity of the necromancy skill, no matter how many times he watched it. "Wait, look, another identical white tiger has emerged from the icy mist." "What? It wasn't he, boss?" They gasped in disbelief as they witnessed Chen Ming summon the Queen of Insects, the Centipede King, and the ancient giant serpent to join the ranks of his undead army, continuing to harvest the Icefield tigers by the thousands. Eliminating that tiger would be no simple task, yet Chen Ming was dispatching them in droves. He didn't merely intend to spectate. He was plunging into the fray himself. "Is that a mecha? Wait. The mecha sovereign, the one who has been all the rage online, is also him?" It appeared that another potential ally was slipping through their fingers. How many more hidden facets of his capabilities remained unknown to them? Gasps of astonishment and shock filled the room. Yet, the true climax occurred when the ice fractured, and the colossal ice-fueled demon bull erupted from the lake, attempting to engulf both Chen Ming and Su Jinshan. The camera's inherent tremor only heightened the terror of that moment. What astonishing reflexes! Had he been a second late, he would have perished. Is this the second mech? I previously stumbled upon this mech while browsing the internet, and to my astonishment, it was also summoned by him. Why is it that, despite both of us engaging in the same pursuit, the chasm between us is so immense? Could it be that his version is a hacked one? I find myself questioning the very essence of existence. Witnessing all this, Su Jinshan revealed a satisfied smile. Clearly, he had achieved his objective. These individuals had begun to fear Chen Ming's prowess, recognizing and confronting the disparity. The feathered arrows, numbering in the tens of thousands, possess unparalleled sharpness. Can they even explode? Pay attention. As they are retracted, the feathers unfurl like clawed secondary blades, inflicting secondary damage. The designer of this mech is truly a genius. What is his intention? He could simply continue to bombard that colossal beast with feathered arrows, gradually wearing it down, especially since the opponent cannot reach him. How could we mere mortals comprehend his combat style? The man intended to continue his critique, yet the ensuing spectacle left him utterly flabbergasted, nearly toppling from his seat. What had he done? How could he transform such an epic beast into a golden statue? Is this also a skill? Absurd, truly absurd. His old friend gazed at Su Jinshan in silence, finally realizing that he was neither being modest nor jesting. Throughout it all, as an SS-class hunter, he had indeed not lifted a finger. He was merely an outsider, yearning to partake, yet having no opportunity. To put it bluntly, those monsters were beyond Chen Ming's ability to slay himself, let alone leave any for him. What they thought was a conclusion, a definitive end, was abruptly altered when they witnessed Chen Ming extracting the ice-fueled demon bull as a wraith. Every single person, without exception, leapt from their seats in astonishment. This is no jest. He can summon such a boss-level creature as a wraith. Thus, what else in this world is beyond his reach of summoning? More intriguingly, I wonder how many he can summon. Could it be an endless multitude? Su Jinshan had awaited this question for long, promptly confirming, I have verified with him. Indeed. It is limitless. Truly astonishing. If this continues, to what extraordinary heights will he ascend? Who would have thought that after traversing battlefields for so many years, I would still experience the sensation of being constrained in imagination by insignificance? It is entirely reasonable for him to decline joining the Star Alliance with such capabilities. I propose we abandon any attempts to recruit him to avoid counterproductive outcomes, Su Jinshan asserted, seizing the moment. Observing the silence amongst the crowd, he inquired further, surely. None here wish to stand against him, do they? I second what General Su has stated. Zhao Qian was the first to raise his hand in agreement. With someone of Zhao Qian's stature initiating this, one by one, everyone else followed suit, unanimously endorsing the notion. The intention returned to its original simplicity and purity. Even if we cannot forge a friendship with Chen Ming, we must never become adversaries. Knock, knock, knock. A young soldier entered after receiving a nod from Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian inquired directly, what news? Have you investigated thoroughly? No, there is a barrier surrounding that satellite, preventing any approach. However, we have confirmed with other nations that it is unrelated to them. Upon hearing this, the others could not suppress their curiosity, questioning, satellite? What satellite? Zhao Qian, not hiding anything, patiently explained about the advanced technology satellite that had suddenly appeared in the navigation route. As Su Jinshan listened, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. A text message from Chen Ming had arrived. Chapter 135, The Global Perspective, The Eye of God. After reading the content of the message, Su Jinshan could no longer remain seated. He abruptly rose from his chair, his eyes wide with astonishment. Noticing his unusual behavior, the crowd cast curious glances, inquiring, General Su, what has transpired? Fearing that just after resolving one significant issue with Chen Ming, a new predicament had arisen. No, it should be said. He had been baited into a new one. Regarding that satellite, there is no need for further investigation. I already know to whom it belongs, Su Jinshan declared. You know whose it is. Who? Zhao Qian exclaimed, quickly realizing before Su Jinshan could respond. Could it be Mr. Chen Ming again? You are correct. Su Jinshan affirmed with a nod. The individuals present exchanged glances, each rendered speechless. Although they were already aware of Chen Ming's remarkable fortune, they had not anticipated it to extend to such lengths. How much time had passed? Yet again, he had reeled in a treasure, and not just any treasure, but a high-tech satellite of unknown purpose. Even the mere electronic barriers preventing outsiders from approaching and causing destruction would be considered cutting-edge technology, even by the standards of those well-versed and in high positions. Recalling that Su Jinshan had displayed this expression only after reading the message, Zhao Qian continued, So, General Su, did he disclose the satellite's purpose to you? No, he merely informed me that the satellite belongs to him and advised us not to be overly anxious, Su Jinshan replied, shaking his head. It seems every step we take is anticipated by him. This sensation is indeed, Zhao Qian hesitated to articulate. Perhaps, General Zhao, we should inquire about the satellite's function? After all, having such a colossal entity hovering above us is quite unsettling. No, I disagree with this course of action. Pursuing this matter further will only heighten his aversion. Even if we ascertain the satellite's purpose, what significance would it hold for us? Indeed, our only connection with him must remain within the realm of assistance, providing him with summonable entities while borrowing his strength to eliminate those troublesome monsters, close the portals, and minimize casualties. We must fully develop the Star Alliance and strive to reduce our reliance on him, Zhao Chen asserted. The implication was clear, essentially conclusive, leaving no room for debate. Once he made a decision, no one present could alter it, for the power of discourse was insufficient. We need not inquire. But can we at least have real-time monitoring of that satellite? Any anomalies should be reported immediately. This should not pose a problem, right? Someone tentatively suggested. To this, Zhao Qian readily agreed, as long as no trouble was stirred for Chen Ming, thereby minimizing any unfavorable sentiments he might harbor towards the Star Alliance. Subsequently, Zhao Qian was the first to leave, intending to alert the Hawks and the gentlemen of the nation to abandon any designs on that satellite, lest they face the consequences. The world of Blue Star was already chaotic enough. Zhao Qian did not wish to further complicate matters. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the global resource map. Within the refuge of Fushan, Chen Ming was engrossed in his fishing endeavors, just as he reeled in something of interest. A message from Su Jinshan arrived. The content was succinct. He had persuaded the higher-ups of the Star Alliance to cease their excessive focus on him. Chen Ming replied with 2 words, "Thank you," then closed the message window, returning to his fishing across the myriad realms. Chen Ming distinctly recalled having previously acquired a similar reward. However, one was a resource map, while the other was the global resource map. Though both were resource maps, the scope of view was vastly different. The latter was akin to an upgraded version, whether it be zombies, monsters, entrances to secret realms, or various resources such as food and weapons. All could be examined using this map, equivalent to unlocking the Eye of God. Compared to provisions and weaponry, Chen Ming prioritizes the presence of formidable monsters. While others may find themselves powerless against these threats, he harbors no qualms about stepping in to reap the rewards. Setting aside his mobile device, he summons a virtual interface. The expansive screen offers a more gratifying and intuitive view. Upon accessing the resource map, the first sight is his residence in Fushan. Zooming in reveals Jiangcheng, and further magnification unveils the entire province, eventually expanding to encompass the vast expanse of Daxia. The icons become increasingly dense, with certain areas awash in a blood-red hue, teeming with zombies. The hawkish faction, as the epicenter of the zombie virus outbreak, is depicted in a crimson that seems to bleed. Beyond this, no other colors are discernible. Chen Ming delegates the handling of these low-tier creatures to Qin Yunai's dragon, Bai Yuan, and the gluttonous dragon. Although their numbers are substantial, their scattered distribution and lack of strength fail to pique his interest. Slaying them yields no sense of accomplishment. By deselecting the display of level 1 zombies, the red dots vanish, rendering the map significantly clearer. Zombies are categorized into 9 levels on the map. After meticulous filtration, Chen Ming confirms that the highest rank of zombies currently on Blue Star only reaches level 3. The fact that the most formidable zombies encountered so far are merely level 3 indicates that humanity's remaining time is dwindling. These blue whirlpools denote portals, and upon further inspection, Chen Ming learns that portal classifications mirror skill levels, ranging from SSS to F. Presently, within Daxia, there exist 235 F-grade secret realm portals, 125 E-grade portals, 65 D-grade portals, 22 C-grade portals, and a solitary B-grade portal. While not excessively numerous, the presence of the Star Alliance provides a buffer against them. Although the abundance of F-grade portals is manageable with conventional weaponry, E-grade portals, aside from the sporadic emergence of troublesome bosses, can be tackled with sufficient firepower and manpower. For safety, it is customary to form teams of several professional hunters. Excluding the zombies that follow their own hierarchy, other monsters, akin to portals and skills, range from a minimum of F to a maximum of SSS. The quantity of mutated beasts pales in comparison to zombies, excelling instead in strength. Through his selection process, Chen Ming identifies 3 A-grade monsters. Name, Thunder Tiger, level A. Location, Hawk Faction, Manhwaedit District. Name, Explosive Flame Gorilla, level A. Location, Sakura Nation, Zhongshan County. And name, Three-Headed Venom Lizard, level A. Location, Stick Nation, Guangzhou City. Although the resource map cannot provide real-time visuals of monster locations akin to surveillance, Chen Ming recently acquired a skill known as S-Class Eye of the God, which, when combined with the global resource map, proves remarkably effective. Selecting the A-grade aberration, Thunder Tiger. Situated within the Hawk faction, he intends to assess the situation before determining whether to test the satellite beam cannon's might on this creature. Such a weapon, if left unused, stirs an insatiable itch within him. If necessary, he can teleport there, vanquish the creature, siphon its skills, seize treasures, and extract souls in one fell swoop. In Chapter 136, titled The Most Expensive Mercenary, Chen Ming possesses an array of methods to eliminate monsters. Moreover, the teleportation skill enables him to not only transport himself, but also others or legions of undead. Closing his eyes and reopening them, the scene before Chen Ming transforms dramatically. He gazes down from above at a city long abandoned, now steeped in silence. Buildings lie in ruins, many having collapsed, remnants of explosions and fires still evident. Vehicles littering the streets are either crushed or charred husks. At this moment, a colossal white tiger reclines atop the debris, its left paw resting upon its right. Exuding an air of leisure, Chen Ming estimates its length, excluding the tail, to be approximately 40 to 50 meters. Aside from its size, it bears a striking resemblance to the white tigers seen in zoos, perhaps possessing a touch more wildness. As Chen Ming concentrates, he zooms in for a closer look and notices arcs of lightning flickering around it. When these strikes impact a fallen stone wall, they leave behind dark scorch marks, indicating considerable power. Any ordinary individual would undoubtedly meet a crispy fate if struck. Closing his eyes once more, the image shifts back to the villa in Fushan. He retrieves his phone and searches for Manhwaedit district. Through news articles, Chen Ming learns that the Thunder Tiger has been a presence for some time. The Hawk faction has invested substantial manpower and resources, yet they have been unable to subdue the beast, suffering significant losses instead. Reluctantly, they declared a full retreat, leaving the city vacant for the Thunder Tiger's amusement. Some legislators have proposed constructing a towering wall, at least 100 meters high, both thick and completely insulated, in hopes of confining the Thunder Tiger until the Hawk faction can produce a hunter strong enough to contend with it. Unsurprisingly, this proposal was rejected, passing with less than 10% approval. The rationale is simple. The costs in time, manpower, and resources are simply untenable. Again with the walls, Chen Ming muses on the Hawk faction's obsession with construction. Additionally, some legislators suggest seeking assistance from Daxia, proposing hefty sums for the eradication of the tiger. This substantial compensation could take the form of food resources or advanced technology, including fighter jets, artillery, and naval vessels. Seeing this, a light bulb goes off in Chen Ming's mind. Since he intends to reap rewards, why not harvest a bit more? He investigates the Hawk faction's resources and compiles a list. One of the most powerful aircraft carriers, 10 warships, 3 advanced fighter jets, 10 armed helicopters, 1,000 rounds of ammunition, 1 transport aircraft, and a high-precision satellite. Understanding that this is their first collaboration, Chen Ming feels it prudent to maintain a degree of politeness, refraining from making exorbitant demands. Subsequently, he hands this list to Zhao Qian for communication with the Hawk faction. Whether they agree or not is entirely at their discretion. However, should they refuse, Chen Ming has already dispatched an undead creature in advance, ready to awaken the well-fed A-grade aberration, the Thunder Tiger. When conducting business, excessive integrity is unwise. Chen Ming cannot afford to forfeit a high-level treasure chest and an A-grade aberration simply because the Hawk faction declines collaboration. Thus, he must ensure they concede to his terms, leaving them with no choice but to cooperate. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian observes a small portal materializing before him, from which a piece of paper descends. His feelings are complex. Once the portal closes, he realizes it. Reaching for the paper, he glances at its contents. After reading, he can only remark, true strength indeed grants one the freedom to act as one pleases. The reluctance to part with such weaponry and equipment stems from the profound losses that would ensue should the aberration spiral out of control. Reflecting on the smooth closure of the S-class portal without expenditure, Zhao Qian feels immensely fortunate that Daxia possesses such formidable individuals. Without delay, he promptly communicates Chen Ming's willingness to assist and the proposed fees to the Hawk faction. As for whether the Hawk faction agrees, he recognizes his limitations, as it is a matter of their domestic politics. All he can do is await patiently. The Hawkish Congress, initially buoyed by the prospect of Chen Ming's willingness to take action against the Thunder Tiger, erupted with cheers and cries of hope. Yet, the moment Chen Ming unveiled the list of his demands for hire, all jubilant voices fell silent. The once smiling lawmakers now wore expressions of dismay, their emotions a tangled web of concern. This was simply outrageous. By the calculations, would we not need to expend billions, perhaps even hundreds of billions, to vanquish that monstrous beast? Billions? Just the aircraft carrier he demanded exceeds that figure, and at this stage, money holds no value. The worth of those weapons would multiply several times over. Available, but priceless. Is there truly no alternative solution at hand? Build a wall. Silence. Do not utter another word. Why not wager 10 billion in artillery shells to see if we can slay that tiger? If that fails, we could resort to nuclear weaponry. As all personnel have already evacuated, this indeed presents a feasible option. Ultimately, after a vote, those in favor of hiring Chen Ming at such an exorbitant price numbered fewer than 20. Such a pity, one might say. Chen Ming, however, expressed no trace of regret upon his countenance. Simultaneously, he issued commands to the specter lurking in the shadow of the Thunder Tiger, instructing it to provide a wake-up service. The archer goblin knocked its arrow, aiming at the Thunder Tiger's vulnerable rear, and released it with all its might. A howl erupted. Upon being struck, the thunder tiger, which had been peacefully slumbering, suddenly opened its eyes wide and leapt to its feet. Its body crackled with terrifying lightning, capable of obliterating all in its path. With just a residual force, it shattered the archer goblin, forcibly returning it to the shadow realm. The technician responsible for monitoring the thunder tiger, having stepped away for a brief restroom break, returned to this chaotic scene, his heart racing as he hastily reported to his superiors, forgetting to even don his headset. Ming, once more, conjured the archer goblin and shifted his perception to control its form, emerging from the shadow gate to cast a sly grin at the thunder tiger. The thunder tiger unmistakably recognized the archer goblin as the source of its searing pain. The arrow, while not particularly potent on its own, was laced with a potent toxin. Coupled with its strike to such a tender region, even an A-class beast like the thunder tiger could not escape torment. Boom. Reeling back, it opened its maw to unleash a cataclysmic bolt of lightning directed at Chen Ming. Observing this, Chen Ming swiftly withdrew his head, retreating into the shadow space. Peering from the depths of a darkened realm at the thunder tiger's every move, its attack had not yet reached the magnitude capable of breaching the rules and tainting the shadow world. Just as the thunder tiger believed it had vanquished its enemy and prepared to attend to its discomfort, Chen Ming emerged once more, knocking another arrow and striking the same spot, intensifying its ire. Chapter 137. He is the national fortune. A howl erupted, even without aiming. Chen Ming's S-class skill allowed all his attacks to automatically seek out their target according to his will. The thunder tiger's rear, unsurprisingly, was once again severely wounded by Chen Ming's arrow. This time, the injury ran even deeper. The overwhelming force of the thunder tiger's wrath was unmistakable in the intensity of its pain. The contrast was stark. Chen Ming, satisfied, swiftly navigated between the shadows of buildings and trees, drawing the thunder tiger's attention. At this moment, the thunder tiger was consumed by rage, determined to tear Chen Ming apart. Its enmity was palpable. Chen Ming's diversion was exhilarating, yet the hawkish presidential office was now on edge. What was happening? How could the thunder tiger, which had only just quieted, erupt once more? Faced with inquiries from superiors, the technician stood rigid, speechless. Surely, he could not admit he had merely stepped away for a bathroom break. Just as he intended to check the surveillance footage for an excuse, a voice cut in, reminding him that now was not the time for such trivialities. Our priority should be stabilizing the situation. Indeed, if it continued at this pace, it would soon reach the Manhwa River, endangering millions living there, along with hundreds of thousands of refugees who would have no time to evacuate. Missiles. We must forcibly alter its trajectory with missiles. This proposal garnered a majority in favor. They were not unwilling to dispatch hunters to confront the thunder tiger. Rather, they were acutely aware of the vast disparity in power. They were reluctant to risk the lives of the hard-won professional hunters they had painstakingly recruited. Thus, they resolved to prioritize a more cautious and economical approach. Not long after, rocket artillery positioned along the Manhwaedit district border activated in succession. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Each missile arced elegantly into the sky, leaving behind beautiful white trails. Several missiles, calculated by AI data analytics, soared toward the thunder tiger's pathway. Moments later, a crisis alert echoed in Chen Ming's mind as he found himself within the missile strike zone. Once again, he retreated into the shadow world, akin to a game exploit, hiding underground while witnessing everything above. Clearly, the thunder tiger had also sensed the incoming barrage of missiles. Its platinum lightning spread like the tentacles of an octopus, fracturing the sky as it flickered and twisted. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning collided with the missiles, detonating midair before they could descend. Flames and smoke churned, consuming one another. The spectacle, while not as dazzling as fireworks, was far more staggering. The intense heat generated by the explosions reverberated strongly, causing nearby glass buildings to shatter layer by layer. The sensation was akin to witnessing an industrial apocalypse on the silver screen, less exaggerated, yet more visceral. The experience was immersive, sending shivers down one's spine. Confirming no further missiles were imminent, Chen Ming emerged once again, re-entering the thunder tiger's line of sight, ensuring its enmity did not wane. The thunder tiger, predictably, continued its relentless pursuit, exerting pressure on the hawkish faction, compelling them to acquiesce to Chen Ming's proposal for collaboration. While the thrill of theft was undeniably satisfying, Chen Ming genuinely wished to be a benefactor, earning his rewards through honest labor. Fortunately, the hawkish faction remained oblivious to his intentions, unable to read his mind from afar. Otherwise, they would surely be infuriated beyond measure. This will not do. It is futile. Missiles cannot even approach its vicinity. Should we dispatch S-class hunters? Even an SS class seems of little use. Then, what if we send out all S-class and above professional hunters? Are you mad? Who will address the disasters in other areas? Moreover, in such a short time, they are not necromancers. How can they possibly arrive in time? I do not support this idea either. Should we lose our entire force? The hunter alliance we painstakingly built will be obliterated. Are we truly left with no alternatives? After considerable deliberation weighing the pros and cons, All proposals involving nuclear weapons and the deployment of troops and professional hunters were summarily rejected, passed with a commendable approval rating of 71. The decision was made to acquiesce to Chen Ming's stipulations, engaging his services to confront the Thunder Tiger. Since the advent of the apocalypse, the hawkish faction had suffered immense losses and could ill afford any further casualties. Having witnessed the devastating power of the Thunder Tiger's annihilation missiles, they no longer held the belief that deploying nuclear weapons would guarantee its destruction. The direst outcome could merely provoke it further, exacerbating its ferocity and bloodlust. The repercussions of such actions were not only unpredictable and uncontrollable, but also unbearable. In a state of desperation, they reached out to Zhao Qian, requesting him to convey their willingness to pay for Chen Ming's services. Upon receiving a positive response, Zhao Qian promptly communicated this favorable news to Chen Ming. For the daxia, diminishing the hawkish faction's arsenal was indeed advantageous, preventing them from wreaking havoc and allowing them to focus on quelling the apocalypse. If the apocalypse were to be delayed by several years, according to their past conduct, humanity worldwide would eventually confront its demise. Upon receiving the correspondence, Chen Ming demanded that they consolidate all weaponry and equipment listed on the inventory within an hour. Once he successfully secured his commission, he would take action. During this interim, he would dispatch the undead to stabilize the situation with the Thunder Tiger. Engaging in a transaction with the hawkish faction necessitated vigilance. Despite their grievances, they acquiesced, primarily due to a lack of alternatives. This news swiftly spread throughout the Star Alliance, prompting a chorus of laughter from onlookers reveling in the hawkish faction's predicament. Indeed, it was a rare sight to witness them suffer such considerable losses. Nevertheless, one could not overlook the ruthlessness of the Lord of the Undead. This strike had directly severed the hawkish faction's vital artery, and crucially, they could not refuse. Compared to the loss of their nation, the price seemed remarkably reasonable. The Lord of the Undead was indeed one of the daxia people, and that was splendid news. Previously, in that S-class dungeon, they had merely acquired monster undead and a completion treasure chest. Who could deny it? It was a testament to the enduring fortunes of the daxia, persisting for thousands of years. He himself was the embodiment of that fortune. Indeed, I find this sentiment agreeable. I wonder in what manner the Lord of the Undead will eliminate that mutated tiger this time. An A-class aberration, and only one at that. Perhaps it would not even require his personal intervention. Merely dispatching the undead could effortlessly resolve the hawkish faction's existential crisis. Such musings sparked boundless imagination among the crowd. In stark contrast, the hawkish faction, granted an hour by Chen Ming, managed to organize the aircraft carriers, warships, and the latest fighter jets he requested in a mere 10 minutes, placing them in the southwestern seas. Chapter 138, 2 Suns. One strike, and it was done. No problem. Inform the higher-ups to contact the Lord of the Undead for retrieval, a soldier confirmed, having meticulously verified that not a single item from the transaction was missing. However, the next moment, he witnessed the individual before him contorted in fear, rendered mute, and retreating in haste. The sounds of their panicked flight echoed incessantly. The soldiers sensed an imminent danger lurking behind them. There was undoubtedly something terrifying present. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy footsteps grew closer. Slowly, the soldier raised his gaze, only to behold a towering undead blood knight, its head reaching the limit of his sight, striding past with alarming speed. Behind it loomed a massive portal. Monsters? He pondered. Yet in that instant, another sound reached his ears. Wait. That did not seem to be a creature escaping from the portal. It was the undead of the Lord of the Undead. If memory served, it was referred to as the Blood Knight. Yes, indeed, the Blood Knight. Chen Ming paid them no mind, and felt no necessity to elaborate further. The reason for dispatching the Blood Knight was purely for assurance and to exert pressure, signaling to the hawkish faction that their potential obliteration stemmed from more than just that tiger. Should he wish, he possessed myriad means at his disposal. In this era, where order was far from its former stability and could collapse at any moment, Chen Ming had the liberty to embody either a benevolent or malevolent figure. He transmitted his consciousness into the Blood Knight, fully commanding its formidable form. He selected the warships, aircraft carriers, and crates of munitions, seamlessly transferring them into his boundless storage space. The sight of the colossal aircraft carriers, warships, and munitions vanishing in droves left the well-trained soldiers of the hawkish faction paralyzed with fear, collapsing under the weight of terror. They did not require zombies or monsters. Even a mere ordinary individual could seize their lives in such circumstances. Overcome by dread, they were rendered entirely devoid of combat capability. Once Chen Ming confirmed that all items on the list were accounted for, he continued to manipulate the Blood Knight, turning back towards the vortex portal that remained perpetually ajar. As his form completely immersed itself, the portal promptly sealed shut. In that moment, all hawkish soldiers finally freed themselves from the suffocating atmosphere of impending death. Chen Ming's thoughts returned to focus. The Blood Knight likewise reverted to the Shadow Realm. Summoning the system panel, he accessed the controls for the satellite beam cannon. Even though the system had not simplified the process, Chen Ming's SSS level hacking skills allowed it to operate seamlessly. He minimized the map, continually refining his location tracking on the Thunder Tiger, which was still in pursuit of its lifelong adversary, the Goblin Archer. Without hesitation, he activated the satellite beam cannon. As he issued the command, the satellite unfurled like a blooming flower, its protective shell peeling away to reveal the intricate and sophisticated internal barrel structure. Energy surged and accumulated, radiating with blinding brilliance. At that moment, residents of Blue Star, particularly those on the Asian continent, could distinctly observe two suns from their vantage point. The brilliance and splendor were equally matched. This phenomenon rapidly stirred a global uproar on online forums, with keywords such as two suns and accelerated apocalypse swiftly climbing the trending charts. In Daxia, officials were quick to confirm that the so-called second sun was merely a normal occurrence caused by the energy accumulation of Chen Ming's black technology satellite. To quell public anxiety and prevent unnecessary speculation, the Star Alliance, upon securing his consent, disclosed this information along with the revelation of Chen Ming's possession of a black technology satellite weapon. The public's reaction was anything but calm. The trending topics were once again dominated by the phrase Lord of the Undead and matters related to him. Almost everyone who had caught wind of his exploits was engaged in discussions surrounding him. Aside from the terrifying Undead Legion, he even acquired a cosmic-grade weapon. Using a satellite as a weapon is something modern technology might find exceedingly challenging to achieve within the next century, right? While the concept of deploying bombs from satellites has long existed, it has remained merely a concept. What's been discovered is merely the tip of the iceberg. Who knows how much remains hidden? Is it certain he hasn't resorted to cheating? Why does he consistently reel in divine rewards while fishing? Perhaps he saved Blue Star in his past life, designated by the heavens as the savior in beta testing? Such a possibility cannot be dismissed. While the crowd engaged in fervent debate, Chen Ming's system panel indicated that energy accumulation had reached 100, ready for immediate launch. The tracking of the Thunder Tiger's movements proceeded in real time, requiring no additional calibration. Chen Ming now had but a singular task before him, to press the launch button on the control panel. He did so with ease, unburdened by any significant psychological weight. Boom. In the next instant, a cataclysmic crimson beam, piercing the very fabric of the universe and penetrating the atmosphere, descended from beyond the stars. The brilliance of the beam was so intense that even in the cities beyond the Manhwa River, it was unmistakably visible. The moment the radiant pillar struck the Thunder Tiger, it vaporized its flesh and blood instantly, leaving behind a gaping abyss that glowed faintly with molten lava, a chasm deeper than any abyss. Thunder Tiger slain. Congratulations, host, you have received Platinum Chest 5. Upon witnessing the reward prompt before him, confirming the demise of the Thunder Tiger, Chen Ming promptly closed the interface, halting the satellite beam's output while allowing it to continue absorbing solar energy. With a blink, he shifted his focus to the Goblin Archer, zeroing in on the intentionally preserved half of the tigeress tail, selecting it to steal its skill. Stealing in progress. Steal successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the A-grade skills, Enlargement, Thunderous Wrath, Tiger's Might, Claw Strike, and Predator's Instinct. Enlargement. To ensure he understood correctly, he examined the skill description. A-grade skill Enlargement. Upon acquiring this skill, you may freely increase or decrease your size between 1 to 10 times. Once he confirmed the skill aligned with his understanding, Chen Ming decisively assigned it to himself rather than the undead. The reasoning was straightforward. While possessing the undead, he could still utilize the skills of his original form. This implied that not only could he inhabit and control the likes of the undead Blood Knight, the ancient giant serpent, the centipede king, and the cataclysm dragon, but he could also amplify their already colossal forms tenfold with the enlargement skill. Even Chen Ming couldn't help but feel a hint of irony. Was this truly worthy of being called an A-grade skill? However, upon further reflection, he realized that his ability to enhance its efficacy stemmed from the skill of undead extraction, both being indispensable. For an ordinary individual, limitations would still exist, unlike him, who could effortlessly transcend the system's originally imposed combat limits. Once again, he marveled at the boundless possibilities that an abundance of skills could offer. He decided to allocate the remaining skills to the undead Blood Knight, purely believing that the combination of its great sword with the thunderous effects would be utterly formidable. Chapter 139, The Harshest Truth, Shaking the Tiger. First, he added the skills to the undead Blood Knight. At present, Chen Ming had 2 A-grade monsters, along with Sakura, as potential targets from which to reap rewards. Yet before that, he selected the severed tail of the White Tiger to confirm extraction. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant, Thunder Tiger. Why not utilize the Blood Demon technique of the Zombie Emperor? The reason was simple. The Blood Demon technique and undead extraction could only be activated once. Unless faced with particularly intriguing monsters, Chen Ming preferred to employ undead extraction as his primary skill. After all, one was an S-grade, while the other was SSS grade. Of course, he could use an upgrade card to elevate the Blood Demon technique to SSS, thereby lifting its restrictions, but at present, such action was unnecessary. If one were to inquire why, it was simply because he had no shortage of skills. However, the upgrade cards were dwindling in number, rendering it imprudent to waste them. Good steel should be reserved for the sharpest blades. Opening a portal, Chen Ming returned to Fushan residence. He had entrusted Zhao Qian with the task of conveying his willingness to act as a mercenary to Sakura and the Stick Nation. Compared to himself, Chen Ming believed that Zhao Qian and his group would possess a better understanding of what items held more value in the warehouses of these two nations. He delegated the task of compiling the list entirely to Zhao Qian, and naturally, Chen Ming had no intention of letting them work for free, deciding to offer a reward upon successful completion. Meanwhile, he intended to test a certain rebate skill that had lain dormant in the depths of his inventory. Considering the stark disparity in overall national strength between the Stick Nation, Sakura, and the Hawk faction, it was evident that the standards would need to be adjusted accordingly. Without imposing the necessity for Zhao Qian to adhere strictly to his previous template, Chen Ming merely wished to augment his income without allowing those three individuals to exploit him. Zhao Qian, on the other hand, had not even contemplated the matter of compensation. Rather, he sincerely hoped for more opportunities to assist Chen Ming, thereby deepening their relationship. There was no need for excessive closeness. Maintaining the current state was sufficient. What Zhao Qian truly feared was the inability to preserve even that status quo. Subsequently, a list was compiled and sent to both the Stick Nation and Sakura. Whether they accepted or chose to seize this opportunity was entirely at their discretion. Unlike the Hawk faction, the Stick Nation and Little Sakura did not possess vast territories to offer as fodder for monsters. Would they relinquish an entire city upon encountering a formidable beast? Where would they find such a multitude of cities? Amidst the intricate web of open and covert power struggles, the Hawk faction, having narrowly escaped national annihilation, now found themselves in a state of deep frustration. There was no relief or exhilaration following their crisis. Instead, they were left feeling drained, their hearts bleeding from the losses inflicted by Chen Ming. As a group arrived by helicopter at the colossal chasm created by the satellite beam, the shock they experienced was unparalleled, more harrowing than any image captured on camera. It turned out that the satellite was indeed one of his many treasures, and its power was utterly staggering, summoning the undead, forcibly hacking into the system, commandeering nuclear launch protocols, and coupled with that satellite above. Was it truly possible for them to surpass him in the future? Surpass? Do not harbor such daydreams. Not being enslaved by him was already a luxury. Enslaved? What value do we possess that warrants enslavement? A single phrase immediately drew countless resentful glances from those present. The truth often wounds the most deeply. In summary, it was imperative to accelerate the establishment of the Hunter Alliance and the widespread adoption of communal fishing, even at the risk of encountering such events again. They had to take a gamble. Indeed, if they could possess an SSS-grade hunter, or even more S and SS-grade hunters, many of the issues currently faced would become trivial. Therefore, should they still summon such terrifying monsters, would they need to hire the undead lord to resolve matters? Do you have a better option? Or do you believe that even without offering assistance, if he desired those weapons, they would have enough confidence to utter the word no? One question silenced everyone, casting them into prolonged contemplation. It was not ignorance of the answer. Rather, it was an acute awareness of what it entailed. Upon returning to Fushan residence, Chen Ming had just satisfied his hunger and planned to wait for responses from Sakura and the Stick Nation while casting a couple of rods to alleviate his boredom. Buzz. At that moment, his phone vibrated ahead of time. The caller ID displayed Zhao Qian's name. The Stick Nation and the Hawk faction had agreed to all conditions and wished to know when Mr. Chen would take action. Now, Chen Ming rose from his seat. With the Hawk faction leading the way, he was not surprised at their swift agreement. Filial piety? This was precisely why Chen Ming had chosen to prioritize the Hawk faction's involvement. Using them to shake the tiger, he opened the portal. The figure before him stood at a height comparable to a man, yet upon the arrival of the portal to the land of cherry blossoms, it expanded exponentially. Emerging from within was none other than the undead Blood Knight, whose prowess had undergone a remarkable transformation following Chen Ming's enhancements of new abilities. Raising his gaze, he noticed a helicopter in the sky, its door ajar. A reporter, secured by a safety harness, held a camera aloft. The logo emblazoned on the helicopter stirred a vague recollection in Chen Ming's mind. It seemed to belong to a notably renowned television station in the land of cherry blossoms. Was this an intention to broadcast my endeavor to vanquish monsters? Chen Ming was unfazed. Unlike the hawkish elite, the stakes he sought had already shaken the very foundations of this nation. Failing to provide the public with a reasonable explanation could incite a wave of protests. The individual responsible for this decision would undoubtedly be branded a traitor. To this, Chen Ming remained indifferent. He no longer felt the need to conceal his capabilities. Rather than shrouding his strength in secrecy, it was of greater import to exhibit it openly, instilling a sense of awe in others. Chen Ming had no desire to be subjected to the scorn of those who judged him by appearances. Though mere flies, their incessant buzzing could be irksome. Hence, it was essential to instill in them a sense of caution. The crew from the Sunwheel television station was tasked with capturing the core footage of this monster hunt. The images they recorded, upon transmission back to the station, would be broadcast nationwide and streamed online. Viewership ratings were expected to shatter historical records. In the realm of the internet, statistics indicated that the audience had swelled to over tenfold the population of the land of cherry blossoms. Predominantly comprised of foreign IPs eager for first-hand information. Various languages scrolled rapidly through the live broadcast chat. That night, truly, it is the undead sovereign. Is he sending only a single undead to tackle a problem that has plagued an entire nation? This is utterly outrageous. With such weapons and ammunition at their disposal, why not eliminate the monsters themselves? To gamble the fate of the nation on another's shoulders is a profound disappointment. How can you say that? When has there ever been a time that didn't leave us disappointed? If you are truly so enraged, feel free to claim weapons from the government. They are distributing them for free. I, however, merely wish to resolve this monster issue swiftly and return home. It seems the combat abilities of the two sides are not on the same level. Can that undead truly succeed? Chapter 140. Under him, the supreme SS level. Can he succeed? Do you even know whom you are questioning? Ignorance, pure ignorance. If you paid attention to international news, you would know that in the hawkish realm, he has obliterated monsters of equal rank without even revealing himself. Yes, you heard it right, with a single blow. It is astonishing that there are still those who doubt the strength of the undead sovereign. He cannot possibly lose. If he does, I shall stand on my head and live stream it. Eat dung. Here we go again, trying to mooch off others? Among those defending Chen Ming were not just his compatriots. The formidable power he exhibited while commanding the Undead Legion garnered him a plethora of admirers, fans, and even devotees globally. Many followers from various nations believe that rather than continuing to venerate an unresponsive deity, it would be more prudent to shift their allegiance to Chen Ming. Who knows? They might just share in a stroke of luck and reel in exceptional rewards. Now that is a tangible gain. Dreams are meant to be cherished. The discourse regarding the ineffectiveness of the deity began to spread. Its propagation directly correlated to Chen Ming's status as the undead sovereign. The stronger he became, the weaker the deity's influence appeared. One was an ethereal might, while the other was a palpable and visible strength. On the other side, as the sole remaining entity in the land of cherry blossoms authorized to live stream the undead sovereign's assault on the A-rank beast, the blazing gorilla, the management of the New Sun Broadcasting Company could scarcely fathom the heights they had reached, with daily user growth surpassing 10 million and continuously climbing. The speed of this influx felt as if they were riding a rocket. Thankfully, they had previously absorbed other streaming platforms, expanding their server capacity. Otherwise, they would likely have exceeded their limits and faced collapse. At this rate, it would not be long before concurrent users on the platform breached the 100 million mark, necessitating further server expansions to accommodate at least 1 billion users. The chairman personally oversaw operations, sensing an opportunity for New Sun to firmly secure its position as the premier streaming platform in the land of cherry blossoms. Even if Chen Ming were to vanquish the blazing gorilla and depart, resulting in a decline in popularity, the substantial user base remaining would still be quite considerable. Under the camera's gaze, Chen Ming, commanding the undead Blood Knight, successfully captured the attention of the blazing gorilla. In appearance, aside from its horn resembling that of a rhinoceros atop its head, it was merely a colossal version of an ordinary gorilla, magnified several times over. Displaying a mouthful of elongated fangs, it maintained a battle stance, low growls emanating from it, as visible heat billowed from its jaws. This heat soon transformed into orange-red flames, enveloping its entire form. The intensity of the flames was particularly fierce around its fists, resembling the force of 2 boxing gloves. Why it was dubbed the blazing gorilla became abundantly clear. Bam, bam, bam. The sound of its footsteps created a tremor akin to a minor earthquake. A common person would feel unsteady on their feet, teetering precariously and risking a fall. As the blazing gorilla lowered its head, its fiery horn aimed directly at him. Charging forward, Chen Ming met it unflinchingly, raising the massive sword that dragged along the ground, gripping it firmly before him. He activated his A-rank skill, Thunderous Fury. A strand of platinum lightning, resembling a colossal serpent, swiftly coiled around the blade until it enveloped the entire sword. While channeling the undead, Chen Ming not only wielded his own abilities, but also had unrestricted access to those of the undead, importantly, without expending his own mental energy. With the skill fully unleashed, every swing of his sword would now carry the overwhelming might of thunder. Roar! Confronted with the blazing gorilla's attempt to impale him, Chen Ming swung his sword with ferocity. The vast surge of lightning surged forth like a torrent towards the blazing gorilla. Unyielding, the blazing gorilla roared defiantly, its flames doubling in intensity as it sought to clash with Chen Ming head-on. This would determine their prowess and seal their fates. Boom. The moment the tide of thunder pierced the blazing gorilla, it halted in its tracks. Boom. The flames extinguished, and its body crashed down rigidly. This was the paralysis effect inherent in the Thunderous Fury skill. Until the paralysis was lifted, the blazing gorilla would be unable to act. While experimentation was one thing, Chen Ming had no intention of holding back. With a sudden dash, he positioned himself above the blazing gorilla as it began to recover from its immobilization. Raising his sword high above its head, he brought it crashing down. Thud! The sword pierced the blazing gorilla's skull, blood erupting forth in a spray. The flames that had engulfed its expansive back retreated in an instant. Successfully slain the blazing gorilla. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Platinum Treasure, Chest 5. This, am I seeing things? 666. In a live broadcast room filled with over 100 million viewers. Only a sparse few comments flicker across the screen. Most spectators remain entranced by the electrifying spectacle of Chen Ming's swift annihilation of the explosive flame gorilla. To outsiders, this formidable creature is merely a minion, vanquished by Chen Ming's legions of the undead. Unperturbed by such perceptions, he seizes the opportunity to extract skills from the still smoldering corpse of the gorilla, invigorated by the shock it endured. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring A-class skills: Explosive Flame Fist, Brutal Charge, Tough Skin, Full Power Strike, and High-Speed Punch. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new undead minion, Explosive Flame Gorilla. Having acquired what he sought, Chen Ming does not linger. As he turns, a portal materializes just in time for his departure. From the moment he appeared to the instant he departed after slaying the Explosive Flame Gorilla, the entire sequence transpired in less than 3 minutes. Who was it that claimed their powers were not on the same level? Indeed, they are not on the same level. After all, one strike was all it took. What more is there to discuss? I had prepared snacks for an exhilarating and blood-pumping battle, only to witness a mere instant of annihilation. If memory serves, rumors suggest he commands hundreds of thousands of undead. If one is so powerful, what must the rest be like? Don't even think about it. The more you contemplate, the more you realize your own insignificance. I wish today would end swiftly. I desire to update my fishing count and gain strength like his. Last time I encountered that knight, he did not wield lightning abilities. Could it be that these undead can not only retain their original powers, but also evolve further after being summoned? That seems unlikely. Merely retaining their original strength is already an absurd concept. If they were allowed to evolve, I can scarcely imagine the weight of the title Undead Sovereign in the future. It's precisely this difficulty in imagining that underscores the reality. After all, aside from him, no other hunter with an SSS class skill has been revealed. Beneath him, the highest remains SS class. Could it be that he has captured all the SSS class skills? Just kidding. Chapter 141, Astonishing Efficiency, a Silent Fury. As the commentators noted, this was indeed a casual jest on his part. Almost immediately, others chimed in. You might be onto something. It isn't entirely beyond the realm of possibility. Indeed, SSS class skills are unlikely to be as commonplace as F class skills. Each one taken diminishes their availability. Given his luck, I would be inclined to believe he could indeed capture all SSS class skills. F class skills, are you all being polite? What? So F class skills have already become so ubiquitous. I don't even possess a skill myself. Sigh, when will I ever draw an S class skill? After Chen Ming's departure, viewer engagement began to experience a gradual uptick, but soon plummeted drastically. The remaining audience was solely interested in discussing matters pertaining to Chen Ming. Not to be rude, but isn't his existence a bit too overpowered? If one undead is this formidable, how strong must he be without them? He is the undead sovereign. How can you disregard the undead? Perhaps he is rather weak on his own, relying entirely on his undead minions. Impossible. Even without the undead, his combat prowess would undoubtedly surpass many elite warriors. Offering a hefty reward for his contact information. Send me a private message. Who would dare provide such information? If the undead sovereign finds out, who will take responsibility when he comes for you? Will you shield me while I make my escape? Can he withstand even a second? A second? Aren't you overestimating him? He wouldn't last even 0.00001 seconds. Brothers, are we still chatting? The undead sovereign has gone to the States to work as a mercenary. With this statement flooding the chat, viewer engagement plummeted even further, spiraling out of control. At the New Day Broadcasting Group, on the 37th floor, a series of knocks echoed as the secretary stood at the office door. Noticing the chairman's lack of response, she summoned her courage to speak. Boss, we have completed the server expansion as per your request, enabling simultaneous access for 1 billion users. Hearing the staggering figure of 1 billion potential viewers, and glancing at the upper right corner of the live room, which displayed fewer than 1 million, the chairman, wore a grim expression, unable to articulate his thoughts. Having satisfied his craving for conflict, Chen Ming chose not to embody the undead blood knight again, opting instead to confront the adversaries himself. Once finished, he would return to the shadow world. The speed of his efficiency was nothing short of remarkable. Unlike Chen Ming's playful demeanor, the undead blood knight was singularly focused on the task of slaughter. He charged towards a 3-headed toxic lizard, and as it opened its maw to unleash a toxic mist, he struck with a wave of lightning that rendered it utterly paralyzed. Swiftly, he pivoted 360 degrees, sliding to the side of the lizard and bringing down his raised greatsword. In a mere second, He severed 3 massive lizard heads, achieving an instantaneous kill. Killed the 3-headed toxic lizard successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Platinum Chest 5. After confirming the lizard's demise, Ming shifted his consciousness into the body of the undead Blood Knight. Stealing skills. Extracting undead. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring A-class skills. Vast Toxic Fog, Corrosive Venom, Tail Smash, Shattering Bite, and Body Steelification. After acquiring these skills, Ming generously bestowed A-class skills, such as Vast Toxic Fog and Body Steelification, upon the undead Blood Knight, reserving the others for later consideration regarding their most suitable recipient. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new undead minion, 3-headed toxic lizard. Having vanquished his foes and secured the desired rewards, the undead Blood Knight swiftly descended into the shadowy portal that had opened beneath him. The entire episode could only be described in one word: rapid. The television crew responsible for the filming stood in bewilderment. Had the camera not been preemptively activated, they would have missed the spectacle entirely, as the figure would have vanished before they could process the scene. Nonetheless, the American side uploaded this brief video, lasting no longer than a song, to their official international account, primarily to convey that their investment was indeed worthwhile. They had enlisted a remarkably powerful hunter. After all, those who had engaged Ming's services were not limited to just one. The group that had suffered the most was not themselves, but the Hawks. As for the Americans, Ming had already transmitted the promised remuneration for the mercenary services rendered, securely stowing it away in his storage space. The speed of his actions was such that the elite soldiers tasked with guarding the area had no opportunity to react. Nothing remained before their eyes. In contrast to the direct engagement that would have yielded chests, skills, and undead, he now possessed a plethora of aircraft carriers, warships, various missile types, satellites, and other equipment and supplies. To describe his haul as bountiful would not be an exaggeration. It was entirely apartment. While Ming reveled in his triumph, the 3 nations found themselves increasingly disheartened. It was true that he had resolved their A-class beast problem, but the repercussions that followed extended far beyond a mere decline in prestige. Yet, one dared to harbor anger without uttering a word. Fearing that any misstep might reach Ming's ears, one could not help but worry that their own nation would face obliteration, akin to the fate of 3 monstrous entities. In an era where strength reigns supreme, one must reluctantly accept and learn to compromise. Deep down, one understood the undeniable truth. When confronted with Ming, one was utterly powerless against his overwhelming might. In Fushan residence, Ming drained the contents of a chilled glass bottle of beer, wiping his mouth with a paper towel. Indeed, the exhilaration of consuming it in such a manner was unparalleled. To him, it signified a celebratory drink, rewarding himself with the spoils from vanquishing 3 A-grade monsters. Now fresh in his possession, 15 platinum chests, ready to be unlocked with a mere keystroke. Opening platinum chest, success. Congratulations, host. You have obtained A-grade skill, Mountain Shattering Palm. Success. Congratulations, host. You have obtained A-grade skill, Void Walking. Success. Congratulations, host. You have obtained weapon, Godslayer Flying Wheel. Success. Congratulations, host. You have obtained A-grade skill, Lion's Roar. Success. Congratulations, host. You have obtained A-grade skill, Meteor Fall. Success. Congratulations, host. You have obtained A-grade skill, 100 Blades in 1 second. Success. Congratulations, host. You have obtained weapon, Black Hole Gun. Success. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Revival Elixir 1. Success. Congratulations, host. You have obtained weapon, Thunder Whip. Success. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Large Blood Bottle 10. The rewards from this batch of chests were predominantly skills, weapons, and potions, an impressive haul indeed. The Thunder Whip, as its name suggests, was straightforward in its function. The Godslayer Flying Wheel caught Ming's eye. It could serve as a shield, offering defense, or be hurled forth, its fan-like blades spinning at high velocity, capable of slicing adversaries into pieces in an instant. It even returned like a boomerang, complete with safety measures to prevent accidental harm. The Black Hole Gun was capable of targeting A-grade monsters, and those weaker, firing black hole projectiles that, upon impact, would consume the creatures, drawing them into a void. Even A-grade bosses, or those of S-grade, would find themselves losing a significant portion of flesh and blood if struck by the black hole projectile. At this stage, it undoubtedly qualified as a divine weapon. After conducting a thorough examination, he glanced at the time. Feeling it was about time, Ming rose from the sofa, preparing to make his way to the Star Alliance. Chapter 142, Dungeon Mutation. The Fallen S-grade Hunter. Upon learning of Ming's impending arrival, Zhao Qian, having just hung up the phone, was about to arrange for a grand welcoming ceremony. After all, he was an esteemed figure, and one could not afford to be negligent. A lavish reception would undoubtedly demonstrate sincerity. However, just as he stood up from his office chair, he witnessed a swirling azure portal slowly materializing before him. Chen Ming emerged from within, striding forth with purpose. Once he regained his composure, Zhao Qian realized that Chen Ming was no ordinary individual. He did not require conventional means of transportation. Wherever he desired to go, he could arrive in the blink of an eye. Zhao Qian fervently hoped that the Star Alliance possessed similar capabilities, for if so, hunters and the military could respond to disasters in an instant, quelling threats as they arose. Alas, the likelihood of such an occurrence was exceedingly slim. Perceiving Zhao Qian's thoughts without voicing them, Chen Ming had his own plans. Mr. Chen, welcome to the Star Alliance. I apologize for the haste. We were unable to prepare adequately. I hope for your understanding, Zhao Qian expressed. Mr. Zhao, you are too kind, Chen Ming replied politely, assuring him that it was of no concern. Just as Zhao Qian opened his mouth to inquire about Chen Ming's purpose for visiting the Star Alliance, an urgent voice rang out from outside. Commander Zhao, this is terrible. Hunter Zhang Bo has been severely injured by a monster and is currently undergoing emergency treatment at the Central Hospital. What? Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian's expression grew even more agitated. Hunter Zhang Bo, Chen Ming, recalled seeing this name on television. He was the Special Forces soldier who had previously acquired the S-grade skill, Sword Chi. At this critical juncture, the existence or absence of an S-grade professional hunter was of paramount importance to the nation, significantly impacting its stability. No wonder Zhao Qian was so flustered. Mr. Chen, Zhao Qian intended to delegate the reception of Chen Ming to others and rush to the Central Hospital to ascertain Zhang Bo's condition, planning to return once he confirmed that Zhang Bo was out of danger. However, before he could finish, Chen Ming interrupted. I shall accompany you. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Excellent. Chen Ming's willingness to assist was a relief to Zhao Qian, leaving him with no reason to decline. Quickly, prepare. Yet again, he found himself unable to finish his sentence as Chen Ming opened another portal. No, there's no need. Zhao Qian swallowed the words he had almost spoken about transportation. Following Chen Ming through the portal, they experienced a remarkable sensation, discovering that they had indeed traveled from the Star Alliance headquarters to the Central Hospital, located 3 to 4 kilometers away, in a mere second. Shaking his head, Zhao Qian understood that their immediate priority was to confirm Zhang Bo's safety. Approaching the reception desk, he inquired about the situation and the location of the emergency room, while Chen Ming remained behind, drawing the curious gazes of passers-by and patients alike. Whispers filled the air. Heavens, am I mistaken? He looks just like that Death Lord from the videos. How could such a prominent figure be here? The footage was always so blurry. Surely it's just a coincidence. However, if he can open that peculiar door, he must be a professional hunter, without a doubt, and of a considerable rank. No less, at least 3 or 4 stars, perhaps even higher. Chen Ming did not refute the speculation. There was little point in engaging in such debates. Soon, Zhao Qian returned with information regarding Zhang Bo's emergency room and relayed it to Chen Ming. The two hastened toward the location. At this moment, outside the emergency room, alongside a group of similarly injured professional hunters, all wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, stood numerous military personnel. After all, Zhang Bo had transitioned from the military to the Star Alliance. As comrades and leaders, they had rushed to the Central Hospital upon hearing that he had sustained grave injuries while protecting his companions. Commander Zhao? Upon Zhao Qian's arrival, the crowd greeted him in unison. How is Hunter Zhang Bo? Zhao Qian inquired. He is still in surgery, replied a man named Lin Yang, who had once served as Zhang Bo's training instructor in the military. So what exactly happened? I recall they were tasked with an expedition to a B-grade dungeon. Given Zhao Qian's experience, this team's composition should have guaranteed success in a B-grade dungeon. It was unfathomable that they would sustain such severe injuries. The dungeon has mutated, causing all monsters' powers to double, and the bosses have reached peak A-grade capabilities. Had someone not concealed the fact that they had acquired a high-level teleportation stone, we would all have perished within, explained a hunter, half his head bandaged, revealing one eye. The dungeon can mutate. This was the first time Zhao Qian had heard such a claim. What manner of monster could that be? Chen Ming inquired. A figure adorned with a golden dog-headed mask stood before them, and I could not ascertain whether he was human. His skin and limbs bore a striking resemblance to those of a man, yet he towered above us, exceeding 2 meters in height. The man endeavored to elucidate his skills. What about your abilities? Chen Ming inquired once more. I can condense the sand upon the ground into canine beasts and transform it into razor-sharp spikes that erupt without warning. Many of our brethren have fallen victim to these deadly protrusions due to their inability to evade in time. Even now, the recollection sends chills down my spine. Oh, and I wield a pure gold-handled weapon, its tip fitted with a black, pointed blade, akin to a spear, forged from the bones of D-grade aberrations. With it, I can effortlessly cleave through both the shield and the body of anyone behind it, the man added. A spear with a long handle? Chen Ming mused, sensing an uncanny resemblance between the creature described by the man and Anubis, the Egyptian god of the dead. In terms of rank and capability, it was certainly worth Chen Ming's attention. After the man finished speaking, he realized he had yet to ascertain Chen Ming's identity. Just as he was about to inquire about Zhao Qian, the door to the emergency room, which had remained shut for quite some time, emitted the sound of being opened. He quickly set aside his thoughts and rushed over to join the others in a flurry of anxious inquiries. Doctor, how is he? Is he all right? The doctor hesitated, feeling the weight of their expectant gazes. Doctor, please don't remain silent. Tell us the results. Despite already knowing the implications of the doctor's demeanor, the crowd could not suppress a glimmer of hope, clinging desperately to a thread of possibility. We have done everything we could to save him, but his injuries were too severe, and despite our best efforts, he has succumbed to death, the doctor revealed, laying bare the grim truth. How could this be? Despair hung heavily in the air. Upon hearing the doctor declare Zhang Bo officially deceased, Chen Ming recalled the resurrection elixir he had acquired earlier, as well as the one he had just uncovered from the platinum chest. He resolved to attempt a desperate measure, saying, if possible, let me give it a try. Chapter 143, Violent Rebate. Resurrection Elixir 100. The doctor, well aware that even the great healer Hua Tuo would be powerless in the face of death, urged them to accept their loss. He understood that Chen Ming was speaking out of profound grief and did not take offense. No, let him try. Zhao Qian, fully aware of Chen Ming's prowess, was suddenly animated by the prospect, as if he had grasped the last lifeline. All right then, the doctor conceded, recognizing Zhao Qian's status and influence. After all, a deceased person could not die again. Even if the attempt failed, he could not be held accountable. With no one opposing him, Chen Ming and Zhao Qian advanced toward the emergency room. At that moment, several staff members wheeled out Zhang Bo's lifeless form, covered with a sheet. It was in this instant that the reality of Zhang Bo's death truly sank in for the onlookers. Without further contemplation, Chen Ming approached, lifting the white cloth with one hand while retrieving the resurrection elixir from his system backpack with the other. The elixir possessed the remarkable ability to revive certain beings within 24 hours of death. Indeed, everything, including monsters. Zhang Bo had been slain by the creature only 2 or 3 hours prior, and there was ample time for the elixir to work its magic. What is this? Zhang Bo inquired, his eyes clouded with confusion. A special healing potion obtained from the secret realm, Chen Ming explained. A healing potion? Zhang Bo's heart wavered. For healing potions were meant for the living. How could one heal the dead? He refrained from interrupting Chen Ming further, opting instead to step aside and observe. With a decisive motion, Chen Ming uncorked the exquisite dragon-headed vial. He had someone on the other side of the stretcher assist in lifting Zhang Bo while he grasped the man's face, compelling him to open his mouth. Then, he forced the entire neck of the vial into Zhang Bo's mouth. Undeniably, it was somewhat forceful, but it was necessary to minimize waste. Chen Ming was uncertain whether the elixir would retain its efficacy if a significant portion spilled. He continued to tilt Zhang Bo's head back, gradually administering the resurrection elixir until the vial was completely emptied. All that remained was to patiently await the elixir's effects. Hurrying would be of no use. Before anyone could voice their curiosity about when the elixir would take effect, the body that was meant to be lifeless suddenly jolted upright, Zhang Bo's eyes wide with shock. Phew. Phew. He clutched his chest, gasping for air, as if he had just resurfaced from drowning, desperately inhaling as though air had become the most precious commodity. How could such a thing occur? The astonished doctor, who had spent decades in his profession and held considerable influence in the field, was utterly confounded. He is alive. He truly lives. Splendid. Zhang Bo the hunter has not perished. How remarkable. Indeed, the fortunate are favored by destiny. What an extraordinary potion. It must originate from an A or even S-grade secret realm. What manner of being is he? Among the crowd, voices of relief at Zhang Bo's revival mingled with queries regarding Chen Ming's identity, astonished by his ability to conquer high-level secret realms and acquire such a divine artifact. Chen Ming paid little mind to their remarks. His focus remained solely on the system panel that had just appeared before him. Resurrection elixir granted successfully. 100-fold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 resurrection elixirs. Directly adding 100? How astonishingly extravagant. Chen Ming immediately grasped the allure of this skill. Most importantly, there were no limitations. Even the elixirs obtained from the rebate could be collected again if he so desired, perpetually inflating the numbers. The only word that could encapsulate his feelings was insane, as it far exceeded his expectations. What is this? As Zhang Bo regained his composure, he surveyed his surroundings, taking in the sight of his injured companions, and his expression shifted to one of fervor, his battle spirit ignited. He instinctively raised his hand, reaching for the sword at his back, and exclaimed, "Where is the dog-headed monster?" Zhang Bo the hunter, do not be alarmed. You are not in the secret realm. You are currently in the central hospital, Zhao Qian reassured him, attempting to calm his rising agitation. Upon confirming his surroundings, Zhang Bo forced himself to regain composure, lowering his hand that had made several futile attempts to grasp his weapon. Suddenly, he realized with confusion, I should have died. He peeled back the fabric of his clothing and discovered that the horrifying wound which should have pierced his chest had vanished, leaving his flesh intact. How can this be? Zhang Bo pondered, racking his brain to comprehend the situation. It was this gentleman, Mr. Chen, who produced the healing potion from the secret realm that brought you back to life. Zhao Qian explained, not wishing to claim credit for the miraculous deed, knowing he lacked the audacity to do so. At this revelation, Zhang Bo leaped from the stretcher with renewed vigor. As Zhang Bo approached Chen Ming, he clasped his hands at the seams of his trousers, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. I am profoundly grateful to you for saving my life. This immense kindness is something I shall never forget. Should you ever find yourself in need of my assistance, please do not hesitate to call upon me. I would brave any peril, be it climbing a mountain of blades or traversing a sea of flames. Zhang Bo had been taught from a young age that even a small favor should be repaid with great gratitude, let alone the monumental act of pulling him back from the brink of death. As a professional hunter, he understood just how rare and precious the elixir that could restore life was, a realm far beyond his current reach. Very well, I shall remember your words, Chen Ming replied, helping Zhang Bo to his feet. Given Zhang Bo's eagerness to serve, Chen Ming saw no reason to decline his offer. After all, there might indeed come a time when his assistance would prove invaluable. At this moment, however, Chen Ming was more concerned about the dog-headed creature. He inquired of Zhang Bo, where is that secret realm located? Rather than painstakingly scouring maps, it would be far more efficient to pinpoint it directly. In South City, at Tianlu Mountain Park. Zhang Bo responded, immediately following up with, Mr. Chen, do you intend to confront the monster yourself? The longer they delayed, the more likely it was that the creature might escape and cause further chaos, was it not? Chen Ming countered, in that case, I shall accompany you. Perhaps I can be of assistance and contribute in some small way. Zhang Bo was determined not to miss any opportunity to repay his debt of gratitude. You've only just recovered, Zhang Bo. Perhaps you should rest a bit longer? Zhao Qian voiced his concern at Zhang Bo's eagerness to plunge headlong into battle with the creature. Not at all. Thanks to Mr. Chen's potion, I have never felt better, Zhang Bo declared confidently, thumping his chest. Chapter 144, A Young Talent, the True Golden Son-in-Law. Just moments ago, Zhang Bo had been as cold as ice, teetering on the edge of death, yet under the influence of a magical potion, he now brimmed with vitality. The attending physician pulled out his phone, contemplating the unremovable application on his home screen labeled, Fishing in All Realms. His thoughts began to waver. Should he give it a try? After witnessing the formidable powers at play, he found himself tempted. Meanwhile, Chen Ming, responding to Zhang Bo's persistent entreaties, agreed to let him accompany him. Having someone who had faced the dog-headed creature at his side would provide valuable insights and help mitigate potential errors. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Bo donned the hastily delivered weaponry and gear provided by Zhao Qian. This is truly the latest model of combat armor. Its fluidity and craftsmanship are beyond reproach, he exclaimed, lavishly praising the equipment. And this sword is sharper than ever, quite a fine weapon indeed, he continued, swinging it with a flourish. The blade singing as it cut through the air. Zhang Bo felt a surge of anticipation. With this sword paired with the S-class skill Sword Qi, he might just match the creature blow for blow. Eager to prove his strength, Zhang Bo was determined that Chen Ming would not think he had wasted the precious elixir on someone without merit. He had never before felt such an intense yearning to grow stronger. Are you ready? Chen Ming asked, seeking confirmation. I'm ready, Zhang Bo replied, sheathing his sword and nodding emphatically. Without further ado, Chen Ming conjured images of Imperial Capital, South City, Tianlu Mountain Park, in his mind. In the next instant, a portal leading to that location opened before him. Let us proceed, Chen Ming said, stepping through first. Oh, all right. Zhang Bo was once again awestruck by Chen Ming's display of power. Realizing Chen Ming had vanished into the portal, he quickly gathered himself, hastening to catch up, fearing that if he delayed even a moment longer, the portal might close. Is that a portal? Can he truly open portals? He pondered. Wait, if my memory serves me right, it seems that only the necromancer can perform such feats worldwide. What? Is he, the necromancer? That being even more monstrous than the monsters themselves? The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their gazes shifting to Zhao Qian, who stood nearby. Sensing their eager stares, Zhao Qian did not shy away from the truth. Indeed, I am the necromancer. He felt it prudent for them to recognize Chen Ming's identity and power, lest they harbor unrealistic notions in the future. Good heavens. So he truly is the necromancer. Everything makes sense now. No wonder he possesses the divine artifact capable of reviving the dead. I had no idea he was so young. A prodigy indeed. Praise erupted from the crowd, with some half-jokingly suggesting that Zhao Qian should play matchmaker for his daughter, who was of a similar age to Chen Ming. In their eyes, there was no candidate more suitable for a son-in-law than Chen Ming, a true golden son-in-law. With such a son-in-law, a family could thrive for a century or even a millennium. What could one possibly worry about? Suddenly, as Chen Ming stepped through the portal into South City South, Tianlu Mountain Park, a chill ran down his spine, leaving him momentarily unnerved. This sensation dissipated quickly, and he chalked it up to overthinking. Zhang Bo led the way, guiding him toward the hidden entrance of the instance concealed within the park's forest. After 3 or 4 minutes, they indeed encountered a blood-red portal towering 2 to 3 meters high. The portal, previously rendered inaccessible due to anomalies, had regained its entryway after Zhang Bo and the others had used the teleportation stone to escape. Since it had only recently appeared, there was no countdown warning. Do you need a moment to prepare yourself? Chen Ming inquired of Zhang Bo. No need for that. Let us charge in directly. Zhang Bo promptly dismissed the idea, eager not to waste any more of Chen Ming's time. He understood that when dealing with monsters, there was no better solution than to eliminate them entirely, a one-time resolution. Very well, let us make quick work of it. As soon as Chen Ming's words fell, he stepped boldly into the portal. All right, Zhang Bo affirmed, resolutely following without a hint of hesitation. The blood-red portal swiftly became ensnared in chains, sealing them off once more from entry or exit. A maze? Chen Ming mused, gazing at the square passageway constructed of large stone blocks before him. Upon turning back, he noted that the portal had long since closed, leaving no trace. To escape, they would need to vanquish the dog-headed creature guarding the exit. However, this restriction applied solely to ordinary survivors. Chen Ming's teleportation skill could bypass this rule and force open an escape route. Otherwise, it would not have been classified as an SSS-level skill. With no intricate labyrinthine paths to navigate, they would reach a vast chamber housing the dog-headed creature after merely 200 to 300 meters. Zhang Bo explained. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming quickened his pace, traversing the corridor with ease. Along the way, he noted the mechanisms that had been activated once but could not be restarted, as well as the corpses of hunters who had perished here, forever trapped in this place. Chen Ming was certain that the monsters and traps within this secret instance would not reset simply because new challengers had entered. This was fortuitous. As it saved Chen Ming considerable trouble, he was solely interested in the boss. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations. The host has acquired a new undead servant, Spectral Hound 15. The corpses strewn across the ground were all accounted for by Chen Ming. After successfully extracting the souls, he promptly released them, allowing the hellhounds to lead the way, tasked primarily with scouting ahead. Within the labyrinthine confines of the dungeon, the environment shifted unpredictably, akin to the capriciousness of a child's expression or the mercurial weather at sea. Exercising caution was undoubtedly prudent. It became evident that Mr. Chen was, in fact, the very lord of the undead. Observing Chen Ming from behind, Zhang Bo felt an overwhelming sense of admiration. The silhouette of Chen Ming appeared significantly more imposing in his eyes. This formidable presence was a beacon of unwavering trust. Upon grasping the true identity of Chen Ming, Zhang Bo found himself increasingly anxious about whether he would even have the opportunity to showcase his abilities in the presence of such powerful undead. Not only did he doubt his chances to shine, but he even began to question if he would have the opportunity to act at all. Just as this realization struck him, the grotesque creature with a dog-ass head was swiftly dispatched by Chen Ming's formidable undead minions. Erased from existence? Zhang Bo's current disposition could easily be characterized as that of a devoted acolyte to Chen Ming, eager to absorb every word and action. He yearned to witness firsthand the sheer weight of the title Lord of the Undead. It seemed we had arrived at our destination. As Chen Ming spoke, he stepped forward, revealing a vast chamber. Chapter 145. A skill worth having. Now it belongs to me. Inside the expansive stone chamber, aside from the ancient stone pillars that provided support, it was utterly barren. No other exits were visible. Chen Ming surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of the dog-headed creature. He surmised that the guardian boss would only materialize once all living beings had fully entered the room. Without hesitation, he strode inside. The moment his foot touched the ground, he was engulfed by a sensation of being consumed. The once solid ground felt unusually soft beneath him. Glancing down, he beheld fine grains of yellow sand, which, as if by some spring, surged forth from the earth in an unending stream. The flow persisted until it enveloped his ankles, finally coming to a halt. At that moment, a noise erupted from behind him. Turning, Chen Ming saw an iron gate concealed within the wall swiftly closing. Zhang Bo reacted with remarkable speed, narrowly avoiding being shut out. His initial hesitation to enter the boss chamber immediately was not born from fear, but rather a desire to ascertain whether the gate would close if other survivors lingered outside. Reality proved Zhang Bo's concerns unfounded. The mechanism did not remain ajar simply due to the presence of other survivors. Such cleverness would only fragment their strength. Remaining outside would preclude any chance of escape. Once those who ventured inside were slain by the boss, they would either linger in the corridor until perishing from starvation or age, or they would brave the odds and enter the boss room, gambling on a 1 in 10,000 chance of success. Breathing a sigh of relief, Zhang Bo patted his chest, relieved that the iron gate had slammed shut behind him. He had no desire to be an idle spectator. A low growl resonated from all directions, drawing Chen Ming's attention away from Zhang Bo. He turned to find himself encircled by sandhounds, each formed from the very grains that had emerged, their size comparable to that of an adult golden retriever. They advanced menacingly, and Chen Ming discerned that their numbers exceeded 100. With bared teeth and continuous growls, their collective sound resembled the roar of a high-speed engine. Recognizing the imminent threat, Zhang Bo wasted no time in drawing his newly acquired weapon, eager to test the blade's sharpness. However, just as he prepared to charge forward, he noticed a dark aura emanating from Chen Ming's feet. Startled, Zhang Bo instinctively recoiled, his heart racing, fearing it to be a new skill of the boss. In the next instant, undead canine corpses began to rise from the ground. Upon realizing the nature of Chen Ming's skill, Zhang Bo's trepidation dissipated. The undead hounds launched an assault on the sandhounds, their numbers overwhelming and resembling an unstoppable tide. They pounced, bringing the sandy foes to the ground, denying them any chance to react, and with their primal instincts, they sank their teeth into the necks of their adversaries. Despite attempts to struggle, the strength of the undead hounds was formidable. The sandy bodies, composed of yellow grains, diminished rapidly as their health dwindled, collapsing and shrinking, leaving no room for resistance. Soon, they completely vanished, merging back into the grains beneath their feet. Yet the sandhound's regeneration was equally relentless. It appeared that as long as the yellow sand remained, they could continuously reform. Chen Ming concluded this with a snap of his fingers, unleashing a wave of frost that precisely encased every grain of sand, freezing them along with their core. Those sandhounds that had begun to reshape under the assault of the undead hounds became instant ice sculptures, creating a scene that bore an unexpected artistic quality. Remarkable. Zhang Bo marveled at this innovative approach. No, wait. Beyond the portals and the summoning of the undead, he possesses ice-based skills as well. Zhang Bo gazed at Chen Ming, his astonishment deepening. The speed at which the frost spread, combined with its capacity to restrain the boss's abilities, suggested that the skill's rank was assuredly no lower than S grade, if not higher. It was no wonder that Commander Zhao and General Su had remarked that what was known about Mr. Chen was merely the tip of the iceberg. The distinction between hearing and seeing produced vastly different sentiments. Zhang Bo's respect for Chen Ming surged anew, compelling him to sheath the blade that had yet to taste blood. He was increasingly convinced that in the presence of Mr. Chen, there was no opportunity for a mere minor character like himself to shine. He resolved to remain by the sidelines, ready to charge forth should Chen Ming require assistance. After all, his life was a gift from Chen Ming, and he would not hesitate to sacrifice it for him. Looking up, Chen Ming noticed streams of yellow sand cascading from the gaps in the ceiling. Reminiscent of mountain spring water, some flowing rapidly, while others trickled slowly. In no time, the sand coalesced into the guardian boss described by Zhang Bo and the others, a being with a human form adorned with a golden dog-headed mask. The quality of the mask was undeniably golden, polished to a pristine shine that covered its entire head, neck, and collarbone. Its attire bore the hallmark of ancient Egyptian style. Chen Ming couldn't help but speculate that this creature might be connected to the deities worshipped in Egypt, reminiscent of the zombies and talismans that should only exist in film and folklore. Of course, this was merely conjecture. The truth may differ. Once fully formed, the dog-headed creature raised its arm, fingers curling as a black, razor-sharp dagger materialized, attached to a golden hilt. It then leveled the blade at Chen Ming, emanating an unspoken sense of dominance. Chen Ming maintained his composure, while Zhang Bo, who had previously fallen victim to the creature, instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword. Cold sweat beating on his brow, anxiety crept back into his heart, the earlier terror once again enveloping him. The psychological fortitude previously established has, in this moment, evaporated into thin air. All negative emotions burgeon uncontrollably from within, spreading like wildfire. Zhang Bo's eyes widen in alarm, his pupils constricting as he senses something amiss. He hastily calls out, "Mr. Chen, watch out." Yet, before he can articulate his warning, he is met with the sight of a desiccated king cobra, its body withering like a mummified corpse, entwined in loosely hanging bandages, launching itself towards Chen Ming with the ferocity of a spring. In an instant, it is frozen in midair, crashing to the ground, its body shattering into innumerable fragments, mingling with the ice. Driven by curiosity, Chen Ming employs his thieving skill to investigate. A-level skill, Withered King Cobra. Upon activation, summons a withered king cobra that strikes with lightning speed. Should its venomous fangs hit, the target will succumb to the withering poison, hastening their demise. After reading this, Chen Ming can only think, this skill is exceptional, it is now mine. Chapter 146, Life Devourer. Upon witnessing his skill effortlessly countered by Chen Ming, the dog-headed creature erupts in fury. It raises its long blade high, a circular array of intricate symbols unfurling at the tip. Suddenly, it descends with great force, aiming directly at Chen Ming. "Mr. Chen, beneath your feet." Zhang Bo's attention is solely fixated on Chen Ming, utterly oblivious to the intricate, purple sigils forming beneath him. Boom. An immense, intangible force descends from above, pinning Zhang Bo to the ground, rendering him prostrate. This skill bears a striking resemblance to Chen Ming's S-level skill, Gravity Manipulation. The distinction lies in their ranks, one being A-level and the other S-level. How could an A-level skill possibly contend with an S-level? With ease, Chen Ming reverses the pressure array imposed upon him by the dog-headed creature, shattering it in an instant. With a mere flick of his finger, he eradicates the same from Zhang Bo's vicinity, allowing him to rise awkwardly from the ground. Zhang Bo is taken aback. He had not anticipated the dog-headed creature possessed additional hidden skills. Was this truly the chasm that lay between myself and the genuine top-tier powerhouses? After alleviating the pressure from the dog-headed creature, Chen Ming retaliates with his own gravity manipulation. Bang! Boom! The dog-headed creature experiences the same humiliating treatment that Zhang Bo had endured just moments before. Observing the creature's futile attempts to resist, Chen Ming amplifies the gravity 100-fold. Boom! The earth sinks, stones shatter, and half of the dog-headed creature's form becomes ensnared within the ground. At this juncture, Chen Ming selects all of its skills, forcibly appropriating them. Initiating theft. Theft successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the A-level skills. Withered King Cobra, 100-fold pressure, Blade of Wind, Life Devourer, and Summon Sandhound. The phrase Life Devourer piques Chen Ming's curiosity, prompting him to immediately review the skill's description. A-level skill, Life Devourer. Upon casting a curse, it will gradually consume the target's life force, capping at 30. The life force consumed will be converted to an equal amount for the user. Life force indeed. Diverging slightly from Chen Ming's understanding, if this 30% of life force could be transformed into lifespan, permanently augmenting his own, that would be truly gratifying. Perhaps realizing the explanation lacked precision, the system swiftly adjusts, providing additional clarification. Note, life force refers to that of monsters. Should you select a human target for Life Devourer, you will receive 30% of their remaining lifespan. This is splendid. Overwhelmed with emotion upon reading the supplementary explanation, Chen Ming inadvertently vocalizes his delight. Zhang Bo, though puzzled, pays little heed. Now, it is time to conclude this farce. Life Devourer successful. Lifespan 1. Life Devourer successful. Lifespan 1. Life Devourer successful. Lifespan 1. Before initiating his attack, Chen Ming first tests his new skill on the dog-headed creature. Each unit of lifespan equates to 1 year. Chen Ming successfully siphons a total of 130 years from the creature. Satisfied, he increases the gravity 10-fold. Bang! Boom! Blood splatters forth as the ground collapses, creating a massive pit several meters in diameter. At the center lies the dog-headed creature, now reduced to nothing more than a thin, tattered layer of flesh after enduring Chen Ming's relentless assault. Blood coats the pit, the explosive remnants resembling a brutal form of artistry. Successfully eliminated the dog-headed reaper. Congratulations, host. You have received Platinum Chest 8. Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant. Dog-headed Reaper 1. Suddenly, a stone pillar, seemingly untouched, fractures inexplicably, revealing a hidden treasure chest. Chen Ming approaches and opens it directly. Successfully opened the treasure chest. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Reaper's staff. 3 magic scrolls, a magic cloak, wind spirit boots, 5 life potions, and 3 major mana potions. A complete set of mage equipment? While these items may be fundamental to Chen Ming, they are regarded as divine gear among other hunters. Undoubtedly, the plethora of divine skills at Chen Ming's disposal renders these items rather insignificant. Releasing his grip on the sword's hilt, Chen Ming had contemplated numerous times before arriving that, under his overwhelming strength, he might not have the opportunity to act. However, witnessing firsthand how effortlessly he annihilated a formidable boss that had previously rendered dozens of elite hunters powerless, Zhang Bo's heart is profoundly shaken. This power is astonishingly overwhelming, unfathomable. Once a solitary individual conquering an A-level dungeon was a notion he would not have dared to entertain, yet now, he has witnessed it in its entirety. Zhang Bo is certain that Chen Ming is capable of not only clearing A-level dungeons, but also S-level, SS-level, and even SSS-level ones. Well, since the boss has been dealt with, it is time for us to return and report our safety, lest they worry for you. Chen Ming strides towards Zhang Bo. The iron gate has long been opened, and the chains entwined around the portal have shattered of their own accord following Chen Ming's defeat of the dog-headed Reaper. The blood-red portal now reverts to a serene azure. All right, Zhang Bo nods in agreement. After this battle, his allegiance to Chen Ming has reached its zenith. Chen Ming's authority in his eyes far surpasses that of Zhao Qian, General Su Jinshan, and the entire Star Alliance. Should the day come when the Star Alliance stands in opposition to Chen Ming, Zhang Bo would not hesitate to withdraw. He would neither clash with the Star Alliance nor stand against his savior. On one hand, he can assert with absolute certainty that the Star Alliance would be doomed to defeat. On the other, he does not wish to turn against the one who saved his life, nor his own country. Thus, he must withdraw and make a compromise. In today's world, when it comes to combat prowess, no one can rival Mr. Chen. Emerging from the portal, Zhang Bo's praises for Chen Ming flowed ceaselessly from his lips. In mere moments, he could compose a tome dedicated to his admiration for Chen Ming without the slightest difficulty. Words poured forth effortlessly, as if guided by divine inspiration. He could complete it tonight and have it published by dawn. Chen Ming listened patiently, refraining from interrupting. Zhang Bo, engrossed in articulating his heartfelt sentiments, remained oblivious to the fact that he had already stepped through the portal that Chen Ming had casually opened, leading to the Star Alliance headquarters. Upon their arrival, the members of the Star Alliance were taken aback, their bodies jolted by the unexpected speed of their return. How could it be so swift? Just moments ago, Some among them had harbored doubts about Chen Ming's capabilities and worried whether he and Zhang Bo might encounter peril. The potential loss of one S-class and one SSS-class awakened individual would undoubtedly spell an irretrievable disaster for the Great Xia. Yet, to their astonishment, Chen Ming and Zhang Bo re-emerged from the portal, engaged in lively conversation, with Zhang Bo appearing even more adoring, akin to an enamored disciple. The confidence, pride, and demeanor expected of a 5-star Great Xia hunter seemed utterly absent. In truth, one could easily label him a sycophant without hesitation. Had they returned so soon? Was it possible that their attempt had failed? Such a scenario was indeed plausible. Rumors suggested that in mutated dungeons, one must vanquish the guardian boss to escape. Surely even he, the Lord of the Undead, would hesitate to take such a risk. No matter how formidable, the fear of death is a natural instinct. After all, ultimately, he is but a mere mortal. Enough of this. Regardless of his capabilities, it is not for us to speculate, Zhao Qian interjected, concerned that such words might reach Chen Ming's ears and adversely affect their rapport. Due to the disparity in their ranks, none dared to challenge his authority. The thoughts they had on the tip of their tongues were swallowed in silence. While they refrained from voicing their opinions, internally, they could not help but feel that Zhao Qian was excessively reverent, almost obsequious, towards Chen Ming. This behavior could only serve to diminish the Star Alliance's influence, image, and status endlessly. The sound of hurried footsteps interrupted their thoughts. It was an aide. "Commander Zhao?" she exclaimed, having arrived at Zhao Qian's side before Chen Ming and Zhang Bo. "What has transpired? Why the urgency?" Zhang Bo felt a twinge of concern at the aide's demeanor. Could it be that yet another perilous secret realm had arisen? Good news. The 13th teleportation portal at Tianlu Mountain Park in the southern city has been successfully closed. After taking a moment to steady her breath, the aide relayed the information she had gathered without delay. "What? Secretary Yang, are you jesting with us?" The skeptics immediately interjected, voicing their doubts. After all, Chen Ming and Zhang Bo had left for the teleportation entrance and returned in less than 10 minutes. How could two individuals resolve a problem that had eluded dozens of high-ranking hunters? Upon hearing this, the aide's expression turned icy, and she retorted, "Rest assured, Mr. Qian, I am not so careless as to make light of matters of such grave importance." For a moment, Mr. Qian was left speechless, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, the aide noticed Chen Ming and Zhang Bo approaching. Yes, it was Hunter Zhang Bo and this gentleman beside him who, from their entry into the mutated dungeon to their exit, took less than 5 minutes. Less than 5 minutes? They had completed it even faster. The skeptics, including Mr. Qian, could not suppress their astonishment. At this juncture, they echoed the aide's sentiments, believing it improbable that she would trivialize such a critical issue. Moreover, based on their understanding of her character, the aide was known for her meticulousness, often perceived as stern and difficult to engage with. Observing the stunned silence of the older gentleman, Zhao Qian concealed a smile. He had no desire to waste time with them. Hastening his steps towards Chen Ming and Zhang Bo, they deserved a warm welcome for resolving yet another predicament for the Star Alliance. "Thank you both for your tremendous contributions to the harmony and stability of the Great Xia. I, along with the entire Star Alliance, will forever be grateful," Zhao Qian expressed sincerely. Zhang Bo, hesitant to accept such accolades, quickly insisted, "Commander Zhao, it was entirely Mr. Chen's accomplishment in eliminating the monsters and closing the portal. I scarcely had the opportunity to draw my sword." The embarrassment on his face, coupled with his markedly more humble demeanor, left no room for doubt in Zhao Qian and the aide's minds regarding the veracity of his words. Could it truly be possible for one individual to conquer an A-class dungeon in less than 5 minutes? Mr. Qian voiced his incredulity, not from skepticism, but sheer astonishment. "Of course it is possible. The evidence stands before you," the aide replied, her words leaving no room for counterargument. The sting of her remark felt akin to an invisible slap to the face. Mr. Qian, still unconvinced, stepped forward to confirm, "Hunter Chen, did you truly conquer the A-class dungeon all by yourself?" Though Chen Ming was distanced from the earlier conversation between Mr. Qian and Zhao Qian, he had heard every word distinctly. To avoid further entanglement, he chose silence, instead opening a shadowy portal beside him. The newly summoned skeletal dog, freshly recruited as a loyal servant, emerged with an air of solemnity. "Why not inquire with it?" Chen Ming suggested. Yet, it was clear that Mr. Qian had not registered Chen Ming's words. It was not a matter of unwillingness to listen. Upon witnessing the skeletal dog, he appeared utterly stupefied, his eyes rolling back before he collapsed, unconscious. Fortunately, Zhao Qian was quick to react, catching him just in time, averting a potentially disastrous fall for the elderly man. Zhao Qian, rather than harboring resentment, felt immense gratitude towards Chen Ming. This incident provided him with the perfect opportunity to diminish the influence of these stubborn old-timers within the Star Alliance, preventing their antiquated views from causing further delays and losses. Subsequently, he assigned others to escort Mr. Qian to a resting area. Zhao Qian intended to invite Chen Ming to his office for a proper expression of gratitude, as well as to explore the possibility of extending another invitation for Chen Ming to join the Star Alliance, not as a hunter, but as a commander. Zhao Qian believed wholeheartedly in Chen Ming's strength and intellect. However, Chen Ming had little time to ponder Zhao Qian's thoughts. His mind was preoccupied with strategizing how to maximize the benefits of the skill that promised a hundredfold return. He was determined to avoid nurturing a potential threat to his safety or creating unnecessary complications. Mr. Chen, please, Zhao Qian gestured. Very well, Chen Ming replied. Just as he stepped forward, the aide's expression shifted dramatically. Her voice trembled with urgency as she spoke into a satellite communication device. What did you say? Is that confirmed? Chapter 148. The Tower of Trials, unique to the Great Xia. Upon hearing the news, Chen Ming, Zhang Bo, Zhao Qian, and their companions all halted their departure in unison. Even without needing to glance, the tone of the secretary's voice made it abundantly clear that a significant event was unfolding domestically. The three promptly made their way over. After patiently waiting for the secretary to conclude his call, Zhao Qian finally ventured to inquire. Secretary Yang, what has transpired? A soldier from the Southern Domain's customs has reeled in a tower, Secretary Yang replied. A tower? What sort of tower? Zhao Qian pressed further. A towering edifice that pierces the clouds, its height indiscernible to the naked eye, Secretary Yang elaborated. As for the circumstances within the tower, everything remains shrouded in mystery, as we have yet to receive an exploration order. Zhao Qian instinctively shifted his gaze to Chen Ming, pondering whether he might possess insider knowledge. To his surprise, Chen Ming preemptively uttered a term before Zhao Qian could inquire. The Tower of Trials. The Tower of Trials? Zhao Qian's eyes filled with confusion. These four words entirely alien to him. Indeed, each level is guarded by corresponding monsters, and upon successfully conquering them, participants can reap substantial rewards. Moreover, until one thoroughly completes a level, they may repeatedly challenge it, Chen Ming recounted, having gleaned this information from the resource map and the tower's detailed introduction. Zhao Qian, however, was not curious about how Chen Ming acquired this knowledge and refrained from probing further. He believed that everyone harbored their own secrets, and there was no need to pry. Maintaining a sense of distance was paramount, in Zhao Qian's view. I would say that words are insufficient. We should simply proceed to investigate, Chen Ming declared. As he spoke, a small portal materialized before him in midair. It then rapidly expanded and descended to the ground. This portal led directly to the location of the Tower of Trials. Impossibly close. Chen Ming was the first to step through, followed closely by Zhao Qian, Zhang Bo, Secretary Yang, and the others, all eager to behold the so-called Tower of Trials in all its glory. However, upon emerging from the portal, they were all taken aback by the sight before them. A colossal, cloud-piercing cylindrical tower loomed, so immense that even from a distance of several dozen meters, it could not be fully comprehended at a glance. How to describe the atmosphere? It evoked an unsettling sensation, indeed, a feeling of nausea. The surface appeared as if coated with a layer of molten asphalt, solidifying in a slow flow. Yet, merely this would not suffice to convey the sense of disgust. Rather, the solidified scene resembled the anguished souls, trapped within, desperately attempting to break free after failing to conquer the Tower of Trials. Such artistry, one would expect to find only in horror films, now manifested itself vividly in the daily lives of the masses. Even those seasoned in battle, like Zhang Bo and Zhao Qian, felt a shiver run down their spines. The palpable aversion to this enigmatic and unknown tower was evident on their faces. Every cell in their bodies seemed to warn them against entering the tower. Was the drone able to capture the precise height of this tower? And what secrets lie hidden at its summit? Zhao Qian's first words upon regaining his composure were directed at Secretary Yang. Before Secretary Yang could respond, a voice from an officer reached their ears. Unfortunately, the drone loses control the moment it ventures beyond the mist. The same applies to fighter jets and helicopters. We have lost numerous flying apparatuses as a result, though thankfully, there have been no casualties. Hearing the officer's words, Zhao Qian inquired, what about satellites? Alas, this vast expanse is enveloped in thick fog, rendering it impenetrable to satellites. The officer replied with a shake of his head. It appeared that within this tower lay secrets that someone wished to keep concealed from them. To uncover these mysteries, one would have to ascend to the pinnacle, Zhao Qian concluded. As for this so-called secret, Chen Ming held little interest. He had attempted to open a portal at the summit before, but just like the rules within the secret realms, places that were not marked on the map and had not been visited in person could not be accessed. Only after having been there once could one freely activate the portal. At this moment, Chen Ming was more concerned about what sights awaited them within the tower. As he was about to propose that they venture forth as pioneers to explore the tower's interior, he noticed the profound worry etched on Zhao Qian's face. Rest assured, this tower differs from typical portal entrances. There is no time constraint, and monsters will not escape from within, Chen Ming assured them, endeavoring to explain in terms they would understand. A permanent secret realm entrance. While Zhao Qian comprehended this, he could not ascertain whether it was a boon or a bane for the Great Xia, or for the world at large. Indeed, each level's secret realm instance varies. It may be a solo instance or a team instance, Chen Ming continued, sharing further insights gleaned from the resource map. Upon entering the Tower of Trials, The myriad realms fishing will automatically unlock an icon for the Tower of Trials, providing more intricate details within. Moreover, the monsters within the tower drop a material known as blood core upon defeat, from which one can extract and easily transform into a substantial energy source. The stronger the monster, the larger the blood core, and the more energy it contains. Additionally, blood cores can be utilized to forge equipment. With the existing SS-level blacksmiths in the Great Xia, crafting powerful weapons for common folk is not overly challenging. While these weapons may not rival those wielded by hunters with advanced skills, they certainly lower the threshold for becoming a professional hunter. The higher the forging technique, the greater the quality of the blood core, and the smaller the gap in disparity, Chen Ming concluded. Is that so? That sounds marvelous. After listening to Chen Ming's discourse, Zhao Qian felt entirely convinced that the Tower of Trials presented an opportunity for the Great Xia, at least for the time being. For even without delving into the circumstances within the tower, there would be no uncontrollable disasters or repercussions. Secretary Yang, have we received any feedback from the Hunter Alliance? Are there any instances of other countries fishing up the Tower of Trials? Zhao Qian inquired. Secretary Yang set down his phone and shook his head. According to the information relayed from the Alliance, the Tower of Trials has only been discovered in the Great Xia thus far. Excellent. Expedite the organization of professional hunters to explore the Tower of Trials and procure blood cores. Zhao Qian commanded. In his view, this represented an extraordinary opportunity for the Great Xia. By seizing this chance, the strength, global status, and influence of the Star Alliance would undoubtedly undergo a transformative elevation. Chapter 149, A Place Unfit for Humans. Subsequently, after discussions among several commanders, it was decided to grant all registered professional hunters of the Star Alliance free access to the Tower of Trials. This course of action served a dual purpose. On one hand, it would compel those who had indeed acquired skills but hesitated to choose between going solo or joining the Star Alliance to make a decisive choice. On the other hand, it would expedite the reconstruction and stabilization of the financial system based on blood cores. As the esteemed soldier who had initially fished up the Tower of Trials, the Special Forces soldier was also the subject of extensive media coverage and accolades. This was done to ensure that everyone knew the Star Alliance would never neglect any individual who had rendered service. A true pearl shall never gather dust. This matter swiftly reached the hawkish nations, including the Bangguo and Yingao. They expressed profound interest in the existence of the blood core, beseeching the Star Alliance to permit their professional hunters to venture into the trial tower and partake in the trials. In response, the Great Xia faction asserted that the environment within the trial tower remains uncertain. Given the life and death stakes concerning foreign personnel, they would decide to open the trial tower to outsiders only once they ensured that everything was within a controllable scope. Furthermore, even if they were to grant access, a fee would be imposed. Nothing would be free of charge. Despite voices of condemnation and attempts by some to exert pressure on Great Xia through the Hunter Alliance to expedite the opening of the trial tower at no cost, this news was selectively overlooked by the Alliance. The reason was quite straightforward. Aside from the current strength of the Great Xia Star Alliance, the mere mention of the undead sovereign was enough to render them breathless, leaving no room for errant thoughts. They were apprehensive that should relations with the Star Alliance deteriorate to the point of conflict, there would be dire consequences. Even if the undead sovereign had little direct connection to the Star Alliance, he was nonetheless a citizen of Great Xia. Who could guarantee that he would turn a blind eye to skirmishes among ordinary people? The repercussions of provoking him would be unimaginable. This was particularly true for the hawkish nations, Yinghua and Bangguo, who had recently expended significant resources to enlist Chen Ming in their campaigns against monsters. In this affair, they unanimously chose to abstain, refraining from expressing any opinions, a stark contrast to their usual role as the vanguard in matters concerning Great Xia, where they would typically engage in overt and covert conflicts. Meanwhile, as the principal actor who had quelled their arrogance, Chen Ming stepped into the trial tower with the first batch of selected high-ranking professional hunters. The first level of the trial tower was designated as a solitary realm. Although a group had entered, they were teleported into various distinct spaces. The blinding white light gradually dimmed, revealing scenes bit by bit. A city in ruins? Chen Ming opened the resource map, which displayed only a small area devoid of any place names. Though the scene appeared expansive, the actual range was surprisingly limited. Closing the resource map, he realized there was no need for further examination. The monsters were already laid bare before him. Grr, grr. The low growls echoed continuously as a horde of dilapidated, foul-smelling zombies emerged from every alleyway and behind walls, clawing their way forward. Their numbers swelled rapidly, soon exceeding 100. Was this merely the first level? Chen Ming gazed skyward, envisioning the formidable challenges that awaited in the upper tiers. He refrained from acting hastily, waiting until all the zombies had revealed themselves and surged toward him. His eyes ignited with a crimson glow. Boom. In an instant, 2 beams of laser shot forth, piercing through and shattering the skulls of dozens of zombies in a straight line. As he turned his head, he dispatched the zombies with precision strikes, cleaving the larger ones in 2. Zombies slain successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received a wooden chest. Zombies slain successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received a wooden chest. Zombie slain successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received a wooden chest. This S-class skill, known as Laser Eye, garnered substantial acclaim regardless of how many times it was employed. Not only could it obliterate the feeble flesh of zombies, but even the towering skyscrapers nearby could be severed and melted, leading to their collapse. Just when he thought the first level would conclude there, a resounding thud echoed from behind him. Ming turned to see an exceptionally large figure. The lower half resembled a humanoid zombie, while the upper half was obscured by a chaotic assemblage of metallic parts, with 3 prominent blades resembling the propellers of an old-fashioned aircraft. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that chainsaw blades were wrapped around each propeller, as if 3 chainsaws had been disassembled and reassembled into this grotesque contraption. Buzzing. In no time, as the chainsaw whirred to life, the blades spun in unison, charging toward Chen Ming like a meat grinder. This abomination was undoubtedly more lethal than any ordinary meat grinder, capable of reducing a person to mere pulp in an instant. Chen Ming had no intention of testing his defensive capabilities. His eyes flared red once more. Boom. As the laser shot forth, it collided with the meat grinder, producing a tremendous explosion accompanied by surging flames and billowing black smoke. Meat grinder slain successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 wooden chests. Upon feeling the feedback from the laser's piercing impact, Chen Ming's crimson gaze extinguished, returning to normal. Moments later, as the black smoke dissipated, mechanical parts were sent flying in all directions, littering the ground. The chainsaw-like blades were severely twisted and deformed, lodged into a concrete wall. The creature itself was now reduced to a pair of legs, struggling to remain upright, while the rest of its flesh had been vaporized and shattered under the dual onslaught of the explosion and Chen Ming's laser eye. Seeing the portal materialize out of thin air, Chen Ming understood that he had successfully cleared the first challenge. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained a new undead minion, Zombie 230. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained a new undead minion, Meat Grinder 1. Setting aside other considerations, Chen Ming found the attack method of the meat grinder zombie intriguing and worthy of incorporation into his undead legion. Notably, the portal for departure remained perpetually open. Challengers lacking sufficient strength could exit at any time, albeit at the cost of forfeiting any rewards. Even if they had acquired the blood core, it would be stripped away upon their return to the realm, and the monsters they had previously vanquished would respawn, resetting to 0. The blood core, located within the creature's body, necessitated manual extraction. Fortunately, Chen Ming possessed the S-class skill, Object Control, which allowed him to accurately identify the blood core's location, forcibly extract it, and stow it in his system's backpack. Following this, he proceeded toward the teleportation passage leading to the second level of the trial tower. Meanwhile, outside the trial tower, professional hunters who had exited due to fear, exhaustion, and various other reasons had already surpassed half of the total. The consensus was clear. This was not a place for humans. Chapter 150, Frenzied Strategy. Records continually refresh. The first level, functioning as a solo instance, housed hundreds of zombies. Initially bewildered by the sight of someone emerging in a disheveled state after barely a minute inside, Zhao Qian soon had his confusion dispelled after hearing their descriptions of the harrowing scene within. It was hard to fathom that the first level could be so treacherous. What horrors awaited on the 10th, 20th, or 30th levels? Thank goodness they could exit at any time. Otherwise, countless lives would undoubtedly be lost, Zhao Qian mused. My heavens. Truly, the undead sovereign. Is this completion time for real? Who could possibly break through? A surprised exclamation from someone piqued Zhao Qian's curiosity, prompting him to rush over and inquire about the commotion. Commander Zhao, actually. The man, showing no hesitation, handed his phone to Zhao Qian. The screen displayed new features added to the phishing app, specifically one named Trial Tower. Currently open was the leaderboard feature for the Trial Tower, showcasing the top 500 contenders. There are 2 lists in total, one for the number of levels conquered and another for the completion times of the Trials Tower. Undoubtedly, the name that stands out is Chen Ming, a figure as familiar as the back of one's hand. On the leaderboard for the number of levels cleared in the Trials Tower, there are a total of 352 individuals, and with Chen Ming included. It perfectly corresponds to the professional hunters dispatched by the Star Alliance. Except for Chen Ming, who has achieved a score of 1. All others are marked with a resounding 0. In the leaderboard for completion times, only Chen Ming appears, having cleared the realm from the moment the monsters emerged to their swift demise in a mere 2 minutes and 1 second. A figure that leaves everyone in awe. 2 minutes and 1 second. Was the monster eliminated the instant it appeared? It must be so. It's simply outrageous. His record is undoubtedly unattainable for any of us. I can only wonder how many levels he will conquer today. Look, another name has been added to the rankings. Hunter Zhangbo. 8 minutes and 24 seconds. More than 4 times slower. Understandable, as one possesses an S-level skill while the other wields an SS-level skill. This is just the beginning. As one progresses, the gap will only widen. Returning the phone, which had become useless for any operations, to its rightful owner. Zhao Qian's gaze fixated intently on the trials tower before him. He had no intention of leaving, resolutely waiting until Chen Ming emerged to convey the words he had not had the chance to express earlier, an invitation for Chen Ming to join the Star Alliance as one of its leaders. At all costs, he would pursue this goal. Zhao Qian's eyes gleamed with determination. He believed that whether to end the apocalypse or to coexist with it, Chen Ming was an indispensable force. Regardless of whether it took 1 year, 2 years, or even 10, as long as Zhao Qian remained in this position, he would not abandon his endeavor to recruit Chen Ming. Naturally, he needed to maintain a proper sense of distance to avoid counterproductive outcomes. Meanwhile, Chen Ming had already cleared the 2nd level, and the portal to the 3rd level opened accordingly. As the toxic mist dissipated, the ground was littered with the corpses of mutated spiders, piled high like a mountain. This was originally a group dungeon, yet with no one to team up with. His prowess rendered a party unnecessary. The S-level skill, Toxic Mist, filled the entire cave, ensuring that any mutated spider that dared to emerge would be instantly poisoned to death. Stealing in progress. Stealing successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the E-level skill Bite, the F-level skill Toxic Stinger, and the F-level skill Web Binding. Extracting in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a new undead servant, 800 mutated spiders. Upon acquiring the treasure chest, seizing skills, and extracting the undead, he utilized his control object spell to extract the blood core. Having resolved everything, Chen Ming decisively entered the portal leading to the 3rd level of the Trials Tower. In the 3rd level, the scene shifted once again, resembling the 1st level. Following a multitude of corpse hounds, there emerged a massive corpse hound, its size comparable to that of a giant elephant. Chen Ming raised his arm, fingers half-curled, toward the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. A series of flames, as ethereal as red silk, swiftly entwined, coalescing into a colossal fireball that continued to expand. As the corpse hound began to move, Chen Ming's arm fell sharply. Boom. That fiery sphere, more radiant than the sun, descended immediately, obliterating the large corpse hound and its minions, turning them to ashes. Corpse hound killed successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 wooden treasure chests. Corpse hound killed successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 wooden treasure chests. Giant corpse hound killed successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 black iron treasure chest. It seemed that even with a minuscule fraction of power, employing an SSS level skill against these monsters felt somewhat akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, Chen Ming mused. After repeating the identical process, he turned and stepped into the 4th level of the Trials Tower. The vast expanse of green grassland, accompanied by a gentle breeze, instilled a sense of tranquility in Chen Ming. However, the tranquility was soon disrupted as unwelcome foes began to spawn one after another. Emerging from patches of pixelation, they gradually took form, gaining detail, color, and fur. Chen Ming glanced over, noting a total of 6 unicorn wolves. Their considerable size allowed them to harness the power of the wind through their prominent horns, shooting forth invisible blades of wind. If one's perception was lacking, it would be easy to fall prey to their attacks. As a solo dungeon, this was certainly not weak. With keen observation, one could discern the approach of wind blades from the movement of the grass beneath their feet. Facing the simultaneous onslaught of 6 wind blades, Chen Ming thought, wind blades, you say? I happen to possess some as well, and they are of S level. He raised his hand, fingers splayed open, and a super wind blade, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's scythe, materialized in an instant. Silent as a whisper, it sliced through the air toward the 6 unicorn wolves, effortlessly shattering their meager wind blades. The pupils of the 6 unicorn wolves constricted, clearly sensing the imminent danger. Unfortunately, their reaction speed could not keep pace. Splash, splash, splash. Blood erupted, their forms severed in an instant, annihilated. Unicorn wolf killed successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received 6 black iron treasure chests. Stealing in progress. Stealing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the E-level skill Windblade, the E-level skill Roar of Dread, the F-level skill Acceleration, and the F-level skill Pounce. Extracting in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 6 new undead servants, unicorn wolves. After collecting the blood core, he once again achieved a flawless clearance. The 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th levels followed suit. The Trials Tower had entirely transformed into Chen Ming's domain for expanding his undead army and experimenting with skills. Aside from instantaneous kills, there were no exceptions. At least for the moment, no monster existed that could withstand a second strike from him. His mind remained as tranquil as a still lake. Outside the Trials Tower, hundreds of onlookers stood in stunned silence, their eyes glued to the constantly refreshing levels and completion times on their phones. Chapter 151, Sect Ruins. Zombie Cultivators. I knew he was formidable, but I never anticipated that he would surpass my expectations by 10-fold, or even 100-fold. Are you certain it is only 100-fold? Over at Zhang Bo's side, He seemed to be struggling to break through the second level, while Ming was on the verge of surpassing the 10th. Indeed, the strong only grow stronger. While we mere mortals can never hope to catch up, did you really think you could ever match him? Look, Zhang Bo has finally breached the second level. The undead lord has also surpassed the 10th level and is now heading toward the 11th. Monsters, these monsters. Look, someone else is emerging from the portal. Wait. Isn't that Zhang Bo? As Zhang Bo staggered out from the portal, battered and bruised, Zhao Qian led a group of people rushing to greet him, treating him like a star surrounded by admirers. Hunter Zhang, are you alright? Do you need me to contact a healer for you? Seeing the numerous gashes on Zhang Bo's clothes, blood seeping through and staining the fabric red, Zhao Qian inquired with concern. Thank you for your concern, Commander Zhao. But it's unnecessary. I've already taken healing potions, Zhang Bo replied, shaking his head to reassure Zhao Qian. By the way, where's Mr. Chen? Zhang Bo urgently inquired about Chen Ming, his first-hand experience of the Trials Tower's horrors leaving him worried about Chen Ming's safety. While in the Trials Tower, all of Zhang Bo's focus had been on how to combat the monsters and navigate the dungeon, leaving no room for complacency. Mr. Chen has yet to engage with the myriad realms of the fishing software, let alone the minor feature of the Trial Tower. Mr. Chen is currently conquering the 11th level. Zhao Qian candidly stated. Is that so? Zhang Bo's voice faltered momentarily, only to be replaced by a surge of excitement. He grasped Zhao Qian's shoulders, disregarding all notions of propriety, and repeatedly inquired, You can't be jesting, can you? The 11th level? Mr. Chen has already conquered the 10th level of the Trial Tower? Alone? His words dripped with disbelief as he murmured, In comparison, I was utterly exhausted after clearing the second level of the Trial Tower, devoid of any fighting spirit. Clearly, I must strive harder to enhance my strength. Zhao Qian was taken aback, witnessing for the first time the typically composed individual display such a countenance. However, before Zhao Qian could respond, an excited voice interjected nearby, Heavens! The 11th level of the Trial Tower has also been conquered by the undead lord. So soon? Even Zhao Qian, who had only just come to terms with the situation and managed to steady his thoughts, found himself equally flustered. It felt as though, as the levels of the Trial Tower ascended and the monsters grew increasingly formidable, Chen Ming's pace of conquest had not merely remained constant, but had accelerated inexplicably. 10 stars. He recalled how someone had once suggested using these two words to highlight uniqueness, the mightiest of the great Xia, enticing Chen Ming to join the Star Alliance. In retrospect, it now seemed laughable, let alone 10 stars. Even 100 stars could scarcely encapsulate Chen Ming's prowess in Zhao Qian's eyes. The most absurd aspect was that having witnessed so much, it was still merely the tip of the iceberg. Casting a sidelong glance at the Trial Tower, Zhao Qian couldn't help but wonder where Chen Ming's limits truly lay. Levels 12, 13, 14, 15. Time passed swiftly. Chen Ming had now reached the 20th level. Initially contemplating the modest gains and the near completion of his exploration, he intended to return and relay the findings within the tower to the Star Alliance. However, seeing that he was already at the 19th level, he decided to round it off by also exploring the 20th level and completing the conquest. Unfortunately, once one departs from the Trial Tower, control over the undead is relinquished, rendering them immobile. Otherwise, he could have left them there, continuously conquering until reaching the pinnacle of the tower. Chen Ming sighed. Stepping through the portal, he arrived at the 20th level. The negativity from the previous moment was completely washed away, as the scene before him captivated his attention deeply. A ruined sect, clearly the site of a recent, fierce battle. Transcendent cultivators? He pondered in astonishment, realizing that such a secret realm existed within the Trial Tower. Simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming thrill, eager to witness the spectacle of extracting the cultivators as undead after their demise. The instinct for danger surged within him. Chen Ming sidestepped, executing the minimal movement necessary to precisely evade a sword that zipped past him. Sword control technique? His gaze shifted to a cultivator standing 20 to 30 meters away. Right hand extended forward, fingers poised together, left hand raised across his body, gripping his right elbow, diligently maneuvering the flying sword. Unsurprisingly, he too had succumbed to the zombie virus. It was easy to discern from the decaying flesh exposed to the air and the murky, misty eyes. A fusion of cultivators and zombies? Quite a dissonance. Yet, it was uncertain whether being bitten by such a zombie would result in one being assimilated into a zombie cultivator. Unlike ordinary zombies, while contemplating, Chen Ming employed his control technique to redirect the incoming sword, seizing control with greater speed as it soared toward the zombie cultivator. With a swift motion, he executed a headshot, instantly killing him. Zombie cultivator slain successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 bronze chest. Initiating extraction. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring D-Class Skill Sword Control, D-Class Skill Fire Control, E-Class Skill Barrier Technique, E-Class Skill Body Technique. Initiating extraction. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new Undead Servant, Zombie Cultivator 1. In the next moment, as he opened the shadow gate, a transformed zombie cultivator emerged, drawing a sword from his back. He appeared significantly more advanced than before, exuding an unmistakable aura of superiority inherent to the undead form. From a minor creature, he had been elevated to elite status. Ming was about to step closer for a closer inspection when his sense of danger was triggered once more. The undead cultivator shot a sword toward him. Betrayal? That was simply inconceivable. Whoosh. The blade whizzed past his ear, followed by the sounds of clashing swords behind him. Turning around, he observed the flying sword of the undead cultivator engaged in fierce combat, with another sword wielded by a zombie cultivator, sparks flying. Ming was not the least surprised. The undead were unwaveringly loyal to their king. They would rather perish than allow any outsider to lay a finger on him. Boom. The undead cultivator's sword was deflected. This was not due to his diminished strength after becoming undead, but rather because the number of zombie cultivators had increased. Ming closed his eyes, activating the S-class skill Divine Eye, surveying the entire map. There were 30 zombie cultivators in total. No, 31. The boss guarding the level was unlike the others. Appearing ahead of time. Chapter 152. Merciless Slaughter. Tier 2 Blood Core. Most bosses guarding the levels only materialized after the minions were defeated. Alternatively, they might spawn alongside the minions to bolster their ranks, waiting until the minions were vanquished or the challenger initiated the first strike before they acted. However, this time, the advanced zombie cultivator, serving as the boss of the 20th level, not only appeared early but also launched a flaming weapon toward Ming from over 100 meters away. Unlike the swords wielded by the other zombie cultivators, this one possessed a far superior quality. Engaging in a head-on clash, Ming had no such leisure. Under the gaze of the Divine Eye, everything unfolded before him in a godly perspective. He selected the advanced zombie cultivator, distinguishable by his gray-red robe and the 3 swords at his back, one of which was already drawn, opening the panel to reveal his skills. Select all, one-click theft. Initiating theft. Theft successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring D-Class Skill Sword Control, D-Class Skill Fire Sword Technique, D-Class Skill 3 Swords Return to 1, D-Class Skill Incineration Technique, D-Class Skill Fire Demon Transformation. 5 D-Class skills acquired in total. At the instant the system announced it, the flame sword that had been 3 to 4 meters away from Ming extinguished, falling to the ground, no longer under the control of the advanced zombie cultivator. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. The remaining 30 zombie cultivators were undeterred, unleashing their swords like a torrential downpour toward Ming. Boom. Ming utilized his S-class skill to summon a tornado that spiraled skyward, engulfing the swords along with the 30 zombie cultivators and the advanced zombie cultivator within its vortex. What transpired next was evident, as the small segment transformed into a blood-red whirlwind. Zombie cultivators slain successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30 bronze chests. Advanced zombie cultivator slain successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 bronze chests. After acquiring the chests, he proceeded to steal skills and extract the undead without delay. Once more, the blood core was extracted, and the challenges of the 20th level of the secret realm were completed without any unexpected dangers. In his palm lay a fiery red blood core, pulsating with flickers of flame, obtained from a high-level zombie cultivator. Ming marveled at its beauty. Having already perused its detailed description, not only did it possess immense energy for weapon forging, but it also held the potential to endow weapons with a fiery attribute. Such blood cores would undeniably become a crucial and scarce resource in the future. Clenching his fist, Ming gazed at the 2 open portals before him, stretched his arms lazily, and decided that this would suffice for today. He then stepped through the portal leading out of the trial tower. Upon exiting, he was immediately met with a cacophony of voices. Goodness, that undead lord must be cheating, right? He has already breached the 20th level. Zhang Bo, a hunter with an S-class skill, had barely managed to conquer the 2nd level, expending all his energy and nearly losing his life. How could he always achieve such rapid completions? The answer was simple. His undead were far superior to the monsters within the trial tower. Are the undead indeed stronger than those monsters within the trial tower? Look, the undead lord has emerged. At this moment, some in the crowd noticed Ming stepping out from the portal. Was the 20th level truly his limit? Just take a look at his nonchalant demeanor, completely unscathed. Does he seem pushed to his limits? Indeed, it did not appear so. Zhang Bo and Zhao Qian, having not engaged in their conversation, hurried towards Ming. Mr. Chen, I am in awe of your prowess. I barely survived the 2nd level, yet you single-handedly conquered all 20 levels. Zhang Bo exclaimed, akin to a starstruck fan. In comparison, what monsters did you encounter on the 1st and 2nd levels? Ming inquired for confirmation. The 1st level featured zombies, with the boss wielding 3 chainsaws spinning above its head, resembling a meat grinder. The 3rd level was swarmed with hundreds of mutated spiders, an absurd number. Zhang Bo recounted honestly, leaving nothing concealed. It appeared that the monsters encountered on each level of the trial tower were fixed, with no random respawning. Subsequently, Ming revealed the types, skills, and quantities of monsters from the first 20 levels to Zhao Qian, who diligently took notes. Once finished, Zhao Qian expressed his excitement. Mr. Chen, Thank you immensely for the invaluable intelligence. With this information, we can devise a strategy before our assault, minimizing casualties. No need for thanks, Chen Ming replied, promptly producing a sack filled with blood cores. I have no use for these. You may consider providing me a discounted rate when forging weapons in the future. Oh, certainly. Zhao Qian instinctively reached out, only for Chen Ming to stretch his hand, causing him to bend under the weight of the heavy sack. The sack thudded to the ground. Fortunately, the blood cores themselves were durable enough to withstand such impact without damage. What is this? Zhao Qian exclaimed curiously as he opened the sack to find an assortment of blood cores of various sizes. One particular core, resembling molten lava and roughly the size of his palm, stood out prominently, radiating a faint warmth. Blood core granted successfully. A 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 548,000 blood cores. Secondary blood core granted successfully. A 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 secondary blood cores. Ah, by the way, Chen Ming recalled upon seeing the notification of the 100-fold return. There is something I haven't mentioned. Blood cores vary in rank. Ordinary ones can extract energy and enhance weapon quality, while advanced cores can bestow weapons with special abilities. Special abilities. Zhao Qian's curiosity was instantly piqued. Indeed, take for instance this blood core in your hand. It is a secondary one, and when infused into a weapon, it can grant a fiery attribute, Chen Ming elucidated. Fire, a fiery attribute. Zhao Qian exclaimed, hastily cradling it as if it were fragile, handling it with utmost care. The rank of blood cores ranges from 1 to 9, with 1 being the lowest and 9 the highest. The higher the rank, the greater the enhancement it provides. That's all I know, Chen Ming admitted candidly. Sufficient. Absolutely sufficient. Thank you once again, Mr. Chen, for braving the edge of life and death to bring us such invaluable intelligence. Zhao Qian bowed deeply, nearly at a 90-degree angle. Braving the edge of life and death. Chen Ming reflected on the scenes of swift annihilation. He did not quite share that sentiment. However, if Zhao Qian wished to perceive it that way, he bore no objection, as it posed no harm. I have a few matters I would like to discuss privately with Commander Zhao. Shall we return to the Star Alliance? Chen Ming inquired. He contemplated appropriately enhancing the overall combat strength of the Star Alliance, stabilizing the situation within the Daxiao realm, and simultaneously reaping the benefits of the 100-fold return. Before that, Mr. Chen, I have something of great importance I wish to discuss with you. Zhao Qian spoke earnestly. He intended to invite Chen Ming to become one of the commanders of the Star Alliance. Chapter 153, Overestimating the Enemy, Underestimating Oneself. Please, go ahead. As soon as the portal opened slightly, it promptly closed. Although you previously declined the offer to become a 9-star hunter, this time, I extend an invitation for you to join the Star Alliance as one of its commanders. What say you? The inclusion of the word one was indispensable. It was not that Zhao Qian was reluctant to part with his measure of power. Rather, he feared that others would be unwilling to do so. Should Chen Ming aspire to be the sole leader, Zhao Qian would not hesitate to relinquish authority, wholeheartedly supporting him. However, those who thought in such a manner were ultimately a mere minority, and Zhao Qian could not dictate the thoughts of others. Zhao Qian still held the decision-making power to nominate Chen Ming as one of the commanders. Would they dare refuse? Chen Ming's prowess was evident. Who would have the audacity to reject him? The undead lord appeared to be in his early 20s, and yet he had ascended to the highest command of the Star Alliance. This was what they meant by youthful prodigies, was it not? Absolutely formidable. Truly formidable. A paragon for our generation. Just earlier, one might have felt prideful at achieving a B-class skill at the age of 23. But now it was clear that the ancients were right. There are always those stronger beyond the horizon. In contrast to the onlookers, Chen Ming remained remarkably composed. I appreciate Commander Zhao's goodwill. However, I humbly believe I lack the political acumen and leadership capabilities to accept such a position. The title of commander sounded indeed impressive. Yet should Chen Ming agree, it would bind him to the Star Alliance. At that point, the balance between sacrifice and reward would inevitably become difficult to maintain. Chen Ming had no desire to shoulder the burden of saving the world or to bear the unreasonable expectations of others. If he failed to meet the expectations of certain individuals, it was a foregone conclusion that he would be subjected to unending reproach. Chen Ming sought to avoid such self-inflicted torment. Ah, I see. What a pity. Nonetheless, that position will always be held for you. Should you ever wish to join the Star Alliance, the door will be open. A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhao Qian's eyes. He quickly adjusted his mood and did not rush. He understood that such matters required a gradual approach. Life ahead was long, and there was no need to rush. Very well, Chen Ming nodded in agreement. Just as he prepared to open the portal to the Star Alliance, an exclamation from the crowd shattered the tranquility. What is that? A portal? Where did that portal come from? Hey, didn't they say monsters wouldn't escape from the trial tower? At this moment, someone in the crowd raised their hand and shouted, "Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I have just completed my task and obtained an opportunity for fishing. Unable to resist, I ended up catching something." The words hung in the air, leaving everyone on edge. What exactly did you catch? Someone pressed urgently. The system indicates it is a chi refinement period cultivator, the man replied. As soon as the words left his lips, a young man clad in a flowing azure robe, with a long sword slung across his back and an appearance reminiscent of ancient times, emerged from the portal. He certainly exuded an air of ethereal grace. So, is he friend or foe? Just as someone posed the question, the young man drew his 7-foot-long sword and immediately struck at the nearest individual. The unfortunate soul, despite quick reflexes, was still slashed across the chest, blood spraying from the wound. This guy is an enemy, with the hostile intent of the young cultivator confirmed. The crowd swiftly retreated, creating distance while conjuring fireballs, ice spikes, or raising their shields and swords, ready to charge at Zhao Qian's command for an assault. Another mysterious cultivator? Zhao Qian mused, a sudden recollection striking him. Mr. Chen, you mentioned that the boss at the 20th level consists of a group of such cultivators, correct? Indeed, came the reply from Ming, who had recently transformed into a high-level undead zombie cultivator. He swiftly stepped forward to introduce the situation to Zhao Qian. That is the one. Is it him? Perhaps due to the numerous paradigm-shifting events he had witnessed with Ming, Zhao Qian remained remarkably composed, far more than he had anticipated. Go test his strength. Ming instructed the high-level undead cultivator. The undead cultivator immediately took action, drawing his sword and accurately launching it through the crowd towards the young cultivator. Upon witnessing this, the young cultivator swiftly raised his sword to block, being forced back 7 or 8 steps by the force of the flying sword. The undead cultivator, not intending to grant the young man a moment's respite, drew 2 more identical swords simultaneously, directing them towards the young man's head from both sides, aiming to catch him off guard. Feeling this was still insufficiently secure, the undead cultivator activated the skill, fire sword technique. Boom, boom, as the swords soared through the air. Their dark blades ignited with white flames. Those who were somewhat closer could distinctly feel a wave of scorching heat approaching. It soon became evident that the undead cultivator had overestimated the young man's strength. With a swift motion, the 2 swords crossed, piercing through the young man's temples and exiting from beneath, completely penetrating his skull. His own green blade was sent flying. Following this, another sword pierced through his chest. Clearly, the young cultivator's strength fell short of that of the high-level undead cultivator. Whether he could be compared to an ordinary undead cultivator remained uncertain. Impressive. I anticipated a bloody storm, yet he was dispatched in an instant. Is this truly the boss of the 20th level? He certainly appears formidable. To challenge such a creature, it seems I must continue to strive harder. The road ahead is long and arduous. I yearn for that skill, even if it is merely to summon low-level zombies. Speaking of which, every skill must have a weakened version, right? Is it possible that the SSS level undead summoning is singular in nature, with no SS, S, or A-level counterparts to be caught? Could it be that the undead summoning skill is an ultra-rare skill, existing solely in the SSS level version? Oh, please don't shatter my beautiful dreams. Grabbing the treasure chest, seizing skills, and extracting the undead all in one go. The 3 long swords automatically returned to their sheaths, and the undead cultivator departed as swiftly as he had arrived. With the matter resolved, there was no need to linger. Ming activated the portal and, alongside Zhao Qian, departed the trial tower under the gaze of the crowd. Zhang Bo, meanwhile, decided to rest for a moment before continuing to the 3rd level of the trial tower for further challenges. He was keen to seize such a rare opportunity to hone his skills and acquire blood cores, thereby enhancing the overall strength of the Star Alliance. This would enable more individuals who lacked the chance to catch skills, yet possessed the requisite talent, to become professional hunters, bolstering their power to confront monsters head-on through weapon enhancements. Returning to the Star Alliance, Ming produced a significant gift he had previously decided upon. Chapter 154, The Allure of a Hundredfold Return. Mr. Chen, what is this? Zhao Qian exclaimed. Believing he had seen this device in Ming's villa, a self-operating turret capable of accurately identifying friend from foe and efficiently annihilating zombie monsters. I have managed to fish out several of these upright machine gun turrets and can provide the Star Alliance with 100 units as defensive weaponry, of course. Free of charge, Ming stated. Thank you so much, Mr. Chen. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. Zhao Qian stammered, overwhelmed with excitement. With these turrets, even if they could not withstand monsters with grotesque abilities, they could effectively curb the spread of zombie hordes, safeguarding the lives of those seeking refuge. Once such concerns were alleviated, special forces and professional hunters could devote more energy to battling monsters, avoiding the pitfalls of divided focus. Gift of the upright machine gun turret successful. Hundredfold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10,000 upright machine gun turrets. You're too kind. Ming smiled faintly at the notification visible only to him. However, upon further reflection, 100 turrets are still too little for the entirety of Daxia. How about this? Commander Zhao, find a spacious area, and I shall provide another 5,000 units free of charge. In truth, Ming felt that the initial offer of 10,000 turrets was insufficient and aimed to continue his generous spree. Entrusting these weapons to Zhao Qian would also instill a greater sense of security in Ming, while ensuring that Zhao Qian owed him a significant favor. This opportunity would enhance Zhao Qian's influence within the Star Alliance and Daxia. The more elevated his status, the easier it would be for Chen Ming to seek assistance in the future if challenges arose. 5,000. Zhao Qian's jaw nearly dislocated from disbelief. Indeed, 5,000 units. Chen Ming affirmed with a serious nod, revealing no hint of jest on his face. Very well, please follow me. Zhao Qian suppressed his excitement, gesturing for Chen Ming to proceed. It was hard to fathom that Chen Ming could so casually produce 5,000 units of weaponry that could be deemed overwhelming in the current global arsenal, leaving one to wonder what terrifying sight lay within his backpack. It was indeed difficult to imagine. Zhao Qian had to admit that his own limitations had constrained his imagination. Before long, Zhao Qian led Chen Ming to a spacious training ground, yet to be completed, intended for future training of professional hunters. This is the site we plan to offer for the training of professional hunters, Zhao Qian explained. Very well, Chen Ming replied, waving his hand. Instantly, upright machine gun turrets began to materialize in droves, nearly filling the entire area. The sheer spectacle left Zhao Qian's legs trembling uncontrollably. Chen Ming, oblivious to Zhao Qian's reaction, fixed his gaze on the system panel that appeared before him. Gift of the upright machine gun turret successful. The 100-fold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a vertical machine gun turret worth 500,000. Even now, Chen Ming could not help but swallow hard upon seeing that staggering figure. It was difficult for him to envision the scene after installing all 500,000 turrets. Would those colossal beasts withstand such overwhelming firepower? Is this the allure of the 100-fold rebate? Chen Ming mused, utterly satisfied in his heart. At this moment, Zhao Qian finally regained his composure from the shock and turned to Chen Ming, repeatedly confirming, Mr. Chen, are we truly able to accept all of this? Of course. You need not feel overly burdened. I still have plenty more, Chen Ming replied, speaking the truth while also aiming to alleviate Zhao Qian's psychological pressure. By the way, I have a considerable amount of talisman paper as well. Chen Ming produced 10,000 Heavenly Thunder talismans that he had previously acquired through fishing, stacking them neatly like a mountain of currency. Talisman paper? Zhao Qian looked perplexed by the term. Chen Ming retrieved one from his system backpack, wishing to avoid breaking the integer. Pinching it between his fingers, he declared, boom. Immediately, the talisman ignited spontaneously. Simultaneously, the clear blue sky was suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds. When Chen Ming cast the burning talisman into the air, a thunderous boom resonated as it fully ignited. A magnificent bolt of heavenly thunder descended from the heart of the darkened clouds, illuminating a vast portion of the city with blinding white light, making it impossible to keep one's eyes open. The clouds arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, yet Zhao Qian's astonishment remained undiminished. The ringing in his ears persistent. That was undoubtedly the most terrifying thunder he had ever witnessed or heard in his life. This is its function. A single talisman can summon a bolt of lightning, capable of inflicting heavy damage or even instantaneously annihilating monsters, Chen Ming explained nonchalantly. Zhao Qian glanced at Chen Ming, rendered speechless. He yearned to comprehend how Chen Ming could remain so unfazed. Was such an extraordinary treasure trivial to him? Zhao Qian's mind raced with wild thoughts. Mr. Chen, your immense kindness shall forever be etched in my memory, as well as that of the Star Alliance. Zhao Qian solemnly bowed. Commander Zhao, you are too gracious. I merely lend a small hand within my capabilities. Without everyone, there is no foundation for an individual. Wouldn't you agree? Chen Ming extended his hands to help Zhao Qian rise. Successful gift of Heavenly Thunder Talismans. The 100-fold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1,000,000 Heavenly Thunder Talismans. 1,000,000 Heavenly Thunder Talismans were effortlessly obtained. Chen Ming struggled to suppress a smile, lest he become the subject of ridicule or suspicion. At present, he possessed 3 types of talismans: explosive talismans, heavenly thunder talismans, and puppet talismans. The quantity of explosive talismans was too meager for him to bother with for the rebate, while the puppet talismans were exceedingly powerful, prompting him to be cautious and retain them. Successful gift of drones. The 100-fold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10,000 drones. Successful gift of drones. The 100-fold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100,000 drones. Successful gift of C-22 missiles. The 100-fold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 50,000 C-22 missiles. Successful gift of aircraft carriers. The 100-fold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 aircraft carriers. Successful gift of warships. The 100-fold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2,000 warships. Successful gift of fighter jets. The 100-fold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 300 fighter jets. Afterward, Chen Ming indulged in a gratifying spree of acquisitions, while Zhao Qian stood by, utterly speechless. The overwhelming astonishment within him was beyond words. He felt as if he had been rendered entirely numb. For the first time, he truly experienced what it meant to possess wealth beyond measure, spending money as if it were mere dirt. Chen Ming's expenditures were of genuine gold, and it could be said they were even more precious than gold itself, irreplaceable. It was evident that not only did he owe a tremendous debt of gratitude to Chen Ming, but the entire Star Alliance and Xia also owed him an insurmountable favor. Zhao Qian was curious to see the expressions of those old-timers who attempted to curry favor with Chen Ming through trivial gestures upon witnessing such extraordinary weapons and artifacts. Chapter 155. Fishing for the Human Empress? Having decided that the weapons he deemed safe to gift to the Star Alliance would not pose a threat to him, Chen Ming took the opportunity to reap a substantial 100-fold rebate, significantly expanding his storage space before departing. He activated a portal and returned to the Dushan Villa. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Zhao Qian bowed deeply at 90 degrees. After ensuring the portal had closed, he straightened his back. His heart was far from calm. There were countless words he wished to express to Chen Ming, yet he found himself at a loss. In summary, it all boiled down to two words: gratitude. Thanks to Chen Ming's intervention, Zhao Qian no longer viewed peace as a mere aspiration. It felt increasingly tangible, just within reach. All of this was provided by the Lord of the Undead? It was simply absurd. With these weapons, the expansion and development of the Star Alliance would no longer be a source of concern. Regrettably, he was reluctant to join the Star Alliance. If he were to do so, not only would he stabilize the hearts of the people, but he would also attract countless skilled hunters to willingly join. In response, Zhao Qian remarked, I advise you to abandon this pursuit early. Do not even mention 9-star or 10-star hunters. I previously invited Mr. Chen to become the leader of the Star Alliance, yet he resolutely declined. What? He actually refused to become the leader? Upon hearing that the power he had so painstakingly sought to control was deemed utterly inconsequential in Chen Ming's eyes, they began to reassess their perception of his immense strength. He no longer required the so-called overwhelming power to bolster himself. His strength was genuine, unassailable. Ultimately, they unanimously decided that regardless of how the Star Alliance developed in the future, there would always be a clear path for Chen Ming. The sentiment remained. Even if they could not become friends, they must never become enemies. It was clear that any opposition to him would lead to annihilation. Chen Ming, however, was indifferent to their opinions of him. At this moment, he had returned to Fushan residence. With an ample supply of vertical turrets at hand and devoid of any pressing matters, he began to install them on the walls and the paths leading up the mountain. A total of 100,000 turrets would provide 360 degrees of unimpeded, violent output, coupled with the skill of infinite bullets. Even high-level aberrations would think twice before challenging him. As for a zombie tide, there was simply no chance they could approach the villa. If one were to select the safest place in the world, it would undoubtedly be the apocalyptic refuge painstakingly crafted by Chen Ming. Seated on the sofa, he skillfully picked up the remote control and turned on the television, which was broadcasting news regarding the trial tower. It detailed the function of the blood core while simultaneously demonstrating the official resolve to stabilize the apocalypse. Concerned that revealing Chen Ming's visage might attract too much attention and disrupt his normal life, the broadcast refrained from displaying any images of him. Chen Ming, however, was indifferent to fame. It held no allure for him. Setting the remote aside, he reclined against the sofa, activating the myriad realms of fishing while reflecting. It seems even cultivators from fantastical worlds can be fished out? This is hardly good news. Chen Ming was uncertain whether the cultivators he had fished out would someday align with the formidable beings he had envisioned, those capable of severing mountains and rivers and shattering stars with a mere thought. What was once a mere figment of imagination had transformed into a genuine terror, now descending upon him. As he gazed at the flames dancing in his palm, Chen Ming found himself doubting whether the SSS-level skills he had acquired could withstand such a force. With a sigh, he resigned himself to advancing step by step, for now. That was all he could do. The multidimensional fishing software successfully booted up, yet Chen Ming refrained from hastily casting his line, opting instead to delve into the minor functionalities of the trial tower. Upon examining the leaderboard, he noted that, thus far, both the number of levels cleared and the records of completion time remained firmly in his grasp. His moniker read, I just want to fish in peace. Everyone was acutely aware that behind this pseudonym stood none other than Chen Ming, the Lord of the Undead. There was no other plausible identity. Had Zhang Bo and his companions not yet conquered the third level? Or were the elite hunters preoccupied with quelling various apocalyptic calamities within the nation? Without further inquiry, Chen Ming exited the trial tower and commenced his primary task. He clicked, Start fishing. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Critical hit. Congratulations, you have fished out the Human Empress. Qin Honghua. Damn. Upon seeing the title Human Empress, Chen Ming instinctively leapt from his seat, hastening his steps. With a forceful bang, he burst through the door. Activating the teleportation portal, he aimed directly for the islands of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, eager to prevent the impending chaos from obliterating the formidable apocalyptic refuge he had only just constructed. However, as the portal opened and Chen Ming stepped through, a sudden realization struck him. Something felt amiss. If he had indeed fished out a punishment, the system would not have heralded it with congratulations, would it? Moreover, there appeared to be no time constraints. Could it be a reward? Retracting his foot, he landed back, causing the portal to close. Upon further reflection, the fortuitous advantages brought by numerous skills, coupled with the unused enhanced fishing opportunities, made the probability of fishing out calamity significantly lower than that of obtaining an SSS-level entity. Thus, had he genuinely fished out a human empress? Just a moment ago, he had been anxious about how to confront a powerful being from another realm. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had reeled in an empress-level powerhouse, fortuitously completing his reinforcement needs. Fishing? Chen Ming mused that it should more aptly be termed wishing. Yet he wondered if this so-called human empress would possess unwavering loyalty to him. If he had to tame her manually, he felt a twinge of insecurity, as this was his first encounter with such a situation. With arms crossed and chin resting in contemplation, he paced back and forth in the courtyard. Caught in a dilemma, should he seal the human empress for now, waiting until he grew stronger to retrieve her from his system's inventory? Or should he adopt a more assertive approach and conquer her outright? Never mind. If it is a blessing, it is not a curse. If it is a curse, it cannot be avoided. I shall take the gamble. Resolutely, Chen Ming steeled himself. He then found a blood-red imperial robe and a luxurious headpiece rich in Eastern flair within his system's inventory, adorned with a red mark at her brow, the human empress. Qin Hongyue. Upon confirming her extraction, she materialized before Chen Ming. Seeing her, a flurry of descriptors erupted in his mind. Skin as delicate as cream, graceful features, bright eyes and pearly teeth, a beauty that could topple nations, enchanting like the moon and flowers. The dragon and phoenix motifs embellished with golden threads exuded her regal dominance. Her countenance was stern, emanating an aura that repelled all who approached. After her appearance, Chen Ming felt the already chilly night grow even more frigid. Yet, what astonished him further was her subsequent proclamation. Hongyue greets her master. Chapter 156. Challenging an S-level dungeon with a max-level empress, a gentle breeze stirred the strands of Qin Hongyue's hair, framing her visage and simultaneously stirring chaos within Chen Ming's heart. His emotions were in disarray. You called me what? After a prolonged moment, he managed to clarify. Repeating his inquiry, Master, Qin Hongyue affirmed without hesitation. Slapping his forehead, he hastily checked Qin Hongyue's personal attributes panel. He chided himself for being overly anxious and forgetting he could directly view her stats. Name, Qin Hongyue. Gender, female, skimming past the inconsequential information. Chen Ming's gaze locked onto the loyalty section. Loyalty, 100, accompanying the perfect score was a small lock icon. Chen Ming clicked to view the details. Loyalty is locked and cannot be altered. Wonderful. This is splendid. Chen Ming beamed, his earlier apprehensions dissipating like mist. At that moment, Qin Hongyue's emergence felt as significant as any SSS-level skill he possessed. Now, he simply needed to place his faith in the true strength she would display. He pondered. As a human empress from another realm, surely her capabilities would not fall short? Scrolling through the panel, he ultimately focused on her cultivation level. Cultivation, Empress, ranked from lowest to highest. Chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, god transformation, void reversal, integration, great completion, tribulation passing, quasi-emperor. Empress. Had he truly fished up a max-level powerhouse? Chen Ming could hardly contain his delight. Closing the virtual panel, he inquired of Qin Hongyue. What is your strength in your world? Unmatched, Qin Hongyue replied flatly, devoid of any emotional embellishments, merely stating the fact. Unmatched. Excellent. That is splendid. Chen Ming praised. Yet merely hearing her words was insufficient. He needed to witness her prowess firsthand. Opening the resource map, he set the filtering conditions and ultimately fixed his gaze upon a frozen expanse known as Antarctica. The researchers who had once occupied that area had long since evacuated, and now there were no resources or funds to continue their work. In this desolate Antarctic wasteland, only Chen Ming and Qin Hongyue remained. His purpose for coming here was not to experience the bitter cold, but to locate an S-level teleportation portal, which lay hidden in this place that had attracted little attention. Casting one last glance at the chaos left behind, Chen Ming could easily imagine how those who had fished out this portal had fled in clever haste. There was still a considerable amount of time before the portal would become inactive, and no countdown was displayed. Boom. Just as Chen Ming was about to speak, he felt a surge of warmth. An invisible, intangible energy swept past him, shielding him from the biting wind and icy terrain. Did you do that? Chen Ming asked Qin Hongyue, for there was no one else present but the two of them. Within the barrier, all seasons are like spring, Qin Hongyue explained. Thank you, Chen Ming replied. Your satisfaction is my honor, she responded. Hearing this, Chen Ming truly grasped the immense power of absolute loyalty. In her previous world, there was no doubt that Qin Hongyue was invincible, reigning supreme for epochs, but everything had changed since he had fished her out. No matter how formidable she was, she could not defy the power of rules. Let us proceed. I wish to witness your true abilities, Chen Ming stated. Understood. Accompanied by Qin Hongyue, Chen Ming stepped through the portal, arriving in another realm. Was this a church? The scale and dimensions of the edifice were astonishingly grand. Within its confines, Chen Ming felt as insignificant as an ant. Everything around him loomed remarkably large, akin to towering giants, dwarfed only by colossal beasts. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of metallic boots striking the ground, along with the clattering of armor as it shifted, echoed from all directions. A battalion of imposing temple knights, their stature rivaling that of the Blood Knight, emerged, wielding sacred hammers, shields, and swords, encircling both Chen Ming and Qin Hongyue completely. Surveying the surroundings, Chen Ming realized there was no visible exit. Was the spectacle to commence with such grandeur? His curiosity piqued. If the minions possessed such formidable strength, how powerful must the boss guarding this realm be? Nevertheless, this was fortuitous. The monster's formidable prowess would afford Chen Ming ample opportunity to assess and comprehend the depth of Qin Hongyue's abilities. Can you handle these foes? Chen Ming inquired. Rest assured, my master, Hongyue shall not disappoint you, she confidently replied. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Qin Hongyue affirmed her resolve, the temple knights quickened their pace, raising their weapons to commence their assault on the intruders. Unperturbed by the onslaught of these towering adversaries, Qin Hongyue remained composed. With a mere flick of her wrist, she sent several temple knights hurtling through the air, crashing through multiple thick walls, raising clouds of dust. Whether they survived or perished remained uncertain. As denizens of the secret realm, the remaining temple knights paid no heed to the fate of their fallen comrades, their sole focus being to eliminate Chen Ming. Naturally, Qin Hongyue would not permit anyone to approach, let alone harm him. Clenching her fist, she conjured a massive blood-colored hand from thin air, ensnaring 7 or 8 temple knights within its grip. With an icy expression, she exerted a slight pressure, causing the blood-red hand to crush and obliterate the temple knights. Temple Knight defeated. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Platinum Chest X5. Temple Knight defeated. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Platinum Chest X5. Stealing in progress. Theft successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired A-grade skills. Holy Sword Execution, A-grade skills. Holy Sword Judgment, A-grade skills. Divine Healing, A-grade skills. Holy Sword Charge. Theft successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired A-grade skills. Holy Shield Charge, A-grade skills. Holy Shield Defense, A-grade skills. Divine Healing, A-grade skills. Sacred Domain. Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new Undead Servant. Temple Knight 1. All Chen Ming needed to do was spectate, quietly reaping a plethora of rewards before clearing the secret realm. Additional rewards awaited him after completion. He basked in the privileges of a leader, delegating all significant and trivial matters to his subordinates. As the head honcho, his sole focus was on benefits. Boom. The temple knights, raising shields harder than castle walls, charged at Qin Hongyue. With a mere motion of her finger, she shattered the shield along with the armor encasing it, cracks radiating chaotically across the surface. At that moment, Qin Hongyue appeared to Chen Ming as a seasoned master who had inadvertently wandered into a novice village. Indeed, compared to Qin Hongyue's prowess, the S-grade secret realm felt akin to a beginner's domain, at least for now. Currently, the adversaries emerging from the secret realm were mere cannon fodder, the appetizers. Yet Qin Hongyue had not even exerted herself. Chapter 157. A sword transforms into 1,000 swords. An overwhelming annihilation. As Chen Ming extracted over 100 temple knights, their numbers began to dwindle significantly. Hearing a peculiar noise from above, both Chen Ming and Qin Hongyue instinctively looked up. They beheld a colossal sword plummeting from the heavens with astonishing speed, the air around it igniting in a blaze of brilliance from the friction. Bang! Boom! The great sword plunged into the ground, shattering the tiles and sending fragments flying in all directions like shrapnel in a tempest. Observing this, Qin Hongyue instantly teleported before Chen Ming, raising her arm with flowing sleeves. With her palm directed forward, she conjured a shield of spiritual energy to deflect the incoming debris. The stones shattered into fragments upon striking the shield. Chen Ming felt immense satisfaction at her protective actions. His gaze fell upon the gargantuan sword, embedded deep into the earth. At least 20 meters long, the hilt and guard were intricately engraved with complex patterns resembling a goat's head, a symbol often associated with malevolence in the eyes of the church's faithful, confounded by the presence of a demonic sword amidst the cadre of temple knights. Chen Ming pondered how such a sinister entity could coexist in this sacred environment. The dark sword presented a stark contrast to the previously encountered pristine white temple knights. In the next instant, a rectangular, blood-red portal opened behind the massive sword, wider and longer than the blade itself. From within emerged shadowy figures clad in armor. Were they knights? Armor? Mech suits? For knights emerged, their armor adorned with intricate designs and numerous seams, leaving Chen Ming uncertain whether they were indeed armor or something else entirely. The armor he recognized typically emphasized unity. The great sword echoed this sentiment, starkly contrasting with the temple knights, who seemed to descend from the heavens in service of the divine. In contrast, these 4 knights appeared to hail from the depths of hell, aligned with demons. Each bore a distinctive pair of broad demonic horns and wielded a uniquely constructed great sword. Its hilt designed for a horizontal grip, akin to a tiger's claw, seamlessly connecting to the blade. In their right hands, they brandished swords, while their left hands clutched sun-shaped shields, intricately etched with arcane symbols that, though indecipherable, exuded an aura of malevolence. The four demonic knights appeared as if sculpted from the same mold. Chen Ming scrutinized them closely, yet failed to discern any differences. The great sword, it seemed, was not intended for them. Could it be reserved for the ultimate boss? Chen Ming speculated logically, as the demonic knights raised their sword and shield. A flying sword composed entirely of condensed spiritual energy materialized beside Chen Hongyue, darting toward one of the demonic knights, like an arrow. The knight, realizing the imminent threat, hastily raised its sun shield in a desperate bid to defend itself. However, it had overestimated the shield's durability against the razor-sharp energy blade. At the moment of impact, the shield shattered into countless pieces. Despite the demonic knight's timely evasion, it could not escape the loss of an arm. Bang! Boom! The heavy steel limb crashed to the ground, with black flames flickering at the severed edge. In the blink of an eye, as Chen Ming sensed something amiss, the severed limb seemed to possess a magnetic attraction, reattaching itself to the demonic knight's body. Lacking formidable regenerative abilities, yet capable of restoring itself after losing limbs? Even more astonishing was that the sun shield, which should have been obliterated, reassembled seamlessly as if nothing had transpired. From Chen Ming's extensive experience with various mobile and online games, he surmised that within these demonic knights lay a core. Unless this core was shattered, no matter the extent of the damage inflicted, they would revert to their original state. Chen Hongyue evidently recognized this truth as well. Before him, a vertical sword coalesced with its hilt rising upwards and its blade descending. As the blade took its complete form, and the four demonic knights stood several meters apart, Chen Hongyue's gaze shifted slightly. With a swift motion, she spread her hands outward. One sword transformed into 1,000. The scene filled Chen Ming's field of vision. The sword tip descended, its sharpness aimed directly at the four demonic knights. In the instant Chen Hongyue's raised arm fell, a flurry of sounds erupted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A torrent of ethereal swords cascaded down like a torrential rain, descending upon the four demonic knights, shattering them relentlessly. Fragments scattered across the ground during their frantic retreat. Despite the core's earnest attempts at repair, it could not keep pace with the overwhelming destruction. For the knights, Chen Hongyue's strike was akin to a dimensional assault. At last, Chen Ming glimpsed the blood-red core hidden beneath the armor, a crystalline nucleus the size of a Chilean melon. Bang! Boom! The crystal core was accurately pierced by the ethereal swords. Shattering explosively, it then fragmented into countless pieces. The demonic knights froze, rapidly disintegrating, and the remnants of their bodies, which had begun to return, fell as well. Demonic Knight killed successfully. Congratulations, host, on obtaining Platinum Treasure Chest 8. Demonic Knight killed successfully. Congratulations, host, on obtaining Platinum Treasure Chest 8. Theft successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining A-Class Skill Infinite Reorganization, A-Class Skill Sword of Doom, A-Class Skill Seduction, A-Class Skill Earth Splitter, A-Class Skill Demonic Energy Surge, A-Class Skill Furious Charge. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring new Undead Servant, Demonic Knight 4. The entire combat process unfolded with greater ease than Chen Ming had anticipated. Apart from the infinite reorganization skill, the other skills of the four demon knights were rendered useless before being mercilessly obliterated by Chen Hongyue. With the demonic knights no longer able to reorganize, Chen Hongyue waved her hand, summoning the myriad swords back to her. They reformed into a single blade, standing erect and hovering beside her, ever ready for her command. Chen Hongyue did not hasten to claim credit. Instead, she returned to Chen Ming to report. Like Chen Ming, her gaze remained fixed on the portal, which showed no signs of closing despite the demise of the demonic knights. Even if the secret realm instance were to conclude at this point, it mattered not to him. He had attained a remarkably clear understanding of Chen Hongyue's strength. She was powerful and possessed immense battle experience. Most importantly, this stunningly beautiful human empress exhibited unwavering loyalty to him. To be addressed as master by such a supreme being was exhilarating for Chen Ming. He relished the sensation. Bang! A more resonant and heavy footfall echoed as it struck the ground, interrupting Chen Ming's reverie and forcibly snapping him back to reality. Turning his gaze, he beheld a massive arm extending from the portal, grasping the pitch-black, demonic sword. As the fingers tightened around the hilt, the once obsidian blade became suffused with a sanguine hue, etching a bizarre blood-red rune upon its surface. Blood Oath of Recognition? Chen Ming mused. Following that, a black knight emerged from the portal, its appearance more refined than that of the demonic knights, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance and intimidation. With a thunderous roar, it unfurled its four wings. Chapter 158. Can I steal skills from the Empress? Indeed, this knight bore two pairs of wings, one large and one small. When spread, they obscured the sky. The gray feathers were lush, interspersed with tendrils of dark demonic energy and chaotic splashes of crimson. Ming initially assumed the feathers had undergone some transformation. However, in the next moment, they fully unfurled, revealing enormous, bulging, blood-red demonic eyes that fixated unblinkingly on Ming. Their veins bulging like ancient tree roots. From Ming's perspective, it appeared quite unsettling. The Black Knight's armor was adorned with thorn-like designs, and a dark red gem embellished its chest and forehead, while behind it loomed a radiant sun disk, evoking the image of a fallen angel. As the fallen Holy Knight stepped forth, the portal sealed completely, and Ming was now certain it was the final boss of this secret realm instance. Defeating this foe would allow him to close the portal. Ming eagerly anticipated extracting it as an undead servant, thus fully controlling it and experiencing the thrill of combat through its formidable form. Merely gazing upon it ignited an insatiable desire to possess such power. The term handsome fell woefully short of capturing its essence. As the blood-red rune completed its intricate design, the fallen Holy Knight raised its arm and drew the colossal sword from the ground. Thunderous sounds erupted. Without any semblance of martial decorum, it swung the massive sword with full force in a complete arc, unleashing a tumultuous wave of blood-red sword energy towards Ming and Qin Hongyue. If Ming were to estimate the might of this blow, it would be akin to an ordinary person effortlessly slaying thousands, akin to harvesting wheat. However, the adversary before the fallen Holy Knight was no ordinary individual. She hailed from a plane where martial prowess reigned supreme, the human empress of a fantastical continent. Unfazed by the impending sword energy, Qin Hongyue maintained her composure, her fingers deftly pinching to effortlessly block the attack. With just a slight exertion, she shattered it. The sound crisp and clear as if glass had shattered upon the ground. The fallen Holy Knight seemed unwilling to accept the ease with which Qin Hongyue had dispelled its attack. What had begun as a one-handed grip on the colossal sword transformed into a two-handed hold. It swiftly slashed twice, sending forth an X-shaped sword energy, followed by a horizontal slash that resembled a hexagram, once more targeting Qin Hongyue. Boom. The past echoed as Qin Hongyue waved her hand, erasing the fallen Holy Knight's hexagram sword formation from existence in an instant, leaving not a trace behind. Seeing the fallen Holy Knight still unyielding, attempting to raise its sword again, Qin Hongyue, losing patience, decided to deny it any respite. With a mere thought, the previously coalesced ethereal sword shot forth. In its path, it conjured myriad phantoms of swords. This time, rather than dispersing its attack, it coalesced into a singular sword dragon. The dragon, immense enough to rival the fallen Holy Knight, opened its maw and charged at it with ferocious intent. Bang! Boom! The sword dragon clamped down on the fallen Holy Knight's halfway swung blade and propelled it skyward with a force akin to uprooting a tree. The myriad sword intents continuously battered and ravaged its iron body. In the moment it was thrust into the clouds, a resounding explosion rang out, armor fragments and feathers scattering like fireworks in full bloom. The enormous dragon that had blotted out the sky vanished thereafter. Fallen Holy Knight killed successfully. Congratulations, host, on obtaining Diamond Treasure Chest 1. A diamond treasure chest capable of yielding S-class skills. Indeed, it was the guardian boss. Ming's conviction solidified. Following that was the unchanging procedure. Theft in progress. Theft successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining S-class skill hexagram slash, S-class skill 1 thought paradise, 1 thought hell. A-class skill eye of seduction, A-class skill divine blessing, A-class skill bloodthirst, A-class skill great sword slash. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring new undead servant, fallen Holy Knight 1. Ming noted that by vanquishing a fallen Holy Knight, he had profited 3 S-class skills. Aside from the unopened S-rank skills contained within the treasure chests, Ming's primary concern was the skill known as Heaven and Hell at a Thought. Upon clicking to view its description, he discovered S-rank skill Heaven and Hell at a Thought. Switch to Paladin to enhance healing abilities. Switch to Mage to boost attack power. It turned out to be an auxiliary skill. Ming promptly equipped it. With this skill, when there was a need to increase his healing output, he could shift to Paladin form, and when he required a boost in attack power, he could transition to Mage form. This skill was designed to elevate the upper limits of his abilities. The more powerful the skill, the more terrifying the enhancements it provided. You have received an S-rank completion treasure chest 1. Would you like to directly send it to the system backpack? Ming was indifferent, as this made things considerably more convenient. As the portal to leave opened, he turned to Qin Hongyue and said, "It is time for us to depart." "Yes, master," Qin Hongyue replied, following Ming as they exited. However, they did not enter a secret realm portal, but rather a portal opened by Ming, leading directly to Fushan residence. Why repeat what could be accomplished with a single portal? During the process, Ming selected the diamond treasure chest dropped by the fallen paladin and confirmed its opening. Opening the diamond treasure chest. Opening successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the S-rank skill, 10,000 Swords Technique. 10,000 Swords Technique? Chen Ming believed it was the result of his accumulated luck from other skills, manifesting once more in his favor. He had indeed become quite curious after witnessing Qin Hongyue's remarkable ability to transform one sword into a myriad of blades. To his surprise, the next moment, it emerged from the treasure chest. Viewing the skill's details, he found S-Rank Skill 10,000 Swords Technique can summon 10,000 long swords for widespread sustained damage, maximizing output. This was largely in line with his expectations. If he were to note a difference, it might be that its power paled in comparison to the technique employed by Qin Hongyue, resembling a simplified version. Chen Ming was unconcerned, as Qin Hongyue was firmly on his side. After all, why not consider pilfering skills from her if the need arose? Of course, this was merely a jest. Chen Ming remained uncertain whether the SSS-Rank Skill of permanent theft would be effective against Qin Hongyue, who cultivated energy from a different dimension. With a mindset of experimentation, he used permanent theft on Qin Hongyue. To his astonishment, the system panel indeed unfolded before him, displaying a myriad of skills possessed by Qin Hongyue without omission. SSS, SSS, SSS. At a glance, everything was SSS rank, with not a single SS rank to be found. Scrolling down a few times and seeing that he had yet to reach the bottom, Chen Ming decisively abandoned the endeavor. It felt somewhat demoralizing. He couldn't help but reflect that he was fortunate she stood by his side. Had she been an adversary, with his and humanity's current capabilities, it would have been exceedingly challenging to contend with her. However, from another perspective, if he ever found himself in need of a skill, he could simply steal it from her. Unlike techniques, skills could be relearned after being stolen. Thus, Chen Ming believed his idea was entirely feasible. Presently, there was no need for such actions. He withdrew his gaze, focusing on the task at hand. Chen Ming resolved to continue opening the S-Rank Completion Treasure Chest. Chapter 159. Those who live for the Master, those who die as the Master's specters. Opening S-Rank Completion Treasure Chest. Opening successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained S-Rank Wings of the Fallen Angel, S-Rank Fallen Demon Sword, 1 temporary summoning card for the Fallen Paladin, 10 life potions, and 5 major mana potions. Wings of the Fallen Angel? Chen Ming quickly researched it, finding it similar to the insect wings obtained in the Sandworm Queen's secret realm, capable of direct binding and granting high-speed flight. As an S-Rank item, the Wings of the Fallen Angel far surpassed the insect wings in terms of speed and attribute enhancements. With a superior option at hand, Chen Ming equipped them without hesitation. The S-Rank Fallen Demon Sword. To be honest, he had little use for it. He preferred ranged combat and ultimate magic over physical melee. He chose to equip it to the Undead Blood Knight. Although the sword originally wielded by the Undead Blood Knight could split into two, its overall attributes were relatively ordinary. To put it bluntly, it was merely a large sword. In comparison to the Fallen Demon Sword, it was like comparing heaven and earth, utterly incomparable. With this new sword, Chen Ming could better unleash the skills he had previously bestowed upon the Undead Blood Knight. Temporary summoning card for the Fallen Paladin. Can temporarily summon a Fallen Paladin to fight for you, lasting for 24 hours. Viewed in isolation, this reward did not particularly excite Chen Ming given his current circumstances. However, when combined with a 100-fold return, it could make a significant difference. Although the Fallen Paladin had been thoroughly defeated by Qin Hongyue, this was primarily due to her overwhelming strength rather than any weakness on the part of the Fallen Paladin. Chen Ming had a solid appreciation for its combat prowess. He contemplated keeping it for a while, perhaps finding a suitable time and target to farm it for dozens, even hundreds of thousands of cards. Unlimited skills were undoubtedly exhilarating. He mused inwardly. Closing the system panel, he glanced at Qin Hongyue, who stood quietly beside him, silent and composed. Come, sit. Chen Ming gestured to the empty space beside him. Yes, Qin Hongyue replied softly, obediently following his instruction, smoothing her dress to avoid creasing as she sat beside him. Every movement exuded an air of refined elegance. As he gazed at the strikingly beautiful Qin Hongyue, Chen Ming couldn't help but wonder, as the empress of the human race, had anyone in her original world dared to treat her this way? Would they not have been reduced to ashes? What do you think of me as a person? Chen Ming asked with genuine curiosity. You are my master. I am your master. Hearing such words from a supreme empress stirred something within him, an undeniable sensation. Qin Hongyue possessed many admirable qualities. Her figure, beauty, strength, and loyalty were all exemplary. If one were to point out a flaw, it might be her cold demeanor. She was far too cold. Unlike Bai Yuan, who had a frosty exterior but a warm heart, Qin Hongyue was consistently icy in both mind and body. Her solitary reign throughout the ages seemed to have stripped her of the most fundamental human emotions, rendering her akin to a breathtaking puppet. Becoming the empress of the human race must have been quite a journey for you. Have you ever thought of returning to your original world? Chen Ming inquired further. Qin Hongyue shook her head, declaring, Red Moon lives for the master, and dies as the master's specter. I shall serve my master for all eternity until I return to chaos. Chen Ming smiled faintly. I like that answer. Glancing at the wall clock, he noted that it was nearly time for dinner. A sumptuous feast of mountain delicacies and seafood awaited. Red dragons, blue dragons, jade sea cucumbers, king crabs, east star groupers, wild boar, and mushrooms filled the entire tea table. This spread would have been worth over 100,000 before the apocalypse. In the current era, beyond measure. Setting aside the actions of Sakura country, in this age where zombies roamed freely, even if one were to catch something from the sea, one must be bold enough to consume it. No one could ascertain whether the marine life had been infected with the zombie virus, leading to mutations. A single misstep could result in consuming tainted fish, marking the end of one's life. Ming retrieved a bowl of rice, his 5 fingers grasping the rim, and presented it before Manhwaa. As cultivators, while they could sustain themselves on the essence of nature, such sustenance pales in comparison to the exquisite delicacies of the mountains and seas. Manhwaa did not refuse. She accepted the bowl and chopsticks from Ming with both hands. In her mind, any utterance from Ming held no power of rejection. She was bound to obey him without question, not merely for a meal, but even if Ming commanded her to embrace death, she would comply without hesitation. Come, savor this, Ming encouraged, deftly placing a piece of scallion-braised sea cucumber into her bowl. Thank you, master, Manhwaa replied, lifting her chopsticks to bring the sea cucumber to her lips. Though her demeanor remained calm, Ming could discern a flicker of something deeper in her eyes. In terms of ingredients, the blue planet could not possibly rival the realm from which Manhwaa hailed. However, when it came to culinary skill and the richness of flavors, Ming would wager that the blue planet triumphed without contest. This was evident from the slight surprise reflected in the depths of Manhwaa's starry gaze. There's no need for formality. Eat heartily. There is plenty more, Ming declared, as he too picked up his bowl and chopsticks, indulging in the feast before them. At that moment, only the exquisite flavors mattered. As they dined, they perused the television news. Recently, due to the emergence of the Trial Tower, the nationwide daily registration for those choosing to join the Star Alliance and become professional hunters had surged past 100,000, setting a new historical record. General Su Jinshan had become the second hunter to successfully breach the 3rd level of the Trial Tower, following the Undead Sovereign. The first weapon forged from a blood core was unveiled at the Qingshan Conference Hall in the Imperial capital, named the Fire God Sword, wielded by Hunter Zhang Bo, who possessed S-Rank Sword Aura skills. Ming immediately recognized that the polished gem embedded in the sword's guard was the very 2nd-level blood core he had extracted from the body of a high-level zombie cultivator after conquering the 20th level of the Trial Tower. The Star Alliance had indeed bestowed this sword upon him. After a moment's contemplation, Ming found this to be quite reasonable, considering Zhang Bo had selflessly chosen to sacrifice himself to protect other hunters. Such valor would undoubtedly warrant official recognition and commendation. Otherwise, what message would it send? To neglect honoring those willing to serve their nation would be a grave disservice. The subsequent footage depicted Zhang Bo wielding the Fire God Sword, showcasing the remarkable efficacy of his S-Rank Sword Aura. It was evident that 11 exceeded 2, yielding significant results. The fiery sword aura was exceptionally fierce. In an interview with reporters, Zhang Bo repeatedly expressed his gratitude towards Ming, acknowledging not only the life he had saved, but also the origin of the Fire God Sword's 2nd-level blood core. He then proclaimed his intention to challenge the 3rd level of the Trial Tower once more, this time with unwavering confidence. With new equipment, one feels invincible, Ming jested, reaching for more dishes, unexpectedly catching a glimpse of Manhwaa, who was intently focused on the television. Upon observing the broadcast, which detailed matters concerning the Trial Tower, Ming inquired, "What? Are you intrigued by that tower?" Manhwaa nodded, offering no denial. "I advise you." Ming began to caution her against pursuing that path, but paused to reconsider. Unlike the ephemeral undead summoned by skills, she was a tangible being existing in this world, and thus her potential was not subject to failure. Perhaps it might be worth a try?